Jesus Christ! I watched a sick movie last night.
Oh my god, what was it called?
It was called Hazza, Potto and the Philosopher, Sorcerer. I can't remember, but it was really good. That's a long title. So the movie starts out when this old codger Dumbledore sells this kid to the Dursleys to pay off his old gambling debts. He sells him? Are you sure? Yeah, and McGonagall pleads with him not to. She's like, Albus, you can't leave him with these people. They're a pack of c***s. But old Albo, he doesn't give a flying fudge, so he drop kicks the baby onto the doorstep. He kicks the baby. Yeah, it's like 40 meters. The dude's a crazy good kick. He should play footy. What happened next? So anyways, my mouth's getting a bit dry. Do you mind if I crack one? I mean, it's 10 in the morning.
Thanks.
Finished? Delicious. Anyways, the Dursleys, they're even worse than Dumbledore, right? The dad, he looks like he earns money eating hot dogs in one of those competitions, and the mum just kind of walks around looking like she smells farts all the time. Anyways, they treat this kid worse than the CCP treats the Uyghurs, so they lock him in this basement and they just make him wash their underwear, which has skid marks like all over it. Wait, they actually show skid marks in the movie. No, mate, you can't show skid marks in a movie. That'll give you an R rating. I did not know that. Anyway, they go to the zoo because their kid Dudley, who's super on the specco, he's a bit sick and the doctors won't see him anymore, so they have to take him to one of those zoo vets. On the specco? What does that mean? You know, he's on the deep end of the spectrum. He's a specco. That's a bit distasteful. So's your mum's vagina. Good one. Anyways, Hazard's dropped some acid or something on the way because he starts talking to fucking snakes. But suddenly the glass like disappears and that specco kid Dudley, he falls into the snake pit. An old man hot dog, he knows Harry's done some weird wizard shit. So he locks him under the stairs for like 40 years. 40 years. Yeah, but get this, owls start showing up and they bring Hazard like 40 million letters. But Dursley, he's pissed, right? Because owls are shitting all over his letterbox and I think one of them eats his cat. Owls can't eat cats. Yeah, they can. Check out this YouTube video. Holy crap. Have you seen the one of the spider eating the bird? No, show me. Oh, right, that's enough YouTube for today. So Dursley, he gets so pissed off about these letters that he takes the whole family to this faraway island in the middle of the ocean. That seems like overkill, right? But it doesn't work because this giant dude with a beard rocks up. Hagrid. Yeah, that's him. And he's like, oh, Harry, you're a wizard, you little c***. He doesn't say c***. No, he does. He says it like 40 times, and the Dursleys, they like totally freak out. So Hagrid, he's like swearing his head off, and then he just takes Harry away in the middle of the night. Well, that doesn't sound very safe. What if he was a pedo? Yeah, I mean, he probably is. The cake is a bit of a dead giveaway. So anyways, he takes him to this pub. Isn't he like 11? Yeah, it's a bit of a pedo move, that's for sure. All the people in this pub are like freaking out. They're all wanting to get photos with him for Instagram, except for this one guy who's still on MySpace. Oh yeah, and there's this white guy who's in a turban for some reason.
Not that you need it, eh, Potter?
That's offensive for so many reasons. So Hagrid, he takes Hazard shopping, right? And Hazard, he goes, Hagrid, I don't have any money, you stupid c***. But then Hagrid goes, oh, Harry, don't worry about that. Your parents were oil tycoons, which means you're a trillionaire. Were his parents Saudi Arabian? Yeah, maybe. I think so. Anyways, Hagrid takes him to this bank where there's all these greedy creatures with big noses who are really good with money. While they're there, Hagrid picks up a dime bag from a secret vault. He scores drugs right in front of him. Oh, you shouldn't have done that. So next, Hazard gets his wand from this old guy at a shop who looks like he should be dead already. And then he goes, oh, these wands are all fucking cooked. Let me get you a better one. Then he gets him this really special wand. Turns out this special wand he gives him has a feather in it that apparently the bird only gave one other feather to this other wand. And that's the same bloody wand that gave him his scar. How does he remember what went into a wand from 40 years ago? Well, they couldn't really be asked explaining that part, to be honest. Well, that's great writing. So who killed his parents? Dunno. Everyone just refers to the bloke as he who shall not be named. I mean, technically that's still a name, but go on. Hagrid comes back and he gives Hazard his own bloody owl now. And then he takes him to another pub where he... Seriously, another pub? Yeah. And then he tells him how he got his scar, right? Apparently, when he was a baby, this evil wizard with leukemia tried to kill him after killing his parents. How did a baby stop him if two full-grown wizards couldn't? Even as a kid, right, Hazard was like super good at jujitsu, so he totally messes him up and he kicks his dick right off. And then he legs it and no one's ever seen him since. Maybe he's still searching for his dick? Yeah, good point. I reckon you're probably right. Anyways, he takes Hazard to the train station so that he can go to this magical school called Hogwarts, right? Why doesn't he take him himself? Fuck off, I'm telling the story. Settle down. Anyway, Hagrid vanishes like Batman and Hazard thinks he's on Ashton Kutcher's show Punk'd. That's an obscure reference because he looks at the ticket and it says 9 3/4, right? And when he asks the conductor for help, the dude just gives him total attitude for some reason.
Think you're being funny, do you?
Eventually, some ginger family tells him that you're supposed supposed to get onto the train by going through an invisible door between platforms 9 and 10.
How the hell was he supposed to figure that one out?
No idea. Anyways, on the train he meets Ron and Hermione. Ron's a bit of a shit kicker and no one really likes him. Hermione's a bit of a know-it-all, and then she tells Ron that he's got shit on his nose.
You've got on your nose, by the way.
Then, after a super long train ride, they finally get to Hogwarts and Hagrid is there waiting for him.
So he got there first. He could have easily taken him there.
Yeah, apparently. So the first year's right, they have to take these rickety boats across a dangerous lake that has a monster in it, all just to get to school.
Seems like a bit of a dangerous move. What if one of the kids drowns on the way there?
I guess it's like a Darwinianism type thing where they want to kill off any shit kickers before they get to school.
Makes sense?
Finally, they get to school. No shit. 40 minutes into the movie. Anyways, they're walking up the steps and Hazza meets this blonde cunt called Malfoy. And he's like, "My family is rich and I have a huge penis. Let's be friends."
Oh crap, what does Potter do?
Hazza doesn't have any of it, right? He goes, "You look like an elf that just escaped Santa's workshop, so jog on, you little cunt."
Nice.
Then they have this huge feast where Dumbledore, you know the guy that kicked the baby at the start of the film?
No, he didn't.
He did. So Dumbledore says to everyone,
"Stay out of the third floor corridor, you little wankers!"
Well, why can't they go there?
I think that's where he keeps his porno stash.
Why doesn't he just stream it like a normal person?
Because he's an old man and he doesn't like technology, which is why he bans it from all of Hogwarts.
Makes sense to me.
So then, good old Dumbo, he pulls out this talking hat, right?
Okay, so Harry is definitely on acid.
Yeah, see, I thought that too, but no. The hat says to Harry, "You'd be good in Slytherin, you little bastard."
Isn't that the same house that has all the serial killers in it?
I think Ted Bundy was in Slytherin. Anyway, so Hazza, he goes to the hat. "Fuck off, you stupid hat, I'm in Gryffindor." Then he kicks the hat right in the nuts.
How does a hat have a nutsack?
I don't know. So Dumbledore, he like raises his goblet to Harry to like toast him, which is weird because he doesn't do it to any of the other kids. And then this guy with greasy hair and a big nose, he looks at Harry and he looks pissed.
Oh, why is he pissed?
I think you find out in a later movie that his dad cock-blocked him years ago because he wanted to bang Hazza's mum.
Really?
Yeah, or maybe he wanted to fuck his dad. I can't really remember. Anyways, Dumbledore makes food appear for everyone and they all start eating.
How does he do that?
Magic. Turns out wizards could have cured world hunger years ago, but they don't for some reason.
What a bunch of assholes.
Right? Anyways, after eating all that food, Ron shits himself. Then they get led to their dorms, right? But instead of using magic or an elevator or anything like that, they use these really dangerous levitating stairs. Oh, and these creepy portraits watch them all the way there.
Sounds terrifying.
So Hazza, he's so geared up about his first day that he doesn't sleep. So he just stays up all night by an open window stroking his owl.
Jesus, aren't there other kids in the dorm?
No, not his owl. His bloody pet owl, mate.
Oh.
And I just couldn't help but think it seems a bit unsafe that there's an open window 40 stories in the air, but I guess it's already proven that the school doesn't give a fuck about safety. So Hazza and Ron, they're late for their first class, yeah, but they think they're safe because McGonagall's not there yet.
Lucky.
But it turns out she's just been gaslighting every kid in the class because she turns from a cat into a human being.
Unlucky.
Yeah, but it gets even worse, right? The next class is with that big-nosed wanker from earlier on, and he grills Hazza for taking notes in class.
Isn't that a good thing?
Yeah, but like I said, he still has blue balls from when he was a teenager because he wanted to bang Hazza's mum.
Ah, right.
Anyways, he's like,
"Mr. Potter, you're a little cunt and I hate you."
That's a bit mean.
and after that, they're sitting in the Great Hall and a fuck ton of owls come in and start delivering everyone's mail.
Isn't that the same place they all eat? What if the birds shit everywhere?
We've been through this. If they're not strong enough to survive bird flu, Dumbledore doesn't want them there.
Right, that's fair.
And then next they have their first broom flying lesson.
Sounds dangerous. Do they wear helmets?
Nah, mate, of course not. So get this, the teacher leaves class, you know, to go have a smoko, and that little Malfoy, he steals Neville's Remembrall.
He does not. I hope someone teaches him a lesson.
Bloody Hazza steps up, doesn't he? And he says, "No you don't, you inbred wanker." And then he flies after him on his broom, but McGonagall catches him.
Who?
She's the teacher that likes to gaslight kids by pretending she's a cat.
Right, she's fun.
Yeah, she is. And get this, you think she's totally gonna bust Hazza's ass, but she doesn't. She only makes him bloody Seeker, right?
What's that?
I have no idea, but apparently it's good. And you're not gonna believe this. Hazza's father, he was only bloody Seeker too, wasn't he?
You're right. I don't believe it. I still don't know what a seeker is, though.
Neither do I. So now it's night time all of a sudden, and Hazza, Ronno, and Hermo all wander into the third floor corridor by accident.
Oh, they weren't supposed to go there, were they?
That's right. And there's this huge dog there with 3 fucking heads.
What?
Yeah, and get this, it's using all 3 heads to tongue stroke its little red rocket.
Gross.
But then it gets embarrassed because the 3 kids are watching him, you know, and he chases them all away.
So what's the dog guarding?
Well, that's revealed a little bit later, but it turns out it's not just Dumbledore's porno stash.
Really?
Anyways, it's daytime now, and Wood is teaching Hazza how to be a seeker.
Wood?
He's a student whose parents named him after a boner, but he's also the head of the Quidditch team.
I'm so confused.
Well, it turns out that being a seeker is just chasing a little flying ball around.
So to be a seeker is to be good with wood and balls?
I think so. I'm still not sure.
Okay.
Next, they have Charms class, and Ron is making a total dog's breakfast of the charm, and Hermione's like, "It's Leviosa, you wanker!"
She sounds a bit annoying, huh?
Yeah, I think maybe she's on her rags. But anyways, Ron is having a massive whinge to H-Dog after class about it, and Hermione overhears, so she runs off crying.
Oh, well now I kind of feel for it.
Yeah, well, it only gets worse. Neville tells Ron and Hazza at dinner that Hermione locked herself in the girls' bathroom and she's been crying in there all day.
Why doesn't she just go cry in her room or somewhere else that doesn't smell like piss?
Not sure, but get this, Quirrell, the guy with the racially inappropriate turban, he bursts in and he's like, "Troll in the dungeon!" And all the kids shit a brick.
I feel like he could have whispered that to the teachers quietly and not caused a panic.
And during all the screaming, that guy with the big nose, he sneaks off.
That's suspicious.
I think he was taking the chance to go whack off in his office while no one was looking.
They actually suggest that in the film.
Yeah, it's heavily implied. You see him carrying lotion and some tissues. So Hazza and Ron, they realise they've totally f***ed up because Hermione, she's still crying in the girls' dunnies, right? And that's only where the bloody troll is, so they run off to help her.
3 kids fighting a troll. They're gonna get minced.
Yeah, but Ron only comes in clutch, doesn't he? And he uses that spell, Wingardium Leviosa! And he shoves the troll's club up his own ass.
Ouch.
Yeah, but he goes a bit overboard with it, right? There's a 20-minute pegging scene till the other 2 kids ask him to stop.
Gross.
So Big Nose and McGonagall, they find him, and you think they're going to get like 20 years detention. But then Hermione, who never tells a lie, she tells like this massive stinking fib.
What does she say?
She tells them that Hazza and Ron came down to the Dunnies to stop Hermione smoking bongs in the school Dunnies. McGonagall's a bit unsure, and so is Big Nose, but Quirrell, he's a massive chuffhead, so he believes them. So they get away with it scot-free.
Lucky.
Yeah, but then McGonagall still takes 5 points from Gryffindor.
Unlucky.
But then she awards 5 points to both Ron and Hazza for doing the right thing. And the next day, they're all having a good old chinwag over breakfast, and Hazza goes, "Did you notice that Snape was bloody limping?" And Hermione's like, "Oh no!" And Hazza, he thinks that Snape is trying to steal the drugs that Hagrid stole from the vault at the start of the movie, but he got his leg bitten and that's why he's limping.
Ah, so Snape is pulling off some sort of drug heist and the kids have to stop him.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, these movies have everything, don't they?
Then Hazza's owl flies in and shits out a whole fucking broom. And Ron's like, "Oh!" But like everyone else is super jealous.
Who bought him the broom?
McGonagall! What a mad dog, right?
Isn't Harry loaded?
Yeah, he's got heaps of money.
Seems a bit unfair that she gave a broom to a kid who already has a shit ton of money and all the other poorer students got nothing.
Yeah, you're right, that is a bit messed up. So anyways, Hazza has his first big Quidditch match, right?
Do they explain the sport any better?
Not really, but anyways, it's super sick, right? And they're all flying around on their brooms, and Hazza starts acting like a bloody drug addict, and he's swerving around all over the place.
Has someone cursed him?
Yeah, mate, and Hermo, she sees Snape in her binoculars, you know, mouthing some spell.
Wait, they make the kids watch the game through binoculars?
Yeah, so what?
Even muggles have big screen TVs at the footy.
Yeah, mate, the game is cooked. You don't need to tell me that. So anyways, Hermo, she sneaks up behind Snape and lights his bloody cloak on fire. Then Snape sees, and he shits himself because he's so scared, and all the other teachers, they run away because of the smell.
Does it stop the curse?
Of course it bloody does. Snape had fish tacos for lunch, so all the teachers are vomiting for hours. But then Hazza catches the golden snitch, and he only wins the whole bloody game, doesn't he?
He wins his first game of Quidditch ever. Haven't some of the other kids been playing for years? They must be shit.
I think maybe some of the other players are special needs kids.
That's dark.
You won't believe what happens next though, right? Ronnie, Hazza and Hermo are all talking to old man Hagrid, and he's like, "Snape wouldn't bloody curse you, you little c***." And he tells them that the big 3-headed dog is actually his, and he was the one that taught him how to use all 3 heads to lick his own schlong.
Why the hell would he do that?
It's a bit murky to be honest with you, but then get this, he says he won the dog from some geezer at a pub, and that the dog is actually there guarding something for Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel.
And who's that?
Yeah, no idea, but it's only mentioned now that it's actually convenient to the plot. So anyways, the kids go out looking for him.
It's lucky Hagrid told them all that vital information, hey?
We shouldn't have expositioned that.
So anyways, it's Christmas now, and Hazza and Ronno, they're...
How the hell is it Christmas? I feel like he's only been there a week.
Yeah, look, time is all over the place in this film, but Hazza, he gets another secret present, right?
This bloody kid, no wonder Ron gets pissed with him. What has he got now?
An invisibility cloak.
Fuck off. Really? Who's giving a 12-year-old kid one of those?
We don't really know, but Hazza, he uses it to search the restricted section at the school library for Nicholas Flamel.
That's smart.
Yeah, but he almost gets caught by this old guy called Filch, who likes to stay up late bumming his cat.
Gross.
Anyways, when he's running away, he sees Snape giving racist Quirrell the shakedown.
For being a racist?
Nah, see, that's the thing. He's trying to recruit him back on his side or something like that.
That's suspicious.
Very suspicious. So anyways, Snape almost catches Hazza. So he runs off and he hides in this room where there's this big mirror.
A mirror? So what?
Yeah, well, that's what I thought. I thought maybe it was one of those mirrors that you use to get changed in front of, you know, at Target. But apparently it's a magic mirror, and Hazza sees his dead parents in there.
Holy shit.
Nah, mate, they aren't skeletons.
Oh, phew.
But his mum, she's like creepily rubbing his shoulder.
That is creepy.
I feel like it would have been worse if it was the dad, you know?
Same here.
So Hazza, he legs it and he goes and fetches Ronno, who's having a crank in bed, and he comes and looks in the mirror, and he doesn't see Hazza's parents.
It's not skeletons, is it?
No, don't worry, he doesn't see skeletons either.
Oh, thank God. What does he see then?
Ron sees himself as captain of the Quidditch team.
What's this mirror's deal? Is it smoking crack?
Nah, it's not. But one night, Dumbledore catches Hazza looking into the mirror, right?
Then is he smoking crack?
Yeah, I reckon he might be, because he says to Hazza that the mirror actually shows people their desires.
What does Dumbledore see?
A big sweaty man sausage.
Ah, right. So Dumbledore's gay.
Anyway, so Hermo looks into the book that Hazza stole from the restricted section in the school library, and she only finds the bloody name Nicholas Flamel, doesn't she?
What?
Turns out he's a 650-year-old geezer who owns the Philosopher's Stone.
Ah, that's the name of the movie, isn't it?
That's right. And Hermione, she thinks that other than tons of drugs, the three-headed dog is actually there to guard the Philosopher's Stone.
Things are getting very interesting.
So then they go to visit Hagrid at his hut again after hours.
That's a bit sus.
Very sus indeed. Anyways, he says that Snape is actually one of the teachers guarding the Philosopher's Stone, and that Dumbledore promised him like a mountain of coke if he did it right.
Plot twist. So Snape is a good guy.
Yeah, apparently, but he's still a bit of a cunt. Anyways, Hagrid shows him this dragon egg, and it only bloody hatches in front of him, doesn't it?
Well, that's convenient.
So all the kids are bloody losing their heads over this dragon, and he tells them that he won it off some creepy dude at a bar.
He really hangs out at a lot of shady bars, doesn't he? How the hell's he still working at this school?
No idea, but get this, they look at the window, and Malfoy, he's watching him, and he legs it.
Uh-oh. Wait, who cares?
Yeah, well, dragons are illegal, aren't they?
They are?
Yeah, because the movie says they are.
Makes sense.
So Malfoy, he goes and snitches straight to McGonagall.
Oh, well, they'll be fine. She brought Harry a broom after all.
Nah, she stings him with a 50 house point fine and says they gotta go work in the Forbidden Forest after hours.
You mean the dangerous forest with all the monsters that the kids could easily get lost in and killed?
Yeah, that's the one.
That's a little bit irresponsible.
And Malfoy, he's laughing because he's got him in trouble, but then she stings him too because he's also out of his bed after hours.
Unlucky.
So next, that fella who likes to bum his cat, he leads him into the woods and he hands him over to Hagrid, who's having a whinge because Dumbledore took his dragon away.
I mean, that's fair enough, right? That thing's just going to munch away on students as soon as it gets older.
Right? So they split into two groups. Ronnie and Hermo go with Hagrid, and Hazza, he gets saddled with Malfoy and Hagrid's dog Fang.
I thought Hagrid's dog was guarding the Philosopher's Stone.
No, mate. This is his other smaller dog. It's also only got one head.
Makes sense to me.
Anyways, Hazza and Malfoy, they come across this total sex pest in the Magic Forest. He's munching away on a dead unicorn, drinking the blood straight from its neck.
This is a kid's film, yeah?
Yeah, and then Hazza, he's saved by a bloody centaur.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I don't know. It makes no sense. He comes from nowhere. He tells Hazza that unicorn blood can keep you alive, even if you're almost dead, and that the guy drinking the blood, he's only bloody Voldemort, isn't he?
Ah, the evil wizard with leukemia who killed his parents.
Yeah, that's the one. Anyways, Hermione, Ronno, and Hagrid, they all come back, and the centaur just goes, yeah, peace out, mate, and just leaves.
Does he come back?
Nah, pointless character. I think JK was actually running out of time when she was writing the book.
So she was just like, fuck it, the centaur saves him.
Yeah, exactly. No one's mentioned him up until this point.
That's a little bit lazy, isn't it?
So anyways, the core trio, they're shooting the shit.
And Hazza, he still thinks Snape's bad and that he wants the Philosopher's Stone and the drugs. But he's also worried that old mate Voldemort, who has leukemia, is going to come and kill him also.
Doesn't he still know jujitsu though?
No, it turns out he gave it up when he was like 1 year old, and now in a fight he's about as useless as a condom with air holes.
Damn.
So now it's the end of the year and they're...
Wait, how is a whole year gone?
No, they start school in the middle of the year for some reason.
It still only feels like you got there 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, Hogwarts is So anyway, Hazza, he's having this burning sensation, right? And he starts having a whinge.
Did you have chlamydia?
No. On the scar on his head, mate.
Right, head chlamydia.
Yeah, exactly. So anyways, Hazza finally puts 2 and 2 together, right? He thinks that the guy from the bar who sold Hagrid the dragon egg, he must also be the same bloke from the woods who was eating the dead unicorn.
And how does he figure that out?
It's a bit unclear. Anyways, Hagrid's fucked up, right? Because he got so sloshed playing beer pong with the guy at the pub that he's told him how to get past the 3-headed dog.
And how do you get past the 3-headed dog?
He says you got to put peanut butter on the dog's balls. That'll distract him.
Gross.
So the kids leg it and they go and tell McGonagall and she's like, how the fuck did you know about the Philosopher's Stone? And then she says, piss off and go back to class.
So she doesn't believe them?
Nah, mate, because apparently the only 3 people at this school who can solve a mystery are 3 kids who don't even have their pubes yet.
Makes sense to me.
Then Snape, he starts acting really suspicious.
That's suspicious.
And then Hazza goes, we're going to sneak out tonight and we're going to stop that big-nosed twat ourselves.
So there aren't like any wizard police they could call or anything like that?
Yeah, there is. They're called the Auras, but they don't get introduced till a later movie.
I see.
So get this, when they're trying to sneak out, that kid Neville, remember the kid who almost lost his Remembrall? He tries to stop him, and he's like, I don't want to lose any more points from Gryffindor. And he loses it, right? And he says he'll punch Hermione right in the tit.
That's so specific.
So Hermione, she freezes him and he drops right to the floor and probably cracks open his skull. And then they sneak off to the 3-headed dog. But get this, it's already got peanut butter on its balls.
So Snape has beat him there.
Yeah, that's what Hazza reckons too. So anyways, they jump down this trapdoor and there's these big slimy tentacles that wrap around you when you jump on them.
Sounds like this is turning into some sort of hentai film.
Hermione seems to know a lot about these tentacles, so she says the only way to get rid of them is to relax. But Ron, he loses his shit and he starts panicking.
So Ron gets pegged now. That's karma for you.
Next, they've got to catch a key on a flying broom.
Why?
It's not clear. It seems like a pointless fetch quest. But anyway, Harry does it because he's really good at Quidditch now.
I still don't understand that game.
Me either. So then they have to play a game of giant chess.
And why's that?
It's unclear. Anyways, I think the chess pieces are on fentanyl because they keep trying to stab him. And Ron, he gets shanked by the Queen, so Hermione has to stay back and take care of him, which means Hazza has to go and take on Snape all by himself.
Boss battle.
But get this, it wasn't bloody Snape after all, was it?
It wasn't?
Nah, mate, it's that guy Quirrell who was in the turban from the start.
Oh, plot twist. Actually, not really. He did act sus in every scene he was in.
Right? But guess what? It wasn't just a racially inappropriate turban after all. He turns around and Voldemort's only on the back of his bloody head, isn't he?
How?
Somehow, after Hazza kicked his dick off, Voldemort didn't die. He just kind of floated around until one day he attached to the back of Quirrell's head.
That makes sense.
No, it doesn't. So Quirrell, he tells Hazza that he was the one who was actually trying to curse him at the Quidditch game. And he's been faking the stutter the whole movie.
Who would suspect? Poor stuttering Professor Quirrell.
That is offensive for so many reasons.
And the only reason he failed to kill him at the Quidditch match was because Snape shit himself after Hermione set him on fire, and then Quirrell had to go vomit in the toilet because it smelt like fish tacos.
That's convenient, so Snape isn't bad after all.
It's not clear. Anyways, Quirrell has that mirror from earlier in the movie, and he says to Hazza, you gotta look into it, mate. And when Harry does, he doesn't see his dead parents anymore. He sees a reflection of himself who's holding the Philosopher's Stone, and then his reflection puts the Philosopher's Stone in his pocket.
None of that made sense to me at all.
Yeah, again, I think JK was just running out of time and she just started spitballing and then she came up with that, which was pretty shit.
Yep, that's fair.
So Quirrell wants the stone now, right? And Hazza tells him to jog on and go sit on a fat one, but Quirrell just flips out, right? And he tries to jump on Hazza, and you won't believe this, he can't touch his bloody skin.
He can't.
So Hazza, he goes full ghetto mode and just grabs Quirrell by the face and just incinerates him.
So Harry just straight up murders him.
Yep, straight up murders him. He probably didn't even need to either, could have just burned off his hands. So anyways, Voldemort turns into a cloud and flies through Harry's chest.
Do I even need to ask why?
You better believe that's never explained. Hazza passes out and he wakes up in the hospital wing and you're not gonna believe who's there.
Dumbledore.
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, he tells Hazza that him and his mate Nicholas Flamel have actually decided to destroy the stone.
Doesn't that mean Nicholas Flamel will die?
Yeah, if I'm honest, I think it was more Dumbledore's plan. I don't think Nicholas Flamel would have been cool with that. So Dumbledore tells Hazza that he was the one who actually hid the stone in the mirror, and that only a person who wanted to find the stone and didn't want to use it was the one who could actually find it.
What?
Dumbledore's a bit of a chuff head. The plan doesn't really make any sense. But next, he tells Hazza that the only reason Quirrell couldn't kill him was because his mum put love in his skin.
She put love in his skin? What the fuck?
Yeah, no idea what that's about. Anyways, before Dumbledore goes, he eats one of those every flavoured beans, but he gets a 2-day-old jizz flavour and then he vomits everywhere. Yuck. But that's pretty much it. Gryffindor wins the House Cup and then...
How?
I don't know. Dumbledore just gives them 1,000,000 points out of nowhere.
It really does seem like all the other kids at this school are just NPCs, right?
Bit unfair for all the Slytherin kids that worked really hard, but whatever. Hazza goes back to the Dursleys and that's it. The end.
I feel like Harry could have just stayed at the castle. Why does he have to go back to the Dursleys?
Yeah, true. I mean, he does have a reason, but they don't really explain it for another 5 movies, and even then, doesn't really make any sense.
Fair enough. Well, not really. Seems lazy, but go on.
No, mate, that's it. What did you think?
I mean, I liked it, but you watched it with me last night, so you really didn't need to tell me any of that at all.
Oh, that's right. Fuck. Sorry, I've got to stop drinking.
Good idea. Watched a ripper movie last night.
Sick. What was it?
Hazza, Potto, and the Chamber of Fucking Secrets.
And what's a Chamber of Secrets?
I think it's like a metaphor for a sweaty asshole or something like that.
Gross. What makes you think that?
I don't want to spoil the end because that's the best part, but it turns out someone's jammed a big sweaty snake up there. Are you sure you downloaded the right version? So the movie starts with Hazza asking Dursley if he can let his owl out. Jesus Christ.
Nah, mate, not his bloody owl, his pet owl.
That makes more sense.
So Hazza's being like this emo sad sack because his friends haven't written to him in months, and Dursley...
Hang on, who is he again?
Dursley's the one who looks like every single artery in his body is clogged with fat.
Gotcha. He's having this big meeting with one of his bosses, and he really wants to gobble this guy's Philosopher's Stones, so he's asked Hazza to stay upstairs so that he doesn't embarrass him.
And what does this Dursley do for work?
Look, it's not really clear, but he's dressed everyone up like 1950s gangsters for some reason, so I think it's pretty safe to assume that he sells children on the dark web.
Jesus Christ.
So Hazza stomps upstairs, and there's this little bloody gremlin thing stomping around on his bed called Dobby. What is a Dobby?
He says he's a house elf, but I think they're playing it fast and loose with IP infringement, because this guy kind of looks like Yoda and Jar Jar Binks' aborted baby. Anyways, Dobby flipped like a purple Hyundai or something before he came, because he's banging his head on drawers, dancing around, and he's raving about some sort of plot to kill Harry Potter.
Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry!
Holy crap, what does Hazza do? He tells Dobby to chill the fuck out, so he gives him a Powerade and a Valium to get him to calm down. But Dobby, he thinks this is real and not just some sort of drug trip. He says he's a slave and that he escaped an iPhone factory just to get out here and tell him this.
Poor little guy.
Yeah, well, don't feel too sorry for him, mate, because it turns out he's stealing all of Hazza's mates' letters and he's wiping his own ass with them.
Why would he do that?
He reckons that if Hazza didn't think he had any friends, he wouldn't go back to bloody Hogwarts, right? He also tells Hazza that he sliced his little brown balloon knot open, wiping it on all those letters.
And that's why his voice is so high-pitched?
Exactly. And Dobby legs it downstairs, right? And he says to Hazza he's going to levitate the cake using some sort of elf voodoo magic, and he's going to drop it on the boss's wife's tits if Hazza doesn't promise that he won't go back to Hogwarts. What does he do? He tells him to jog on and sit on a fat one.
Nice.
So Dobby drops the cake on this lady, and I'm pretty sure it kills her.
It kills her?
Yeah, maybe. I went to take a shit, so I'm not sure. Anyways, the next minute, Dursley's putting bars on Hazza's window, and he says that he's never going to leave his room ever again.
Wait, what? I thought he hated Harry.
Yeah, he does. No one in the family wants him there.
So they lock him inside the house rather than let him leave and go to school for an entire school year? Isn't that counterproductive?
Yeah, look, it's a shit plan. Anyways, Hazza thinks it's game over, right? And then Ronno appears at his window in a bloody flying car.
He what?
Yeah, look, no idea what that's about. Anyways, they bust Hazza out of this second-story window like it's Alcatraz or something, and Dursley loses his shit and he tries to stop him, and he falls out of the second-story window.
And does he die?
Nah, there's like this really conveniently placed bush or something, and there's no way he would have survived that fall because the dude weighs more than like 3 elephants.
Maybe it was magic.
Yeah, probably. That's pretty much the answer for any bull that happens in these films. Anyway, Ron goes, "Happy birthday, Harry, you little c***." And then they land the car at the burrow and try to sneak in.
The burrow? So Ron's family live underground like some sort of human wombat hybrids?
Nah, mate, it's like some rundown old farm.
Well, then why is it called the burrow? I feel like J.K. Rowling is calling poor people rodents.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's not the worst thing she said, is it? So they're sneaking in, right? And Molly Weasley catches them, doesn't she? And she's like,
Ronald Weasley, where have you been? been, you ginger twat?
Isn't she a ginger too? Look, she's a total hypocrite, really. And then Ron goes, but Mum, they were like starving him. And she goes,
Well, then you should have let him die, you little bastard.
that is cold as ice. Yeah, she's brutal. I think she used to execute people for the state or something before she became a housewife. Anyways, they're all having breakfast, and then Ginny comes downstairs, right? And she pisses her pants and legs it back upstairs. Why does she do that? Apparently she like froths Hazza, and she's got this massive crush on him. So now there's like liters of piss on the floor, and Ginny's been up all night eating asparagus and pickled onions, so the floor just totally reeks. Gross. So everyone's vomiting, and then Mr. Weasley comes home, and he's stoked to see Hazza, right? Wait, it's 9 in the morning. This guy's only just getting home? What the hell does he do for work? Well, that's just it, right? Apparently he works for the Ministry of Magic. Nah, mate, the Ministry of Sound. He's a hardcore EDM DJ. He stays up all night spinning decks and bloody snorting lines. Really? Yeah, I think he might even be the bloke that gives Dobby all of his gear. That makes sense. Anyways, Molly is still fuming about Rono and bloody the twins stealing the car to try and rescue Hazza, right? And she thinks that Arthur's going to be spewing too. And he's a bit grumpy because he's coming down, and Ginny ate all the bananas so he doesn't have any serotonin left. But he's actually super chill, and he just wants to know how fast they managed to fang it in the flying car. Anyways, the Weasley's owl Errol brings all these letters to the window, but he smashes into the window because he's had one too many puffs on the billy. And these letters apparently have like this massive list of books that they all have to buy for this year at Hogwarts. And Arthur and Molly are a bit worried because they don't have much money, and the Ministry apparently only pays Arthur in free CDs and bus passes. That's bull. Who even has a CD player anymore? Yeah, exactly. Anyways, Molly says that they have to go to Diagon Alley in order to get all of these books, right? And Ron's like, but Harry hasn't travelled by Floo powder before, is he? And Harry goes, what's Floo powder, you bloody wankers? So Molly says Rono has to show Hazza how to do it, otherwise she'll break his legs. She sounds like a very angry woman. Yeah, I think she's going through menopause or something like that. Anyway, she says, don't be scared, you little wanker. And then she pushes him into the fire and says, just make sure you say the name Diagon Alley really clearly. And then what happens? Hazza only bloody says diagonally, doesn't he? The bloody pelican. Does he die? Nah, mate, he just ends up somewhere else for some reason. Where does he end up then? Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? He's all dusty and his glasses are smashed up. It looks like he's in some sort of weird sex dungeon. And then this zombie hand tries to spank him off. Oh my God. Yeah, don't worry though, mate. He gets away. Whew. Yeah, but then there are these super sus people in the street who start swarming him, right? Uh-oh. What makes them sus? I'm not really sure. They just kind of look poor, but there's this super sus music underneath them that makes them look really evil. I'm starting to feel like this film just hates poor people. Yeah, maybe. Anyways, just when it looks like it's over for Hazza, Hagrid shows up, doesn't he? And he's like, oi, jog on, you little bastards. And then he picks up one of the poor people and just snaps him over his knee like he's in WWE or something. That seems excessive. Then Hagrid takes Hazza to a bookstore, right? And you won't guess who's bloody there. Hermione. Yeah, that's right. Anyways, she's like, Harry, you're going to die a virgin if you go on looking like that. And then she uses this spell that like totally fixes his glasses. That's nice of her. Yeah, it is. So anyways, they go into the bookshop, right? And there's this super posh wanker called Lockhart who's signing all these books. Apparently he's supposed to be super famous or something, but they've never really mentioned him up into this point in the movies. Yeah, that does seem weird. So apparently he's like super attractive or something because every woman in the store is leaking from the gash over him. And then he sees Hazza and he gets all excited and he wants to take a selfie for Instagram. And Hazza's like, oh, I'm only on Snapchat, sorry. And then he gets a little bit pissed off by that, but he gives Hazza a bunch of free books, right? Seriously, what is with this kid? He's loaded and everybody just gives him free shit. Yeah, it's pretty messed up. Does he at least give the books to the Weasleys who can't afford them? No, he doesn't give them anything. He's a total c***. Anyways, Malfoy's been standing up the top of the store, right, waiting for his line in the script to speak, and he comes up to Hazza and he's like, you think you're great because you're famous. Well, I've got news for you. I'm rich and both of my testicles have descended, so I'm better than you. And then it looks like Hazza is about to kick him in one of those testicles when Malfoy's dad shows up, right? Uh-oh. Yeah, you're damn right, uh-oh. He gives everyone a spraying, doesn't he? He says Hazza's scar looks like that graffiti S that people used to draw on school tables, and then he makes fun of Hermione for having muggle parents. Ah, right, so the Malfoys are like old school racists. Yeah, they've even got the blonde hair and everything. Anyways, he starts abusing all the Weasleys, saying they look super povo and all their books look like they're printed on used Chinese toilet paper. But then there's this super close-up, right, of him putting a book into Ginny's bucket. Ah, that's going to be important to the plot, isn't it? Yeah, but they're kind of hoping you forget how obvious it was by the end of the movie. I already have. So next up, Arthur and Molly take the kids to the train station so that they can go to Hogwarts. Why don't they take them themselves? They have a flying car. It's unclear. But anyways, everyone goes
goes through the secret door between platforms 9 and 10, and Hazza and Ron are last, right? They try to go through, but then they smash into the wall and break every bone in their face. Ouch. Yeah, and then that train conductor from the first film, he doesn't ask if they're okay or anything. He just gives them total grief for some reason.
What do you think you're doing?
Sorry.
That guy's a massive cunt, right? Anyways, Ron says, I know, we'll take the bloody flying car, won't we? Wouldn't that draw unwanted attention from muggles? You're damn right it would. So this taxi driver sees him, and he thinks he's eaten like a massive hash brownie or something, and he totally greens out in the car. Why didn't they just use flu powder? Or maybe they could get one of the adults to apparate them to Hogsmeade. Or a port key. Yeah, mate, the movie makes no sense. You don't need to tell me that. Anyways, they use the car to follow the train for some reason, and then when they can't find it, they fly right down onto the tracks, and they almost get hit by the very train that they're looking for. I mean, I feel like they could have easily seen it from above or heard it coming from a mile away, but whatever. Yeah, look, I think it was a producer's note, to be honest with you, so the producer was just like, there's no action here, so just jam some in, even if it doesn't make sense or defies common logic. That makes sense. Anyways, Hazza almost falls out of the flying car, and Ron, he can't pull him back up because his hand is too sweaty.
Your hand's all sweaty.
Why are his hands so sweaty? Because he cranks one out when he's nervous, doesn't he? I do that too. Yeah, me too. So anyways, they're finally at Hogwarts, and the car stops bloody working, doesn't it? That seems a bit convenient. It breaks down right as they get to Hogwarts. Yeah, so they smash into this tree, and Ron snaps his bloody wand in half. Ouch. I guess that's what he gets for cranking one out in the car right next to Harry. Nah, mate, not his wand, his bloody wand. Ah, right, that makes much more sense. Anyways, this tree has like massive roid rage, right? Because apparently it's been juicing for so long that it doesn't have any penis or balls left. Oh my god. Yeah, so it takes out all of its anger on Hazza, Ronno, and their bloody car, and it just starts swinging its fists everywhere like it's on fentanyl. Jesus Christ, do they survive? Ron and Hazza are fine, but the car gets pissed off at them for getting it beat up, so it drives away in a massive stink. Wait, the car is alive? Yeah, it's alive now apparently. Anyway, they sneak in super late, right? And Hazza, he's starting to put the pieces together, right? He's like, the platform, the roid rage tree, the car. Someone doesn't want him to come to Hogwarts this year. I mean, he has a point, right? Yeah, he does, but Dobby did tell him that exact same thing at the start of the movie, so it's really not that clever, is it? Yeah, so he's passing off Dobby's ideas like his own. I hate when people do that. So anyways, that old geezer Filch finds. Is that the guy that likes to bum his cat from the first film? Yeah, that's him. And he's like, oh, you are in trouble now, aren't you, you little wankers? Then he takes him to Snape, and Snape goes,
Mr. Potter, you were seen by no less than 40,000 muggles.
oh shit. Is that bad? Yeah, because wizards aren't allowed to use magic in front of muggles, are they? They aren't? Why not? Well, because otherwise the muggles would just keep asking the wizards to fix things, wouldn't they? Things like starvation, poverty, or cancer. Ah, right, so all wizards are selfish c***s. Yeah, pretty much. Anyways, Hazza claps back, right, and he's like, you were seen walking out of that X-rated bookstore in Camden, carrying a copy of Big Nose Backdoor Beauties 5. Whoa, damn, Snape got roasted. Anyways, he's about to lose his shit when Dumbledore and McGonagall rock up. Dumbledore goes,
You can't expel them because you're not the head of Gryffindor, Severus Simp.
and then McGonagall just totally lets them off the hook. Why does she do that? Well, because both Ronno and Hazza have plot armor. Oh yeah, that makes sense. So now it's the next day for some reason, and they're in herbology class with Professor Sprout. Who's Professor Sprout? She's this super chill old lady, right? And she likes talking about sex and radishes.
If it was good sex, then I would rather have sex. But if it was bad sex, I'd rather have a radish.
Sounds like a fun lady. Yeah, she is. Anyways, she shows them these plants called mandrakes. These things can scream so loud that they shit glass, and one of them screams so loudly that it vibrates Neville's bowels, and he shits himself so badly that his own head comes out of his arse. Jesus Christ. Next, they're all chin-wagging in the Great Hall, and they're all munging down on some good old-fashioned grub when Ron's owl comes in and just smashes into a bowl of chips. Is his owl sick or something? Nah, see, like his owl has this massive drinking problem because his ex-wife divorced him, and now she's trying to get custody of all 20 of his kids. Poor little guy. And he's been busted for flying and drinking about 20 times, so now he doesn't even have a license. Anyways, he drops off this thing called a howler, right? And it's not the way your mum howls when I come round to visit. What was that? It's like this magical piece of paper that hurls abuse at whoever it's delivered to. What did you say about my mum? Shut up. Anyways, this thing is giving Ron an absolute spraying, right? It's saying how he's got a limp penis and that he's got no pubes. And then this kid called Colin Creevy rocks up, and he starts taking all these photos of Hazza. Why would he do that? Yeah, he's like a massive fan or something. He's got this shrine in his room where he's putting all these photos, and there's pieces of Harry's hair and his skin and stuff like that. Ah, right, so he's going to be a serial killer when he grows up. Yeah, probably. Anyways, who cares? Next, they have Defense Against the Dark Arts, and you're never going to believe who their bloody teacher is. I mean, they haven't really introduced many new characters, so probably that guy from the bookstore at the start. Fuck off, that's right.
Anyways, all the girls in the class think he's super hot or something because they're all leaking between the legs. And he starts banging on about how famous he is because he has this record deal with both Kanye and Drake.
And those probably aren't two names you'd want to associate yourself with nowadays.
Yeah, but remember, this is an old movie, so no one knew about the Nazi and pedo stuff yet.
They do make good music.
Anyways, he brings these pixies into the class, and they kind of look like the Smurfs if they were locked in a room with nothing but heroin and Red Bull for 42 years.
They sound dangerous.
Oh, they're super dangerous. Anyways, he lets them loose in the class with all the kids.
What?
Yeah, see, it turns out this guy's an absolute bellend and he has no idea what he's doing. And really starts getting out of hand when the pixies form two rival gangs like the Crips and the Bloods.
And what does Lockhart do?
Well, he legs it, doesn't he?
Smart.
Heh. Anyways, Hazza, Rono and Hermo have to clean up the mess. And then next, Hazza's at Quidditch and he's talking to Wood.
Who's Wood?
Remember he's the guy that's named after boners?
Harder and longer.
So they're about to go do training, aren't they? But then they realise that Snape has allowed Slytherin to actually have the pitch to train their new Seeker. It turns out it's Malfoy.
Oh, so they're going to be head to head?
Yeah, that's right. And Malfoy's dad is like Elon Musk or something, and he's bought everyone in Slytherin these supercharged brooms and flamethrowers so that when Gryffindor plays them, they're going to be totally f***ed.
Seems unfair that parents can rig a children's sporting activity, but go on.
Yeah, well, get this. While Wood is cracking a hissy fit, Malfoy calls Hermo a mudblood, and everyone is super shocked.
What is a mudblood?
Well, we don't really know that yet, but Ron is spewing, right? So he pulls out his wand and tries to curse Malfoy, but because his wand is still broken, the spell only bloody bounces back and hits him in the face, and he starts chundering up these big slugs.
So they take him right to Madame Pomfrey in the hospital wing, right?
No, mate, they take him to Hagrid, don't they?
Why?
Well, because the script said that that was where they had to take him.
That makes sense.
Anyways, he tells them that the word mudblood is basically the N-word in the magical world, and that it's not okay for anyone to say it, even if they're at karaoke and singing rap music.
I mean, that's fair enough, right?
So next up, Hazard's in detention with Lockhart, right? And he's getting Hazard to sign all his fan mail and forge his signature just like Mr. Beast does.
Why?
I'm not really sure. They don't really explain it, but they kind of just hope you'll roll with the punches like most of the in these films. But that's not the point, right? Hazard starts hearing this voice. And so he tells Lockhart, and Lockhart snatches the bong back and says, mate, you've had one puff too many. And then he lets him go back to his dorm. And on the way there, he sees Rono and Hermo.
Where did they come from?
It's unclear. It's either they were waiting in the hallway for hours just for him, or that the scriptwriter couldn't be bothered writing that part.
Makes sense to me.
Anyways, they see all these bloody spiders, don't they? And these spiders are kind of like goose stepping in a line like they've been trained to or something.
Wait, so they're like Nazi spiders?
Maybe. Yeah, sure, why not? Anyways, they walk around the corner and Filch's bloody cat's been nailed to the wall, hasn't it? And in blood is written, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened, you dogs.
Ooh, that's the name of the movie.
That's right. And they don't mean Filch's cat's Chamber of Secrets either, because underneath is written, enemies of the air, beware. And then for some reason, every kid at school rocks up in like 2 neat packs.
That's very convenient.
Yeah, it's almost like there were 2 stagehands off screen waiting for the director to wave them in when he told them to. Anyways, Filch rocks up and he sees his cat and he is spewing. So he says he's going to give Hazard a Colombian necktie, but just in time, Dumbledore and McGonagall rock up and they tell him to jog on and sit on a fat one.
Lucky, kind of seems like they're just around the corner whenever Harry gets in trouble.
Yeah, mate, I already told you this. Hazard has bloody plot armor, doesn't he? Nothing can touch him.
True.
Anyways, Dumbledore tells all the other kids to piss off and go back to bed, and Snape goes,
Maybe Mr. Potter and his friends were just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
That's uncharacteristically nice of him. Yeah, you'd think so, wouldn't you? But then he goes,
Mr. Potter, you are the result of incest, and your mother gave me a wristy one night after school.
What a Exactly, but then Dumbledore goes, hey mate, Filch, your cat isn't dead, you bloody plonker. It's just asleep.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, and then he says that these mandrakes, you know, the ones that made Neville shit his head out of his own ass, apparently they can be made into a potion that will save the cat. Just like that book. Very convenient that they were teaching them this year. Yeah, very convenient. Anyways, Dumbledore goes,
I strongly advise caution to all.
Which is really weird because he's already told everyone to go back to bed, so there's literally no one in the corridor at that point.
That is weird.
Anyways, Haz is banging on to Hermo about this creepy voice he heard, and she tells him to shut the f*** up, because apparently even in the wizarding world, it's really bad to be hearing voices.
I don't know why they'd be scared of a boy who can hear voices in a castle filled with ghosts on the border of a haunted forest, but go on.
Exactly. Anyways, the next day they're in Transfiguration with McGonagall, right? Which is really weird because they have all these really rare birds in the room that you could probably only get if you engaged in some
sort of illegal poaching activity. And then she turns one of them into a glass with a spell. Oh, Jesus, does she turn it back? Nah, it's cold-blooded. Anyways, Ronno has a crack too, so he tries to turn his pet rat into a glass, but he totally f***s it up because his wand is still cooked. And then McGonagall is like,
Mr. Weasley, your wand needs repairing, you povo c***. Go and get a new one.
Seems a bit harsh. It's super harsh, right? And then she like spits right in his face and tells him he's trash because remember the movie hates poor people. And then Hermo asks her about the Chamber of Secrets. Ah, that's the name of the movie. Yeah, it is. Anyways, she spins this epic yarn about how Hogwarts was actually founded by these 4 mad dog wizards called Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. Also, there was a guy called Bruce, but no one talks about him. So that's where the house names come from. I always thought they were named after Pokemon or something like that. Yeah, I thought that too. Anyways, she said that Slytherin disagreed with the other guys, right, about who should be allowed to be taught at the school. Apparently, he didn't want any mudbloods there. So Slytherin was a racist, just like the Malfoys. Why did they name a house after him then? Yeah, look, that's super unclear, especially considering that all the murderers and sex pests seem to come from Slytherin. They should probably just get rid of the house entirely, right? Yeah, but remember, then Warner Brothers wouldn't have any money because there'd be no franchise and they'd be even more in debt. Anyway, she says that people have been searching for this Chamber of Secrets for like thousands of years, but she does say something very interesting though. What's that? That in the Chamber of Secrets lurks a big monster and only the true heir of Slytherin can bloody control it. That is interesting. Anyways, Ronno, Hazza and Hermo, they're all having a chinwag after class, and Hazza, he's convinced that Malfoy is the heir of Slytherin, right? Because he's always stroking his little wand over the thought of killing mudbloods. But Hermo, she's not convinced, right? She thinks they need more evidence, but she has this epic plan, right? She was reading this old school book while she was on the dunny taking a big poo, and she found this thing called Polyjuice Potion, right? It's a bit gross that she takes school books into the toilets with her, isn't it? I mean, half the people that are watching this are probably on the toilet right now, so what's the difference? Good point. Go on. She reckons that this potion can change them into looking like Malfoy's 2 dropkick mates, Crabbe and Goyle, and then they can trick Malfoy into telling him whether he's the heir of Slytherin or not. That's a good plan. Right? Anyway, she says the catch is this potion takes about 6 months to brew. Good thing the movie jumps around in time so much. That's going to go past in minutes. Case in point, now they're playing Quidditch. Snap, the big game. Yeah, exactly. Anyways, Haz is flying around, he's doing his thing, and then this rogue bludger, right, starts chasing after him, and it calls him a specky twat and says it wants to kill him. What is a bludger? They're like these really big iron balls that the players all hit through these tiny holes with wooden bats trying to score points. Wait, they hit iron balls with wooden bats? That's going to do f*** all, other than break the bats. I know, right? And what's the point in all that if Harry can just catch the golden snitch and win the game anyways? Mate, you don't need to tell me that everyone else at this school acts like an NPC and this game makes no bloody sense. Anyways, Hazard's dodging this bloody bludger, right? And he only sees the golden snitch, doesn't he? Of course he does. And then Malfoy only spots it, doesn't he? So Hazard and Malfoy are flying after the snitch while the bloody bludger is flying around behind Hazard, smashing through all these support beams. Jesus Christ, do the bleachers fall down? Nah, mate, why would that happen? What the hell's the point in all those support beams then? No idea. Anyways, Hazard punches Malfoy right in the dick and he falls off his broom, but then the bludger breaks his bloody arm, doesn't it? That'd hurt. But Hazard, he's a total mad dog, right? And he still manages to catch the snitch, even with a broken arm. Is he gonna win every game he plays? Yeah, pretty much. Anyways, he's lying on the ground and that bludger comes back and it's trying to crush his skull, right? And then everyone gets worried about him now for some reason. So then Hermo runs up and she kicks it right in the gooch and it explodes. Wasn't the bleachers filled with teachers? Why did it take a second-year student to come in and help him? No idea. Anyways, Lockhart runs up and he tries to show off to all the other students by saying he can fix Hazard's arm, which Hazard's super sus about. And then he makes a total dog's breakfast of the spell, right? And just removes all of Hazard's bones completely. So then he has to spend all night in the hospital wing growing back his bloody bones. He seems to be in there a lot. He should probably have his own bed in there by now. So then Hazard wakes up that night and he hears that creepy voice again, doesn't he? And who's sitting right next to his bed? It's only bloody Dobby, isn't it? Oh, he's back. I love that little guy. He kind of reminds me of that weird gobbledoc thing they used to advertise Smith's chips with.
Smith's crisps.
Yeah, that thing was Why would that make me want to buy chips? Anyways, he tells Hazard that he was the one who actually closed the gate at the station and he sent the rogue bludger after him. What a cunt, right? Anyways, he insists that he's doing it for his own good because he wants Hazard to go home and stay away from Hogwarts so that he doesn't get hurt. That's like giving someone cancer in order to stop them getting the flu. That makes no sense. He totally
up, right? Because he says that history is repeating itself because of the Chamber of Secrets being opened again. And then when Hazza presses him about it, he just totally flips out and starts hitting his head on stuff like a junkie. Why? Well, apparently house elves can't rat out their masters, right? So if they even think about it, they've got to start smacking themselves. That's brutal. Why is self-mutilation part of a kid's book? No idea. Anyways, just as Dobby disappears, right, Dumbledore, McGonagall and Pomfrey carry in this body, and apparently a student has been petrified, just like Filch the cat bummer's cat. Oh no, who is it? It's only that bloody creeper Colin Creevy, isn't it? Oh, well now I feel bad for him, don't I? Yeah, so instead of going to Dumbledore's office and having the conversation in private like responsible teachers, they just stand in the middle of the hospital wing and Dumbledore says, well, the Chamber of Secrets is only bloody open again, isn't it? Oh, that's the name of the movie. Can you stop doing that? Sorry, that was one too many. Anyways, the next day, Hazza and Ronno are watching Hermo brew the polyjuice potion in the girls' dunnies. Wait, why are they doing this in the dunnies? Well, because of the ghost of Moaning Myrtle, right? No one goes in there. I see. Anyways, she dives into the right, and Ron gets toilet water right in his mouth. Gross. Right, and Hermione had just taken a big piss in there as well, and she'd eaten lots of vitamins, so it was super yellow. Anyways, Ron thinks it must have been Malfoy's dad that opened the Chamber of Secrets all those years ago, and Hermo still insists that they need the potion to make Malfoy prove it. She seems weirdly insistent on proving Malfoy's innocence, doesn't she? Yeah, I thought maybe she was angling for him to be like a sugar daddy or something like that, but it turns out she totally hates the That's fair. So the next day, they're in the Great Hall, which has been turned into this giant dueling platform, right? And Big Nose Snape and Lockhart, they're going to show the kids how to fight each other. They're going to show the students how to actively hurt each other. Yeah, pretty much. And it's not bullying or anything because the teachers say it's totally fine. Anyways, Hazza gets paired up with Malfoy, doesn't he? And he's like, scared Potter? And Harry's like, you wish, you micro-penised twat. And then Malfoy does this super sick spell where he casts this giant snake out the end of his wand. Jesus, that's a powerful spell. Is it ever used again? Nah, mate. But anyways, Hazza thinks there must be acid in the drinking water or something because he starts having a full-on conversation with the snake, right? And then the snake is like, oh, thank God, no one bloody talks around here. I'm glad I have someone to yak to. But then Hazza and the snake become such good mates that he invites him back to the dorms for a few cold ones. What a nice snake. But then Snape loses it, right? And he shoots the snake in the left testicle and the snake just explodes. What a bastard. Anyways, everyone in the crowd is freaking out and they're all looking at Hazza like he's just turned into a school shooter or something. And then one of the kids in the crowd says that Hazza made the snake piss right in his face. What? Why is that? Well, that's the thing, right? They bail him up after class and they're like, Hazza, mate, the snake wasn't speaking English. You were speaking like a bloody snake, you pelican. What? Yeah, and get this right, apparently he's a parcel tongue. Oh my God. What the f***'s a parcel tongue? No idea. Apparently they can speak to snakes or something like that, and Hermo thinks that only the direct descendant of Slytherin could actually do that. So Hazza is related to that old school racist who founded the school. Well, we don't really know that, right? But everyone in the library starts looking at Hazza. They only bloody think he's the geezer that opened up the Chamber of Secrets, don't they? They do? Yeah, they do. And even Ginny, who we all know wants to show Harry how to really use his wand, she looks at him like he's sus too. Damn, old H-Dog is having a one today, isn't he? Too right. So he storms off out of the library, and when he's on his way back to the dorms, he only hears that bloody voice again, doesn't he? Uh-oh. Then you're not going to believe this, right? He finds two more victims. The ghost of nearly headless Nick and that kid from class who said he made the snake piss on his face. That sucks. Now people are going to be even more suspicious of Hazza. That's right. And then Filch rocks up, doesn't he? And he's like, oh, you are in trouble now, aren't you? Oh, I'm going to have you. I can't bum me cat anymore because of you. And then Hazza tries to stop him and tell him that it wasn't him, but Filch has already legged it, right? He's going to tell Dumbledore. And then get this, he looks down and there's only bloody more spiders, isn't there? Shit. So the spiders are petrifying everyone. What? No, don't be a dickhead. I was just having a guess. Well, you're way off, mate. Settle down and let me tell the story. Okay, Jesus, go on. So anyways, then McGonagall rocks up because apparently she's one of only like 3 teachers at this school, and she takes Hazza to the bloody principal's office, doesn't she? And she yells out the password, sherbet lemon. Then Hazza goes up this 6 spiral staircase with a griffin on it. Wait, she just says the secret password right in front of a student. I thought she was supposed to be one of the smart teachers. Yeah, it's a bonehead move. Now everyone in the school will know. Anyways, Hazza goes into Dumbledore's office, and he's not even bloody there, is he? But he sees that creepy old talking hat, right? And he bails him up and he's like, are you sure you put me in the wrong house, you little cunt? And the hat goes, you'd have made a good Slytherin, you little bastard. Stop asking me. And then Hazza goes, no, you're wrong. And if you tell anyone that, I'll stab you. Jesus, Hazza is losing it, isn't he? And then he sees this red bird and he goes to pat it and it only bursts into bloody flames, doesn't it? What? Yeah, and Hazza thinks he's fucked Because then Dumbledore shows up and Hazard's like, no, I didn't bloody touch your bird, mate. You can check the CCTV cameras. And Dumbledore goes, pull your head in, mate. It's a bloody phoenix, isn't it? What is a phoenix? Well, apparently it's like this bird, right, that bursts into flames to die and then it rises again from the ashes. But apparently phoenix jizz can heal any wound. Gross. I bet that will come in handy later though. Well, you'd be right about that one. Otherwise they wouldn't spend so long explaining it, would they? Anyways, old man Hagrid bursts in and he's like, Harry's bloody innocent, isn't he? And then Dumbledore goes, shut the hell up, mate. I already know that. Go suck on a greasy fat one. How does he know that? No idea. Dumbledore sort of always acts super sus. Anyways, he squints at Hazard and he goes,
Are you sure there's something you don't want to tell me?
well, that's a bit sus. What does he know? I hope he isn't just raising Hazard for slaughter so that Voldemort can kill him in 6 years. No, he wouldn't do that, mate. Anyways, it's Christmas now, and Ronno, Hazard and Hermo, they're all having a chinwag in the main hall, and then Hermo tells Ron and Hazard that she's drugged these 2 muffins, right, and that they need to give them to Crabbe and Goyle because they need to get some of their hairs to make the polyjuice potion. Hang on, so Hermione just openly talks about drugging muffins in front of everyone in the school hall? Yeah, mate, she's a full-blown psycho. She says after Crabbe and Goyle pass out, they have to strip them naked and then hide their bodies in a broom closet. Hell, I know, full maniac. Anyways, Hazard and Ron managed to trick Crabbe and Goyle like they're characters from an old Scooby-Doo cartoon because they float the muffins in the hallway and then they just eat them. So they just find 2 floating muffins and their first instinct is to eat them. Yeah, I think JK thinks that food is all that fat people think about. It's a bit out of pocket, really. Anyways, now that they've got all the ingredients they need, Hermo is able to complete the polyjuice potion. So they all have a drink and the stuff looks super sus, right? And then Ron throws up because his tastes like that sweat you find between someone's sweaty ass crack. Gross. And then Hazard has this really freaky transformation sequence where he transforms into Crabbe. Or maybe it's Goyle. I have no idea which one is which. But then Ron and Hazard start speaking to each other. But for some reason they still have the exact same voices. So this spell is powerful enough to change someone's genetic makeup to completely make them look like someone else, but it's not powerful enough to make their vocal cords any different. Yeah, it's total bull. So what happens to Hermione? Who does she change into? Well, that's just it, right? She doesn't come out of the cubicle. She says she's got explosive diarrhea and she's just shit all over her shoes. So Hazard and Ronno have to go and find Malfoy, but apparently they've only got an hour because that's how long the potion works for. It takes months to brew and only works for an hour. Yeah, mate, this spell is more broken than Cyberpunk was on release. Anyways, they're walking around trying to find Malfoy and he just shows up, doesn't he? Oh, shit. He's going to be suspicious that they're acting and talking exactly like Ron and Harry, isn't he? Nah, because that would have made more sense, wouldn't it? Anyways, he starts rambling about the Chamber of Secrets and he says that his dad told him that some geezer opened it 50 years ago and a mudblood got killed and then some other geezer got expelled for it. That's a bit convenient that the one conversation they have with him is just about the crucial thing that they want to know about. Yeah, that's right. Anyways, turns out old mate Malfoy, he isn't the heir of Slytherin. And just as he tells them that, their hair starts changing colours like the spell is running out. Oh, shit. I mean, that's also a bit convenient, but oh, shit. So they bloody leg it back to the bathrooms, right? And Malfoy doesn't notice that their hair has changed or that they're running away? Nah, because that wasn't actually written in the script. Ah, yep, fair enough. Anyways, they finally get back to the Dunnies, and Moaning Myrtle's having this massive whinge because some rando threw a book at her. She's a ghost, though. Wouldn't it go right through her? That's exactly what Ron says, but then Myrtle gets so mad at him, right, that she pulls his undies right over his head until they snap, and it tears his asshole right in half. Ouch. I've had one of those. Anyways, Hazard picks up this book, right, even though it's been laying right in toilet water and it's probably soaking in piss, so he takes it back to the dorms and he has a look at it and there's nothing written in it, is there? But then he accidentally drops ink on it and it only bloody disappears, doesn't it? It disappears. What the f***? So he writes into the book, my name is Harry Potter, and... Has Harry forgotten his own name? What? No. I mean, it's a weird first thing to write into a book, isn't it? Yeah, I think maybe he's having an aneurysm or something. He doesn't really seem to know what's going on. Ah, yeah, fair enough. Anyways, the book starts writing back, doesn't it? It does? Yeah, of course it does, because why the f*** not? Anyways, the book says, hello, Harry Potter. My name is Tom Riddle, and this is my diary. Hang on, I thought the Riddler was a Batman villain. No, mate, not the Riddler. Tom Riddle. Oh, okay, my mistake. Anyways, then Hazard asks the book if it can tell him about the Chamber of Secrets, and the book's like, nah, mate, f*** off. I'll only bloody show you, won't I? And then the book sucks him in and takes him 50 years into the past. Wait, what? Listen, the logic in this section gets a little bit spotty, so just bear with me. Fair enough, go on. So Hazard sees Tom Riddle in the past, doesn't he? And everything's kind of black and white except for Harry. So was everything black and white 50 years ago? Nah, I think it's like some sort of weird stylistic choice. Anyway, Hazard sees Tom, and Tom sees a body being carried away in a stretcher, just like Hazard did. And who's bloody watching? Only a young bloody Dumbledore, isn't he? And Dumbledore's like,
Tom, you shouldn't be out of your bed late at night, you little wanker.
And then Tom says to Dumbledore that he's worried that because someone has died, that they might close down Hogwarts. Oh, poor Tom. Kind of feel sorry for him. Anyways, Dumbledore's looking at Tom like he's going to grow up to be Ted Bundy or something. And then Tom says,
Well, what if I could find who opened the Chamber of Secrets? Would that stop them from closing Hogwarts, you incontinent old bastard?
does Tom know who opened the Chamber of Secrets? Well, we don't know that yet, do we, mate? But then Tom storms off and Hazza follows him, right? Wait, so no one can see Harry? What the f***? Nah, mate, it's like some VR memory that Harry can interact with, like he's wearing a Meta Quest 2 or something like that. It's best not to question it. Okie dokie. So Tom goes into this locked door and you'll never bloody guess who he sees, right? Hagrid. Will you stop doing that? Sorry, go on. So anyways, Tom's grilling young Hagrid, isn't he? And he says, I can't let it kill again, can I, Hagrid? Let what kill? Well, get this. Tom shoots this wooden box with his wand, and Hagrid's only hiding this big bloody spider, isn't he? Oh, shit. There were spiders at each of the crime scenes, weren't there? Hagrid is a real bloody menace, isn't he? Too right. Anyways, Tom tries to kill it, but it gets away. And then he turns to Hagrid and he goes, you're going to get arrested for this, you bloody drongo, and they're going to take your wand away. So that's why he was banned from practicing magic. That's a callback to the first film. That's actually good writing. Yeah, sometimes JK knows what she's bloody doing, doesn't she? Anyways, then Hazza gets ripped back to the modern day like he's an OnlyFans model getting his butthole waxed. Yucky. Then Hazza bursts out of the book and into the modern day and he legs it to try and find Hermo and Ronno. But it's a bit weird because no one really seems to notice that Hazza has disappeared into a book for the last few hours. Yeah, that is weird. What if someone closed the book or burnt it while he was in there? I don't know. I guess that would have been the end of the franchise or something. Anyways, Hazza is telling Ronno and Hermo about how Hagrid and his pet spider killed a kid over 50 years ago, and Hermo is like, but Harry, it can't be Hagrid. And then Hazza goes, shut the f*** up, Hermione, you know-it-all bitch. I might have been sniffing glue all night, but I know what I'm bloody talking about. But right as they're arguing, right, Hagrid rocks up, doesn't he? Uh-oh, what does he say? Well, not much really, but he does say that he's helping grow those mandrakes so that he can help the students who have been petrified be brought back to life. Well, why would he do that if he's the one that's offing the students? Yeah, exactly, and he says to Hazza and Ron, I'm also growing a big patch of chuff in me little cabbage patch. Why don't you guys come round after class and we'll smoke a few cones? Nice. But just as Hagrid's rolling this super fat spliff, right, Neville runs up and he looks like he's just seen McGonagall naked because he is scared shit. Anyways, he takes him back to Hazza's room, which has been given a once-over. It looks like a bunch of junkies went there looking for their next hit, so whoever's behind this has their sights set on Hazza now. That's right, and it only gets worse from there because Hazza and Wood, they're heading for their next Quidditch game, and who? You know, Wood, the boner kid. Keep forgetting him. Anyways, it turns out the game is cancelled, right? So Wood goes floppy and cracks a hissy fit, and then McGonagall goes to Hazza,
Mr. Weasley, Mr. Potter, come with me. You need to see this.
Oh, shit. Is she going to strip naked? Nah, mate. It turns out that Hermo, she's been petrified now too. Oh no, not Hermo. And Ronno and Hazza, they're gutted. Turns out Hermo was found in the library, stiffer than an old man on Viagra, but she was holding this really small mirror. Why were Ron and Harry the first two people she called? What about her parents? Parents? F*** off, that wouldn't serve the narrative. I guess not. Anyways, McGonagall tells the students that there's now a 6 p.m. curfew in place, and that students aren't even allowed to go for a without a teacher watching. That seems a bit weird, so the teachers would actually watch them take a Yeah, it gets really weird. There's this one scene where Ronno, he's squeezing out this huge log, and McGonagall's like,
Mr. Weasley, you need to eat some more fibre. Come on now, push.
I've had that problem too. Too much bread. Yeah, me too. Anyways, McGonagall says that if they don't catch the person who's behind these attacks, that the school is going to be closed up faster than a Mormon's pussy before marriage. That sucks. So then Hazza says, we've got to go and talk to Hagrid now. And Ronno's like, how the hell are we going to do that, you specky twat? And then Hazza, he pulls out his invisibility cloak, doesn't he? Right, I forgot he had that. Why didn't he use that to spy on Malfoy rather than brewing Polyjuice potion for 6 months? Because shut the f*** up, that's why. Fair enough. Anyways, they sneak out to Hagrid's hut and he's waiting by the door, right, with a crossbow, which is super sus and a bit weird because it's a bit pointless to have one of those in a world filled with magic and guns. Anyways, they ask him about the Chamber of Secrets and he's about to tell them who opened it when there's a knock at the door. Damn, now I've got blue balls. I want to know. It's only bloody Dumbledore, isn't it? And he's got this other geezer with him called Fudge Packer. He's apparently the head of the Ministry of Sound, you know, the place where Ronno's dad works. And apparently he wants to take Hagrid to Azkaban. And shit takes a real turn when Malfoy's dad rocks up. What?
Hogwarts? Yeah, and Malfoy's dad, right? He hands Dumbledore this scroll and he says him and the other governors have voted for Dumbledore to step down as headmaster of Hogwarts. Damn, that sucks. I mean, it's fair enough though, because last year Quirrell did manage to sneak Voldemort into the school, and this year kids are dying because of the Chamber of Secrets. Look, you're not going to hear any arguments from me. He's a terrible headmaster. But Hazza and Ronno, they are gutted, right? And right before Dumbledore leaves, he kind of looks to Ron and Hazza right underneath the cloak and he goes,
"Help will always be given to those at Hogwarts who ask for it. Also, stop hacking into the Wi-Fi, you little cunts."
And then he leaves. And what the hell does he mean by that? No idea. So Hagrid, he's escorted out to Azkaban, right? But just before he leaves, he turns and talks to Hazza and Ron underneath the cloak as well. And he's like, "If anyone wants to know what's going on, all they need do is follow the spiders and feed me bloody dog, you cunts." And then Fudge looks at him, super confused, and it's really weird because he's the head of the Ministry of Sound, but he still doesn't seem to be cluey enough to know that both Hagrid and Dumbledore were talking to two kids under an invisibility cloak. Follow the spiders. Oh, that's right, the spiders are all goose-stepping in lines and walking out of the castle. Yeah, that's right, and you'll never guess where they're bloody headed. The Forbidden Forest. Oh, you mean the forest with all the monsters and the dangerous creatures? That's probably the first place I'd look, to be honest. Yeah, well anyways, they take Hagrid's dog Fang and they follow the spiders into the forest. And Ron, he's packing his pants with Fudge the whole way because he's scared of spiders, and then they walk into this giant tunnel filled with spider webs. They walk right into a spider's nest. So these kids are more clueless than Frodo is in Return of the King. Yeah, they're massive pelicans. Anyways, they get to the spider's nest and this big voice is like,
"Do you want, you little cunts? Where's Hagrid?"
And then Hazard tells the voice that Hagrid's been arrested, and just as he says that, a spider, bigger than a school bus, comes over the hill. I mean, that's pretty small by Australian standards, but the spider can talk? What the fuck? Yeah, apparently his name is Aragog, and he's the spider that escaped from Tom Riddle over 50 years ago. He also says that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets is so jacked up that even spiders are scared of it. And right as he says that, all these other spiders surround Ronno and Hazza. I mean, we probably all predicted that was going to happen, but oh shit. Yeah, mate, the bloody pelicans. Anyways, he says that he's going to let his babies eat them now, which makes no sense because why would he explain all that about the Chamber of Secrets if his plan was just to eat them all along? Why not just do that straight away? Yeah, you're right. Why would he waste his time? So just as it looks like Hazza and Ron are about to be turned into a Big Mac meal for spiders, the bloody flying car only comes back, doesn't it? It does. Why would it do that? No idea. Anyways, apparently the car has forgiven them for getting it beaten up by a tree who was juiced up on steroids, so they both jump in the car and drive out of the forest. That was lucky. Almost way too convenient, right? Anyways, for some reason the car only parks a few meters away from the spiders, which means they catch up like immediately. And Hazza goes, "Ron, drive the car, you ginger pube twat." And Ron's freaking out, right? Because he can't drive a car for shit. And wait, I thought the car could drive itself. Why are they driving it? No clue. Anyways, they finally get out of the forest. Ron is fuming. He says he's going to kick Hagrid right in the scrotum for making him follow those spiders. I mean, that's fair enough. Probably deserves way worse, really. Anyways, we cut to Hazza and Ron by Hermione's bed, and Hazza's like creepily stroking Hermione's hand. And just as Ronno's about to ask Hazza why he's got his cock out, Hazza finds a note in Hermione's hand. Oh, what's on the paper? It's only a bloody page from a library book with all the crucial information they need, right? Apparently Hermione had found out that the monster in the Chamber of Secrets was actually a basilisk. And a basilisk is like a big snake. And then Hazza's like, "That's why I'm the only one who can understand it." Because he can talk to snakes. Exactly. Whoa, that was set up in the first film too. She's cooking with bloody gas right now, that JK. Right, and Hazza reckons that the only reason no one's been killed by the basilisk is because they've all seen it in just the reflection. Filch's cat saw it in the reflection of the water, Colin Creevy saw it through his camera, and Hermione saw it in the little mirror. Oh, snap. Things are getting very interesting. You're telling me. Anyways, Hazza is on fire because he's just popped a pinger or something, and he starts spitting mad facts. He says that spiders are scared of snakes and that the basilisk must have been getting around in the school plumbing system. I mean, I'm not really sure spiders are scared of snakes, but go on. Get this though. Hazza goes, "You know that girl that died in the bathroom over 50 years ago? What if she never bloody left?" Ah, Moaning Myrtle. That's right, and Hazza thinks that the only reason she's still hanging around is that she's mooching off the welfare system because she can't be working in the afterlife. Makes sense? Anyways, just when it looks like Hazza and Ronno are about to crack the case, McGonagall comes over the PA system and she's like,
"Students must go back to their rooms. Also, the teachers must meet me in the second floor corridor."
Oh
no, the monster's got someone else, doesn't it? You bloody know it, mate. And apparently the monster has taken a girl into the Chamber of Secrets this time. Who? It's only Ron's bloody sister Ginny, isn't it? Damn it, that's the girl who's been having a fap over Hazza, isn't it? Yeah, that's the one. Why does there only seem to be like 5 kids that anything actually happens to at this school? No idea. Anyways, all the teachers are shitting their pants thinking that the school's about to be closed down, and McGonagall, she finally calls Lockhart on all his shit. Because he's always going on about how he can fight any monster and he's got a really big penis and he has really sick karate skills. So he's like, oh yeah, I'll do it, no dramas, just let me go to my office. And it turns out he's just packing his bags, he's about to leg it. So he's actually a total pussy. Yeah, and a really smelly one too. Anyways, Hazza and Ron burst into his office and they tell him that they've got really crucial information about the Chamber of Secrets. But he doesn't care because he's just called an Uber, and then he tells them that all of the stories in his book are actually fake and that he stole the stories and wiped the original people's memories. Oh, so it's just like that book Donald Trump wrote about business. That's right, and then he threatens to wipe their memories too. But Hazza and Ron drag him to the girls' bathrooms, and Moaning Myrtle, she tells them how she died, right? Why do they take him? Surely it would have been easier just to tie him up or cast a spell on him or something. Yeah, I think JK just couldn't be figuring out what to actually do with him, so she just had him tag along. Makes sense to me. Anyways, Moaning Myrtle tells him that when she died, she was taking the biggest dump of her life, right? And she was just about to split her ring in half when someone comes in the dunny, and she was like, "Who's there?" And then she died. Well, that seems a bit anticlimactic. Yeah, it is, big time. Anyway, she said right before she died, she saw a pair of yellow eyes right by the basin. And then Hazza looks over there, and it's only the bloody entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, isn't it? Wait, so no one's found the Chamber of Secrets in thousands of years, and Harry and Ron just happen to be the two that figure it out. Yeah, mate, it's total dog's balls. Anyways, Hazza and Ron push Lockhart down first because the tunnel looks crazy deep. It looks like he'd probably die, but then he says he's totally fine, so they jump in after him. What's at the bottom of the tunnel? They find heaps of bones and a giant snake-sized condom. Apparently the basilisk gets so turned on after it kills a student, it has to go and have a bloody shag, doesn't it? Ugh, gross. And then Lockhart, he pretends to faint, and when he does, he grabs Ron's bloody wand. That tricky little bugger. And then he's going to wipe their memories, right? And he's going to say that he was too late to save Ginny, and he's going to claim that he was the one that found the bloody Chamber of Secrets. This guy goes from harmless to diabolical really quick, doesn't he? Yeah, but the spell only bloody backfires, doesn't it? Because Ron's wand is still cooked, and it collapses the whole bloody tunnel. How does a memory charm collapse an entire tunnel? It's super unclear. Anyways, it turns out Hazza and Ronno are now split up, which means Hazza is going to take on the basilisk all by himself. Didn't this happen in the first movie? Why is it always down to just Harry? Because his name is on the bloody poster. I guess that makes sense. Anyways, Hazza finds the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, and he speaks Parseltongue to open the door. I thought they already found the entrance. Yeah, this is apparently the second entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. And how the hell is the snake getting through all these doors? I have absolutely no idea. Anyways, Hazza finds Ginny, and turns out she hasn't been eaten by the snake or anything, but she has been knocked out cold. Wait, so a giant snake managed to put her in its mouth without biting her, slither down the plumbing and into the Chamber of Secrets, get past all of the doors, and then it just leaves her there. Yeah, look, logic is about to completely go out the window, so get ready. All right, go on. Anyways, Hazza's trying to wake up Ginny, isn't he? And then Tom Riddle rocks up, and he looks exactly like he did 50 years ago. What? Well, because he's a memory that's been trapped in the diary Harry found for over 50 years, isn't he? He is? Yeah, well, anyways, he takes Hazza's wand, and how is he able to interact with the physical world if he's just a memory? If I know. Anyways, he says that he's been controlling Ginny through the diary, and now that diary is sucking Ginny's energy, and it's given it to him so that he can become a real boy, just like Pinocchio or some bull. Okay, I'm completely lost. Me too. Anyways, he tells Hazza that Ginny actually tried to get rid of the diary, didn't she? She threw it away in the dunnies, which is when Hazza found it. And he also says that he was the one that framed Hagrid 50 years ago because he couldn't be going to jail himself. What a bastard. Also, why do all the villains in these books have to have a monologue where they explain how clever their evil plan was? No idea, but get this, he spells out his name, Tom Riddle, in the sky, and then rearranges the letters to say, "I am Lord Voldemort." Seems pointless. Why didn't he just tell him? I guess he wanted to show how clever he was or something. I don't know. Turns out he's the heir of Slytherin, isn't he? I mean, that's obvious at this point. We know only the heir of Slytherin can open the Chamber of Secrets. Yeah, we do. I guess he had to say it for dramatic effect or something like that. Anyways, while Tom's banging on, Dumbledore's bird flies down and gives Hazza the old sorting hat, doesn't it? Okay, sure, why not? I think Dumbledore sends it or something. It's pretty unclear. Anyways, then Tom finally summons the basilisk, and it slides out of this giant mouth in the wall, which is like weirdly sexual. And then he says, "Good luck fighting a giant snake with a bloody old hat, you piece of shit." And then the snake comes at Hazza, right, flailing around like it's on fentanyl or something, but Dumbledore's bird swoops down and pecks its
eyes out. Seems unlikely due to their size difference, but go on. And Tom is super pissed, right? And he goes, well, it can still bloody hear you, can't it, you wanker? And rather than standing still and staying quiet, Hazza just runs through this water making a really loud splashing sound. What a bloody turkey, right? Anyways, Hazza gets away and then he finds the sorting hat and it's only got the bloody sword of Godric Gryffindor in it, doesn't it? Why did it have to be hidden in a hat? Why couldn't he just send him the sword? Because he's a bloody chuffhead. I'd have sent him a flamethrower or a machine gun or something like that. Anyways, Hazza manages to kill the giant snake with this really tiny sword for some reason, but just as he kills him, the snake bites him. So he's won, but he is slowly dying of the venom. Oh no, how are there going to be 6 more movies if he dies? Well, he obviously doesn't, does he? Anyways, Tom's gloating because he thinks it's game over for Hazza, and then Hazza goes full ghetto and he pulls the snake's tooth out of his arm and stabs the diary with it. I would have just stabbed him with the sword. That would have made more sense. True. Anyways, Voldemort or Tom Riddle or whatever you want to bloody call him, he dies. He turns into a beam of light or some shit. And Ginny conveniently wakes up. So the giant snake battle didn't wake her up? Nah, apparently she's a really solid sleeper. She's got like earplugs and an eye mask and everything. Anyways, Hazza's sweating real hard and he looks like he's about to die when Dumbledore's bird flies down and jizzes right on his arm. Oh, that's right. Phoenix jizz can heal anything. Dumbledore said that earlier in the film, didn't he? It's like Chekhov's penis or something like that. Yeah, anyways, next up, Ron and Hazza are in Dumbledore's office and it looks like he's going to expel him just like at the start of the movie, but then he pulls a Tony Hawk 180 and only gives him a bloody billion points for Gryffindor. Bloody hell, is he going to do this at the end of every movie? Yeah, pretty much. Anyways, he's yammering on about how Hazza must have shown him true loyalty down in the chamber because otherwise the Phoenix wouldn't have actually come to him. Wait, so he didn't send the Phoenix? Yeah, he did, but apparently he told the bird only to go to Hazza's aid if he showed him true loyalty down in the Chamber of Secrets, which doesn't really make any sense. Dumbledore's plans are pretty cooked because he smokes cones all day. Ah, yeah, that's right. So then afterward, Hazza bails him up and he's like, why are there so many similarities between me and Tom Riddle? You know, I can speak parcel tongue. I was almost put in Slytherin. My wand's got the same phoenix feather in it. That is a lot of similarities. What does Dumbledore say to that? He tells him to right off. Really? Nah, I'm just kidding. Apparently when he tried to kill Harry, he accidentally transferred a part of him and his powers inside of Hazza. Jesus Christ, Hazza has a bit of Voldemort inside him and his mum put love in his skin. Does he even have any room left for organs? Probably not. Anyways, Malfoy's dad bursts in and he's pissed off because Dumbledore's back as headmaster of Hogwarts and bloody Dobby's only with him, isn't he? I almost forgot about Dobby. This is a long bloody movie, isn't it? Well, they only get bloody longer, mate. Anyways, Dobby's trying to warn Hazza about something. He keeps pointing at the diary, but then Lucius, he kicks him right in the sphincter and Dobby flies across the room like a bloody footy. What a bastard. So anyways, Hazza, he chases after Lucius and he gives him the old destroyed diary and he says, you put this in Ginny's bucket at the start of the movie, didn't you, you blonde-pubed twat? Got him. And then Lucius is like, I don't know what you're talking about. And then he goes to turn away and gives Dobby the book, but Dobby, he doesn't go with him, right? He doesn't. Well, Dobby finds Hazza's sock inside the diary, right? And apparently if a house elf is given a piece of clothing by their owner, it sets them free, just like the genie at the end of Aladdin. Or what if they accidentally asked them to hang up their clothes or put away their socks? Would that free them? Yeah, good point, maybe. Anyways, Lucius, he's super pissed, right? Because he's just lost his best slave. So he pulls out his wand and he uses the killing curse to try and get Hazza in front of all the teachers and kids. I thought he was trying to hide the fact that he was a bad guy. Yeah, I guess he thought at this point, it, why not? Anyways, Dobby uses this super sick Kamehameha move and it blasts Lucius onto his ass and he looks like a bloody pelican. Nice. Anyways, he storms off and he's like, you're going to come to the same sticky end as your parents, which is a really sexual way of putting it for some reason. And then Hazza turns to Dobby and he's like, never try to save me again, you weird looking gremlin thing. And then they both smile at each other. Feels like things are wrapping up. Yeah. Not yet, mate. Hold your horses. So they're all eating in the hall and then Hermione comes in, who's apparently been healed by the mandrakes or some shit like that. And then Dumbledore gives this huge speech and he says, all exams have been cancelled. I mean, what's the point in exams? No one at this school seems to do any work. Yeah, and then Hagrid walks in and he thanks Ron, Hazza and Hermione for clearing his name, and then Hazza goes, there's no Hogwarts without you, Hagrid. Which is really weird because we all know that Hogwarts existed for thousands of years before Hagrid. Also, Hagrid did smuggle a flesh-eating spider and a dragon into the school. Sounds like he should still be in jail, really. Right? Anyways, everyone starts clapping like maniacs for some reason. Why are they all clapping? I don't even think they know, to be honest with you. And then there's all these close-up shots of people who look like they're about to cry for some reason. It's just a really unsettling and creepy way to end the movie. Yeah, that's f***ed up. Got hammered and watched another movie last night. Oh yeah? Which one? Hazza Potto and the Prisoner of Azkaban. Isn't it Azkaban? Yeah, that's what I thought too. It was pretty weird actually. Harry Potter was a girl, but she had a cock, and the acting was terrible.
Quick, Hermione, grab my wand.
You downloaded the wrong movie again, didn't you? I did, but luckily I watched that Azkaban one too. Have you got a boner? No, that's just a crease in my pants. Why does it smell like asparagus in here? So anyways, this bloody movie has it all. It's a murder mystery, a teen drama, and a bloody Back to the Future film all rolled into one. Sounds pretty epic. And there's no way you're gonna bloody guess the ending. Dumbledore gives Gryffindor a stack of unearned points and rigs the house system, am I right? I mean, that happens every movie. But you won't guess what else happens. Okay, you've lubed me up, let's do it. So the movie starts with Hazza shaking his little wand underneath the sheets. He what? Nah mate, he's casting a spell, not spanking off. Oh right. Well yeah, he does do that too for about 3 hours in the director's cut. Really? Yeah, thankfully you don't see anything though. The camera just creepily lingers outside his window and you just hear sheets rustling. Jesus Christ. Anyways, he's trying to hide it from the Dursleys, right? The wanking or the magic? The magic. Aunt Petunia has to wash his sheets all the time because they're basically like sandpaper now, so they already know what that little bugger's up to. Gross. Anyways, Dursley's having his sister over for dinner, Aunt Marge. And Hazza, he hates her, right? Because she's angrier than a gerbil that's up Richard Gere's ass. That's an outdated reference. Why is she so angry? Yeah, well it turns out she's had a yeast infection for like 30 years. You know, she got it from an airport bathroom. Ugh. Oh, and she loves the sauce. So she's an alcoholic. Yeah, and whenever she gets on the bottle, she tears Hazza a new one. So a children's movie starts with rampant alcoholism and emotional abuse. You better believe it does. And this woman is well out of pocket. She's given Hazza this massive spraying, telling him that he looks like Elijah Wood's aborted twin brother who survived, but now he has to live in a basement so that no one can see the coat hanger that's sticking out of his head. Jesus Christ, that's harsh. I know, right? They do kind of look alike though. They really do. Anyways, this sucks sweaty dong for Hazza, right? Because he's promised to be good so that Dursley will sign his school permission form. What's the form for? Well, we don't know that yet, but Hazza has this like massive stiffy whenever he talks about it, so it must be really good. I see, keeping it a mystery. Did J.J. Abrams write this? Nah, mate. So Marge goes way too far, right? She says Hazza's dad was the kind of guy that would hang out near school playgrounds, and that Hazza's mum used to have an OnlyFans account, but she only had like 5 subscribers. Ouch, that's a low blow. Yeah, I know. But get this, Hazza gets so mad at Marge that she starts swelling up worse than one of those kids that can't handle peanuts. That's not good. That's right. And Dursley's never going to sign that form now, is he? Anyways, she swells up so bad that she floats away, and I'm pretty sure she gets caught in the engine of a commercial airplane. Holy crap! It's super dark. I'm pretty sure it was that Malaysian Airlines plane that went missing as well. Hazza, he's had it, right? He says that he can't stand to live with the Dursleys anymore because they're more inbred than the people of Tasmania. Hey, my mum's from Tasmania. Exactly, you just proved my point. What? But Dursley, he's like,
they're not gonna let you back in that Hogwarts school now, are they, you little cumrag?
Why not? Well, because students aren't allowed to use magic outside of school, are they? What about all the other times he accidentally used magic outside of school? Yeah, well, they only invented that law for this movie, so they hope you've forgotten about that already. That makes sense. So Hazza, he's homeless now, right? So he can't go back to Hogwarts, he can't go home, so he just walks the street at night, offering a wristy to anyone who will give him a place to sleep. Could he go to Ron's house? Yeah, probably. What about Hermione's? Look, I mean, he could probably go there too, but the movie wants us to think that he has no other options, so it feels dramatic or something. Fair enough. So the writers got lazy then. Super lazy. Anyways, Hazza's given up and he's having a whinge on the side of the road because the Uber surcharge is through the roof, and he's wondering what's even the point in Uber nowadays if it's more expensive than taxis. I mean, he's right, isn't he? It's a worse product for more money. And while he's waiting, a big black dog comes out of the bushes and barks at him. A big black what? A dog. Oh, I thought you said a big black... Never mind. So Hazza, he pulls out his wand to defend himself, and this big fuck-off bus comes out of nowhere. That's the night bus, right? Yeah, that's the one. Apparently it's a bus for stranded wizards or something. Again, it's not really mentioned before, and it feels like the writers just needed something exciting to happen, so let's just breeze past that. Alright. So Hazza gets on there, and the conductor keeps asking him who he is, because he looks so familiar, and Hazza, he doesn't want him to know that he's actually Harry Potter. Yeah, but didn't everyone in the wizarding world recognise him in the first film? Surely he's even more recognisable now that he's beaten Voldemort twice in the past 2 years. Yeah, you'd think that, but apparently everyone in the wizarding world has frontal lobe dementia now or something. I hear that is getting more common every year. Anyways, the bus driver's on cocaine or something because he's driving faster than Caitlyn Jenner was when she killed that woman with her car. Jesus, that's pretty fast. Yeah, and for some reason there's this shrunken head that keeps talking to Hazza in this fake Jamaican accent. Seems a bit racist. Was that character in the books? No, I have no idea why they thought it was a good idea. It's probably going to get him cancelled. Anyways, it's just before you think they're going to go full racist and have him start singing Bob Marley or something like that. Hazza sees some geezer on the newspaper, doesn't he? Who is it? Everyone thinks Harry has been sniffing petrol because he doesn't know who he is. Who is he? Sirius Black. He is not! Wait, who's Sirius Black? Well, apparently he's this murderer, right? Who killed a bunch of muggles, and he's the only person to ever successfully break out of Azkaban prison. I see, and because they're making such a big deal of it now, he's going to become super important to the plot later, right? You better believe it. Anyways, Hazza finally gets dropped off at the Leaky Cauldron, doesn't he? And Cornelius Fudgepacker is there. Oh, he's the guy that runs the Ministry of Sound, right? Yeah, that's the one. And he's chewing his ear off, right? Because he's shelved like 10 pingers. And guess what? What? He only lets Hazza off the bloody hook, doesn't he? So you mean Hazza isn't in trouble for using magic outside of school? You know, the one and only rule they made up for this movie. Nah, Fudgepacker's like super chill about it. Probably because his brain is swimming with MDMA. So the first 20 minutes of this movie were basically pointless then. Yeah, pretty much. Anyways, Fudgepacker says that it's lucky Hazza is safe because Sirius Black is on the loose. The guy from the newspaper, what does he want with Hazza? Well, that's exactly what Hazza says, doesn't he? But Fudgepacker acts super sus and does that thing where he won't reveal information because they want it to be a mystery for later in the movie. Are you sure J.J. Abrams didn't write this film? No, he didn't. So anyways, Hazza goes up to his room in the hotel and Hedwig is there. I love Hedwig. Yeah, he's great. Or she. It's pretty unclear. But get this, someone has sent Hazza this book that looks like a spider or something, and it tries to bite off one of Hazza's nipples. Hang on, what? Yeah, no idea. Anyways, he tricks that weird book thing by feeding it one of his shoes, and then he curb stomps it on the head like that scene in American History X. It's pretty messed up. And does this have any relevance to the plot? Sort of. But it does just feel like they're padding for time. Yeah, but we're only like 25 minutes into the movie though, aren't we? Yeah, I think the writer was smoking chuff or something. Anyways, the next day Hazza bumps into Hermo and Ronno, who are arguing because Hermo's cat keeps challenging Ronno's rat to a boxing match with Jake Paul. Who's Jake Paul? I'm kind of simultaneously happy for you that you don't know who that wanker is, but also think you're a fucking idiot because you're so out of touch with pop culture at the moment. Keep going then. Anyways, Ronno's dad rocks up, and he wants to tell Hazza the truth about Sirius Black, doesn't he? And what is the truth? He says that Sirius Black actually got his name being a performer on that website Blacked. Oh, what's that website about?
You liar!
Turns out he went full Michael Jackson and changed his skin colour to hide from the coppers. Didn't Michael Jackson have a skin disease? Dunno, but he did touch up a bunch of kids, so fucking great music though. Great music. Anyways, Arthur Weasley says to Hazza that Sirius Black is now looking for him. Really? What does he want with Hazza? No idea, but Mr. Weasley, he's being super sus, and he makes Hazza promise that he won't go looking for Sirius Black. Why would he go looking for someone who wants to kill him? Mate, that's exactly what Hazza says again. Are you sure you haven't seen this movie? No, honest. Anyways, now Hazza, Ronno and Hermo are getting on the train to Hoggies, right? And Hazza, he's forgotten his Oyster card, hasn't he? And he doesn't have any cash either. So Ronno tells him to just fuck it and jump over the barrier. So they get on the train and for some reason they decide to sit right next to a sleeping homeless man who smells like he's pissed himself. Is he a Hogwarts student? Nah, turns out he's actually called Professor Lupin, but he's not related to that French detective. I checked. I was gonna ask that. Anyways, Hazza tells Ronno and Hermo about what Mr. Weasley said and how Sirius Black broke out of Azkaban. And what do they say? Well, Hermo says that she doesn't know what blacked.com is either, but you can see in Ronno's eyes that he knows exactly what's up. Anyways, the train stops, right? And the windows all begin to freeze up worse than Windows 11. Oh shit, what's happening? Well, that's just it. A big bloody floating hooded wanker called a Dementor comes in the carriage. And what's a Dementor? Well, it looks dangerously close to plagiarizing the Nazgul from Lord of the Rings. Oh crap, what's it doing on the train then? No idea, but it starts sucking Hazza off, right? Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry, I mean it was trying to suck out his soul. Oh, that makes much more sense. And just when it looks like Hazza is done for, Lupin springs up and pisses right in the Dementor's face. Gross. Yeah, but the Dementor's weirdly kind of into it because it watches way too much Wizard Hub. So Lupin, he just kicks it in the nutsack and it walks away limping. Whew, that was close. Oh, and then Hazza passes out. So Lupin gives all the kids chocolate to help them calm their nerves, right? A strange, homeless-looking man is handing out chocolate on a train filled with underage kids. Yeah, that did raise a few flags for me as well, but turns out he's super chill. Okay, well, I'm keeping my eye on him. So once Hazza wakes up, he tells Hermo and Ronno that when he passed out, he heard a woman screaming. And she says, "No one was screaming, Harry." But then Ronno, he chimes in and says, "Except the trolley lady who hands out the sweets. She screamed because when you passed out, your pants fell down and your cock fell out." How does someone's pants just fall down when they pass out? No idea. Magic, I guess. Anyways, they finally get to Hoggies and Professor Flitwick is performing with the school choir. And for some reason, they're all holding giant toads. What are they singing? Something Wicked This Way Comes? You know, the one that's like, something wicked this way comes. Oh, so it's like an omen for the Dementors or something like that? No idea. I think Flitwick, he's actually been licking those giant toads, so he's off his head. I always knew Flitwick was a tripper. Yeah, also I think he fucked one of those toads. Jesus Christ! Anyways, Dumbo gets up on the podium, doesn't he? And he announces that the old homeless man from the train, he's going to be the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, doesn't he? 3 teachers in 3 years? Why on earth would anyone take that job anymore? It's obviously cursed. Oh, for sure. So then Malfoy, yeah, he leans over and he starts ripping Hazza a new one for passing out on the train and letting his cock fall out. Yeah, fair enough, really. Yeah, exactly. So Dumbo, he tells everyone about how the old Care of Magical Creatures teacher has retired to spend time with his remaining limbs. Remaining limbs? Huh? Yeah, that's what he says. Is there like an outbreak of leprosy at Hogwarts? Dumbledore seems way too chill about this. I think it's supposed to be funny or something, but it just makes Dumbo look like a horrible person. It really does. Anyways, Hagrid is now the new Care of Magical Creatures professor. And Dumbo also says that now the Dementors, you know, the hooded things that tried to suck Hazza off, you mean suck out his soul. Exactly. Well, they're being placed all around Hoggies till Sirius Black can be captured. So the dangerous creatures that randomly attacked a defenseless student on the train are now being used to protect those very same students. That's his plan. Makes perfect sense to me. So next up, Hazza and the gang head to the Gryffindor common room, and the fat lady from the portrait, she won't let them in until they've heard her sing. Why? I'm not really sure. I think because they got Dawn French for the role, and she's a famous fat lady, so they thought it would be funny to cast her as the fat lady. Seems a bit offensive. Why did she take the part? Dunno, maybe she ate all her money or something and needed the work. Anyways, Hazza and the lads, they're eating these sweets, right, that make you sound like animals. What? I don't know what's going on there. I don't even think those sweets are in the book. The weird thing is that Hazza's one doesn't even make an animal sound. It makes him sound like a kettle, and then he shoots steam out of his ears. So you think maybe the writer's just been licking toads like Professor Flitwick? Yeah, pretty much. Anyways, it sort of zooms out of their window to show that all the Dementors are watching them. They're watching them in their rooms, huh? Yeah, I mean, I think that it's supposed to be a creepy shot, but the fact that it zooms out from the boy's window and shows all the Dementors looking towards that same window kind of makes it seem like all the Dementors are just massive pedos or something. Yeah, it does kind of seem that way. Anyways, next up there's this beautiful tracking shot of a blue bird flying all the way through Hoggies and down the hallways. Aw, cute. Yeah, then it flies past the Whomping Willow and it just fucking explodes. What? Yeah, it's totally messed up. Doesn't have anything to do with the plot either. I think the director just really hates birds. I mean, that's fair enough. They have caused a few pandemics. Yeah, only a couple more than Chinese lab leaks, to be fair. True. Don't say that on YouTube though, you'll get banned. Anyways, next up they have divination class with Professor Trelawney. And let me tell you, this woman is a total meth head. She only tries to teach the kids how to read tea leaves, doesn't she? Oh, right. My grandma does that rather than going to the doctor. Really? Is she fit and healthy? Nah, she's got 5 types of cancer. Yep, sounds about right. Anyways, Trelawney, she looks into Hazard's cup, right? And at first you think maybe she's seeing a baby crawling on the roof like that scene from Trainspotting because she's a meth head? Exactly, but turns out she's right to crap her dax, isn't she? Because what she actually sees is the Grim. What? The Grim? I don't understand. Yeah, but don't worry, this totally random kid who we've never heard from before chimes in with this totally gangster explanation.
The Grim, taking form of a dark spectral dog, is among the darkest omens in our world. Omen, death.
Oh, shit. Like the big black dog from the start. Yeah, exactly right, mate. Interesting. Very interesting. Go on then. So after that, Hermo, Rono and Hazza, they're all having a gas bag on their way to the next class, and Hermo, she's livid, right, because she thinks that divination is a load of hairy dog shit. Well, that's because it is. Yeah, it totally is. But then she starts going on about ancient runes and how that class is the best. But then Rono, he calls her out, right, and he's like, hang on, Hermione, are you on your rags or what? Divination class is on at the same time as ancient runes. You can't be in 2 places at once. Why not? Surely there's a spell for that. I mean, yeah, there probably is. Anyways, Hermo thinks Ron's a total twat, right? So she blows him off and she goes,
don't be silly, Ron. How can anyone be in 2 classes at once? And stop sending me pictures of your micro penis and pubes.
Gross. So next up, they attend their first Care of Magical Creatures with Hagrid, and he's like, I got a great lesson for you today. A real treat. Follow me. So then he leads them all into the forest. You mean the Forbidden Forest? The one with all the giant spiders and various other lethal creatures that could kill the students? Yeah, that's the one. Seems like the worst possible place to have a class, but go on. Anyways, turns out the book Hazza received at the start, you know, the one that bit off his left nipple. Well, that was for this class, wasn't it? It was? So Hagrid sent him the book. I mean, it's not super clear, and the books are only really in the movie for 2 seconds. Hagrid tells Malfoy to stroke one off, and then another one kills Neville. It kills him! Maybe. I mean, it wounds him pretty bad, and then I think it just gaslights him for 30 years in an emotionally abusive relationship. Weird. I still don't see what these books had to do with the plot, though. Oh yeah, they have absolutely nothing to do with the plot. Anyways, Malfoy starts giving Hazza crap about fainting on the train again. And he does that thing where he pretends a Dementor's right behind him, doesn't he? Oh, you mean like the games 5-year-olds play? Well, he'll never fall for that, right? Nah, he totally does. And what's weird is like everyone in the class does too. Even that gangster kid from Divinations who grew up in the hood and should totally know better. Weird. So what happens next? Well, then Hagrid tells them that his first class is about hippogriffs, right? What the hell is a hippogriff? It's like a half eagle, half lion or something. Sounds pretty dangerous. Oh yeah, they totally are. Anyways, Hagrid says, if you don't want to get mauled by this thing, guys, you gotta be submissive. So what does Hazza do? Well, he bends over and sticks his ass in the air, doesn't he? Ah, like in prison. Exactly. So this hippogriff He then makes Hazard the prison bitch, right? And after that, he's comfortable enough with him, so he allows Hazard to ride him. And I don't mean like how he just rode Hazard's backside for 20 minutes while everybody watched. So he flies on the hippogriff. Exactly. And Malfoy, he's spewing, right? He's like, I'm rich, and if Potter can ride a hippogriff, then so can I. So then he pushes his way all to the front, but the hippogriff, he doesn't like that, does he? He doesn't. No, he doesn't. He makes a shiv out of a toothbrush handle, and then he stabs Malfoy in the left nutsack. Holy shit. And then Hermo runs up, and she's like, Hagrid, you have to take him to the fucking hospital wing. So Hagrid's like, class dismissed, you little cock. And then he just walks off. Wait, just leaving the kids alone in the Forbidden Forest? Yeah, exactly. Anyways, later that night, they're all studying in the Great Hall, and some of the ghosts, they smash through the window carrying a severed head. Does everyone freak out? No, mate, they don't even look up from their bloody books. And get this right, old mate Malfoy, he's trying to use the fact that he got shanked by a toothbrush to score some gash from the chick who's sitting next to him. Does it work? Oh, yeah, mate, for sure. Chicks dig scars, but more importantly, chicks dig tons of money. So, he totally nails her right there on the table. Gross. Yeah, it is. And he makes Crabbe and Goyle watch too. Anyways, Seamus Finnegan runs in and he's like, ooh, fiddle-dee-dee, potatoes. That's racist. No, it's not. Irish people aren't a race, you wanker. Oh yeah, true. Go on. Anyways, Seamus, he's screaming about potatoes or something. Then he throws down a newspaper featuring Sirius Black. Oh shit. Yeah, apparently he's been seen 2 towns over buying pornos from an old Club X store. I mean, he could just stream it like a normal person, but go on. Yeah, but get this. Everyone reckons he's heading straight for Hoggies. Oh shit. Again, what are you doing? Shut up. You got it. So then that gangster kid who doesn't even have a name yet, he's like,
That's right. That could be anywhere. I'm trying to catch smoke. I'm trying to catch smoke with your bare hands.
Jesus, that's a bit creepy. What's wrong with this kid? Yeah, he's seen some shit. You can see it in his eyes. So next up, they have their first Defense Against the Dark Arts class with Lupin, and he tells them that they're going to be learning about boggarts. And what is a boggart? Well, that's what I thought. Apparently it's like this creature that can take on anyone's worst fears. So for Gen Z, it would be like not being able to get on the property ladder till you're like 65. Yeah, exactly. And for boomers, it would be like their 18-year-old daughter starting up an OnlyFans and then earning more than they do in their first week. That's a tough one. So during the class, we get to see everyone's worst fears, right? Rono, he's scared of spiders, and then everyone laughs at Neville because he's scared of Snape. So then Lupin, he starts asking Neville really personal stuff about his grandma and what she wears to sleep at night, and if she gives blowjobs with her false teeth in or not. Oh, what the hell? Yeah, but apparently it's all above board because he wants Neville to just imagine Snape in his grandma's clothes so that he isn't scared anymore. I don't know if that explains the false teeth part though. And get this right, Hazza freaks out because the boggart takes the form of a Dementor, right? Uh-oh. You're damn right, uh-oh. Hazza shits himself so bad that his colon flies halfway across the room and then hits Neville in the face. Uh-oh. So Lupin, he has to jump in and save him. And when he does, the boggart turns into a full moon. A full moon? Why would he be scared of that? You don't find out. He's a werewolf, isn't he? Fuck. How did you know? I mean, it's a full moon. Pretty obvious, right? Damn it. Well, could you at least pretend to be surprised when it gets revealed later? Okay, you got it. Ah! No, not now, you bloody idiot. Okay. Got it. Anyways, Lupin tells the kids all to fuck off and McGonagall takes all the kids to Hogsmeade. But get this, Hazza can't go because old mate Dursley didn't sign his permission form, did he? Ah, gutted. So that's what the form was for then. He pleads with her. He even offers to sell her some chuff if she signs the form for him, but she's like, piss off, Potter! I've got my own medicinal marijuana, and it's prime shit. Damn, so what does Hazard do? Well, he stays behind, doesn't he? But Lupin offers to hang out with him all day. A little bit weird, but okay. And he says that he stopped Hazard from taking on the boggart because he was worried that it would take on the form of Voldemort, right? And he couldn't be fucked dealing with all the letters of complaints from parents. That's fair. There's a lot of shit. Whingy parents out there, right? You gotta feel sorry for teachers nowadays. Anyways, Hazard tells Lupin that before he passed out on the train and everyone saw his curly little dick, he heard a woman screaming. Why is his dick curly? I don't think anyone knows. So Lupin tells him that it was his mother's scream and that he used to hang out with Hazard's parents when they were young. Really? Yeah, he said Hazard's dad, James, was a real lad, right? He'd hang out at train stations and ask folks to buy him booze or else he'd curse him. What a cunt. Yeah, and then he tells Hazard that he has his mum's eyes and that his mum was super hot and that once he had a wet dream about her. Why would he tell him that? No idea. Anyways, Rono gets back from Hogsmeade and he's being a right bastard, going on about how sick it was right in front of Hazard, who's still pissed that he didn't get to go. But when they get back to the common room, the fat lady's gone from her portrait and someone's fucking slashed it up, haven't they? Oh, fuck. It's Sirius Black, isn't it? You're damn right it was. Anyways, they find the fat lady hiding out in another portrait and she tells everyone about it. And the kids all freak the fuck out. So Dumbledore makes them all sleep on the floor in the Great Hall together. Wouldn't that be uncomfortable? Yeah, it looks super uncomfortable. They're all just basically laying on cold stone floors, which is weird because I feel like he easily could have made them comfy beds out of magic. What a oh yeah, he's a massive cunt. Anyways, get this right. While the kids are sleeping, Dumbo and Snapo have a secret conversation in the middle of the room with all the kids around. Yeah, it's a total dickhead move. I thought Dumbo was supposed to be the smart one. Anyways, Snapo, he reckons it's impossible that Sirius Black got into Hoggies all by himself. Yeah, true, because of all the Dementards. Yeah, it's actually Dementors. Anyway, Snapo didn't approve of Dumbo hiring Lupin, did he? But then Dumbo cuts him off and he's like,
"Not a single professor inside the castle would help Black to enter it, you greasy-haired simp."
And Hazza, he totally overhears the whole conversation. You know, because they were only 2 feet away from it. I mean, that was always going to happen. But get this, the next day when they rock up for Defense Against the Dark Arts, Lupin isn't there. Maybe he did let Black into the castle then. Well, we don't know yet, but then Snapo takes the class and he gives this lecture on werewolves. And Hermo, she's like,
"But sir, we've just started learning about redcaps and hinky-punks."
Then Snapo goes,
"Shut your goddamn mouth, Miss Granger. 40 gajillion points from Gryffindor."
And then Hermo, she's like,
"No!"
Then Snapo gets well out of pocket, right? And he jams him up with a stack of homework. And Hazza, he's livid, right? Because he's got Quidditch tomorrow. But Snapo calls him out and goes,
"Boo-hoo, Potter. Why don't you go run off and tell your dead parents?"
Anyways, the next day Hazza, he's playing Quidditch, right? And you'll never guess what happens. He either wins the game or something dramatic happens to ruin the game. Those are basically the only two things that happen when he plays Quidditch. Well, yeah, that's right. The Dementards show up and they try to suck Hazza off again, right? Then he wakes up in the hospital room with all his friends around him and they're a little weirded out because he has this huge morning wood. So then Ronno pulls out Hazza's broomstick, right? He does what? Nah, his broomstick, not his cock, mate. Ah, okay. Yeah, apparently it got wrecked when he fell off his broom. So then Hazza goes for a walk with Lupin in the woods and he has a massive whinge about it. I thought Lupin was gone. Nah, apparently he's just sick or something. Anyways, Hazza says because he's the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, he should be the one to teach him how to fight the Dementards. That's fair. I mean, it's basically his job description, right? To teach kids how to defend against the dark arts. Yeah, exactly. But he tells Hazza to fuck off till the end of summer because he's too tired. Why is he so tired? Apparently he's been out clubbing with the lads, so he'll be nursing a hangover till the end of summer. Ouch. We've all been there. So now it's winter, right? And all the kids, they're off to Hogsmeade again. And Hazza, he's filthy about it, right? So he's just standing in a window watching everyone like a serial killer. That is a creepy thing to do. Why is he doing that? I don't know. I think the director just really loved the shot, so they kept it in, even if it made Hazza look like he was about to take out a sniper rifle and start firing it off into the crowds. Anyways, Hazza tries to sneak out of school using his invisibility cloak. You know, the one from the first film that could probably solve most of his problems, but he rarely uses it? Well, it doesn't bloody work, does it? Because then Fred and George catch him, and then they... Wait, how do they catch him if he's invisible? Well, that's just it, right? Turns out these two mad dogs have this magic map called the Marauder's Map, and it basically shows everyone's current location in Hoggies at all times. Well, that's a bit creepy. What if a stalker got a hold of that? Well, luckily the previous lads who invented the map, Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs, thought of that. So the map, it unlocks with the phrase, "I solemnly swear I'm up to no good." And then you can lock it again by saying, "Mischief managed." Why not just have a 4-digit PIN code like an iPhone? Yeah, that probably would have been much easier. Who are Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot and Prongs? Are we supposed to know them? Nah, that's supposed to be a J.J. Abrams mystery. You don't actually find out till Lupin is Mooney, isn't he? Because he's a werewolf. Again? Could you at least pretend to be surprised when we get to that part? Got it. Anyways, Hazza uses the map to sneak all the way out of Hoggies, which actually takes him all the way into the basement of Honeydukes. So while he's sneaking out, he steals a lollipop and starts eating it right in front of Seamus Finnegan, who naturally freaks the fuck out. Isn't he supposed to be staying hidden? Clearly people are going to see a floating lollipop hovering down the street. Yeah, but Hazza's got low blood sugar, doesn't he? So he doesn't really think straight until he gets a bit of a boost. You mean Potter is a diabetic? Yeah, probably. I mean, they eat nothing but junk food at Hoggies, so I'm sure heart disease is rampant there too. And I can't even imagine what magic food does to your lower intestines. Yet we rarely see people go to the bathroom at Hogwarts. Yeah, true. Anyways, Hazza finds Ronno and Hermo at the Shrieking Shack, right? And Ronno, he's trying to hit up Hermione, or like, maybe I could make you shriek in the shack, if you know what I mean. But Hermo, she's not into rangers, right? So she tells him to put his cock away, and then Malfoy rocks up and calls Hermo a mudblood, right? That's like the N-word for wizards, right? Yeah, exactly, the M-word. Anyways, Hazza is obviously nearby under the invisibility cloak, so he starts throwing snowballs at Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle. And then he pulls down Crabbe's pants, right? He pulls down his
pants. Yeah, I don't really know what that was about. Also, it could have been Goyle. I have no idea which one's which. So then Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle leg it, leaving a trail of yellow snow behind them. And Hermo and Hazza, they have a good old laugh, don't they? Yellow snow, I just got it. Never mind. So next up, Hazza, Ronno and Hermo are having a yak in Hogsmeade about the map, and Ron is livid because his brothers never told him about the map. Instead, they gave him another map that was giving him directions to his one and only pubic hair. That is a weird map to have on hand. So they overhear Madame Rosmuerta talking to Cornelius Fudgepacker, right? And she has her knickers all in a knot because she doesn't want the Dementards coming to her pub because they don't have any money and they just want to suck everyone off. Don't you mean suck their souls out? Yeah, that's right. So she says to him, why are they even here? And Fudgepacker leans in and he goes, well, they're actually here because Black is after Hazza, and we've hired them to protect him. Yeah, but aren't these the same Dementors that have almost killed Potter twice now? Yeah, those ones. Anyways, they sneak inside to have a conversation in private, right? So Hazza puts on the cloak and follows them, doesn't he? Then we get a huge exposition scene where McGonagall tells this story about Sirius Black. Why is McGonagall there now? I don't know, maybe she got angry that she had no lines in this movie, so they just gave her this scene. Yeah, fair enough. So she's like,
Black was the one who told Voldemort where Potter's parents were hiding, and not only that, he killed Peter Pettigrew.
Who's Peter Pettigrew? No idea, but apparently they only found his finger after the murder, right? And how do they know he was murdered and that Black didn't just chop off his finger? Well, because wizard police are lazy and they didn't want to fill out any more paperwork, did they? Anyways, that's not the only bombshell she drops, right? Then she goes,
Sirius Black was, and to this day, remains Harry Potter's godfather.
Oh shit, so he was like besties with Hazza's parents. And then he helped Voldemort bloody kill him. Right, so Hazza freaks out and he legs it out of the pub and then he pushes over these three midgets. Goblins. Come on, man, we don't say midgets anymore. Anyways, Hermo finds him having a sook under the invisibility cloak at the Shrieking Shack. So then Hazza tells them that he wants Black to find him, doesn't he? Because he's gonna fucking kill him. Kill Black? The same serial killer who broke out of an impossible to escape prison. So how's he going to do that? I don't know, maybe he plans to do like a Home Alone type situation and set up a bunch of micro machines and paint buckets. I have this theory that Kevin McAllister, he probably grew up to become Jigsaw from the Saw franchise. So anyways, next we cut to Lupin teaching Hazza how to use a Patronus charm to fight the Dementards. And Lupin reckons the trick to the spell is to imagine a happy memory. So Hazza, he closes his eyes and he starts imagining this hentai scene that he saw on Wizard Hub. But then Lupin gets a bit grossed out, so he tells him to tuck his wand back in his pants and imagine a real memory. So what memory does he use? Well, that's just it, right? We don't get to see the memory. It's used as a mystery. So many bloody mysteries, right? Anyways, Hazza totally faints again, and Lupin's like, get up, you bloody wuss. So he gives Hazza some of that pedo chocolate again, you know, like the one he used before, and then he asks Hazza what memory he used, and Hazza says that he chose the first time he rode a broom. And no, I'm not talking about a bloke's cock. That doesn't seem like a very strong memory. Well, that's exactly what Lupin says. So he tells Hazza to pull his bloody head in and think of a better one. So what does he choose? It's another bloody mystery, isn't it? Oh, for God's sake. Anyways, Hazza only bloody does it, doesn't he? He ejaculates a massive Patronus from the end of his wand, and Lupin gives him more pedo chocolate to congratulate him. Then he asks Hazza what memory he used this time, and Hazza reckons it was an old memory of his mum and dad talking to him. Didn't they die when he was a baby? How would he remember that? Oh yeah, they were totally murdered. Hazza reckons he might have even imagined the memory, but it's the happiest one he can currently think of. Oh, that's a bit sad. Yeah, it's pretty cooked. The dude probably should be in a mental asylum by now with all that's happened to him. Anyways, next up, Ronno, he's pissed at Hermo because his rat is gone, and he reckons Hermo's cat Crookshanks ate it with a side of chips. Yeah, that does seem likely. But Hermo's on her rags, right? And she disagrees, so she tells Ron to go sit on a pointy-ended dildo. Ouch. Next up, they're having a yak to Hagrid at the lake, where he's just standing in the water throwing stones for some reason. Isn't that the same lake with the giant monster in it? Yeah, but no one really seems to worry about that for some reason. So Hagrid, he's having this epic whinge because Buckbeak has been sentenced to death for shanking Malfoy with a toothbrush. Yeah, that seems a bit harsh, but what did Hagrid expect bringing a wild and violent animal to a class filled with underage kids, right? Exactly, the dude's a bloody pelican. Anyways, next up, Hazza is staying up late and he's munging down these cookies because he smoked way too many cones. And when he looks at the Marauder's FAP, you'll never guess whose bloody name appears on it. Riley Reid? What? No, she hasn't been popular for years. It's bloody Peter Pettigrew, isn't it? Oh, that's the guy that was murdered by Black, right? Exactly. Except we knew he wasn't dead because they only found a finger, and unless you see someone die in a film directly, then the rule is that they aren't actually dead. Yeah, that's a pretty lame trope at this stage. Anyways, Hazza goes out hunting for Peter Pettigrew, right? But the footsteps on the map go right bloody past him. So Hazza thinks maybe he's just tripping from all the chuff he just smoked. Makes sense. But you'll never guess this, right? Snapo, he catches him out of bed late at night, and he sees the map, doesn't he? Weird. So what happens next?
Well, he uses a spell to try and unlock it, doesn't he? But the map just tells him that he's got a big nose and a small penis. And just when it looks like Snape's about to lose it, old mate Lupin rocks up, and he totally covers for Hazza, and he says that the map is just some old piece of paper that's designed to insult whoever reads it. Smart. Lupin is a mad dog, but aren't all the Defense Against the Dark Arts teachers evil? What's his angle? Well, mate, you gotta wait till the end of the bloody movie to find out that, don't you? So Lupin takes the map from Hazza, and then he gives him this massive spraying, right? He says that Hazza, he's gonna grow up to have terrible facial hair, and that his mum and dad died trying to protect him, and wandering around late at night with a killer on the loose is a cooked thing to do because it means that his parents bloody died for nothing. Fair point, right? Exactly. It's almost like Hazza wants to die or something. Anyways, before he goes back to his room, he tells Lupin that the bloody map is broken. Did Lupin ask if he tried turning it off and on again? And Hazza's like, obviously, I tried that, you cunt. Then he says that it's glitching and that he saw Peter Pettigrew's name on the map. And Lupin looks like he's taken some bad shrooms or something because he looks super worried, right? But then he snaps out of his bad trip and he tells Hazza that that's bloody impossible. I mean, they are in a castle filled with floating staircases and ghosts. I'm not sure why someone coming back from the dead would surprise him, but shouldn't even really be out of the realms of possibility at Hogwarts, but go on, right? Anyways, next up they're having another class with that massive tripper Trelawney, and Hermo's finally calling her on her shit, right? She reckons that she's got less magic than those underpaid security guards at Disneyland. Oh, burn. Yeah, and then Hermo's like, astrology and spirituality is just some bullshit someone made up to keep middle-class white women busy because they got too much money and time on their hands. Fair point, I'd agree with that. So then Trelawney, she cracks it and she goes to Hermo, you're just gonna be another single something 30s woman mindlessly swiping profiles on Hinge while watching Queer Eye for a Straight Guy and buying a new cat every 3 weeks. Oh, double burn. I feel like Trelawney won this one, right? Right? So Hermo storms off and Hazza goes back into class to give Trelawney her crystal ball back. But get this, something real strange happens. Is she banging one of the students, you know, like our old principal did? Nah, mate. Hazza looks into the crystal ball and he sees Sirius Black, right? And then Trelawney, who's probably just smoked on the crack pipe for too long, starts talking in this demonic voice and speaking in riddles. Creepy. Oh yeah, she's like,
he who betrayed his friends is Hogwarts with murder shall break free. Innocent blood shall be spilled, and servant and master shall be reunited once more.
Jesus Christ, Trelawney's more intense than that gangster kid from her class. Yeah, but get this right, she totally snaps out of it and doesn't even remember saying any of it. So Hazza, he legs it because he's not sure if she's still high, and he's heard that sometimes junkies get violent and they have like this crazy superhuman strength. Yeah, why do junkies have such crazy strength when they look like cancer patients? No idea. Anyways, Hazza and Hermo and Ron walk past this creepy dude sharpening an axe in the courtyard. Is it Sirius Black? No, that would have made more sense though, to be honest. Turns out it's just some random dude and no one thought to tell the teachers or anything. That's weird. Yeah, I mean, the rules at this school only really seem to be there to serve the plot and have very little concern for the actual children's well-being. True. So then Hazza catches Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle hiding out at Hagrid's shack. They're all trying to sneak a peek of Buckbeak's execution. So Malfoy likes to watch small animals get tortured. Isn't that like one of the hallmark traits of a psychopath? Oh yeah, he's a full psycho for sure. So Hermo, she loses it, right? And she goes full Super Saiyan, and then she punches Malfoy straight in the face. Damn, you go, girl. Yeah, it's a totally baller move. She even knocks all his teeth out, and then she squats down on him and takes a filthy piss. Gross. Yeah, what's even weirder is that Malfoy seems to be into that stuff, just like the Dementors. Anyways, next they go down to visit Hagrid, and Buckbeak, he's just chilling out the front eating some dead animal carcasses. Hang on, what? Yeah, I'm not really sure what that's about. It's fucking disgusting. Anyways, Hagrid's still upset that Buckbeak is about to get publicly executed. You know, just like that healthcare CEO was. Why are chicks so into that guy? No idea. They think dudes are cooked because they watch porn, but then they binge hours of podcasts about people getting sexually assaulted and then decapitated, and they think that's awesome. I feel like murder is worse, but whatever. Anyways, turns out it's not all bad news. Old mate Hagrid has only gone and found Ronno's rat scabbers, hasn't he? Well, that seems a bit convenient. How do you manage that? They don't explain it or mention it ever again. Of course they don't. Anyways, Hermo, she's still Super Saiyan, right? And she's still on her rags. So she demands Ronno apologise for blaming her cat. I mean, I guess that's fair. The cat was innocent in the end. Yeah, but before he can say anything, someone throws a rock through the window and smashes a bloody vase. And then another rock hits Hazza right in the head. Jesus, what kind of pelican just throws a rock through a window? Well, we don't know that yet. Let me guess, it's another mystery. You're goddamn right it is. Anyways, Hazza, he's getting woozy because he's got a slow brain bleed from the rock that just hit him in the head. And then Fudgepacker and the Executioner rock up. And then Hagrid, he shits himself because he doesn't want to be found alone with kids in his hut again. So he tells them to leg it out the back door. It does seem odd that he hasn't been arrested more times. I agree, I don't know how he's still working there. So Hazza, Ronno and Hermo escape up the hill and they turn around just in time to see the execution go down. They show Buckbeak's head getting cut off. What the f? Nah, mate. They just show him swing the axe and then they cut to a wide where a bunch of birds fly away. Oh, well then he's not dead then, is he? We already talked about this rule. If you don't see a body in a movie, they're not dead. Damn it, you're right. I mean, they're just planting so many mysteries that I'm just looking for him now. now, aren't I? I guess that's fair. Anyway, Scabbers bites Ronno's finger and then he gives him rabies. Jesus Christ. Does he go to the hospital wing? Nah, mate. He just runs after him, doesn't he? Yeah, of course he does. I mean, why worry about a bite from a rat, right? They only cause the Black Plague. Yeah, true. But get this. He catches him right under the Whomping Willow, and just when you think he's going to get crushed by the Roid Rage tree from the second film, the Grim, you know, the big black dog the crackhead Trelawney talked about, we see it grab Ronno and it drags him under the bloody tree. The dog saves Ron? Nah, mate. Turns out he dragged him under the tree so that he could dry hump his leg. Gross. I didn't know these movies had bestiality. Oh, mate, there's tons of it. Furries would love this film. Anyways, Hazza and Hermo try to chase him under the tree, but get beaten up by the Whomping Willow, who's still pissed off at Hazza for crashing his flying car into him in the Chamber of Secrets. Yeah, that's fair enough. They could have crashed their car literally anywhere else on the Hogwarts grounds. True. Anyways, the riders, they get lazy, don't they? So Hermo and Hazza manage to escape under the tree without a bloody scratch. Really, that is lazy. Yeah, but get this. There's only a bloody secret passage under the tree, isn't there? Where does it go? Only to the Shrieking Bloody Shack. Not the Shrieking Shack. Wait, what's the Shrieking Shack? Well, they briefly mentioned it earlier. It's more of a thing in the book. To be honest, they kind of cooked it in the movie. Anyways, they find Ronno, but he's not alone, right? He's with the big black dog, yeah? Is he still humping his leg? Nah, mate. He's with Sirius Bloody Black. Oh, damn, this is getting exciting. Yeah, it is. And Hazza, he's super pissed at him. You know, because he murdered his parents. Well, naturally. So Hazza gets Black on the ground and pulls like this epic UFC move on him. And just as you think Hazza's going to get some street justice on his ass, Lupin rushes in and he saves Sirius Black. No fucking way. Yes fucking way. And then Lupin and Black just totally hug it out. And then Lupin even sneaks 2 cheeky fingers up Black's asshole. Oh, gross. And then Hermo, she's like, Lupin, he's a fucking werewolf. That's why he's been skipping classes and sniffing people's bottoms. Am I supposed to act surprised now? Yes, please. He's a werewolf. Oh my God. Thank you. Anyways, Lupin, he's like, Hazza, you got it all wrong, you bloody turkey. Black didn't kill your parents. It was bloody Peter Pettigrew. Oh. My God. Then Snape'o busts in and he totally saves the day. Holy shit. You don't have to pretend to act surprised anymore. It's okay. No, that one was genuine. Oh, good. Anyway, Snape'o goes to Black.
I'm glad I was the one to catch you, you filthy crotch-licking mother...
And Lupin's like, Snape, you've got it all wrong, you bloody turkey. Is that like his catchphrase or something? Yeah, I think so. Anyway, Snape'o goes,
I'm going to tell Dumbledore that you were the one who let Black into school. 40,000 points from Lupin's shitty mustache.
He's right, it's not a great mustache. Like, you can talk, mate. Anyway, Snape'o goes,
now I'm going to enjoy watching the Dementors French kiss you.
And then Snape, he pulls out a box of tissues and some hand lotion. Gross. But then out of nowhere, Hazza does this super sick Kamehameha and blasts Snape'o into a wall. He what? Why would he do that? And Hermo, she's like, oh no! You attacked a teacher, you specky wanker! Okay, now I'm leaning in. This is getting really interesting. So Hazza, he demands Lupin and Black tell him more about Peter Pettigrew, right? And then Lupin, he's like, we went to school with the cunt, and when you said you saw him on the map, I knew Black must be innocent. And then Hazza, he's like, I smoked like 40 cones that night. I was blazed out of my skull. Maybe the map was wrong. And then Black goes,
the map never lies.
Then Hazza looks down at the map, and the map calls him a specky little cunt, so that he knows Black is now telling the truth. So then Black points to Ronno's pet rat Scabbers, right? And he says he cut off his finger and pretended to be dead, and then he transformed into a bloody rat, and now he's been hiding at the Weasleys for the past 12 years. His rat? Oh, big twist, right? But wouldn't that mean he's been like watching Ron get changed and wank off for the past 12 years? Exactly. Turns out he helped murder Hazza's parents, and he's a massive pedo. That's dark. Anyways, Lupin and Black, they only bloody turn Peter Pettigrew back into a person, except he still looks half rat for some reason. And then they all go to take him back to the castle to feed his ass to the Dementards. Sick. So that's the end of the movie, right? No, mate, there's still like another hour left. What the fuck? Why? Yeah, I know what you mean. They should have quit while they were ahead. Anyways, Black bails up Hazza on the way back to the castle, and he's like,
you know, I'm your godfather, right? Well, if you don't want to live with the Dursleys anymore, after I clear my name, you can come and live with me, you mad cunt.
Oh, that's kind of sweet. Yeah, but Hazza says he'll think about it because Black looks like a junkie on steroids and kind of smells like dry shit. You know, because he hasn't washed in 12 years. And you're not going to believe what happens next. I'm not even going to guess this time. Really? Oh. Okay. So Lupin looks up and he's like, oh, bloody hell, it's a full moon. And then Black's like, Lupin, you Flaming idiot, why didn't you take your potion? Oh shit, that's terrible timing. I mean, I feel like they could have seen the full moon as soon as they walked outside, but I guess they needed to raise the stakes somehow. Exactly. Then Lupin, he transforms, right? And Black has to try and restrain him, which means no one's keeping an eye on sneaky Peter Pedo Pettigrew. Oh no, does he get away? You're bloody right he does, like a billionaire on Epstein's flight list. He turns into a rat again and runs off into the bushes. Damn it. Then Werewolf Lupin, he starts looking at Rono, Hazza and Hermo like they'd be tastier than a Whopper at Hungry Jack's at 4 in the morning after the club. I mean, I guess a werewolf is pretty scary, but they all have wands, right? So you could just use magic and blast his nuts off. Yeah, I was thinking that too, but maybe they all got brain cancer from the Whomping Willow's Wi-Fi or something like that, because none of them think to do that. Anyways, just as Werewolf Lupin is about to attack him, Snape conveniently wakes up like nothing has happened, and he tries to protect him again. Whoa, Snape-o, he's smart. He'll definitely use magic. Nah, he just kind of puts his arms out to protect the kids like some sort of human mannequin. Well, that's gonna do fuck all, isn't it? Exactly. Anyways, Werewolf Lupin lunges at them, and then Sirius Black turns into a big black dog again, and he pulls some super sick canine jujitsu moves. You know what? I'm beginning to like Sirius now. Yeah, me too. Anyways, Potter, he runs off to try and help Black fight Lupin. And then Snape-o, he's like,
"Come back, Potter, you specky little prick!"
Then Hazza sees Werewolf Lupin do that Liu Kang bicycle kick from Mortal Kombat, which knocks Black right off the side of a bloody mountain. That's a hard move to pull off. Yeah, I could never master it back in the day. Anyways, Werewolf Lupin turns on Hazza again, doesn't he? But right when it looks like he's about to bite Hazza's tiny pink dick off, another werewolf calls out from the bushes, and Lupin goes running off, doesn't he? Another werewolf. Yeah, weird, right? Anyways, Hazza, he goes down the cliff, and then he finds Black lying half dead by a lake in the middle of the forest. Wait, I thought he fell down a cliff. How is he in the middle of a forest next to a lake? Yeah, no idea. I think they were hoping we weren't paying attention or something. Anyways, then Black starts screaming, right? And Hazza looks up and he sees like 400 million Dementards swirling over their heads. Why the hell are there so many Dementards now? Yeah, I don't know. This scene makes about as much sense as Joseph Gordon-Levitt's chin putty in that movie Looper. Yeah, that was fucked. Who made that decision? Anyways, Hazza tries to fight them off with the spell that Lupin taught him, but it's not bloody strong enough. And the Dementards, they start kissing Hazza and Black, right? And they're doing it real deep and sloppy. And just when it looks like it's about to turn into some full-on gothic porno, a blue glowing deer shows up and scares them all away. A deer? What the hell? Yeah, look, it's best not to question much from the rest of the film because I think the writers were really rushing to meet a deadline, and I get the sense that one of them might even be behind on child payments in a recent divorce. What makes you think that one of the writers was a deadbeat dad? Dunno, just a hunch. But didn't J.K. Rowling write the actual story and they just adapted it? Yeah, maybe she was behind on her bills because she was too busy tweeting about trans people. Oh, well, that makes much more sense. So Hazza, he wakes up in the hospital wing, right? How many times is this kid gonna wake up in the bloody hospital wing? I think he basically sleeps there now, maybe. Anyways, Hermo's sitting on the side of the bed and Hazza's like, "My dad. I saw my dad. He saved us from the Dementards." Then Hermo goes,
"Harry, you stupid idiot! You were just having a dream! Your parents are dead, you wanker!"
That's a bit harsh. Yeah, but she really needed to make her point, didn't she? Anyways, Hermo reckons that everyone still thinks Black did it, and now that they've caught him, they're gonna let the Dementards kiss him harder than Michael Jackson kissed Macaulay Culkin. Yeah, but Black is innocent, right? Yeah, well that's it, isn't it? No one believes Hermo and Hazza. And then Dumbledore bursts in, and he starts talking in riddles about time and how dangerous it is if you fuck with it or something. Then he turns to Hermo, and he's like,
"You know the rules, Miss Granger. If you get caught, I'll kick you in the snatch."
And then he just straight up tells them where Sirius Black is being held captive, and he just fucks off. What the hell was that about? Yeah, I was thinking that maybe Dumbledore was just smoking the chuff again, but turns out Hermo knows exactly what he's on about, and she pulls out this golden necklace and starts spinning it, and then Hazza and Hermo go back in bloody time. They do what? I told you this film was part Back to the Future, didn't I? You know what always bugged me about that film? That Biff is the one washing their car at the end. Ah, because he tried to molest the mum when she was young. Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't that be like the last person you want to wash your car? Yeah, that's a good point. It's fucked up. Okay, well, so what happens to Ron then? Yeah, well, Hermo says he can't come because he's got a broken leg. And then she also says to him that he's a ginger pube twat and no one likes him. She's got a good point. Well, so then Hazza and Hermo, they leg it faster than Paul Walker was going when he hit that bloody tree. Oh, too soon, mate. Piss off. It's been 10 years. Anyways, Hazza and Hermo run outside where they see the earlier versions of themselves, and they see Hermo beat the shit out of Malfoy again. Oh, well, that's weird. Yeah, that's what Hazza says. Then he asks Hermo if she slipped acid in his lunch milk or something, and she goes,
"No, Harry, you specky twat. This is called a time turner. McGonagall gave it to me at the start of term, so I could attend more classes than I normally would."
Wait, so McGonagall gave a dangerous time travel device to a third-year student just to help her pass a few classes? Yeah, I don't know what she was thinking there. I think maybe she's going through menopause or something. Anyways, they go down the hill to Hagrid's hut, right? And Buckbeak, he's still alive, isn't he? Called it. Didn't see a body. I knew he wasn't dead. Yeah, it's a lazy trope. We all know it. Anyways, Hermo reckons that they can save him, right? And then Hazza says he'll go into the hut and and warn their past selves. Then Hermo goes, Harry, you fucking idiot! Haven't you seen any time travel movie ever? You can't bloody do that! And then Hazza, he's like, what about Groundhog Day? I've seen that. Does that count? Then Hermo just totally loses it and she goes, no, you fucking idiot! That's a time loop movie like Game Over or Edge of Tomorrow or Happy Death Day! This is a time travel movie like Back to the Future, Avengers Endgame, or maybe even Hot Tub Time Machine! And then Hazza's like, oh yeah, right, I get it now. Anyways, Hermo sees that Fudge Packer and the Executioner are coming back, right? But their past selves are still inside Hagrid's bloody hut. So she finds some stones and then she throws them through the window to warn them. You mean the one that cracks a vase and the one that gives Hazza a slow brain bleed? Exactly right, mate. So then the current Hazza and Hermo leg it into the woods just in time to see their past selves sneak out of Hagrid's hut. But Buckbeak is still tied up right out front, isn't he? So Hazza, he sneaks up and unties him. But Buckbeak won't bloody move, right? Well, what's wrong with him? Well, he's still hungry, isn't he? So Hermo, she pulls these dead ferrets out of her ass and then she feeds them to him. So then they just happily jog off into the woods together. Why did she have dead ferrets in her ass? Dunno. I think she just keeps them there at all times, just in case. Anyways, the Executioner guy, you know, the guy who was sharpening the axe before and no one called the coppers on him for some reason? He's livid because he was juiced up to chop some heads off. So he just cracks it and chops up a bunch of bloody pumpkins instead. Which makes all the birds fly away, doesn't it? Right, so that's what the past versions of themselves see. Great, you're catching on. I keep telling everyone you're not mentally handicapped. Wait, who says I'm mentally handicapped? Pretty much everyone. Anyways, Hermo and Hazza take Buckbeak into the woods and wait outside the Whomping Willow. Why do they wait there? Well, they want to wait for their past selves to come out with Sirius, Lupin and Peter Pettigrew, don't they? Wouldn't it have made more sense to try and rescue Black before Lupin turned into a werewolf? Yeah, I guess that would have made much more sense. But I guess Hazza's still got a slow brain bleed, so maybe that's what's happening. Ah, right, makes sense. Anyways, while they're waiting, Hazza, he starts telling Hermo about how he thinks he saw his dad and how that it was him who made the big blue glowing deer thing by the lake and rescued both him and Black from the Dementards. Then Hermo, she's like, I've already told you, Harry, you brain-damaged tosser. Your parents are dead. You're an orphan with a tiny penis and you only have 2 friends and even we don't like you. Bit harsh, but go on. Yeah, but like I said, she really wants to get her point across. Anyways, Hazza starts daydreaming about what life might be like if they rescue Sirius and he doesn't have to live with the Dursleys anymore. And just as he's about to jizz his pants from the daydream, Lupin turns into a werewolf and attacks their past selves. So Hazza and Hermo, they run after werewolf Lupin and they find him just as he's about to bite off Hazza's tiny pink dick. But right before he does, Hermo pretends to be a wolf and distracts him. Oh, that's clever. So it was their future selves and not another wolf. See, you're not handicapped. But wouldn't that mean that the werewolf is now going to attack their future selves instead of their past selves? Yeah, well, that's what Hazza says. So they leg it into the woods and hide behind a tree. Yeah, but he's a wolf though. He'll smell them right away. Yeah, bloody right he does. But right as he's about to bite Hazza's tiny pink dick off for the 3rd time, Buckbeak jumps in and he stabs werewolf Lupin in the left nutsack with a shiv that he made from a toothbrush. You know, the one that he stabbed Malfoy with. I love Ghetto Buckbeak. Yeah, he's the best. Anyways, Hazza realizes that if they leg it to the lake, they might be right in time to see Hazza's dad save him and Sirius Black. And what happens? Is it his dad? No, mate, nothing bloody happens, does it? So Hazza jumps out from behind the tree just in time and he shouts, Inspector my boner! And a big white beam shoots out of the end of his tiny wand and he scares all the Dementards away. Ah, so it was him that saved his past self. And Hazza, because he has a slow brain bleed, thought he was seeing his dad. Exactly. Then Hazza and Hermo, they're flying away on the back of Buckbeak and he asks her if she saw him shoot white stuff out of the end of his wand. Gross. Yeah, it kind of is, but he's super proud because he hasn't produced a load that big before. Anyways, they land Buckbeak at the top of the tower and rescue bloody Sirius, don't they? Then they take him to the school courtyard, right? And their courtyard, why don't they fly him far away where he'll be safe? Hazza's got a brain bleed, remember? That's why he's making decisions. Oh, true. Anyways, Hazza's like, but now people will think you're guilty. But then Black, he's like,
yes, but at least you know I'm not, Harry. Also, Hermione is hot. You should totally hit that. Ron doesn't have a chance.
A little bit weird that he thinks a teenage girl is hot. Yeah, true. But he's right about Ronno. He's a total loser. Anyways, then there's this really shit animation of Black riding off on Buckbeak while some sad music plays. Wow, that is shit. I don't know why, but whenever you see a real person riding a CGI animal in a movie, it looks worse than my grandma does naked. Hang on, why have you seen your grandma naked? You do not want to know. Anyways, the tower bell starts chiming, so Hazza and Hermo, they leg it back to the hospital wing, and they only get there just in time to see Dumbledore leaving the room after talking to their past selves, right? So the bell starts chiming right as they finish doing everything that they needed to do. That's a bit convenient, isn't it? Oh, it's super convenient. Anyways, Dumbledore's like, well? And Hazza, he goes, we did it. And then Dumbledore goes,
did what?
Good night.
What the fuck? But Dumbledore totally knew about the time travel. Yeah, mate, but every Potter fan knows that these films are just Dumbledore gaslighting Hazza for like 6 years. Jesus Christ, he's worse than the Dursleys. Oh yeah, mate, he's way worse. Anyways, Hazza and Hermo burst into the hospital wing right as their previous selves disappear and go back in time. And Ronno, who sees it all happen, totally shits his pants, and he goes, "Oh, what's going on? How'd you get from over there to over here?" Then Hazza and Hermo, they laugh, and rather than telling him, they just decide to fuck with him a bit and tell him that no one can be in two places at once. You know, which is supposed to be a callback to what Ronno said to Hermo earlier in the film, but it sort of comes off like some sort of cruel joke that Ron will probably tell to a psychiatrist for years to come. Damn. Anyways, we cut to an exterior of the school, don't we? And another bird gets exploded by that fucking tree for no reason at all, and then Hazza walks into Lupin's office, and he's only packing up, isn't he? Oh no, he's leaving? Yeah, mate, apparently Snape'o told everyone he was a werewolf and then posted pictures of his hairy dog balls all over the internet. So then parents called up the school and they all bloody complained. I mean, I guess that's fair. He did almost eat 3 children. Yeah, but there's sad music, so we're supposed to sympathise with him. Oh, that's sad. So Hazza, he's having this massive whinge to Lupin, and he tells him that he feels like after the entire events of the movie and all they did, nothing's really changed, because Peter Pettigrew still escaped and Black's still on the run from the bloody coppers. He sort of has a point though, right? Oh yeah, Hazza fucked it up big time. But Lupin, he goes,
"Harry, quit your whinging, you specky little cunt. You stopped a man from going to be put to death, and you helped discover the truth."
Oh, I love Lupin. But what's super weird is that the whole conversation is kind of ruined because neither of them talk about the cabinet filled with human skulls that's right behind Hazza. You're right, that's really weird. Yeah, I think Lupin is either the Zodiac killer or he's just stupid enough to have not seen it all semester. Why is it there? Now I really want to know. I literally have no idea. Anyways, he gives Hazza back his map, which is super irresponsible because he could totally use it to spy on every girl at the school while they're taking a piss in the bathroom. And then Hazza goes to the Great Hall where everyone's gathered around this new package that old mate Hedwig has delivered. Oh, what's in it? It's only a bloody firebolt, the fastest broom in the world, and it's got a feather in the bag, which means that Sirius Black sent it to him, didn't he? This bloody kid, he's got all the cash in the world and people keep buying him expensive brooms. Does he at least donate it to charity? Nah, he just goes out and rides it, doesn't he? But just before he leaves the building, he takes a piss on a homeless man's face just to really rub it in. So he's R. Kelly now. That's disgusting. So's your mum's vagina. What?
Harry, you put your name in a Goblet of Fire.
And that's why you should never try and search for a free movie on YouTube. Dude, why do you refuse to pay for movies? Well, Netflix keeps raising their bloody prices, don't they? And you don't even want to know what I found when I Googled Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire full free movie. Let me guess.
I got this egg. I've got to keep it warm? Where am I supposed to put it?
Yep, it was a porno. Of course it was. The internet's just 99% AI and porno now. Yeah, that is true. I should know by now. So did you even end up watching the movie? I did actually. The movie starts with a big snake slithering out of someone's mouth. Hang on, are you sure you weren't still watching the porno? No, mate. It's the mouth of a skull. And guess what? It only slithers into a bloody graveyard, doesn't it? Oh, creepy. This is already exciting. What happens next? Well, next up we cut to an old man making a cup of tea. Well, that's not very exciting at all. Nah, mate, it's not at all. But he sees a light turn on at a creepy house on the hill, doesn't he? And then he gets so pissed off that he throws his tea on the bloody ground. That seems a bit dramatic, just because someone turned a light on. Yeah, I think he's one of those annoying environmentalists who lecture people for leaving their lights on for too long. Yeah, that does waste a lot of energy, actually. Shut up. Anyways, the old fella gets a lantern and he walks up to the old creepy house, doesn't he? Oh, and what does he find? Well, that's just it. He sneaks inside and he overhears 2 blokes arguing. Oh, interesting. Well, what are they arguing about? Well, it's not about who bought the last round down at the pub, let me tell you. It's about some evil plan and it involves a little boy. Uh-oh. This movie doesn't take place on Epstein Island or in P. Diddy's basement, does it? No, mate. We don't know what the bloody plan is yet, do we? Anyways, Doctor Who turns up and he's part of the plan too. Doctor Who? Really? Which one? I don't know, mate. I'm not a fucking nerd. He's the only good one. That's all I know. Ah, David Tennant, the 10th Doctor. Nerd. Anyways, the big snake from earlier slithers past the old man's leg, doesn't it? And no, I'm not talking about the porn star Danny D's big sweaty cock. Gross. Anyways, the door swings open and it's not just Doctor Who in there, is it? Remember old mate from the last film who transformed into a rat just so he could watch Ronno whack off for 12 years? Peter Pettigrew, yeah? Yeah, Peter Pettigrew. He's in there too, isn't he? And both him and Doctor Who are talking to a baby and a snake. Wait, what the hell? Yeah, I have no idea what that's about. Also, it's pretty obvious that the baby is Voldemort. Anyways, the weird baby Voldemort thing speaks to the old fella in a creepy voice and then blasts him with the killing curse. Avada f*** your mother. That is not the spell. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the spell. Anyways, we cut to Potter and he wakes up screaming. And Hermo, she's standing over his bed. That's a bit creepy. Why is she doing that? No idea, but she's freaked out because Hazza has woken up with a big chunky morning wood and he's splooged all over his sheets. Really, they actually show Hazza jizz his sheets in the film. Well, no, but it's heavily implied. Anyways, Hermo wakes up Ronno too, who's also pitching a tent in his pants, and then she storms out of the room. Well, where's she going? Well, that's the thing, right? Hazza, Ronno and Hermo are going on a hike with Arthur Weasley. Ah, he's Ronno's dad who works at the Ministry of Sound, right? Yeah, that's him. And those creepy twins, Fred and George, are with him too. Oh yeah, and their younger sister Ginny, who must be important in the books because she does fuck all in the film. So where are they going? Well, apparently Arthur Weasley has been up all night snorting lines and DJing because he has no clue where they're going at all. So he had Hermo wake them up to take them on a hike, and he doesn't even know where he's going. Well, get this, he's taken him to meet his mate Amos Diggory, who works with him at the Ministry of Sound, and he's there with his son, Sedo, who jumps out of a tree for no reason at all. Sedo? Yeah, he's played by the same actor who plays Edo the Pedo in Twilight. You know, Cedric Diggory. Sedo? Ah, you mean Batman. Yeah, that's the one. Anyways, Amos takes them all up a big hill to see a big smelly boot that looks like it's filled with dead skin and someone's piss. What's up with the boot? Well, that's exactly what Hazza says, right? But apparently it's a port key, which I hope is explained more in the books because you better believe it never fucking is here. And then the old boot transports them to the Quidditch World Championship. Oh, cool. Is that the game that doesn't make any sense because the idea of the golden snitch breaks the game entirely? Yeah, that's the one. Anyways, everyone's sleeping in tents waiting for the tournament to start, like they're gypsies or something, and then Arthur tells the kids to climb into a tiny tent with him. That sounds a bit sus. Yeah, that's what I thought too, but turns out this bloody tent is huge. Way bigger than Danny D's cock. Gross. This tent is crazy. It has like separate bedrooms, a kitchen, and even a sex dungeon. Really? Well, no, but it's heavily implied. You better believe it. Anyways, next up, they're in the stadium, and the Quidditch World Cup is about to start. This film is really jumping from scene to scene. I'm totally lost. Anyways, old mate Malfoy and his dad are there, aren't they? And Malfoy, he's bragging about having better seats than Potter because they're all the way down the bottom while Potter and his mates are all the way up the top. Which makes no sense at all because no matter where you sit, barely anyone can see tiny people flying around on broomsticks. Yeah, that is weird. I mean, if anything, the people at the top would be able to see better than the people at the bottom, right? Yeah, it's total bullshit. Anyways, we get introduced to a bunch of international teams, like the Irish team, who are eating potatoes or something, and then the Bulgarians, and everyone's frothing over this guy called Victor Crumb, who is apparently the best seeker in the whole world. Are we supposed to know who that is? He's the only player in the whole game that gets a big intro too, so you better believe he's going to be in the movie again later, right? Yeah, good point. Go on. Well, the game starts, doesn't it? Oh, nice. Do we get some cool Quidditch action? Nah, mate. Apparently the VFX budget wouldn't stretch that far, so we cut to Hazza and the gang celebrating in the tent after the game. So the whole going to the Quidditch World Cup has pretty much been pointless so far then, yeah? Yeah, pretty much. Also, everyone is kind of making fun of Ronno because apparently he's got a massive stiffy for this Victor Crumb guy. Oh yeah, and Hazza's haircut in this film, it's totally cooked. Who thought that was a good idea? Your guess is as good as mine, mate, but get this, a bunch of dick eaters show up, don't they? What? And they start setting everyone's tents on fire. Don't you mean Death Eaters? Yeah, that's the one. Anyways, everyone's screaming, and Arthur, he tells the kids to leg it back to the port key, right? But then we get to see the dick eaters up close, and whoever's doing the costume design was really skirting a little bit too close to those Ku Klux Klan hoods. That's probably not going to make it to the new series. You're damn right it won't. Anyways, Hazza trips over like an absolute pelican, and then someone running past accidentally kicks him in the head, and he passes out. Jesus Christ, does he get brain damage? Nah, mate, he wakes up totally fine, doesn't he? But get this, the whole city of tents has only fucking burned down, hasn't it? So what, everything except Harry burnt down? How did he survive? No idea. And wouldn't one of the Death Eaters have seen it was Harry Potter and then maybe just taken him to Voldemort or just killed him? Yeah, I think maybe they were special needs Death Eaters because they really did fuck all. All they did was burn some tents down. Oh yeah, and then Doctor Who comes back and he makes this big flaming green skull in the sky. Why the hell would he do that? No idea. I think he's one of those weirdo Necronomicons who like to make love to dead people's skulls. It's actually necrophiliac, and that is gross. Anyways, Hazza's scar starts burning worse than a woman's vagina with a 4-month-old yeast infection. How is that comment somehow worse than the necrophiliac one? Dunno, but get this right. He sees Hazza and he starts to leg it for him. But then Hermo and Ronno rock up and they scare him away. Why was he scared away by 2 children? No idea, but then a group of adults rock up and they start emptying their wands onto Hazza and the other kids, right? I know you didn't mean for that to sound gross, but it sounded gross. No, I meant it that way. Anyways, they accuse Hazza of making the giant green skull in the sky, right? You know, the one Doctor Who wants to stick his little wand in. And then Hazza, he's like, piss off, I didn't even do anything. Why are you all so upset? And then Hermo, she's like, it's the dark mark, Harry, you fucking pelican. It's the sign Voldemort used to tag on school desks at school. You know, rather than doing that weird S thing people used to do. Oh, I totally used to do that S too. I wonder who started that. Yeah, no idea. Anyways, a bloke with a really unfortunate Hitler moustache and a terrible French accent rocks up, and he's called Barty Crouch. Anyways, he keeps grilling Hazza till old mate Arthur Weasley gives him some MDMA and tells him to chill the fuck out. That's not going to calm him down at all. He's just going to be up all night listening to trance music and making embarrassing calls to his ex-girlfriends. That's exactly what I was thinking. Anyways, French Hitler runs off, and then we cut to Hazza, Ronno and Hermo on the Hoggies Express. Wait, how are they there now? This film is really burning through plot, isn't it? Yeah, I looked it up in the books and they've smashed through like 11 chapters worth of material in like 10 minutes. Oh, that's impressive. Yeah, but remember the movie makes no sense at all? True, that's not so impressive then. Anyways, an old lady whose womb dried up years ago comes along with the food trolley, doesn't she? And Hazza, he offers to buy Ronno and Hermo some food, but then Ronno, he tells him to go suck on a greasy fat one. It's a bit rude. Why does he say that? Well, that's just it. Hazza has no clue either, and he thinks maybe Ron is on his period, but Ron's a guy. Yeah, exactly. You don't know what a period is, do you? Piss off. Anyways, Hazza, he sees like the only Asian chick at Hoggies, and then he cracks a massive fat one over her. That's a bit racist. I mean, it might be racist not to get a boner over her if she's the only Asian there, right? I'm not really sure how these things work nowadays. Yeah, true. Go on then. So next up, Hazza's scar starts burning again. You know, worse than that cheap toilet paper they use at McDonald's, burns your asshole. Gross. So what does he do? Well, Hermo, she's like, "Hurry, you small penis moron! You need to write to Sirius Black and tell him about your scar!" Sirius Black? You know, the guy that used to be a performer for Blacked.com. Oh, what's that website about? Stop pretending you don't know what that website is, you pervert. Anyways, Hazza writes a bloody letter to Sirius, doesn't he? Then he gives it to old mate Hedwig, his owl. Then he just throws the owl out of the window of a moving bloody train. He what? Yeah, it's a bloody pelican move. The owl would have no clue what's going on and would probably die. But I think Hazza, he still has brain damage from being hit in the head in the last film, so I'm not surprised. Anyways, they get to Hoggies and a carriage flies into school, being towed by some flying horses. Hang on, flying horses? Have I missed something? Nah, mate, I think Hagrid spiked the drinking water at Hoggies again because all the kids have goofy grins on their faces, and then they think that they see this giant pirate ship pop out of the lake like it's a bloody submarine or something. Is any of this ever explained? Nah, of course not, mate. So then we cut to the Great Hall, where old mate Dumbledore is giving the students a speech, saying that it's not safe to drink the tap water at school while Hagrid still works there. Yeah, that's fair enough. No idea how he hasn't been arrested yet. Yeah, me too. Anyways, Dumbledore also reckons that Hoggies is going to host a very special event this year. Sounds interesting. What kind of special event? Well, at first I thought maybe it was the Special Olympics or something, but then I remembered that Hoggies doesn't have any wheelchair ramps or disabled people. Yeah, that is weird. Anyways, it turns out it's this rare magical event called the Bi-Wizard Cup that brings together 3 magic schools to compete against each other. Why is it called the Bi-Wizard Cup if there are 3 schools? Well, because you can only compete in the competition if you like both tacos and sausages. Tacos and sausages. Oh, wait, I just got it. So then a bunch of French chicks from an all-girls school called Boobyton, I think it's called, walk in and do a strange dance for some reason. And then every bloke in the hall has to tuck it under their belts. How many boner jokes have we done so far in this episode? Yeah, a few hundred by now, I reckon. Anyways, the headmaster of Boobyton is a giant woman called Madame Maxime, and she gives Hagrid a big old boner, which even by giant standards is pretty bloody big. They actually show Hagrid's cock in the film. Nah, mate, but it's heavily implied. Anyways, then Dumbledore kisses Madame Maxime's fingers in this really creepy way, and then a bunch of blokes from a school called Durmstrang burst in too. And do they do a dance too? Yeah, why the f are all these schools dancing? Anyways, they pull out their long staffs while they're dancing, and no, I'm not talking about their meat bananas this time. Finally, he doesn't make a joke about cocks. I think we need to be a bit more sparing with them from now on. Anyways, apparently that lad Victor Crumb goes to this school, and then Ron, he cracks a stiffy so hard that it splits the wood under the table, which gives him a splinter in his foreskin, and then it gets infected. Oh, for God's sake, you couldn't even last 2 seconds. Your girlfriend told me the same thing about you. What? Yeah, but get this, we cut to outside where this creepy bloke is watching the school in the rain, just like the way your dad used to watch those kids at the local kindergarten. Hang on, what did my dad do? It was all over the papers. You can look it up yourself if you like. Anyways, inside all the teachers are chatting at the teachers' table. Snape and McGonagall are talking about how they barely have any lines in this movie, and then Hagrid, he stabs Professor Flitwick in the hand with a fork. Why would he do that? Well, it's supposed to be funny, you know, because he's so distracted by Madame Maxime's chess melons that he accidentally stabs a fellow teacher, crippling them for life. That doesn't sound very funny. No, it's not really funny at all. And for some reason, Flitwick just looks like a totally different person now, and no one really ever explains why. Yeah. That's weird. Anyways, French Hitler rocks up, and old mate Dumbo says that he's going to explain a few things about the Bi-Wizard Cup. I just looked it up. It's called the Tri-Wizard Cup. Shut up. Okie dokie. Anyways, the enchanted ceiling starts freaking out, worse than Bill Cosby's agent did when he found out the bad news. Yeah, that joke was a stretch, but go on. So the ceiling starts cracking with lightning and thunder, and all the kids, they shit their pants because they're so scared. Then this weird-looking dude with a big bung eye rocks up, and he blasts the ceiling with a spell, and then starts necking down this big flask of whiskey. Okay, I don't even know where to start with that one. Who is he? Yeah, Mad-Eye Moody. Cool. Who's Mad-Eye Moody? Apparently he's some jacked up aura who's famous for taking down a bunch of Voldemort's dick eaters back in the day. You mean Death Eaters? Whatever. Anyways, French Hitler tells everyone that no one under the age of 17 will be able to compete in the Biowizard Cup. And all the kids totally lose their shit. So they start booing him and telling him his mustache hasn't been popular since the Third Reich. That's fair enough. Got to be pretty bold to rock that type of stash nowadays. Anyways, Dumbo, he tells all the kids to shut the f*** up, right? And then he shows them all his big goblet. Let me guess, you're talking about his cock. No, the bloody Goblet of Fire, mate. Anyways, he looks at the kids and he goes,
"This means the Biowizard tournament has officially begun, you little c***."
There's no way he says c***. No, he does. He says it like 5 times. McGonagall has to tell him to settle down. Anyways, it cuts to nighttime and the principal of Durmstrang is looking super sus and he sneaks into the room with the Goblet of Fire. That is suspicious. Well, at first I thought he was sneaking in to have a crank or something. Isn't that a weird place to be doing that? I don't know, maybe he likes to jerk off next to blue flames. There are guys out there with much weirder fetishes, trust me. Look up inflatophilia and you'll see what I mean. I am never going to do that. That's probably a good decision. Anyways, the next day, Mad-Eye is given his first lesson as the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Yeah, but haven't all the Dark Arts teachers tried to kill Harry Potter in some way, shape or form? Yeah, they sure have. So he's evil, right? Well, that's the thing. They want you to think that, don't they? Anyways, he's given a lesson on the 3 unforgivable curses. Oh, you mean like shit, fucking cunt? Nah, mate, these are spells that are so bad that if you use them, they send you straight to wizard prison. You know, the place where they make you drop the soap on purpose. Damn, that is harsh. So what are these curses then? Well, he starts demonstrating them on this weird looking spider thing. First up is the Imperious Curse, a spell that can make people do anything against their will. That's pretty dark. Yeah, apparently P. Diddy was really good at the Imperious Curse. Anyways, next up he gets old mate Longbottom to come up to the front of the class and he shows him the Cruciatus Curse, which is a torture curse. Wait, he just tortures a student in front of everyone? Nah, mate. At least not yet in the film, anyways. He just does it to that weird spider thing. Anyways, Hermo, she stands up and she's like, "Stop it! Can't you see that Neville has shit himself?" Neville tries to claim that he was under the Imperious Curse, but you can tell no one in the class believes him. Anyways, Moody asks Hermo what the last unforgivable curse is, right? But she won't bloody say it, will she? Why not? Yeah, she's too scared, isn't she? Or she's on her period? I'm not really sure. Anyways, he's like, "Avada Kedavra!" And then he shoots green jizz out the end of his wand. Gross. Why is it green? Well, that's just it. It's the killing curse. Moody reckons that only one person has ever survived it, and he's sitting in this very class. Is it Neville? Neville? Nah, mate, it's fucking Hazza Potto. Oh, right, that makes much more sense. Anyways, then he stares at Hazza worse than the priests who the Vatican try to hide from the police stare at young kids. And then he takes another swig of his whiskey. I feel like that can't be whiskey. They're drawing a lot of attention to it. It's got to be some kind of potion, right? Shit, you're right. Well, you're never going to guess what kind of potion. Ah, it's Polyjuice Potion, the one that Hazza used to trick Malfoy in the second film. Well, would you stop guessing? You're going to bloody ruin this. Oh, no fun. Go on then. Anyways, after class, Ron is jizzing himself over Moody, saying that the dude is a living legend. But Hermo, she isn't happy. She's like, "Shut up, Ron, you ginger-pubed virgin! He used the unforgivable curse in class. That was well out of order." And then Ronno, he's like, "Oh, I'm not a virgin." But everyone knows that's a lie. Anyways, Neville is having a sook about what happened in class, right? And then Moody comes out and he tries to cheer him up, doesn't he? So he offers him a packet of Tim Tams and a hot Milo. That's pretty nice of him. Maybe he's not a bad guy. Yeah, maybe. Anyways, the next scene, all the students are starting to put their names into the Goblet of Fire to try and be the winning contestants who get to play in the trials. Who puts their name in? Well, remember Seto, the guy who's played by Edo the Pedo? Yeah. Well, him, and also that Victor Crumb guy. And get this, after he puts his name in the Goblet of Fire, he gives Hermo the old DTF eyes. I mean, she'd be creeped out by that, right? He's like, way too old for her. Nah, mate, she's only bloody into it. Her knickers are so wet that they start leaking and all the other kids start calling her Niagara Falls. Gross. Anyways, next up, Fred and George have tried to make an aging potion to try and trick the goblet into letting them compete. But Hermo, she's like, "It's not going to work." But then Fred and George are like, "Shut your mouth, Miss Granger. We can smell your yeast infection from here." Oh, no! Oh! Anyways, they reckon they've gotten away with it, but the goblet only throws them across the bloody room, doesn't it? And then Fred's left nut pops out and it smashes on the stone floor. Ouch. It's always the left nut, isn't it? It really is. Anyways, the movie's really keen to burn through plot, so now we're already at the scene where Dumbo is about to announce the 3 champions for the Biowizard tournament. Oh, one of them's got to be Harry, right? His name is on every movie after all. Well, yeah, you're right. But it's supposed to be a surprise. Yeah, well, that failed. So who are the other tributes? Victor Crumb and Seto. You mean the only characters we've spent any screen time with. Also not that surprising, is it? Yeah, it's not really surprising at all. Oh, and there's this super hot French chick called Fleur Delacour, who's picked as a champion as well. Isn't she like 17 and still in high school? That's a bit out of pocket, isn't it? Well, yeah, but the actress who plays her is like 22 and in no way looks like a high school student. That's a grey area, but I guess I'll allow it. Also, doesn't that make 4 champions? What the hell, dude? Well, that's just it, right? Potter wasn't supposed to be selected, was he? Because he's underage, just like all the people P. Diddy had brought to his house in a bus every night. Gross. So everyone starts shitting bricks, right, and no one knows what to do. And then Ronno, he gets pissed at Hazza for some reason. You know, a reason that I'm sure makes more sense in the books, but it's never explained here. Yeah, I thought they were supposed to be best friends. Yeah, well, apparently in this movie they like each other less than Israel and Palestine. And Dumbledore, he's spewing, right? Even though in the books it says, and Dumbledore said calmly, he comes at Hazza hard. And he's like, and then he does this Liu Kang bicycle kick into Hazza's face, right? So then all the teachers, they're angrier than my foreskin was after the doctors chopped it off. Wait, a doctor chopped it off? Okay, it was a rabbi, but you're not Jewish. Okay, you got me. It was my dad's mate, Steve. We got drunk and I lost a bet, all right? Okay, fair enough. Anyways, they all think that Hazza has cheated somehow to get his name in the Goblet of Fire. Then old mate Moody steps in to defend him, saying that the type of magic used to deceive the Goblet of Fire is far more complicated than a retard like Potter could have ever pulled off himself. I mean, it was nice of him to defend him, but he really shouldn't be using that word. Oh yeah, it's well out of pocket. Anyways, Moody reckons it was the headmaster of Durmstrang that messed with the goblet, because he looks like the lead singer of a failed heavy metal band. And then old mate French Hitler comes in, and he's like, Sacre bleu! This is a binding magical contract. As of this moment, Harry Potter is an official Bar Wizard champion. I feel like they change spells all the time in this franchise. Why not just make a new spell to undo the previous one? Well, because the writers needed the plot to happen, so they came up with this bullshit, didn't they? Ah, makes sense. Anyways, we cut to Dumbledore's office where all the teachers are gathered because they finally wanted some lines in this film. McGonagall is like, Albus, you need to put a stop to this madness right now, and you need to stop using that app Grindr during office hours. But then Dumbledore, he's like,
oh, piss off, Minerva. We all know that you like pussy, and no, I'm not just saying that because you're an animagus.
Well, I never.
And then old mate Snape'o, he's like,
perhaps we should just let events unfold on their own. Also, we should deduct 14 trillion points from Gryffindor.
And McGonagall, she's not having it, right? So she's like,
Albus, put a stop to this right now, just like you put a stop to putting your penis inside Grindelwald's butthole once you found out that he was a genocidal maniac.
Ouch, she's got him there. Anyways, Dumbledore agrees with Snape'o because he smoked a bunch of chuff and he just wants to end the convo so he can hit up the local Macca's drive-thru. I mean, that is fair, although I'm more of a Hungry Jack's guy. Of course you are, wanker. Anyways, Dumbo puts Moody in charge of watching over Potter to make sure that he's safe. Seems like a terrible idea based off their Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher's track record, doesn't it? Oh, you better believe it is. Anyways, next up, Ronno was given Hazza a spraying in the Gryffindor Tower because he's jealous of Hazza being the centre of attention all the time. Seems a bit uncalled for considering Hazza's life has just been put in danger. Oh yeah, Ronno's a massive shit bloke. I think if he didn't have such mad dog parents, Hazza and Hermo probably would have ditched his ass years ago. Yeah, that's true. So what happens next? Well, next up, some chick called Rita Skeeter wants to interview all the champions for the local paper, right? And she starts asking Hazza all kinds of weird questions, like, has he ever kissed a girl and what's his Pornhub search history? Jesus Christ, that information could ruin any man, right? So anyways, Hazza is in the Owlery waiting for some mail, which by the way is in its own separate mountain with no discernible entrance. I have no idea how the kids get around this school. Surely you'd be late for like every class. I know. Anyways, he gets a letter from old mate SiriusBlacked.com, and he says that he's sorry that he hasn't written sooner because the ministry is checking all letters going in and out of Hogwarts because they're still trying to find him and send him back to Arsgangbang. So then why did he send him a letter? Because he's a fucking idiot, I guess? Anyways, he's like,
meet me in the Gryffindor common room tonight, Harry, you prepubescent wanker.
Wait, wouldn't that be even more dangerous than sending a letter? Oh, you better believe it is. Anyways, Hazza, he thinks he's tripping harder than Paul Rudd was in this interview. Because SiriusBlack.com's face appears in the fireplace and starts bloody talking to him. What? Yeah, I have no idea what that's about. Anyways, this effect is so bad that it makes She-Hulk look like the Mona Lisa. Got him. So Sirius, he starts asking Hazza about the dream he had at the start of the movie. You know, the one that made him jizz his sheets? He wants to know who the other bloke in the dream was. But I don't think Hazza has actually seen Doctor Who before, so he doesn't recognise him. I mean, he was in Jessica Jones too. That was pretty popular. That show really went downhill after he left, didn't it? It sure did. Anyways, terrible CGI Sirius tells Hazza that people are gunning for him, right? That the bloke, who is the headmaster of Durmstrang, used to be a massive dick eater for Voldemort. And Sirius reckons that you never stop being being a dick eater once you've had a taste for it. Mate, it's Death Eater. How many times have I got to tell you? Anyways, he also says that old mate French Hitler is a massive cunt because he sold out his own son to the ministry back in the day, and then they threw him in the prison of Azkaban. Really? Yeah, mate. Anyways, Sirius disappears because the studio was burning money by the second with that terrible CGI, and then Rono comes downstairs, and he's upset because he heard Hazza talking, and he was in the middle of having a crank over some mental images of Victor Crumb, wasn't he? Ugh. Anyways, the two of them continue to hate on each other worse than Tupac and Biggie, and then we cut to Neville Longballs and Hazza sitting by the lake. And Neville, he's smoking some gillyweed that he grew in the lake. He's also lent Hazza a book from his auntie that's about underwater magical plants or some bullshit like that. Well, that seems a bit unnecessarily specific. I'm assuming this is going to be important to the plot later, right? Of course it is, mate. Why else would they include it? Anyways, Hermo, Rono and Ginny rock up, and Hermo is like,
Ron asked me to tell you that Parvati said she saw you taking a piss in the girls' bathroom and that you didn't shake properly and got piss stains on your robe. And then she bumped into Hagrid, who said you looked like a specky twat, and also that Hagrid is looking for you.
Then Hazza, he's like, what the hell are you on about, Hermione? And then Hermo, she's like,
for fuck's sake, Harry, Hagrid is looking for you, and I'm not going to relay any more of yours and Ron's messages. I'm not a fucking owl.
That's fair enough. I still don't get why they aren't talking to each other though. I'm not really even sure the writers of the film know it at this point. Anyways, it cuts to nighttime, to breeze through some more plot points that I'm sure were probably crucial in the book, but make no fucking sense here. And then Hagrid, he's dressed to the nines, looking like he's geared up for a date. He's even put moose or dragon jizz in his hair to slick it back. Wait, how do you know that dragon jizz and moose have the same consistency? Shut up, that's why. Anyways, he tells Hazza to hide under the invisibility cloak, doesn't he? And then the two of them walk out to the woods where Hagrid meets Madame Maxine. And it turns out the two of them are sweet on each other, because they're like both part giant or something. And then Hagrid, he's like, ooh, that's not the only thing giant around here. Let me show you me pet dragon. And then he unzips his pants and you can hear his cock hit the ground so hard that it makes Hazza almost lose his balance. And then Madame Maxime, she starts sucking him off, doesn't she? Wait, you're telling me Hagrid actually bangs the headmistress of Beauxbaton right in front of Hazza? Well, no, he doesn't, but trust me, it's heavily implied. Anyways, it turns out what he's really there to show Hazza is a bunch of dragons in cages. Apparently they're going to be used in the first trial of the Bi-Wizard tournament. So Hagrid's helping Hazza cheat. Oh yeah, it's a dog move for sure. But remember, Hazza, he's the main character of the franchise. His names are on all the books and the movies and everything, so I guess he just gets to do whatever the fuck he wants. Isn't that a bit unfair to the other students? Anyways, Hagrid mentions that the worst of the dragons is called the Hungarian Horny Tail, and that Ronno's brother Charlie is the one who brought the dragons to Hoggies, and that Ronno knew about the dragons, and that he didn't tell Hazza because he thinks he's a massive tool. I guess that makes sense, go on. So now Hazza, he wants to deck Ronno harder than the whole world wants to deck the Paul brothers for being the biggest wankers in human history. Yeah, I get a sense that not even their own parents like them very much. Yeah, I reckon you're probably right about that. Anyways, the next day at school, everyone's wearing these badges to support Seto as the official school champion. Yeah, but these badges also turn green and they say the words Potter stinks. So everyone's having a great time pointing at Potter, telling him that he stinks like 3-day-old jizz in a used condom that was used in a backdoor scene on Brazzers.com. Gross. Also, why is everyone teasing Potter? Hasn't he stopped Voldemort like 3 times now? He should be a hero. Well, because reasons, I guess. Anyways, Hazza wants to warn old mate Seto about the dragons, because he's a good bloke like that. And Seto, he's a bit taken aback because he thinks this is just a competition and that Hazza and him are rivals, just like Tupac and Biggie. That's the second time you've made that reference. Yeah, I watched this really cool doco on YouTube about him the other day. Okay, fair enough. Also, I thought this was supposed to be a competition. Yeah, but Hazza and Hagrid are totally fucking that up, aren't they? Anyways, Hazza bumps into Ronno and then he tells him that his face looks like a vein on Hulk Hogan's tiny steroid-destroyed penis. Gross. Why do you have to be so specific all the time? I don't know. Ask your mum. Anyways, then Hazza walks past Malfoy, who's in a tree for some reason, and he's like, hello, Potter. My father and I have a bet, you see. I think you won't last 10 minutes in this tournament. But my father, he disagrees. He thinks you're a little cunt. That doesn't even make any sense. Yeah, I know, right? This is a weird thing to say. Also, why is everyone jumping out of trees in this film? No idea. I think the director just really likes having people jump down from trees. That's a really weird directing quirk. Yeah, it sure is. Anyways, Potter is like, I don't care what your father thinks. His pubes are blonder than his eyebrows. Also, he used to suck Voldemort's balls. So there. Got him. Too right. And Malfoy, he's so pissed, right, that when Potter turns his back, he pulls out his wand and goes to curse him. That sneaky bastard. Yeah, but Moody sees him and then he turns Malfoy into a big ferret and makes him run up Goyle's asshole. Jesus Christ. But then McGonagall sees all this, and she's like,
Alistair, we never use transfiguration as a punishment, you bung-eyed bum sniffer.
So then Moody, he tells Hazza to follow him to his office, right? Uh-oh. Is he going to try and kill him? Yeah, that's what I thought, you know, because he looks and acts like a villain. But turns out, he just gives him some bloody good advice on how to beat the dragon. Oh, wait, maybe he isn't a bad guy. Yeah, they really make you second guess it, but yeah, he totally is. Oh, and there's this chest in his office that rumbles and makes groaning sounds when Potter looks at it. Seems like an unnecessary detail, and you and I both know that when an unnecessary detail is shoehorned into a scene, it's going to become important later, right? You're damn right it will. Anyways, Moody tells Hazza to play to his strengths in the first trial. And because his magic eye can see through the walls, he's seen Hazza stroking his little broom, hasn't he? Gross. No, not his cock, mate, his broom. Because Hazza's a really good flyer, isn't he? Well, he's not that good. He ends up in the bloody hospital wing every Quidditch match. Yeah, that's true, actually. Anyways, it cuts to the next day, and it's the day of the first trial, isn't it? And the 4 champions are nervously pacing up and down in a tent, waiting for their turn to go. And you'll never guess who rocks up. Liam Neeson? What? Nah, mate, it's only bloody Hermo, and she sticks her head in the side of the tent, and she's all shocked because she looks down and sees that Hazza is pitching a tent in his pants. Really? Well, no, but it's heavily implied, trust me. Emma Watson always plays this character like she's seen exactly what P. Diddy used to use all those baby lube bottles for. Yeah, she does look a bit surprised all the time, doesn't she? Yeah, she really does. But then guess who rocks up? Sylvester Stallone? What? Why are you so good at guessing plot points and then so fucking awful at guessing character names? He's not even in this franchise, you pelican. All right, settle down, mate. It's only bloody Rita Skeeter, and she sees Hermione trying to give Hazza some last-minute encouragement and says she's going to write a story about how Hermo wants to touch his little Harry Plopper. Gross. But low-key, I think she's kind of onto something. Even J.K. Rowling admits that Ronno is a twat, and Hermo probably should have ended up with Hazza anyway. Yeah, we've talked about this. He's a dud. Hermo would have been better off with bloody Voldemort, I reckon. Yeah, too right. Anyways, old mate Victor Crumb actually has something to do for a change, so he chirps at Rita Skeeter like,
"This tent is for champions and friends only. Now be gone with you, or I'll Rita Skeeter all over your robes."
Dude, there is way too many jizz and cock jokes. I can't even keep up anymore. Anyways, French Hitler rocks up and he says that he stole some of his wife's eggs because she wouldn't bear him any children anymore. So then he says that each of the champions has to obtain one, and then he makes them all pull a tiny dragon out of a bag, each of which is a small representation of the dragon they'll be up against in the arena. Why didn't he just have them draw cards with their names on it? No idea, but I reckon those tiny dragons were only made for this reason, so I don't know what he does when he's done with them. Probably just flushes them down the toilet or something. Jesus Christ. But get this right, all the other champions, they get to draw their dragons first, and because Hazza is last, he knows that the only dragon left is the Hungarian horny tail. He's so shocked that he even accidentally whispers it to himself.
What's that, boy?
Great, so then they find out he's cheating and he gets kicked out of the tournament, which means he's safe and his problems are over, right? Nah, mate, because there's still an hour left in this film, isn't there? So something has to happen. Really? Shit. Even with all the gaps in the story and logic, this is still a pretty long film, isn't it? It sure is. Anyways, all the champions have to face their dragons, right? And Seto, he's up first, isn't he? Oh, snap. We're going to see 4 epic dragon fights, aren't we? Nah, mate, that would be way too expensive. So Warner Brothers told the director to just have Harry sitting in the tent by himself, listening to the fights instead. Ah, that's a bit lame. Oh, yeah, it's super lame. Anyways, Hazza's time is finally here, and he walks out of the big tent and into the arena. But guess what? What? There's nothing bloody there. So he walks into the middle of the arena and a big horny tail crashes down behind him. And no, not the kind of horny tail you see in those weird hentai films. What is it with Japanese people and tentacles? No idea, mate, but it's well out of pocket. Anyways, Hazza tries to outrun it like a bloody pelican, doesn't he? But it just throws him around the arena because it's a bloody dragon, isn't it? This sounds crazy dangerous. How are the teachers allowing all of this? Well, they're all spaced out, aren't they? Because Hagrid, he was handing around hash cookies in the staff room. Classic Hagrid. Anyways, Hermo gets tired of watching Potter make an absolute spanner of himself, and then she yells, "You're wand, you fucking idiots!" And then Hazza, he's like, "Accio broom, motherfucker!" And you'll never bloody guess what comes flying into the arena. The spell is Accio broom. It's pretty obvious, isn't it? Oh, yeah, true. Anyways, Hazza gets on his broom and starts flying around the dragon like a fly does around cow shit. And the dragon, it only bloody breaks loose from its chains, doesn't it? Since when was it on chains? Oh, sorry, I didn't mention that? Nah. Well, it was on chains and now it's not. You're all caught up, dickhead. Anyways, the dragon chases Hazza all over the castle grounds and onto the castle roof where they have this crazy fight, which, you know, would probably be super shit to watch for all those people sitting back in the arena who can probably only see the empty arena at this point. Yeah, that's true. Surely they have spells that could follow the action on some sort of magic TV screen though, right? No, mate, they just have shitty little binoculars. Anyways, there's this dramatic beat where everyone waits to see if the dragon has ripped Hazza's guts out or not. And then Hazza, he only comes flying over the bloody mountain and grabs French Hitler's wife's egg, doesn't he? Oh, I guess he isn't that bad at flying after all. Yeah, I guess not. Anyways, it cuts back to the Gryffindor common room and all the students are cheering around Hazza and the egg. And all those chicks who were teasing Hazza before now totally want to lick his sweaty sausage, don't they? So then everyone is daring Hazza to open the egg, right? You know, because peer pressure is cool at Hogwarts. So he only bloody does it, doesn't he? And what's inside? Well, that's the thing, right? It lets out this high-pitched screech. Anyways, every student in the vicinity's eardrums burst and then their brains drip from their ears and their nose. It's pretty disgusting. Really? Nah, not really, but it's bloody loud. Oh, so Hazza shuts the egg confused, right? Then Ronno, he comes up to Hazza and he wants to apologise. So he's like, yeah, all right, Harry, I believe that you didn't put your name in the Goblet of Fire just to become popular so that you could bang my sister. Yeah, but doesn't Harry bang his sister in a later film? Oh yeah, he totally does. Right in front of Ron. It's super weird. Anyways, Ronno and Hazza make up, and then Ronno says that it was actually him who told Hagrid to warn Hazza about the dragons. Oh, so he did care. That's kind of cute. Yeah, I guess so. But then Kiss by a Rose from Seal starts playing, and Ron and Hazza, they totally wank each other off, don't they? Really? Well, nah, but it's heavily implied, trust me. So what happens next? Well, it cuts to the next day, right, and Hazza, Hermo and Ronno are all in the Great Hall eating food, and all the girls, they're frothing Hazza now, right? Then Hazza, he eyes the only Asian chick at school, remember the one from the train at the start, and she's totally giving him the DTF eyes, isn't she? Oh, snap. Hazza is in. Yeah, mate. And then her and her friends set their vibrators to earthquake mode, and the rest of the hall has to look away because, you know, it's pretty awkward, okay? Gross. Then Hermo, she's livid, right? Because Rita Skeeter has written an article saying that she wants to bang Hazza on the casting couch. What's the casting couch? Don't pretend that you don't know what that is, mate. Anyway, some kid called Nigel brings a big package for Ronno, and then he keeps hanging around like a bad smell watching Hazza like he's going to grow up to become Jeffrey Dahmer or something. Weird. So what does he want? Apparently Ronno promised Nigel that he'd get Hazza's autograph. Anyways, Ronno tells him to piss off, and then he opens up his package, and you're not going to believe what it is. Liam Neeson? The fuck is it with you and Liam Neeson, mate? I don't know, I just think he's cool. Look, after he did about 27 Taken films, I lost all respect for him. Anyways, Ronno's package has these super freaky dress robes in it. You know, the kind of robe that people would wear to go to a party where they wear weird masks and put red balls in their mouth. Yeah, and Ronno, he's super confused, isn't he? He's like, what the bloody hell are these for? But then Hermo, she laughs at him, you know, because he's a cunt.
They're dress robes, Ron, you stupid wanker.
And Ronno, he's like, for what? So then we cut to McGonagall, who says she's going to show them her big Yule balls. Wait, so McGonagall's a trans woman? What? Oh, sorry, I mean she talks to them about the Yule ball. It's a dance. But yeah, she does show them her balls too. Gross. And they're so huge that they crack the marble floor when she whips them out. Anyway, she says that the Yule Ball will be held at Christmas and all 3 schools will be in participation. Then she asks for a volunteer to show everyone how to dance. And she only picks bloody Ronno, doesn't she? Poor Ron, he always gets the short straw. Except in this case, he gets the long straw. McGonagall's cock. Gross. And he's wincing because every time they do a dance move, he can feel it brushing past his thigh. I was going to say gross, but I feel like I'm overdoing that in this one. Gonna go with yuck this time. Anyways, Neville, he's super into it, isn't he? And then Hazza and Ronno, they catch him trying to learn how to dance late at night by himself while he watches Wizard Hub on his phone. Anyways, the next day, Ronno and Hazza are spewing because they want to ask a chick to the dance, but they're too chicken shit to do it. But Hazza just took on a dragon. Why is he scared about talking to a girl now? Well, that's exactly what Ronno says, right? But whenever the two of them go up to a group of chicks, they all turn and look at them like their pockets are filled with roofies or something like that, aren't they? Well, Ronno's are. We all know he'd never lose his virginity any other way, right? I think that joke just got us demonetized. Anyways, they both chicken out and then they go have a frustrated wank in the broom closet like a 40-year-old man does who has kids. Then it cuts to Hagrid, who's chatting up Madame Maxime, and she gets so wet between the knees that she eats some leftover food from his beard and then licks it with her finger. This Madame Maxime chick is pretty freaky, huh? Oh yeah, massively. I hear she's big into water play as well. I don't even want to know what that is. You really don't trust me. Anyways, Crumb is working out on the beach and a bunch of chicks are following him around like he's the bloody Beatles or something, but get this, Hermo seems like she's low-key frothing him as well. Good for her. He sounds way better than Ron. Well, except for him looking about 30 years old. Right? Anyways, Ronno and Hazza are having a whinge in the library about not having dates to the Yule Balls, but Snapo, he keeps smacking them in the back of the heads because they're talking in the bloody library. Hang on, since when are the teachers allowed to hit students? I think the rule at Hogwarts is if the kid is a cunt, then I guess you can hit him. Seems like a fair rule. Anyways, the lads are taking solace in at least the fact that old mate Neville won't get a date either, right? That sounds like a safe bet, really. Well, you'd only bloody lose that bet, wouldn't you? Turns out he's got himself a date, and she's got massive knockers and everything. Good for Neville. Yeah. Then Fred and George, just to rub it in further, ask a bird out right in front of him. And it only bloody works, doesn't it? Cheeky bastards. And get this right, Ronno, in a last-ditch effort, asks Hermo to the dance, assuming that no one's asked her either. And she's like,
"For your information, you ginger-pubed twat, somebody has already asked me, and they have a huge penis as well, both in length and circumference."
Oh! Anyways, we cut to old mate Hazza, who sees Cho Chang in the owlery, which is a bit weird because it doesn't really look like she's sending a letter or anything. She's just kind of hanging out in there. Yeah, that's a really good way to get bird flu. Oh, you better believe it is. Anyways, Hazza manages to finally grow a pair, and he just blurts out, Cho, listen, I know you're like the only Asian girl at Hogwarts, but don't worry, I still think you're hot. So would you like come to the Yule Ball with me? And then she's like,
"Did you mean that to sound as racist as it just did, Harry?"
"No, sorry, I'm just nervous, Cho."
"I can see how nervous you are, Potter. Look at that huge bulge in your pants, you pervert."
"No, that's just the zipper, Cho. It's all bunched up, I swear."
"Someone's already asked me to the ball, Potter, so piss off."
I don't think that could have gone any worse. Also, was that actually what they said? Yeah, no, I think that's pretty much word for word, I reckon. Anyways, next up we see Ronno, and he looks like he's just shit his pants live on TV or something. What's wrong with him? Well, that's the thing, right? He asked out that super hot French chick, Fleur Delaware, and she told him to piss off and go sit on a greasy fat one. I'm still a bit sus on you thinking she's hot, mate. Yeah, like I said though, the actress, she was 22 at the time, so it's all above board. Yeah, I don't know if I buy that as an excuse, but go on. Well, get this right, the Patil sisters walk past, and they give Hazza the DTFRN eyes, don't they? DTFRN. Down to right now. All right, that's way too complicated, but go on. So then he runs after him, doesn't he? And then we cut to the big night. Everyone is excited about seeing some big Yule balls. You mean go to the Yule Ball, right? Yeah, whatever. Anyways, old mate Hazza only managed to get both him and Ronno a date, hasn't he? But there's a snag. Uh-oh, what's that? Well, Ronno's robes are povo and totally shit. So Padma Patil goes drier than an air fryer on full setting. Yuck. Yeah, but then McGonagall rocks up and she drops this bombshell on Hazza. Apparently him and Parvati Patil are supposed to open the Yule Ball with a dance, which is apparently the tradition. But no one bloody told Hazza that, did they? So he starts packing his dacks big time, because he dances like a mentally handicapped donkey with a club foot. Always so specific. Then get this, Hermo walks down the stairs in slow motion for some reason, and everyone turns to look at her. Even Hazza, and you'll never guess who's taken her to the dance. Victor Crumb? How did you bloody guess that? Well, he's one of the only people who's been given any screen time in this film, and they have hinted that she likes him a few times now. Yeah, you're right. Anyways, Hazza sees Cho Chang, and she's only going with bloody Seto, isn't she? You know, the guy who plays Edo the pedo in Twilight. Oh, I didn't see that coming, right? Anyways, Hazza has to do the big dance, and he's fucking it up worse than Joe Biden did when he withdrew from Afghanistan. We don't do politics on this channel, okay? Yeah, sorry, I forgot. He did fuck that up pretty badly though. Anyways, everyone has a chance to dance. Even some of the teachers get into it, don't they? And remember Filch, the bloke who likes to bum his cat? Yeah, he's a weird guy. Well, he only bloody bums his cat right there on the dance floor, doesn't he? Gross. There's no way that happens. Oh, it totally does. And then Neville, he walks onto the dance floor, and he's only gone to the dance with Ronno's bloody sister Ginny, hasn't he? That dirty dog. You know it. And for some reason, he's dressed like Dracula. Yeah, that is weird. Anyways, the ball takes a bit of a turn when the place turns into a mosh pit, and the students all raise Professor Flitwick up into the air and then sacrifice him to the devil. Jesus Christ! Yeah, I know, right? They cut his dick off and everything. Then Hazza and Ronno, they're off to the side of the dance, having a sulk. And the Patil sisters, well, they're pissed because from their perspective, they've rocked up to the dance with two of the biggest wankers at Hogwarts. So then two other blokes rock up and steal their virginity right in front of Hazzo and Ronno. And they make them watch. Yuck. And then Ronno, he's greasing off Victor Crumb from across the hall because you can tell he's like super jealous of him being with Hermione. And you can also see that his huge penis is scraping along the floor when he dances, which is also making Ron a bit insecure. I feel like that would kind of hurt. And wouldn't your cock just get all dirty scraping along the ground like that? Probably. So then Hermo, she's all gassed up and leaking from the gash after her dance with Victor Crumb, and she sits down right next to the lads. But Ronno, he gives her a sprayin', saying how his penis is just as good, even if it's got a bend in it, and the foreskin is sealed up so tight that when he pisses, it makes two streams. Sounds very painful. Yeah, you're telling me. So then Hermo runs off and she's like,
"Just because you were born with mutated genitals, Ronald, and a terrible personality doesn't mean you can treat me like shit."
You tell him, Hermione. Ronno sucks. Yeah, he sure does. Anyways, then she tells Hazza and Ronno to go to bed like she's their mum for some reason, and then the lads sulk off upstairs, and then she breaks down into tears on the steps because Ronno is a massive wanker. But then get this, Hazza has another dream, doesn't he? Just like the one from the start, except this time, Doctor Who shows baby Voldemort a tattoo on his arm and the thing is moving around. And then everyone looks at Hazza like they can see him watching them in the dream or something. That is weird. Yeah, well that's what Hazza gets for dropping acid right before bed, doesn't he? Anyways, old mate Dracula Neville rocks up and he asks Hazza if he's alright, which is kind of weird because it sort of looks like he was just watching him sleep or something. Also, it kind of looked like he was doing up his zipper just as Hazza woke up. Jesus, is anyone at this school not a total creep? Nah, I don't think so. Anyways, the next day, Hermo is given Hazza a spraying, telling him that there's only 2 days left till the second trial in the Bi-Wizard tournament. And then Hazza, he's like, I bet Victor Crumb has already figured it out. And then Hermo, she goes,
we didn't talk much about the tournament. I was too busy sucking him off. Also, I don't think I like him and I want to break up with him.
That's very confusing messaging on her front. Yeah, no, kind of sounds like my ex-girlfriend. She'd tell me she loved me while she was burning me with a hot fire poker. Jesus Christ, did you ever tell anyone about that? Actually, forget I said anything. I think she's listening right now. She told me she tapped my phone. Okay. Moving on then. Anyways, Hermo and Hazza need to figure out how to use French Hitler's wife's egg, or he'll lose the tournament and look like a massive wanker in front of the whole school. No pressure, right? Right? Anyways, you won't believe this. Old mate Seto rocks up, and he only bloody gives Hazza a hint about the egg, doesn't he? Seto, you crafty bastard. Does he tell him how to open it? Nah, mate, of course not. That would have been the smart thing to do. Instead, he gives Hazza a cryptic clue about taking a bath in the prefect's bathroom, doesn't he? What a weirdo. Yeah, too right. Anyways, Hazza takes the egg into the prefect's bathroom and gets naked, and then he takes a bath. But how did he get in there? Yeah, it's never explained. Also, I don't know why he couldn't have done it with some clothes on either. Anyways, you'll never believe who's spying on him just to take a peek at his underage sausage. Rolf Harris? What? Nah, mate. It's Moaning Myrtle. I thought she was confined to the girls' bathroom because that's where the basilisk killed her. Yeah, but I guess they've totally changed that rule now because why the f not? All right, then keep going. Anyways, Myrtle tells Hazza that he has to stick the egg under the water and then stick his head under there. So what happens? The high-pitched shrieking from before? Well, it's only a bloody mermaid song, isn't it? And it tells him that the mermaids have stolen his car and are keeping it at the bottom of the lake. And Hazza is going to get done for insurance fraud. Ouch, that's harsh. Oh yeah, it's mega harsh. Anyways, Hazza pulls his head out of the water and then Myrtle laughs at him, telling him that Seto took a piss in the water and was waiting for Hazza to stick his head under there. That cheeky bastard, right? Anyways, Hermo, Hazza and Ronno are pulling an all-nighter to try and figure out how to give Hazza the ability to breathe underwater for an hour so he can get his stolen car back. But Professor Moody rocks up and tells them all that the trial is only in a few hours' time and that they're all a bunch of pelicans for staying up late because Hazza needs to be fresh in the morning. But get this right, he gets Neville to help Hazza with his books instead, doesn't he? Why does he do that? Surely Hermione is smarter than Neville. Well, she definitely is, but Neville Longballs tells Hazza that not only does gillyweed get you higher than Snoop Dogg on a Wednesday night, it also helps you breathe underwater. Holy crap, I thought Neville was one of those, you know, special needs kids, but turns out he's pretty good, isn't he? Yeah, mate, he's not half bad at all. Anyways, the next day, Fred and George are placing bets on the trial because apparently they've signed a YouTube sponsorship with an online gambling company that's paid for and run by Satan himself. I hate those guys. We get emails from them all the time asking to sponsor this channel. Yeah, fuck casinos. Anyways, old mate Neville talked to his local dealers and managed to score some more gillyweed for Hazza to use during the trial. But there's a problem, isn't there? Oh no. Does Neville have to join a gang now and do some sort of initiation test? Nah, mate. The gillyweed apparently might work differently in fresh water versus salt water. So Hazza might not have a full hour to find his stolen car. What's he going to do? Well, he just bloody wings it, doesn't he? Then Dumbledore, he gets on the loudspeaker and talks to the crowds that have gathered on these giant grandstands on the lake that they probably had the elves build with slave labour the night before because we've never seen them before. Yeah, that's true. I reckon Dumbledore works those elves harder than Apple does those tiny Chinese kids who work at the iPhone factories. Oh yeah, way harder. Anyways, the trial starts and the champions all jump in the lake, don't they? But Hazza, he's freaking out. He's taken the gillyweed and it looks like he's about to have a bad trip. Oh no, what happens? Well, Moody just kicks him in the bloody water, doesn't he? Jesus Christ, I'm starting to think he isn't a good guy after all. Yeah, I mean, he totally isn't. It's super obvious. Anyways, Hazza doesn't drown though. He only bloody grows some gills, doesn't he? Wait, how does he do that? Ah, gillyweed. I just got it, never mind. Anyways, Neville starts freaking out. He's like,
oh my god, I've killed Harry Potter. It's all happening again.
Jesus, Neville has some problems, doesn't he? Yeah, mate, big time. Anyways, Hazza only grows flippers and does this super sick backflip out of the water in front of everyone, doesn't he? So it turns out Neville was freaking out for no reason at all. Yeah, true. I mean, I don't know how he has flippers now or why he wasted valuable time in the trial doing a flip out of the water just to show off to everyone, but go on. Yeah, that's a good point. Anyways, Hazza, he's swimming at the bottom of the lake and he sees that super hot French chick, Fleur Delacour, get kidnapped by a bunch of underwater junkies. Oh my god, does he help her? Nah, mate, of course not. Then Dumbledore says that Fleur has lost the trial because now she's being held for ransom by a bunch of Eshays who want to use the ransom money to buy themselves some Yeezys. Yeezys? Those are a bit problematic nowadays, aren't they? Yeah, but they're Eshays, so fuck them. Anyways, Hazza follows a mermaid all the way to this huge mermaid city under the water, and you'll never bloody believe what he finds there. His stolen car? Nah, mate, turns out the mermaids have tricked him. They've only bloody stolen Ronno, Hermo, Cho Chang and Fleur's sister and strung them up in the town square like some sort of weird Taliban mermaid execution or something. Also, they have these really terrible dummies in place of the actors because the movie obviously didn't want to risk drowning any of the actual cast. Fuck, that is really bad. Yeah, mate. Anyway, Seto comes, doesn't he? And he rescues Cho Chang, and then he looks at Hazza and taps his watch as if to say, hurry up, cunt. So Hazza, he unties Ronno, but then he feels bad about leaving Hermo and Fleur's sister behind, doesn't he? Yeah, what a good bloke. Kind of feel like Seto's a bit of an arsehole for not helping him. Anyways, the mermaids, they aren't having it, are they? Apparently he's only allowed to take Ronno because the other two are for the other two champions, right? Well, not to worry because old mate Victor Crumb rocks up and he saves Hermo. Whew. Also, he has the head of the shark now apparently, but don't worry, that's never explained, so don't fucking worry about it. Anyways, Hazza goes to take Ronno, but he can't see Fleur anywhere, and he doesn't want to leave her little sister to get molested by the mer people, does he? Shit. So what does he do? So Hazza, he's just like, fuck it, and then he grabs the both of them, and the mer people, they freak the fuck out, don't they? And they send these little weird mutant squid babies after Hazza to try and drag him down to the bottom of the lake. Jesus. Also, where did all these squid babies come from? Never explained. Anyways, Hazza manages to fight them all off because he's been doing push-ups in the mornings and now he's low-key jacked. And then he uses this spell that I'm pretty sure they made up just for this film and is never seen again called Ascendio, and he just shoots himself out of the water like he's a rocket or something. And Moody, he's been pacing backwards and forwards like he's on Elon Musk levels of ketamine, and then he pumps his fist in the air, happy to see that Hazza is still alive. This guy's just all over the place, isn't he? Is he good or bad? He sure is, mate. Anyways, Dumbledore announces Seto has won the trial, but all the judges have agreed to give Hazza second place, even though he finished in last, because he didn't want to leave the other students for dead, just like the other two cunts. Then Fleur, who's leaking between the legs now because Hazza saved her little sister, gives Hazza a big old sloppy kiss. Nice one. Guess things are looking pretty up for Hazza now. Yeah, and then everyone cheers, except for Malfoy, who's pissed off that this is only his second appearance in this movie. Anyways, Hazza is celebrating with the lads, and he's approached by old mate French Hitler, who lures him away for a secret walk in the woods. That's a little bit sus. Very sus indeed. But Moody, he interrupts their sus little walk, and he starts having a go at old mate French Hitler, doesn't he? But then he starts licking the side of his face. And old mate French Hitler sees this and he freaks the fuck out. Why does he do that? No idea. I feel like a lot of this stuff might be explained in the book and maybe there's actually a genuine mystery there. But in the movie, it all just kind of comes together like a kid at a special needs school's finger painting. Oh, what's that supposed to mean? I'm saying the writing is shit out. Alright, yeah, fair enough. Anyways, it's night time now and Hagrid has taken Hermo, Ronno and Hazza for a stroll in the Forbidden Forest. Well, why would he put them in danger like that? Yeah, no idea. Hagrid is a psycho. Anyways, Hazza walks off to take a piss, and you'll never guess what he bloody finds. A shiny Charizard card? What? Nah, mate. That would be worth more than the budget of this entire film. He only finds French Hitler's body, doesn't he? Ooh, shit. Right after he was having a fight with Moody. That's a bit suspicious. Very suspicious indeed, mate. Anyways, Dumbledore and Cornelius Fudgepacker are having a fight about whether or not to cancel the tournament. I thought Dumbledore was fine to use him as bait and that he had to compete because it was a binding magical agreement. Yeah, but the writer forgot about that part, so now this is happening. Anyways, Moody is like, lads, you better stop your whinging. Potter is standing outside the bloody door and I can see him with my weird freaky eye. So old mate Dumbledore, he kicks out Fudgepacker and tells him to go sit on a greasy fat one. And then Moody closes the door, giving Hazza this really intense stare. The kind of stare that Harvey Weinstein gave to all his accusers. You know the one I'm talking about. That is creepy. What's he playing at? No idea. Oh yeah, and old mate Dumbledore says to Hazza, feel free to help yourself to some licorice snaps while I'm gone, but be careful.
They're a bit sharp. You bloody wanker!
Then what happens? Well, Hazza goes to try the licorice snaps, and then they turn into these little demon things and they try to bite his dick off. What the fuck is wrong with Dumbledore? It's like he wants Hazza to die. Yeah, I know, right? Anyways, Hazza, he manages to fight all the little cunts off, and when he does, he accidentally triggers a secret switch, which opens a door, revealing a bowl of this glowing blue liquid. Oh, that sounds dangerous. Hazza leaves it alone, right? No, he only bloody sticks his face into it, doesn't he? What a dickhead. Yeah, right? Anyways, Hazza is transported back in time to the Ministry of Sound, where old mate Dumbledore is watching French Hitler cast the verdict down on a prisoner.
Ah, interesting. Who's the prisoner?
It's only the bloody head of Durmstrang, isn't it? Kokoroff, I think his name is.
Really?
You better believe it. And he's given away all the names of the previous Dick Eaters to try and get himself off the hook.
Sneaky bastard.
Yeah, super sneaky. But get this, Sneaky Durmstrang says Severus Snape is still a Dick Eater.
Wait, did we already know that?
Yeah, I can't really remember, to be honest. But get this, old mate Dumbledore stands up and says Snape'o swapped sides a while back and now he's been working for him as an undercover informant.
Damn, that Snape'o. He's always up to something, isn't he?
You're bloody right he is. Anyways, Durmstrang reckons that Snape'o, he's still faithful to the Dark Lord, isn't he? But French Hitler and Dumbo, they don't want to hear a bad word about him. So Durmstrang says he has one more name to give them. Someone who's been working for Voldemort and tortured Neville's parents.
Wait, Neville's parents were tortured? When did that happen?
Yeah, I think it's a really big part of the books, but they breeze past it super quick here, don't they? Anyways, the important thing is bloody Doctor Who is sitting in the crowd and he starts to get nervous, so he tries to sneak out. But then guess what? He's none other than French Hitler's son, isn't he?
Really? Ah, that's right. They did say that he turned his son into the Ministry earlier on, didn't they?
Too right, they did. Anyways, Doctor Who, French Hitler's son, keeps licking the side of his face. And then French Hitler is like, Sacre bleu, you are no son of man. Then Hazza, he rips his head out of the magic water, which kind of looks like secondhand toilet water. And Dumbo, he's only bloody standing right next to him, isn't he?
Oh no, is he pissed off that he used his secret toilet bowl thing?
No, mate, he's only bloody chill about it, isn't he? And then he says to Hazza that it's called a pensieve, and it helps him organise his thoughts and relive old memories. Which is a bit weird because I always thought it was pronounced pensive.
I thought you hadn't seen these films.
I haven't.
Okay, that's confusing. Go on.
Well, Hazza, he starts asking Dumbledore about French Hitler's son, doesn't he? And Dumbledore, he's like,
What are you on about, Harry? Have you been smoking gillyweed again?
Then Hazza, he's like, I had a dream about him. And then Dumbledore's like,
Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. You see, I myself am gay. I prefer the sausage to the taco, or the sword to the sheath, the snake to the batch.
No, that's not what I mean at all, you idiot. I mean this dream I had about a graveyard, a creepy house, and baby Voldemort, and French Hitler's son was there. Then Dumbledore, he looks concerned, and he's like,
Why didn't you tell me about this earlier, you bloody pelican? Have you had this dream before?
And then Hazza, he tells him he's had this dream like 40,000 times.
Jesus Christ, what does Dumbledore say?
Well, Dumbo says,
It's unwise to linger on dreams, Harry, unless of course they have big boobies in them, in which case, linger all you like.
So then Hazza, he leaves Dumbledore's office, super confused, right?
That is confusing. If he's gay, then why does he have dreams with lots of boobies in them?
No idea. Anyways, Hazza walks past Snape's office and he's having an argument with old mate Durmstrang, isn't he? Apparently Durmstrang, he's asking if Snape'o has seen the signs, and he's super worried.
Very suspicious. Those two were both Death Eaters after all.
Nah, it's Dick Eaters.
No, it isn't.
Anyways, Durmstrang storms off and Snape'o starts grilling Hazza.
Gillyweed, Mr. Potter.
Your point being, you big-nosed twat?
I've seen you and your little friends playing hacky sack and reading Karl Marx.
What the hell are you on about?
Don't lie to me, you little shit. You stole that gillyweed just like you're stealing ingredients to make polyjuice potion, aren't you?
But Hazza isn't making any polyjuice potion.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, snap. I just figured it out. Doctor Who is pretending to be moody because both of them are always licking their faces, right?
Fuck. Come on, man. The film doesn't reveal that for like another 30 minutes.
Well, just pretend I didn't say anything.
Nah, mate, you fucking ruined it. Just like you ruined your parents' life the day that abortion failed.
That's a bit harsh, mate.
Well, luckily that's not all that happens. So, let's keep going, shall we? Fine with me. All right then. So, the next day, it's finally here. The final task for the Bi-Wizard tournament.
Wow, this task really snuck up out of nowhere. It wasn't even a build-up to this one or anything.
Yeah, I get the feeling they've skipped a shitload of story here.
Come on then, what's the bloody task, mate? You're killing me here.
Well, they saved the best for last, didn't they? It's a hedge maze.
A hedge maze? Is that it?
Yeah, it is a bit underwhelming, isn't it? Anyways, apparently the Bi-Wizard Cup is at the centre and Hazza and Seto get to go in first because they're tied for first place. And then Crumb and Fleur get to go in afterwards. But you'll never guess who placed the cup at the centre of the maze.
Is it Moody?
Yeah, that's right, mate. And Crumb sees Moody sneaking out of the bushes looking super sus.
That's very sus.
Anyways, Dumbledore says that anyone who wants to be a little bitch and chicken out can shoot up red sparks into the air with their wands and the teachers will come and get them. So then all of the contestants, they go to their separate entrances and Seto's dad gives him a hug and says,
I love you, Cedric. Please don't die in the maze. Your mother and I are counting running on your paychecks from the rest of the films to stop the bank from repossessing our house.
That seems oddly specific. Oh yeah, it totally is. Anyways, Dumbledore goes to count down from 3, but old mate Filch blows his load early, doesn't he? You know, because he's been wanking his cat off. So the starter gun fires early, and all the contestants run into the bloody maze. Whoa, this is getting exciting. And Hazza, he takes one look back at Moody, and he gives Hazza a sneaky hint as to which direction he needs to go in, doesn't he? That sneaky bastard. Anyways, the camera pans up, and it looks like the maze goes for like 40,000 kilometres. Oh shit. It'll take them weeks. Also, how is the crowd gathered outside supposed to see any of what's actually going on inside the maze? Yeah, no idea, mate. Binoculars? Nothing at their school makes any sense at all. Anyways, we cut to all the other contestants, and something is lurking in the maze trying to take them all out. And Seto, he almost gets crushed by the maze because it's sort of coming alive or something, and Victor Crumb is snatched by this dark figure, and then he's turned into a zombie. And is that ever explained? Oh, you better believe it's not. Anyways, then we see something sneak up on Fleur and bite her on the left vagina flap. I've heard that's the most sensitive one. Yeah, same here. Anyways, Hazza, he hears her scream, and then we see that it's zombie Victor Crumb who's actually taken her out. Then things take a turn when these weird hentai tentacles try to pull her into the bushes. Why are there so many hentai tentacles in this franchise? No idea. But get this, then Crumb, he finds Hazza. But he only lets him bloody go, doesn't he? And then Hazza, he finds Fleur, who's got hentai tentacles right up to the back of her teeth. Yuck. Then Crumb comes back and he tries to kill Hazza. But Seto only bloody saves him, doesn't he? Didn't he just let him go? That makes zero sense. Don't I know it? Anyways, Hazza is like, no, Cedric, he's bewitched or something. He doesn't know what he's doing. Let him go. And then Seto, he's like,
yeah, all right, Potter. I'm going to trust you, but you better not be leading me to my death because my parents need the money from the rest of the franchise to pay off their gambling debts.
Which again is super specific, but I guess that's just how the Diggories roll. So then Seto and Hazza, they start legging it to try and beat each other to the Bi-Wizard Cup first. How do they even know it's nearby? That sounds like a massive waste of energy. Yeah, I know, right? But I think the director was really just wanting to wrap shit up at this stage. Fair enough, this video is getting pretty long. Yeah, you better believe it is. If you're still watching this, there's probably something wrong with you. Anyways, Hazza and Seto, they're legging it at full speed, and the maze comes to life again, and it tries to stop them with more of those weird hentai tentacle things. And then Seto, he only bloody trips over, and those tentacles, they really start giving it to him, don't they? And then Seto screams, and he's like,
oh, help, Harry, my arse. I can feel it in my lower intestine.
Whoa, that sounds pretty painful. I know, right? Anyways, Hazza has a choice to make. Go and grab the Bi-Wizard Cup and win, or go back and help Seto. So he just grabs the cup, right? I mean, the teachers wouldn't let a student die in the tournament. Yeah, I'm not really too sure about that. Dumbledore is a cunt after all. Oh yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. Anyways, Hazza only goes back to bloody help Seto, doesn't he? Oh, well, I guess it is the nice thing to do. You won't be thinking that in a few minutes, trust me. Anyways, he saves Seto, and the two of them agree to take the cup together and make it a tie. So then they manage to grab the cup just as the maze looks like it's about to disappear up its own asshole, just like Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg have. Come on, mate, no politics. It is true though, they are both wankers. Anyways, the cup doesn't take them back to the start of the maze, does it? It doesn't? No, mate, it takes them to a graveyard. The same bloody graveyard from Hazza's dream. So the cup was a port key. Moody set him up. You're damn right he did, and guess what? The port key's only bloody taken him to Tom fucking Riddle's grave, hasn't it? Oh no, that's Voldemort's name, before he became Voldemort. Yeah, the name he wrote in the sky just to spell it out to Hazza because he was too fucking thick to get what he was talking about. Anyways, then Peter the Pedo Pettigrew rocks up, and then Hazza's scar starts burning worse than that untreated STI that's clogging up my urethra. Why do you have so many STIs and STDs? Anyways, Hazza, he goes, Cedric, get back to the cup. You're going to die, and you won't be in the rest of the movies if you don't listen to me right now. And Cedric, he's like, what are you on about, Potter? Are you smoking gillyweed again? So Peter Pedo, he only bloody kills Seto, doesn't he? Oh no, not Seto. I know, right? Anyways, Peter Pedo chains Hazza to a statue and then dumps baby Voldemort into a cauldron. Then he chops off his own bloody hand. Wait, what the hell is he playing at? I don't know, I think he's on drugs or something. Anyways, then Peter Pedo cuts Hazza's arm and puts the blood into the cauldron, and then there's this super gross transformation sequence where Voldemort transforms from a baby into a full-grown man. This series has really gotten to a point where it feels like it's saying, fuck you, I'm not a kids franchise anymore. And then he starts rubbing his head like it's the tip of an uncircumcised penis for some reason. Anyways, then Voldemort makes Peter Pettigrew touch the tattoo on his arm, just like the one Doctor Who had on his arm earlier, and then all the dick eaters, they're summoned to the graveyard, aren't they? Hazza is up shit creek now. Yeah, and they're all wearing these super weird masks. You know, like they're going to that weird party in that Stanley Kubrick film Eyes Wide Shut. I'm pretty sure I jerked off to that film back in the day. I did too. No one had any porn or internet back then. What were we supposed to do? Anyways, Voldemort, he starts giving his followers a spraying, doesn't he? he's like,
Not one of you bastards tried to find me! Crabbe, Goyle, McNair, not even you, Lucius.
oh shit, so Malfoy's dad is a Death Eater. Yeah, I mean, that's been pretty obvious since the first time we met him though, right? Yeah, that's true, we did already know that. Anyways, then Voldemort's like,
Do you have any idea how hard it is to live life as a weird baby thing? I couldn't find any clothes that fit me. You try going to Target and saying, Hey, do you have any clothes for a magical half-dead baby? The store clerk looked at me like I was crazy.
and then Lucius, he's like,
Sir, please believe me. I set up a website called AskJeeves.com so that I could trace any web searches for people using the words Voldemort or the Dark Lord. I tried.
but Voldemort, he's not having it. He's like,
And where is Ask Jeeves now, huh? And AOL. Your entrepreneurial instincts are terrible, Lucius.
that's such an old reference. No one's gonna know what Ask Jeeves is, man. Shut up. Anyways, then Voldemort starts laughing at Seto's corpse because he shit himself when he died, which is apparently a real thing, by the way. Yeah, I know. You tell me like every day. Anyways, then Potter, he tells him to piss off and go sit on a greasy fat one. And then Voldemort, he isn't having that, so he turns to his dick eaters and he's like,
You see, Harry's mum protected him with some old magic. It caught me off guard, if I'm honest. Made me look like a right twat. Boy, was my face red. But things have changed now. I can touch you, Harry. Want me to touch you?
the fuck? Why is the first thing he wants to do when he gets back from the dead is touch a schoolboy? Don't know, maybe he was hiding in the Vatican all these years. Anyways, Hazard tells him how great it is to have a nose, and that pisses Voldemort right off. So he only bloody challenges Hazard to a duel, doesn't he? Wait, Potter versus Voldemort? He only knows how to use Expelliarmus. He's gonna get minced. Oh, I know. But he only bloody beats him, doesn't he? What? Yeah, and then Hazard's wand starts tripping out, and then the ghost of Cedric, the old fella from the start, and Hazard's parents all come out of the end of it. Wait, what? And then they start taunting Voldemort as well, telling him that he's got no nose and no penis. So you're saying he's like a Ken doll down there? Yeah, I mean, they never actually say that, but it's heavily implied. It's heavily implied. Anyways, then Hazard legs it, and Voldemort, he's like,
Stop him, you fools, or there'll be no Death Eater reunion cake for anyone.
so they all leg it after him, but Hazard, he makes it to the portkey, doesn't he? But he doesn't leave just yet. Idiot. Why not? Well, because Seto's ghost tells him to take his body back to his dad, doesn't he? Maybe he can claim it on insurance or something. Is any of this ever explained? Yeah, of course not. Anyways, Hazard, he's transported back to the start of the maze, and everyone starts cheering, thinking he won the Bi-Wizard Cup, right? But then everyone smells the shit in Seto's pants, and they start freaking out because they realise that he's dead, and also that he smells like shit, right? Oh yeah, that too. So Seto's dad, he's gutted. He really wanted that franchise money, and then Moody, he takes Hazard while everyone's distracted, and he locks him in his office. And then he goes to neck from that flask he's been drinking from, and it's empty. So he starts freaking out. Because he's the French guy's son, and he's been using Polyjuice Potion to hide in plain sight at Hogwarts. We already guessed that already. Yeah, that's true. Then Hazard, he goes, It was you all along, wasn't it? You put my name in the Goblet of Fire. And then Moody, he's like,
Oh, come on, Potter, you daft prick. Everyone's figured that out already, haven't they? Now, come on. Let's skip this scene because we all know what's going to happen. I'm going to tell you about my plans like all the villains do in this series, rather than killing you when I have the chance. And then something's going to come up and save you at the last minute because you're too bloody useless to save yourself.
I mean, he's kind of got a point, right? Yeah, it literally happens in every movie. So then Dumbledore storms in and he kicks fake Moody's ass and he finds the real Moody who has been trapped inside that case that was making weird noises earlier on. And then Moody, he changes into French Hitler's son, Doctor Who. And let me tell you, this transformation is even more intense than Voldemort's. Yeah, that's really messed up. Anyways, then Doctor Who, he tells them all that Voldemort's back and he wants revenge. And then Dumbledore tells him to jog on and go sit on a crooked, slimy, fat one. Yuck. So, then Dumbledore gives a big speech to the students about how they're all going to miss Cedric and how much everyone loved him. Even though we hadn't seen him in any of the previous movies, and I don't think half the people even know who the fuck he is. Yeah, that's true. How does he square that hole? Yeah, he doesn't. He just goes on about how the Ministry doesn't actually want him to tell anyone that Voldemort is back. And that the first thing Voldemort did when he got back into power is graffiti a big 5-foot penis on the front door of Hogwarts Castle. That's a classic prank, that one. Oh, it sure is. So the children, they're all shocked, right? Especially because it was a super detailed penis. It had veins on it and everything. Yuck. Anyways, Dumbledore and Hazard, they're chatting afterwards, aren't they? And Dumbledore tells him that he's sorry for putting him in danger this year. And then Hazard forgives him because he's a little bitch like that. And then Dumbledore's like,
Remember, Harry, you're not alone.
Even though he literally left him to defend for himself the entire movie. What a cunt, right? Anyways, all the students from all the other schools, they're saying goodbye, and the hot French chick Fleur and her sister give Ron a big sloppy kiss for some reason, even though they literally had nothing to do with him for the whole film, so he bars up in his robes and then everyone laughs at him. Fair enough, boners are pretty funny. Pretty much how this channel makes all its money. Then Victor Crumb, he asks Hermo to write to him, because apparently the internet in Bulgaria is super shit and he needs something to whack off to. It can't be worse than Australian internet. Mate, nothing is worse than Australian internet. Antarctica has better internet than us. Anyways, Hermo, she starts having a massive whinge because she thinks everything is going to change from now on. So she asks Hazza and Rono to write to her every week, even though they have magic owls, port keys, and the flu network, so they could probably just see each other face to face. True, why don't they ever talk to each other after the school year ends?
Ginny, do you want to go get dressed? Damn it.
Excuse my sister Harry, is Ginny. She has been talking about you all week. It's annoying.
It was then that he discovered something much more interesting than magic.
That's why you should never try and find free movies on Pornhub. Why would you even try to find it there? Listen, mate, Netflix costs more than a bloody house, and I can't be fucked trying to find it on one of the other 72 streaming services. He's joking. If you're watching this, Netflix or Warner Brothers, we don't pirate your movies. Who are you talking to? So I'm assuming you found the real movie eventually? I did, actually. Well, hurry up, mate. This preamble is killing our attention. So the movie starts with that specko kid Dudley from the first film roasting Hazza Potto about his dead mum and how he found her old OnlyFans account. Specko. You know, on the spectrum. He's a specko. That feels a little out of pocket, but go on. So apparently now he's a gangbanger with the name Big D. He does gangbang pornos with the alias Big D. Nah, mate. He's in a gang and his gang name is Big D. Well, then what does Big D stand for then? Dudley? Or Big Dick? I'm not really sure. Fair enough then. Anyways, Hazza, he's been having these nightmares about Seto getting unalived, and Specko Big Dick thinks this is well funny, doesn't he? He sounds like a psycho. Yeah, he is. But Hazza, he's not having any of that. So he pulls out his wand and he sticks it under his chin. I hope you're talking about his actual wand. Normally I probably would have said a cock joke here, but we're barely even started and there's already been about 10 of them. Can we go the rest of this video without another one? No way, mate. Anyways, right when Hazza's sweaty flesh-shaped wand touches Big D's chin, the bloody clouds turn black, don't they? And Specko, he thinks that Hazza has cast some sort of spell on him, doesn't he? He hasn't? Nah, mate, because he's not allowed to use magic outside of school, is he? Except for that other time he did, and the head of the ministry totally let him get away with it. And all those other times. Yeah, exactly. Anyways, Hazza and Big D, they bloody leg it, don't they? And they take shelter in this creepy tunnel that I think is a full-scale replica of P. Diddy's basement. Gross. And you'll never get this right. Remember the Dementards from the third film? You mean Dementor? Yeah, them. They're bloody back, aren't they? Except they don't have cloaks this time. Really? So they have like different outfits. That's weird. Yeah, like who's making these cloaks for them? It opens up a lot of questions. Far too many. Let's just keep moving. Anyways, one of the Dementards grabs Hazza around the throat harder than Riley Reid in one of those fucked up choking videos, and Hazza, he tells Big D to leg it. Oh shit. Then what happens? Well, Big D, he slips on some of P. Diddy's jizz and falls right over because he's fucking useless like that. And then the Dementard starts licking its tongue down his throat so far that it reaches his lower intestines. Gross. So then Hazza, he manages to reach his wand, doesn't he? And he's like, Inspecto my boner. And then he blasts some white hot jizz in their faces, and the Dementards, they bloody leg it, don't they? Come on, man, we've really got to try and start making these videos a little less gross. Nah, mate, that's never gonna happen. Anyways, an old lady named Mrs. Fig rocks up, and she tells Hazza not to put his wand away. Then she stares at it for like a really uncomfortable amount of time. Ugh. Also, Miss Fig, is she related to that old bloke from Hogwarts Legacy? You know what, I've never really put that together, but I reckon you're right. Anyways, she reckons Dumbledore sent her to watch over Hazza to make sure that nothing happens to him. Oh, you mean like two Dementors attacking him in a tunnel? Yeah, like that. But she didn't do anything. I know, mate, Dumbledore's plans always suck ass. Anyways, we cut back to the Dursleys' house, and Uncle Vernon, the guy that looks like he's always staring in two different directions all the time, well, he's pissed, isn't he? Because Dudley, he was already going to a school for special kids, but now he's not even smart enough to go there. Bit harsh, but go on. Well, next up, Hazza, he's trying to sleep, but he keeps seeing flashbacks of old mate Seto getting killed, doesn't he? Hang on, flashbacks? We're 2 minutes in and they're already using footage from the last film. I know, right? Super lazy. And then old mate Professor Moody walks in with a bunch of other cunts we've never heard of. Moody, but wasn't he bad? Nah, mate, that was French Hitler's son disguised as Moody. This is the real Moody. Do they ever actually explain that in the film to catch the audience up to speed? Nah, mate, they kind of expect you to have read the books at this point, which is well out of pocket because this book is like 2 billion pages. It can't be that long. It bloody felt like that, trust me. But you can't read. Fine, I'll listen to it on Audible on 3x speed. You got me, Anyways, they all barge into his room, which if you ask me is a little bit sus because he could have been having a crank and they didn't knock or anything. Yeah, that is true. That's pretty much the only thing teenage boys do when they're left alone. Exactly. Anyways, they drag him out of bed and tell him that the Ministry of Sound is putting him on trial for using magic outside of school. Won't they just let him off again like last time? Well, apparently not, because they want the plot to happen. Anyways, then Moody calls one of the chicks a nympho, and her pubic hair changes colour, and then they all hop on brooms and fly through the middle of London in plain sight. Isn't he already on trial for using magic in front of people? Oh no, mate, tons of people would have seen them. None of this makes any sense. And apparently they thought they'd make the only black guy in the film stick out even more by putting him in a full Nigerian robe. Oh yeah, that does seem a bit racist, but I guess it could be racist not to put him in the Nigerian robe as well. Yeah, I'm not really sure how any of this works anymore. So anyways, they get to where they're going and they sneak out of the bushes really carefully. Even though they weren't really careful at all, flying around on their brooms like bloody crack addicts. Let's not even try to understand that one. So Moody taps his staff on the ground and the bloody houses on the street start moving apart. And then you won't believe this, they reveal a bloody secret house. Is that the only way to get in? What if they don't have Moody's staff? Yeah, no idea, that's never really explained. But get this, it isn't just any old house, is it? Bloody Arthur Weasley, Lupin and SiriusBlack.com, they're there, aren't they? Is this some sort of secret meeting? Oh, you better believe it is, because Ronno's mum stops Hazard before he can say hi to them all and tells him to go upstairs and have a shower because he smells like a teenage boy's cum sock. Ouch. It's probably pretty accurate though. Yeah, I know. Anyways, you'll never guess who's upstairs, will you? Ronno and Hermo? Yeah, that's right. How'd you know? I mean, both Ron's mum and dad were there. It's pretty obvious, right? Yeah, true. Fuck off. But get this, right? The next scene is super weird because Hermo, she just launches on Hazard as soon as he enters the room and gives him a big old bloody hug. Really? Was she just standing behind the door waiting for him or something? Yeah, it kind of looks like it. How did she even know he was there? Your guess is as good as mine. So she could have just been standing at that door for hours. Anyways, Ronno's there and he gets jealous because he knows he's a useless wanker and Hazard and Hermo have way better chemistry than him and her. Anyways, you're telling me. And then Hazard is like, what's up with this place?
This is the top secret hideout of the Order of the Three Dicks.
Order of the Three Dicks? What's that? Well, it's a secret society that bloody Dumbo's set up to fight Voldemort, the chemo patient, and his emo followers. Why does it need to be a secret? Doesn't everyone hate Voldemort? Yeah, good point. Anyways, apparently the adults won't let them hear what they're planning downstairs, so then the two twins rock up with a severed human ear, and they tell them that they've got a plan to overhear what they're saying. So they're just casually carrying around a human ear. Yeah, apparently they've gone like full Jeffrey Dahmer since we last saw them. Anyways, they try and use their ear to listen in on the old cunts. And then get this, they hear bloody Snape's voice. Oh, Snapo, so he's a member of the Order of the Three Dicks. Yeah, apparently, and Hazard, he's pissed, right? Because Snapo, he's always calling him a specky twat that will most likely die a virgin. I mean, he's not wrong though, right? Anyways, Crookshanks the cat steals the human ear and just fucking eats it right up. Jesus Christ. And they say once an animal has a taste for human flesh, you gotta bloody put him down. That would be dark, even for this franchise. Anyways, then Ronno's mum invites all the kids down for dinner, and then Fred and George stick their fingers up her bum. Gross. Yeah, it was a little bit cheeky, wasn't it? Anyways, everyone's gasbagging around the table, aren't they? And apparently that nympho chick can transfigure her face into a duck or something like that. Is that going to be important later? Nah, mate. I think she's only in the film for book nerds, and I skimmed the rest of the book and her story doesn't really go anywhere. What a weird inclusion. Anyways, Lupin and Sirius bail up Hazard and they let him know that the Ministry is trying to slander him and Dumbo in the newspaper. Slander him? Like how? Well, that's just it, right? They're saying that both Hazard and Dumbo are into furry porn, and that Hazard, he lost his virginity to a fleshlight. And not like one of those regular kinds either, one of those weird green alien bumhole ones. That's too specific to have actually been what was said in the film. Well, it was heavily bloody implied, mate. So anyways, Sirius, he tells Hazard that old mate Voldemort has been recruiting new followers through LinkedIn. And the Order, they've been trying to do the same, but they're using Seek.com, so they're way bloody behind. Yeah, that's never gonna work. Anyways, Sirius, he reckons that this time could be worse than the last time Voldy went on a rampage, because he's been hauled up in his mum's basement playing Grand Theft Auto 5 and snipering civilians on the street. And get this, he reckons Voldy's looking for something. Something he didn't have last time. Like what? Like a weapon? Well, that's what Hazard says, right? He thinks maybe Putin and Voldemort are making nukes in Iran to start a proxy war with America. But then all the other parents tell Sirius to shut the hell up and go sit on a greasy fat one and not to bring up politics at the dinner table. Why would they do that? Well, because they think that Hazard is too young to be a member of the Order of the Three Dicks. But obviously, Sirius feels differently. He wants to make it the Order of the Four Dicks. Anyways, later that night, Hazard starts having nightmares about his trial at the Ministry. Creepy. What kind of nightmares? Well, that he turns up to the trial without his pants on and everyone laughs at his small dick. Oh yeah, that one's a classic. So next up, Hazard and Arthur Weasley are in the tube station, and Arthur, he looks like he's been snorting lines and DJing all night because he's acting weirder than Jim Carrey when he thought that he didn't exist.
There is no me.
There's no you.
No.
We're not here. This is a dream?
It's just things happening. And there are clusters of tetrahedrons moving around together.
Okay.
Do they ever explain why he's acting so weird? Arthur or Jim Carrey? Arthur, mate. Oh, I think it's supposed to be funny because he doesn't know how to use Muggle technology, but it really just comes off as weird and a bit forced. Well, why are they taking the train to the Ministry anyways? Why not just apparate there or take the Flu Network? No idea. So anyways, they get there by going into a red phone booth which takes them underground all the way down to the Ministry. There are giant buildings underground, paper aeroplanes flying around for some reason, and there's all these fireplaces that are connected to the Flu Network. So they could have easily used the Flu Network then. Yeah, apparently. I think Arthur Weasley's been DJing so long on drugs that he now has the mental capacity of a 5-year-old kid who was dropped on his head as a baby. Yeah, that makes sense. Anyways, they walk past a newspaper stand where they're selling more papers featuring Hazza and his alien butthole fleshlight scandal. But then get this, Hazza, he sees a giant portrait of Cornelius Fudgepacker, the head of the Ministry of Sound, that kind of makes him look a little bit like Joseph Stalin. Who? You know, the Russian dictator. You mean Hitler? No, not Hitler. He was bloody Austrian. Stalin, he was a commie who used to kill people who questioned him. He would even erase them from old photographs so that people would think that they never existed. Really? When was this? I don't know. 1940s maybe? So Adobe Photoshop totally stole his idea. Those bastards. Mate, that's what you got from this story? Okay, fine, go on. Anyways, next up, they get into an elevator and old mate Kingsley's there, and he lets Hazza know that the Ministry has changed the time of the hearing. Really? When is it? Only in 5 bloody minutes. Shit. I know, right? And this place is huge, so they have to bloody leg it to get there. Anyways, they make it there just on time, and Fudgepacker, he's there outside the hall, and you'll never guess who he's talking to. Shaquille O'Neal? What? Nah, mate, it's bloody Lucius Malfoy. You mean the guy who was revealed to be a Death Eater in the last film, but it was totally obvious from his first scene in the franchise. Yeah, that's him. That's suspicious. Very suspicious. Anyways, Arthur says to Hazza he can't come into the trial with him, because apparently he just shelved a red Mitsubishi 2 hours earlier, and he's about to shit himself. Gross. Yeah, I know. So now Hazza has to go in alone, and he's in this huge room filled with dusty old bureaucrats, and they look like they're about to serve him his nuts on bloody toast. But then get this, old mate bloody Dumbo shows up, doesn't he? Oh, nice. Gotta love Dumbo. He's the best. Except for the whole raising Hazza for slaughter thing. Oh yeah, forgot about that. What a cunt. Anyways, Dumbo goes,
"What are the charges, Fudgepacker? Who are you calling Fudgepacker? You Fudgepacker!"
Oh, what does that mean? You know, because Dumbledore's gay. That joke was a bit of a stretch. Anyways, Fudgepacker, he's like,
"Hazza Potter is to be sentenced to 14 years in prison. And not just any prison, the one from Prison Break. So it's going to be super hard to break out of."
Which season? Season 3. Good lord. So then they start grilling Hazza, asking him about why he likes alien butthole fleshlights so much and why he was using magic outside of school. Oh, you mean the same thing he let him get away with 2 movies ago? Yeah, that's right. And then Hazza, he chirps up about the Dementards attacking him in the bloody tunnel, and everyone thinks he's smoking chuff because only the Ministry can control the Dementards. Oh, the same ones that almost killed kids at Hogwarts and they totally lost control of? Yeah, those ones. Anyways, Dumbo tries to get Fudgepacker to drop the shit and admit that Voldemort is bloody back.
"If you don't have any witnesses, you bloody pelican, you're going straight to jail."
But then Dumbo, he's like,
"Actually, we do. You can't."
He doesn't say No, he does. He says it like 40 times till they tell him to shut up and get on with it. So who is the witness? It's the little old lady Fig, isn't it? Oh, snap. I almost forgot about her. Anyway, she was gagging to see Hazza's sausage again, wasn't she? But her testimony only gets him off the bloody hook, doesn't it? Nice one. So Hazza, he's stoked, right? And he goes to thank Dumbledore for getting him off the hook. But then get this, Dumbo walks straight out there without even bloody looking at him. What? Why? Well, it's a bit of a bloody J.J. Abrams mystery box, isn't it, mate? It better pay off better than Snoke did. Oh, it does. Don't worry about that. Anyways, the next day, Moody, that nympho chick, and Sirius take him to King's Cross Station so that he can catch the train to Hoggies. Well, if they're that worried about him, why don't they just take him all the way there? Good point. No idea. And isn't Sirius supposed to be in like hiding or something? Well, yeah, that's why he transforms into a big black dog, doesn't he? A big black what? A dog, mate. Not a bloody cock. Ah, I thought you said... Never mind. Anyways, he takes Hazza into a private room near the platform and turns back into a human to have a yak to him before he goes to school. Wouldn't he be naked though? Yeah, I mean, you'd think it would be like Hulk logic where his clothes tear off, but apparently the dog fur just kind of changes into some sort of flamboyant black robe. Do they ever explain that? You know they bloody don't, mate. Anyways, he gives Hazza a picture of Neville's tortured parents and his dead parents. And he's like,
We fought Voldemort when we were young, and now it's your turn, you little wanker.
bit harsh. Yeah, I know. But he says it in like an old school aggressive father kind of way, so I think it's supposed to be reassuring. Okay, I'm not even going to try and unpack that one, so what happens next? Well, get this, Voldemort's bloody waiting for him on the platform of the station, isn't he? Holy shit. I know. And he's wearing this crazy black suit. Like a magic suit? Nah, it's just like a normal suit. I think he got it from Jack London on special. That's weird. Well, Hazza wakes up on the train, doesn't he? Oh, so it was a dream? It's never addressed, so let's move right past that. Then, next up, Hazza, he gets to Hoggies, doesn't he? And bloody Malfoy's there, isn't he? And he's seen those newspapers about Potter sticking his chicken noodle into an alien butthole fleshlight thing, so him, Crabbe and Goyle are laughing up a storm. I mean, that's fair enough. Yeah, exactly. And Potter denies it, but as he's walking away, a fleshlight falls out of his bag, except it's one of those even weirder ones with fur on it. Busted. And then instead of walking or catching those weird boat things to school, they have to catch these carriages that are towed by invisible horses. Why has the school decided to change that all of a sudden? No idea, but get this, Hazza, he's the only one that can bloody see the horses, can't he? So everyone thinks he's smoking chuff again. Well, is he? Nah, mate, because this chick called Luna Lovehole, she can bloody see him too, can't she? Well, there you go. He's not crazy then. Yeah, but then her credibility is immediately shattered when it's revealed she's reading her magazine upside down, and she has the kind of look in her eyes that makes her look like the kind of person who would write their name in human shit on an asylum wall. Gross. Anyways, next up we cut to old mate Dumbo, and he's giving the Hoggies students their yearly welcome. But get this, there's a new defence against the dark arts teacher, isn't there? Professor Cuntbridge. Sounds like a cunt. Oh, you better believe she is. And then she gives this super long and boring speech about respect and sticking to the rules, and everyone just tunes out and starts doom scrolling on their phones. But then Hazza, he's like, well, what the fuck was that all about? And Hermo, she goes,
It means the ministry is interfering at Hogwarts, you stupid wanker.
So the villain of this film is like, bureaucracy? Yeah, pretty much. That sounds pretty boring. Yeah, it is a bit. Anyways, then Hazza goes back to the common room, and get this, everyone's reading those bloody newspapers about Hazza being a lying little twat who makes love to alien bumholes. And Seamus Finnegan, he's leaked his mum's old OnlyFans account, hasn't he? Ouch. Got him. I know, right? And then Seamus, he jumps in and he's like,
oh, potatoes, potatoes. My mother didn't want me to come back to school this year.
You know, because he's been lying about Voldemort more than that Jesse Smollett guy lied about being lynched by a pack of Nazis. Can't you come up with some new references? That one's a bit out of date. No, piss off. And then Ron steps in and he's like, oi, back off, Seamus, you Irish potato-dicked cunt. Anyone else got a problem with Azza? Because I'll fucking stab ya. That's a bit much, but at least Ron did something for a change. Yeah, exactly. Anyways, then Ron tries to cheer him up after the massive spit roasting he got downstairs, and then Hazza's like, oh, piss off, Ron. If I need advice from someone with Pokemon Fire red pubes, I'd ask for it. Harsh, but that's a fair point, so what happens next? Well, Hazza has another bloody bad dream, doesn't he? Except this time, he's slithering around in the dark in the hallways like he's a snake or something. And then he sees some big white balls. What the fuck? You mean like magic balls, right? Nah, mate, big hairy ones, like our old gym teacher used to have. Wait, why have you seen his balls? Because we went to a Catholic school. Anyways, we cut to their first class with Dolores Cuntbridge, don't we? And she doesn't want any of the kids to use magic at all. She just wants them to study from dusty old books. Well, how are they supposed to learn how to defend themselves against dark magic then? Well, that's exactly what Hazza says, doesn't he? And then she's like,
oh, sit down, Mr. Potter. I don't like the sound of your whiny voice, and I don't want to hear you again until your testicles have descended and you have at least one more pubic hair.
She could be waiting a while for that. I know, right? Anyways, Hazza, he goes, listen here, you smelly vagina. I saw Voldemort kill Cedric right in front of my eyes. He shit himself when he died. Which is a real thing, apparently. I know, we've been over this, mate. So what does she say to that? She only gives him bloody detention, doesn't she? What a cunt. I know, right? So anyways, after class, she invites Hazza into her small pink pussy room. What? Nah, mate, it's a small room filled with portraits of pussycats on the walls. I can see how you made that mistake, though. I'm not really sure why I phrased it that way. Anyways, she wants him to snort lines for detention. But get this, she gives him this magic pen, and when he writes with it, it cuts the words into the back of his hand. Oh, shit. What does it say? I will not tell lies. Ah, because she thinks he's lying about Voldemort. Yeah, exactly. It also says that he's a specky little twat. I guess she's got him there. Anyways, Hermo, she sees the scars on the back of Hazard's hands afterwards, doesn't she? And she's like,
Oh my God, you have to tell Dumbledore, Harry.
and then Hazard, he's like, oh, shut up, Hermione. You know that Dumbledore's not available after hours?
She's right though, Harry. This is well wrong. What would the parents think if they knew about this?
And then Hazard, he snaps back again, and he's like, well, I haven't got any of those, have I, Ron? Why is he being mean to the only kids at school who like him again? I think the original title for the film was Harry Potter, the Whiny Little Bitch. Oh, that makes more sense then. Anyways, we also see Fred and George have set up some sort of magical joke store in the bathrooms, and they're testing their products on helpless kids, just like Fauci does with helpless puppies. What a cunt. And get this, one kid's neck swells up worse than that kid down the road who's allergic to peanut butter. Isn't that kid dead now? Maybe? He seemed fine last time I saw him. I even gave him a bite of my peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Anyways, Hazard writes a letter to Sirius, and he tells him about how lonely he feels, because he isn't talking to the only people who actually want to be friends with him. Because of reasons, I guess? And then he walks into the middle of the Forbidden Forest, where he meets Luna Love You Long Time. What are they both doing in a dangerous forest alone and unsupervised? Yeah, no idea. This school almost feels like it was designed by Jigsaw from the Saw franchise, because at every corner it's actively trying to kill you. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense actually. What house would Jigsaw have been in? Slytherin, obviously, dickhead. Anyways, Luna, she's talking to one of those invisible horse things Hazard saw before, and she tells him that they can only be seen by people who have witnessed death. You know, because he saw Seto shit his pants at the end of the last film. What about his parents' deaths? Or Quirrell in the first film? Or Barty Crouch's dead body? Yeah, I think JK forgot she wrote any of that, because now this is happening. But get this. Luna, Love You Long Time, she says that she believes Hazard as well, and that her dad, who owns a newspaper that no one bloody reads, he does as well. Oh, she's nice, this Luna chick, isn't she? Yeah, but then she tells Hazard that if she was Voldemort, she'd do the exact same thing. Turn all the kids at school against him, so he cries alone in his bed at night and pisses his sheets from the nightmare. Jesus Christ. And then she pulls some raw meat out of her pocket and throws it to the Thestrals. Okay, I take that back. I think she might be the Zodiac Killer. You're damn right, mate. Anyways, we cut to Ronno deep-throating a massive sausage in the Great Hall. What? Nah, mate, he's eating a sausage, isn't he? Anyways, all the kids in the Great Hall overhear McGonagall and Professor Cuntbridge fighting, don't they? Oh, snap. What are they arguing about? Well, McGonagall, she's like,
Now listen here, you prudish little bitch. I do not have to listen to you. Not in my own school.
I like McGonagall. She's a badass. I know, right? But Cuntbridge, she isn't having that. So she's like,
Well, this school is far more povo than I thought it was. You will all grow up to work at Target, but not like even the front-facing employees, those really hideous and deformed ones they have out the back.
That's a bit harsh. What's she got against Target? No idea, but she really hates that place. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Anyways, then we have this huge montage where she teams up with that bloke Filch, you know, the one who likes to bum his cat, and plot to kill all the Starks at the Red Wedding. Well, they start nailing all these new rules to the wall, and then old mate Fudgepacker, he makes her the High Bloody Inquisitor, doesn't he? Oh shit, not a High Inquisitor. What is a High Inquisitor? No idea, mate. Anyways, the montage continues and we get lots of newspaper articles to fill in plot holes from the book where the writers couldn't be putting them into the movie. And then we see her conducting a school choir with Professor Flitwick for some reason, but get this, she measures his height and then docks him points for being too short. Wait, Warwick Davis's only part in this film was just to do a complicated height joke. Yeah, mate, I think he sued Warner Brothers after this movie. Anyways, the montage finishes with Professor Trelawney and Cuntbridge in the front courtyard, and all the kids are gathered round like the two old women are gonna start mud wrestling in bikinis. Ugh, they don't show that, do they? Nah, mate, but Cuntbridge, she's only bloody firing Trelawney, isn't she? Because none of her predictions ever come true and hiring her was a waste of wizard taxpayer money? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that tracks. Yeah, I know, but the movie kind of wants us to feel sorry for her for some reason. And get this, even Hermo, who doesn't even bloody like her, she feels sorry for her too, because Hogwarts is actually her home as well. Well, if Hermione is sad, then I guess I am too. She's pretty smart. Then McGonagall rocks up, and she looks like she's gonna do a Kaioken Kamehameha right in Cuntbridge's stupid face when old mate Dumbo comes charging out the front door too. Oh shit, Cuntbridge is in trouble now. You bloody know it, mate. So Dumbo, he's like,
The minister may have given you powers to dismiss my employees, but he has not given you permission to tell me who I can and can't have in my fucking school, you old cum dumpster.
got her. Then Dumbo whips round and walks back inside, and Hazza, he tries to bloody talk to him again, doesn't he? What does he say? Nothing. Dumbo just totally ghosts him, just like he does all those blokes on Grindr he's been banging. What a bastard. Anyways, he yells at the kids, and he's like,
Back in class, you little cunt. Don't you all have some studying to do?
What a bastard. Oh yeah, big time. Then Hermo, she's up late with Hazza and Rono, having a massive whinge. About Dumbledore? Nah, about Cambridge. Ah, right. And she's like,
That stupid wench! I bet she walks around with a bent dildo up her snatch just to maintain that stupid scowl on her face.
ouch.
We're never going to pass the owl exams with her around. She's taking over this school the way cancer took over Rum's mum's left titty.
Ouch again. I know, right? Then get this. Old mate Fudgepacker makes an announcement on an old radio they've conveniently had on in the background, and the announcement is about people who are going disappearing. So the students only listen to the radio when crucial plot information needs to be said. Oh, you bloody know it, mate. Anyways, Fudge is like,
We have reports that say the disappearances are the work of SiriousBlacked.com. He's taking people and putting them in an underground sex dungeon, just like Bill Cosby.
Oh shit, they don't believe him, do they? Oh, of course not. Fudgepacker is a wanker. But the public doesn't know that, do they? And you'll never believe who appears in the fireplace to talk to Hazza right after that, will ya? Is it serious? I mean, he's the only one who's talked to Hazza in that fireplace before. Yeah, that's right. What are the chances that he'd contact them right as they're talking about him on the radio? 1,000,000,000 to 1, I reckon. Anyways, his fireplace face has changed because it looked so shit in the last film, and they wasted enough money on it to feed half of Uganda. Except this time, it looks even shitter. Oh. Great. On the plus side though, this effect does look cheaper, so I guess some Warner Brothers exec got a big fat bonus that year. Whoopee. Come on mate, what does he say? Oh yeah, well he tells them that it's Voldemort who's making people disappear, doesn't he? For fuck's sake, is that all? We've already figured that part out. I know, he's bloody useless. Anyways, Hermo, she turns to the window dramatically, you know, because Emma Watson plays everything dramatically in this series, and then lightning cracks in the sky, and she's like,
Well, if that smelly yeast infection Umbridge won't teach us how to defend ourselves, I guess we'll have to find someone who can.
Oh shit, who is she talking about? Well, that's the thing, she never fucking says, does she? But she stares super hard at Hazza after that. Harder than a 30-year-old single bloke stares at xhamster.com when he's feeling lonely. Shit, that's pretty hard. So you reckon she's talking about him? Of course she is, you bloody pelican. Anyways, Hazza, Hermo and Rono trek to Hogsmeade in the snow, don't they? And they go to this seedy, out-of-the-way pub that only has one bloke and a goat in it. What was he doing with the goat? Trust me, you do not want to know that, mate. Anyways, Hermo, she's gathered a bunch of kids from school there for a secret meeting. Why has she done that? Well, because she wants Hazza to teach them how to defend themselves. Oh, you mean the kid who only uses Expelliarmus and has had someone else bail him out of trouble every year? Yeah, that's the one. Anyways, one of the kids, who doesn't even have a name, he chimes in and he's like,
He's gonna teach us? He doesn't even look like he knows how to tie his own shoelaces.
I mean, if he dropped his glasses, he probably couldn't. Yeah, true. Anyways, Rono chirps in and he's like, Shut the hell up, kid. I saw Hazza punch Voldemort right in the end of his cock once. It made his nose fall right off his bloody face. But then Hazza, he chimes in all humble like, Listen, I don't really know what I'm doing, but I have beaten Voldemort like 3 times now, even if it was mostly luck. So, I can teach you how to punch someone in the dick really hard as well. I'll demonstrate on Ron right now.
Oh, I could have figured that out for myself.
Shut it, mate. How would you like me to cut your dick right off? So much talk about dicks. So what happens next? Well, everyone in the pub starts writing their names down on a list, don't they? Why? No idea. Maybe the director of the film saw that Schindler's List got all those awards, so they put a list in this film as well. That is not why that film got an award. Shut up. Anyways, next up, Hazza, Hermo, Rono, and Neville are walking down that twisted bridge thing, talking about where they're gonna hold their secret meetings. Also, Fred and George are there too. And then Hermo, she starts laughing and she looks like she's just shelved a tabby of pure MDMA. And she's like,
Sort of exciting, isn't it? Breaking the rules. I'm hungry. Are you guys hungry? Who wants to go dancing?
Man, she really is pinging. I know, right? And then Ronno, he goes, "Who are you and what have you done with fucking Hermione Granger?" Then she starts chewing her face off and listening to EDM for 16 hours straight before drinking 6 litres of Gatorade. Typical. Sounds like your Uncle Terry. He died the way he lived. Anyways, then she tells Hazza that Cho Chang was leaking from the gash back in the pub when she was looking at Hazza. And she leaked so much that Hermo had to move her foot because it was leaking into her shoes and making her socks smell like a wet tuna fish sandwich. Gross. Get this right, must have cottoned onto their little scheme, so she makes a rule about students not being able to hold meetings after hours. What a c***. I know, right? Then Neville Longballs, he sees a magic door appear out of the bloody wall. So did Hagrid spike the drinking water again? Oh yeah, mate, of course he did. But the room, it's real too. Apparently it's called the Room of Requirement. It appears whenever someone at Hoggies is in dire need of taking a piss. So it's a bathroom. Yeah, but it's like one of those bathrooms on old school Chinese trains. It just has a messy hole cut in the floor covered in shit. But Hazza also reckons they can turn it into a secret dark arts training room. A secret meeting place only they can find. That's very convenient. Oh, you better believe it, mate. Anyways, Hazza reckons Hoggies itself wants to help them fight back because it's giving them the room. But then Hermo reminds him that Hagrid spiked the drinking water, so he shuts the right up. Poor Hazza, that come down is going to be epic. Anyways, we get another montage. Another one? How much of this film is going to be told through montages? I think it's about 90% of the plot. It's basically a musical. For fuck's sake, go on then. Anyways, it keeps cutting between Hazza training the kids who want to rebel against Cuntbridge and Filch who's trying to find the Room of Requirement. Oh shit. How does he know they're using that? No idea. Anyways, we see Neville failing a spell and then accidentally killing 16 students. Holy crap. But don't worry, he succeeds later in the montage and then about 18 chicks offer to suck his long balls. Good for him. Oh yeah, and Cuntbridge gets sick of Filch trying to find them because he's always bumming his cat, so she promotes Malfoy and his mates to be her disciples. Disciples? Like the ones Jesus had? Yeah, I think so. Except Malfoy and his mates don't get her crucified. I think it was only one disciple that got him crucified. I don't know, mate. I never fucking read that shit. Anyways, the montage finally fucking ends after what seems like about 62 hours, and all the kids are way better at defensive spells now, aren't they? Well, that was way easier than just watching them actually progress in real time, wasn't it? I know, right? Super lazy writing. Anyways, then everyone applauds Harry like he's just given a TED talk or something, and then everyone leaves so he can be alone with Cho bloody Chang. Cho Chang? That sounds like a made-up name. I mean, technically they're all made up, but yeah, it's a pretty weird name to be giving the only Asian girl at school. Anyways, next up there's a super painful scene where Cho and Hazza flirt, but Cho, she keeps on checking out this picture of her ex-dead boyfriend that's stuck to the wall right next to her. And who was that? Remember how there was that one throwaway shot where she went to the ball with Seto in the last film? You know, the guy who plays Edo the pedo in Twilight? Yeah, I think I remember now. Yeah, well apparently they dated and it was supposed to be a big deal, even though this is the first time we're hearing about it. I smell lazy writing again. You better believe it. Anyway, she keeps looking at a photo of her dead boyfriend, unsure of whether or not she wants to date Hazza, but then Hazza, he gets so horny, so he tries to bloody kiss her right there and then. In front of the photo of her dead ex-boyfriend. What the fuck? Yeah, apparently that's Hazza's like weird fetish. He likes chicks who have dead ex-boyfriends and have the photo stuck up on the wall right next to them. And Hazza, he's worried that it might be filled with nargles. And what are those? Well, that's what she bloody says. But then she gets on her knees and she's like, let me gobble those balls. Gross. This is a pretty messed up scene, what with the photo of the dead ex and all. Yeah, JK was in a dark place when she wrote this scene. Anyways, Hazza is bragging to Ronno and Hermo about it, and then Ronno asks how it was, and apparently after Hazza kissed her, she just kind of started crying. Yeah, I had that happen to me once too. It's really weird. With that face, I'm not fucking surprised, mate. Anyways, Hermo reckons she has confused feelings about her ex, Seto. Way to point out the obvious. Yeah, it's a really pointless scene. And then they all start laughing for no reason at all. So what happens next? Well, Hazza has another bloody dream, doesn't he? Where he's looking through someone else's eyes and he starts slithering around like a snake. Except this time, he sees Arthur Weasley standing in the dark, stroking his little snake. Gross. But get this, Hazza starts fucking biting him, doesn't he? Jesus Christ. I know, right? And the next thing we know, McGonagall and Ronno are walking Hazard to Dumbledore's office in his PJs because he's pissed his bed because he was so bloody scared. They didn't have him change his pants first? No, they just rubbed his face in it like they used to do the dogs for toilet training. How was that ever gonna work? No idea. It's fucking cruel though, those bastards. Anyways, Dumbo, he wants to know all about the dream, and he's asking really specific questions, like when he saw Arthur get attacked, was he standing next to him, or was he looking through the eyes of the snake, like one of those POV videos on Wizard Hub? Gross. So what does he say? Well, Hazard tells him it was like a POV BJ video, and then Dumbledore starts talking to people in bloody paintings and telling them to go and find Arthur. What? Well, remember how those paintings can talk in Hogwarts? Well, apparently they can interact with the real world now. Was that ever explained? Of course not. Anyways, this whole scene, Dumbo has had his back to Hazard, and he's still not bloody looking at him, is he? What? That's so weird. Why not? He finally snaps, and he's like, "Fucking look at me, you wanker!" Oh, shit. What does Dumbo say? Bloody nothing, because right as he finally looks at Hazard, Snapo rocks up. And he's like,
"You summoned me, you senile old fool."
And then Dumbo's like,
"Severus, we've run out of time. We need to start tonight."
Start what? Am I missing something? Well, that's just it, right? Snapo walks Hazard down to the dungeons, and he tells Hazard that him and Voldemort's minds are now connected. Kinda like those Siamese twins that shared a head but only had two bodies. Those poor bastards. So get this. All those bloody dreams he's been having, they aren't bloody dreams, are they? Hazard has been looking into Voldemort's thoughts. Oh, shit. Does that mean that he can see what Hazard is seeing and thinking too? Now you're bloody catching on. I always defend you when people say you sound like someone who was dropped on your head as a baby. Who says that? Anyway, Snapo, he says that he's going to teach Hazard occlumency, and then he is going to penetrate him. He what? Nah, mate, penetrate his mind, not his bloody asshole. Occlumency is a skill to stop people reading your mind. Jeez. Everything's always sexual with you, isn't it? With me! Anyways, Snapo starts reading his mind, and we get flashes of all the things we've seen so far in this movie, which feels a little bit lazy just to be showing the same footage over and over again, but I guess they had to save money somehow, so there you go. And get this, he sees Voldemort in that weird suit again. Oh, shit. Are we ever going to find out where he got that suit? No, they never explain it or bring it up ever again. Then why even show it in the first place? No idea. So then we jump to Christmas dinner, right? And Arthur is sitting at the head of the table, surrounded by his family. And he looks pretty rough. Like he was bitten repeatedly by a giant snake. Yeah, exactly, mate. Anyways, Arthur, he thanks Hazard for saving his life, and then they all have dinner together in Sirius's secret house, where they have the Order of the Three Dicks meeting. Wait, if Voldemort can see into Harry's mind, wouldn't having Harry round to your secret headquarters be like the last thing you'd want to do? Yeah, but remember that this Order of the Three Dicks, it's run by Dumbledore, and he's a massive chuffhead, whose plans never make any fucking sense. Alright, fair enough. Anyways, Hazard goes into a weird room where Sirius Black's family tree is painted all over the walls. And get this, there's this little Esche in there cleaning up, and he's like, "Give us your wallet, you dog. I want to get a chocolate thick shake from Macca's." What's the deal with that thing? Why keep it around if it clearly hates everyone? Yeah, no idea. Anyways, Sirius tells him to go piss off and stick a crooked dildo up his ass. Ouch. Then he tells Hazard that he hated his family, you know, because they were all cunts and they supported Voldemort. And then we see on the wall that apparently he's related to none other than Bellatrix Lestrange. Who is that? Well, yeah, exactly. It's played like a big reveal here, but if you've only watched the movies, you have no idea who that is, so it really just comes off as bad writing. Yeah, I feel like that's happening more than usual in this film. Anyways, Hazard is getting worried he might be losing his mind, what with all the serial killer style dreams he's been having lately. Then Sirius, he's like,
"Oh, shut up, Harry, you whiny little bitch. You're a good bloke. Also, even though we've only spoken like twice now, I want us to be a family."
That seems a bit forced. Oh yeah, big time. The writers forgot they needed to build to an emotional payoff later in this film, so then they threw in this line at the last minute. Anyways, apparently they only came here just for dinner, and then Hermo totally kills the mood and tells them that they have to go back to Hoggies. So was that all they did on their school break? Have one dinner with Ron's dad? Yeah, apparently. Also, it's no longer winter anymore, so either it was a really long dinner or the trip back to Hoggies took months. Let me guess, they never explained that. Nah, mate, never. Anyways, they find out Hagrid is back, don't they? Which honestly, I totally forgot he was even gone and had to rewind the film to find that one line that was almost set off camera to indicate his absence. And Hagrid, his face looks worse than that woman's neck after Ezra Miller choked her out in public and still got to star in that Flash movie afterwards. Fuck, man. I don't know about that joke. Yeah, it was a little murky. Just to clarify, violence against women is bad, and Ezra Miller, he's 100% a cunt. Yeah, well that's better. Also, doesn't he go by they now, not him? You're honestly trying to spare the feelings of a guy who kidnapped a teenage girl and choked out a helpless woman on the street. Yeah, that's fair. Fuck him. So anyways, they all run straight for his shack, but turns out is already there, isn't she? Because he has underage kids in his shack after hours and drugs the water supply. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, she tells him not to unpack because she wants to fire his giant hairy ass. And then he tells Hermo, Hazza and Ronno all about where he's been. This should be good. Yeah, you'd think that, but it's really not. He tells them that Dumbo sent him to try and talk to the giants. Can giants even talk? Yeah, none of that's ever explained, so don't worry about it. Turns out Dumbo, he wants to recruit them before Voldy can. But it didn't go so well, did it? So they smashed up his face worse than Russell Crowe used to smash up hotel rooms. Anyways, they look out the window dramatically just like Emma Watson did before, and he tells them, a ruddy storm is coming in it. Which is super obvious, but I feel like the director just really fought hard for that shot, so here we are. What's with him and storms? I feel like it's supposed to be a metaphor or something. Yeah, but it's so heavy-handed that I don't really think he understands how metaphors work. Yeah, me either. Oh yeah, and when they're staring out the window at that super obvious non-metaphorical storm, we see a smash in the window from when Hermo threw a rock through it in the Prisoner of Azkaban. What, so Hagrid has been sleeping in the hut with a broken window for like 2 years? Yeah, I mean, Dumbledore visits him all the time, so I feel like he could have easily fixed it with magic, but he just hasn't. What a cunt. I know, right? Anyways, we cut to that chick who SiriusBlacked.com is apparently related to, and her tattoo starts jiggling harder than a 40-year-old single woman's vibrator, and then get this. Someone's only bloody blown a hole in the side of Azkaban prison, haven't they? And then everyone fucking breaks out. Isn't the prison in the middle of the ocean and surrounded by Dementards? Yeah, it is. They skipped that crucial detail, surprisingly. Yeah, of course they do. Anyways, the newspapers and Fudge Packer, well, they try to pin the breakout on SiriusBlacked.com, don't they? Because he's related to her and he's the only guy to ever break out of Azkaban? Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not like that's a totally unreasonable claim. Yeah, I know, but the movie wants us to think it's outrageous for thinking that or something. Anyways, the Dick Eaters have all broken out of prison and people are starting to believe Hazza now, aren't they? You mean Death Eaters? Yeah, that's the one. And get this, old mate Potato Finnegan, he steps up and he's like, potatoes, potatoes, potatoes. I'm bloody sorry, Potter. Oh, that's nice of him. It's not easy to admit when you're wrong. Yeah, I know, but I was distracted by his tiny tie. Like, what the hell's going on with that? Why is it like that? Your guess is as good as mine, mate. Anyways, we cut to Hazza and Neville talking in the room of requirement, and he says that his mum and dad were tortured by Bellatrix Lestrange, and they were never the same afterwards. Oh, poor guy. Yeah, apparently they found them drooling from the mouth, dressed in black leather with red balls in their mouth, and his dad had electrodes on his nutsack. I mean, I feel bad for Neville, but kind of just sounded like his parents were BDSM swingers or something. Yeah, I know, right? Next up, Hazza is teaching all the loser kids spells again, asking them to think of happy memories. So Fred and George start thinking about that pair of twins they saw on OnlyFans, and Ginny, she's the first to produce a Patronus because she's thinking about pushing Cho Chang down a flight of stairs and stealing Hazza all for herself. Jesus Christ. I reckon Ginny's got more issues than Ronno, to be honest. But get this, the whole scene, I kept getting distracted by the fact that this room has multiple pillars, but none of them even touch the bloody ground. Yeah, that is weird. Why are they even there? Are they structural or ornamental? Like, what's holding up the roof? No idea, but the more I think about it, the more I feel like I'm losing my fragile grip on this reality. Anyways, by the end of the lesson, everyone's bloody nailing the Patronus charm, aren't they? And then get this, everyone stops and shits their pants when it sounds like there's explosions outside the room of requirement. Oh shit, is there a suicide bomber at Hogwarts? What? Nah mate, it's bloody and Malfoy. They've found the room and they're blasting through the wall to get to everyone. I thought they already found the room though. Wasn't Filch camping out the front of it before eating a sandwich? Yeah, he was. So why did they wait till now to blow the walls down? Yeah, good point. No fucking clue. Anyways, Cuntbridge takes Hazza up to Dumbledore's office, and you'll never guess who's there. Timothy Charlemagne? What? I don't know, he's in everything nowadays. Nah, mate, it's bloody Fudge Packer. Him and Cuntbridge want to arrest old mate Dumbo. On what charges? Well, that's just it, right? Remember the piece of random paper that the kids were all signing at the pub and that guy was f***ing his goat in the furry asshole? Yeah. Well, it's titled Dumbledore's Army. So they're trying to pin it on Dumbo by saying he's trying to build an army to overthrow the Ministry of Sound and give Fudgepacker a well-deserved swift kick in the balls. Oh, shit. So Hazza owns up, right? Yeah, mate, but Dumbo, he's not having it. He takes the rap for Hazza's stupid plan, and Fudgepacker demands they arrest him right there on the spot and take him to Arse Gangbang prison. Things are getting exciting. And Dumbo's like,
I think you're mistaken, you fudge-packing wanker. You were under the impression that I was going to come quietly.
damn, so he's gonna flee the police like O.J. Simpson. Except he didn't murder his wife and then get away with it, and then do these super weird social media posts thinking that the world gave a shit about his opinion.
Hey Twitter world, this is yours truly. Hello Twitter world, this is yours truly. Hey Twitter world, it's me, yours truly.
Yeah, he didn't really read the room on that one. So Dumbo, he whistles for old mate Forks the Phoenix, and then he does this weird K-pop dance move and bursts into flames and just disappears. Shit. Is he dead? No, I don't think so. But remember Kingsley, the only black guy in this movie? He's like,
damn, Dumbledore's got style, motherfucker.
There's no way he says that. That's racist. Well, it was heavily implied, mate. Anyways, next up we see Filch climbing this crazy high ladder, trying to nail one more thing to the wall. What is it? It's a poster saying that cunt is now the bloody headmaster of Hogwarts. I feel like it might have been better for everyone if Hazza just took the fall instead of Dumbledore, right? Yeah, I know, right? But Dumbledore's plans, they kind of make less sense than those guys that pay money for AI influencers' OnlyFans accounts. So now this is happening. Anyways, now she has full control of the school and she starts making up any bloody rule she wants. Like what? Well, apparently boys and girls have to stand 8 inches or more apart at all times because she knows that none of the blokes at this school have a penis bigger than that. Where in the hell would she even get that information? Well, they're the ministry. They know everything. Oh, Jesus Christ. Anyways, Filch, he's loving this new power trip, so he starts taking down all those moving portraits you see on the walls and then just shaking the people out of them. What's he doing with them? Well, he's kind of just emptying them out of their frames, which I think technically is killing them. Yeah, I mean, the previous scene where Dumbledore was talking to them kind of proves that they're sentient beings capable of thought and reason, so it's definitely murder, right? Yeah, it's pretty dark, but it's played off like a joke, so we aren't supposed to think about that too much. Sounds like lazy writing. Oh, you better believe it is. We cut to class where everyone is writing in silence because she's controlling everyone by making them write with those magic pens that cut words into the back of your hand. There is no way that at least one of the kids didn't write home to their parents or call the police about that. Apparently not, but get this. She's loving this power trip so much that she has a full-on hardcore orgasm up in front of the class. And she makes everyone watch, which is super creepy. Gross. Also, why is she still teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts if she's principal now? Yeah, no idea. They breeze right over that one. Anyways, we cut to Hazza, and he's being all emo, saying that he's never going to feel happiness ever again, and that he's pretty sure free will is a biological illusion. Holy shit, that's dark. I know, and to make things worse, he's kind of standing on the edge of a bridge while he's saying all of this, and Ronno and Hermo, they're kind of just standing back and unsure whether or not he's actually going to jump off or not. Do they try and stop him? Nah, mate, they just stand there awkwardly, don't they? Bloody pelicans. Then, just when it looks like Hazza is going to become another dark statistic of male loneliness, old mate Hagrid rocks up, and it turns out he's been spying on them the whole time. How does a giant sneak up on someone? Also, why is he even hiding? Mate, you know they're never going to explain that. Anyways, he takes them to the Forbidden Forest, you know, the one with all the dangerous creatures that could easily kill students. And then he tells them that the centaurs have gone bloody mental, and they're even more dangerous than usual. Why did he take them there to say that? Almost feels like he's trying to get them killed. Yeah, I know, right? Anyways, he says he's been fired from Hoggies, which the movie wants us to feel sad about, but honestly, I reckon it's probably for the best. Yeah, I mean, I've lost count of all the illegal things he's done now. Anyways, turns out this isn't the reason he brought them to the incredibly dangerous forest, is it? He takes them to see a giant named Grawp. I thought he was a giant. Half giant, dickhead. Anyways, Grawp, he's only his bloody brother, isn't he? Hang on. What? Yeah, no, it comes from bloody nowhere. Anyways, Hagrid, he's saying he's harmless, right? Even though we saw him try and kill small animals like a childhood psychopath when they rocked up. Why are they friends with Hagrid again? Yeah, no idea. So he says now that he's been fired from Hoggies for what I think are totally legitimate reasons, he needs someone to look after Grawp. Why can't he take him with him? He managed to get him there by himself. Yeah, it's super unclear. I guess he just can't be f***ed, so he dumps all his problems on 3 underage kids like usual. Anyways, Grawp, he grabs Hermo and he lifts her up into the air, which probably would have crushed her bones and organs into a fine paste, but she's like,
Group, put me down right now, or I'll turn your balls into bean sprouts.
Ouch, right? Anyways, he bloody loves it when women talk back to him, doesn't he? So he cracks a massive fat one. And Ronno, he's weirdly jealous, because in his small ginger brain, he thinks that Hermo might actually make out with a baby giant with the IQ of a 5-year-old. Yeah, Ron is pretty insecure, isn't he? Oh, definitely. It's why he's constantly negging her to lower her self-confidence so that she'll actually go out with him. He's a terrible person. Anyways, we cut to Hazza, and he's only looking into the mirror of Erised, isn't he? What's that? First film that can show you whatever you desire? Well, Hazza, he's watching some tentacle hentai. And old mate Snape rocks up, doesn't he? What's he doing there? Well, turns out this is all happening in Hazza's bloody head, isn't it? Then we cut to Hazza and Snapo doing occlumency training again. Oh, snap, that's not a bad reveal. Yeah, and Hazza is like, you can't see that, it's private.
Well, Potter, perhaps you should invest in a VPN so that people can't see your tentacle perversions and sell your data to the highest bidder.
This feels like an ad. Are we doing an ad right now? Fuck. We probably could have had a sponsor there, actually. The rule is you're not a real YouTuber till you've had a VPN sponsor, right? I guess not. Anyways, Snapo, he's really tucking into Hazza, calling him a beta male and saying that his dad was a sweaty little cunt. But Hazza, he's like, my father was a great man.
Your father was a cuck, and he had one of those inflatable waifu bath pillows.
And this makes Hazza snap, right? Even though he probably has one of those pillows himself. So, he shouts, Protego, which bounces the spell right back on bloody Snapo. And now, we see all of his memories inside of his head. Shit. What do we see? Well, there's a lot of masturbating alone and crying while listening to the Backstreet Boys. Gross. Yeah, but other than that, we see a memory of Snapo getting bullied by none other than Hazza's father. So Snape was the beta male. Yeah, looks like it, mate. But Hazza's dad, I'm pretty sure he still had one of those bath pillows. Why are you so obsessed with those bath pillows? Shut up. Anyway, Snapo, he fights off the spell, and then he says that there won't be any classes anymore. And then he tells Hazza to piss off and go sit on a greasy fat one. Damn, how's he gonna fight Voldemort now? No idea. So Hazza, he's gutted now that he's found out that his dad was a massive cunt. But get this, he overhears Fred and George trying to cheer up some kid who was tortured by cunt. Don't worry, little man. We're planning on taking care of that human yeast infection once and for all. They aren't going to shoot up the school or anything, are they? I mean, technically no, but you're not far off, mate. Anyways, the next day, they're doing their bloody owl exams, aren't they? Which feels like an unnecessary subplot we probably could have done without. Yeah, that is true. Right? And they're doing it in the Great Hall, aren't they? Which feels like one of the only sets they've built for this franchise, because they literally do everything in this bloody room. I never thought about that, but I guess you're right. They're always in the Great Hall. Yeah, it's weird. Anyways, some loud noises distract everyone from their exams, and then Cuntbridge, she's pissed that her peace and quiet has been disturbed, so she goes to investigate. But right as she does, bloody fireworks burst through the front door, and they start fucking up the place and exploding everywhere. Jesus Christ, was this Fred and George? You better believe it. And they fly in on their brooms, and they start throwing more bloody fireworks, don't they? What if some of them hit the other kids? But you won't believe this, right? 3 of the fireworks burn Crabbe and Goyle's nose, and another one makes Malfoy run away and piss his pants. Okay, I guess that's funny, but innocent kids are still getting exploded by fireworks, yeah? Oh yeah, big time. It's like the opening scene from Saving Private Ryan. It's a horror show. Anyways, all of the fireworks join together and then turn into a massive dragon that chases Cuntbridge out of the room and shoots fire right up her posh-tight arsehole. Ouch. Then there's this weird, culturally inappropriate Chinese music when the dragon appears, which really feels out of place in the film. Yeah, that is a weird thing to just throw in the soundtrack like that. Anyways, all the kids, they gather in the courtyard again, because they seem to do that a lot in this film, and they just cheer and applaud Fred and George as they fly off into the sky like Team Rocket. Aren't they supposed to be doing their owl exams? Yeah, but even the kids in this film know that it's a pointless subplot that's not going anywhere. Then we see Flitwick again, and he's pissed because this is his second appearance in the film. He doesn't even have any bloody lines yet. I mean, that's fair enough. He used to be Willow, for Christ's sake. So next up, Hazza, he's having another one of his freaky nightmares. Except this one's about Sirius and Voldemort. He's torturing him for information at the Ministry of Sound. Oh shit, not Sirius. Not the guy he's only spoken to like 3 or 4 times. I know, right? So Hazza, he's legging it up the stairs and he's saying that they have to do something. But Hermo, she's like,
"But Harry, what if this is exactly what Voldemort wants you to see, you stupid fucking idiot?"
And then Hazza, he's like, "Sirius is family. He's the only family I have, you nosy little wench." Even though he's only talked to the bloke about 3 times. So get this, they break into Cambridge's office and they're going to use the Flu network to get to the Ministry. Why wouldn't they just tell Dumbledore in the Order of the Phoenix? No idea. Anyways, Hazza, he wants to do this on his own, but then Rono and Hermo are like, "How many times we got to tell you, you specky twat? We're coming with you. We're in this together." And then Cambridge appears, and she's like, "That you are." How'd she even have the time to figure out where they were going? Good point. No explanation is supplied. Anyways, now she has Hazza tied to a chair, so she's either going to do some weird sexual stuff or she's going to go all Reservoir Dogs on his ass. Oh, I almost forgot about that movie. I need to do a rewatch soon. Oh, it holds up, trust me. Anyways, Rono and Hermo are being held captive by Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle in the background. And weirdly, Rono looks kind of into it. Why is he smiling like that? No idea, but apparently Neville, Luna and Ginny have been captured too because of reasons, I guess. Then, you'll never believe who rocks up, right? David Hasselhoff? What? Nah, mate, bloody Snape'o. And he's like,
"You summoned me, you smelly vagina."
And then she goes, "Do you have any more truth serum? I want to make Harry tell me everything he's searched for on Wizard Hub." I don't think she wants to know that. The truth might ruin it. True, but then Snape'o seems like he weirdly doesn't want to give it to her, like he's on Hazza's side for once. Oh, I knew he was a good guy deep down. Then he's like,
"I do have various poisons you could give him that would give him an erection so hard his dick would explode and he'd bleed to death."
Holy fuck. Yeah, I know. What an asshole. Anyways, he goes to walk off and Hazza's like, "He's got Padfoot. He's got Padfoot in the place that it is hidden." Then Cambridge goes, "Padfoot? What the fuck is he on about, Snape?" And then Snape'o goes,
"No idea."
Then he just bloody walks off. Yeah, that was weird. What was that all about? Well, remember Snape'o, he's in the Order of the Three Dicks, isn't he? We know that because of that one throwaway line that they put at the start of the film that most people probably missed. Ah, so he was trying to signal him. Yeah, exactly. Anyways, it didn't fucking work, so she's about to blow a fuse and she goes full Jeffrey Dahmer and she says she's about to use one of the 3 unforgivable curses on Hazza. Aren't they illegal though? Well, yeah, but then she turns over a photo of Fudge Packer that she's been masturbating to. So I guess now it's all good, isn't it? I don't even know where to start with that one. Anyways, she's about to torture Hazza so hard that his balls fall off when Hermo's like, "Oh, for gosh sake, Harry, you specky twat, just tell her." "What do you want about, Hermione?"
"Dumbledore's secret weapon. I know where he's hiding it."
Then Cambridge gets so excited that she might expose Dumbo that her nipples get all hard, and then we cut to her walking Hazza and Hermo in the middle of the Forbidden Forest. Well, what happened to everyone else? No idea. Hazza and Hermo easily be able to get away from her in a dark forest? Yeah, a light jog and they'd probably be able to easily outrun her, but they never do. Anyways, Hermo, she's only yanking Cambridge's chain, isn't she? She's led her right to Grawp's hiding spot. But get this, Grawp isn't even bloody there. Really? Where's he gone? Well, you'll bloody see, won't you? And she goes on about how she hates kids, which is apparently why she had her ovaries removed, just so she could smash them with a hammer. Jesus Christ. I know, right? Just take the pill or something. It'd be way easier. Anyways, right as it looks like she's about to execute Hazza and Hermo, healthcare CEO style, the bloody centaurs show up. And they are well pissed, aren't they? Oh crap, what does she do? Well, she only starts insulting them, doesn't she? Going on about how they have human torsos and the bodies of horses, but they only inherited the genitals of a bloody rabbit. Oh, burn. And the centaurs, they're super ashamed of how they didn't inherit horse-sized penises, so they start firing bloody arrows at her, don't they? She's got magic though, that'll do fuck all. Yeah, exactly. But bloody Grawp rocks up and he starts shaking her like a newborn baby sent to a foster home.
Man, some of these jokes are getting super dark.
Well, if you'd had the childhood that I'd had, you'd make dark jokes too, motherfucker. All right, I'm just saying. So, anyways, the centaurs, they start firing arrows at Grawp now. And Hermo, she's like,
no, stop it. He doesn't know what he's doing.
So then the centaurs, they grab bloody cunt bitch and they drag her right into the forest, don't they?
Why don't they just shoot her like before?
I don't know, the whole scene has a massive sex pest vibe. Like, who knows what they're going to do with her once they drag her into the forest, right? I feel like J.K. Rowling was going through a really dark time when she wrote that. Anyways, Hermo and Hazza, they leg it back to school, don't they? And then they bump into Ronno, Neville, Luna and Ginny, don't they? Also, now it's daytime for some reason, so I reckon Hazza and Hermo must have gotten lost in the forest, because I have no idea why it took them so long to get back here.
I'm assuming we never get an answer to that.
You assumed correct, you tiny dicked cunt.
Hey!
So Hazza, he wants to leg it to the Ministry of Sound by himself and do the whole selfless hero thing, but Neville, he doesn't want a bar of that crap, and he's like,
oh, listen, Potter, you specky twat. What was the point in all this training if you're just going to let us sit on the bench? Tag me in, coach. I'll kick a goal from the 3-point line.
I think he mixed up his sports references there.
Yeah, he's mentally challenged, that's for sure. But he's also right. So Hazza, he agrees, doesn't he? But now he doesn't know how he's going to get there. So Luna says she's got the perfect idea. And then we cut to them riding those weird flying horse things that no one can see except for her and Hazza.
So everyone can just see them now?
Yeah, apparently.
Also, why not just use the Flu network like they were going to do 10 minutes ago? That would have been way faster.
I guess it would have been.
So what happens next?
Well, they get to the bloody ministry, don't they? And you're not going to believe this. They're only standing in the same bloody hallway from Hazza's dreams, aren't they?
Oh, shit. I'm leaning in again. This is fun.
So they go through the door, and there's an endless room filled with massive white hairy balls.
Gross.
Yeah, I know, right? Why not any black or Latina balls? Feels a little off if you ask me.
They aren't balls though, are they? They're crystal balls, like Trelawney uses.
Yeah, they are. But I almost had you there for a second, didn't I?
No, you didn't.
So anyways, they walk through the rows and rows of hairy, sweaty balls till Neville finds one with Potter's name on it.
Shit. Is this the prophecy Voldemort wants?
Damn right it is, but get this. Hazza picks it up and a creepy voice starts talking out of it. And it's only that crazy bitch Trelawney, the chick who's into astrology and shit, but she's speaking in that same creepy voice she used at the end of Ask Gangbang. You know, the one she used when she said Peter Pettigrew would get away and old mate Voldy would come back.
Damn, so what does she say?
The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Neither can live while the other survives.
Creepy. What the hell does that mean?
Well, before they have a chance to figure it out, a bloody dick eater walks up. And he's in one of those sex party masks they wear. And then he slowly takes it off. And it's only bloody Lucius Malfoy, isn't it?
Why did he bother wearing the mask if he was just going to take it off straight away?
Yeah, good point. Anyways, he wants to fondle Hazza's white ball, doesn't he? Hazza, he doesn't want him to, because that would be super weird. And then Bellatrix shows up, doesn't she?
Damn, what does Neville do? He must still be pissed at her after she taped electrodes to his dad's salty nuts and made both his parents lose their bloody minds.
Yeah, he full on wants to deck her, but Lucius, he's like,
now let's everybody just calm down. Don't you want to know what is up with that prophecy? I can tell you about it, Harry, and you'll be low-key impressed with my vibes.
What? Yeah, he's a boomer and he's trying to speak Gen Z and failing. But get this, while he's speaking, more dick eaters have rocked up. And now they're completely bloody surrounded.
That's not good. What does Hazza do?
Well, he tells Lucius to piss off and go sit on a greasy fat one. And then he uses the only spell he knows how to use, and all the other kids start blasting away as well.
They're poorly trained kids versus highly skilled killers. They get destroyed, right?
Nah, mate, they just bloody leg it, don't they?
But I thought they were surrounded.
Yeah, I know, right? The scriptwriters, they were running out of time to hand in that final draft, so they just pretended that that problem didn't exist. So anyways, they all run in different directions for some reason, and then the Death Eaters turn into these dust clouds, and they start haunting them at every corner.
Dust clouds? How are they doing that?
Yeah, no idea. I looked it up. It's not a thing in the books. Guess the director thought it looked cool.
I mean, it looks okay, but I could have easily gone without it though.
Yeah, me too. Anyway, somehow they managed to meet up at the same door, even though this place was an endless maze. And to make things worse, when they go through the door, they all fall like 100 bloody feet down onto the hard floor.
Jesus Christ, do they break every bone in their body?
Nah, mate, they're totally fine. But get this right, there's a weird door with like this see-through silk cloth thing wafting in the wind.
What the f?
Yeah, no clue what that's about. Anyways, Hazza, he steps real close to it. He's like, "Can you hear that?" And Ronno, he's like, "No, mate, you've gone bloody mental. Let's get out of here." But then Luna, she can bloody hear him too, can't she?
Just like those weird flying horses that weirdly became important.
Yeah, mate, but get this right, because Hazza wasted their time looking at a pointless door. The Dick Eaters catch up with their weird dust cloud things and they surround them all. And when Hazza gets up, all of his mates have been taken hostage. Then Lucius walks up really slowly and dramatically with a cane, even though he was walking just fine before without one, and he tells Hazza to give up the prophecy or he'll kill them all, the same way Putin kills all of his political opponents.
If they were able to grab everyone before, why didn't they just grab Harry too?
True, I guess the movie would be over and the writers promised to deliver a few more pages, so this is happening? Anyways, Lucius, he has Hazza by the balls now, doesn't he? So Hazza has no choice but to hand it over.
Why would he do that? Then he has nothing to bargain with.
Yeah, I know, he's a fucking idiot. Anyways, just as he hands it over, Sirius walks up and he stands in front of Lucius and he's like,
"Get away from my godson, you posh twat!"
Which makes no sense because all of the Dick Eaters could have totally shot him like 10 times by the time it took him to walk up and say that line.
What a waste of time.
Anyways, he decks Lucius in the face harder than that bloke who punched a kangaroo for attacking his dog, and Lucius drops the prophecy on the ground and it bloody smashes into a billion bloody pieces.
What, so this has all been for nothing?
Yeah, mate, Hazza fucked up big time. Anyways, there's a massive battle and all the Order of the Three Dicks, who we've barely had any screen time with, rock up and they fight the Dick Eaters. And then, get this right, Sirius, he's bloody loving it, isn't he? Him and Hazza are fighting side by side.
Oh, cute, like Godson and Godfather.
Yeah, exactly, except Sirius, he makes it super weird when he calls Hazza by his dad's name. And that confuses Hazza so much that Bellatrix Lestrangle-Me, she gets the jump on them. And she blasts Sirius straight into that weird curtain thing.
I mean, it's just a curtain though. He'll be fine.
Nah, mate, he gets bloody vaporized, doesn't he?
Jesus Christ.
Anyways, Hazza, he's gutted and he starts having a massive cry in the middle of the battle, and then all the sound kind of cuts out to make it super dramatic as Lupin holds him back from jumping in that weird curtain thing after him. You know, the curtain that neither the books or the movies ever really explain.
Yeah, it feels like a really arbitrary thing to include.
Maybe she'll make one of those shitty Fantastic Beasts films about it. Anyway, somehow Hazza and Lupin don't get attacked while Hazza's having a massive whinge, and then Hazza, he decides to leg it after Bellatrix, who conveniently is only a few feet away for some reason.
Time and space are really just going out of the window in this finale, huh?
You know it, mate. Anyways, Hazza chases her through the Ministry of Sound, and he manages to disarm her in the big area where all the fireplaces to the Archu Bless You network are.
The Flu Network?
Yeah, that joke was a bit of a stretch, sorry. Anyways, bloody Voldemort rocks up, doesn't he? And he goes full Senator Palpatine, and he's like, "Do it." So then Hazza has to decide whether he's going to let vengeance control him by killing her and taking one step closer to becoming Voldemort.
Holy shitballs, what does he do?
He only bitches out, doesn't he? And then old mate Voldy, he's like,
"Pathetic! When I was your age, I was strangling baby cats for fun. I'm glad your parents are dead, you beta cuck."
What a cuck. Anyways, just when it looks like Voldy's going to kill Hazza, Dumbo rocks up through the Flu Network, and he's like,
"It was foolish of you to come here, Tom. You pelican, the auras are on their way."
What's taken them so long? Why can't they apparate or just use the Flu Network like him?
No idea. I think the director just thought, fuck it. At this point, it's a 100-year-old wizard fighting a guy with no nose. Logic went out the window about 3 fucking hours ago.
Yeah, that is true, but it still feels lazy.
Oh yeah, it's super lazy. Anyways, they have this super sick wizard fight that feels very reminiscent of Vader versus Luke in Return of the Jedi.
As in how we remember it or how it actually holds up today?
How we remember it, of course. If you watch it now, it's super slow and lacks any real tension.
I feel like we're going to get some angry comments for that one.
Yeah, well, fuck 'em. Anyways, Voldy and Dumbo are locked in a massive Kamehameha like Cell and Gohan when Bellatrix legs it into the Flu Network, and as the green flames surround her, she looks like she comes so hard in her pants that it shakes the whole building.
It's a weird acting choice.
Yeah, Helena Bonham Carter, she kind of makes everything weirdly sexual.
I'm not sure you're one to talk, mate.
Yeah, good point. So Dumbo, he's trying his hardest to keep Hazza alive, but like an absolute lemming, he keeps walking into the battle, so he has to keep pushing him back. He's clearly at a disadvantage. And then Voldy, he screams so loud that it shatters all the glass in the arena, and he sends it flying at Hazza and Dumbo. and he laughs, thinking he's got him cornered, but just when it looks like it's about to hit him, Dumbledore turns all the glass into sand.
Well, that's a bit anticlimactic.
Yeah, I know, right? Even Voldy thinks so he just bloody gives up and disappears, doesn't he?
Really?
Yeah, but get this right, he starts using his freaky mind powers to try and destroy Hazza from the inside. You know, the same way those e-girls destroy themselves with massive dragon-tail dildos on Pornhub.
Gross. I do not want to see your search history, mate.
Like yours is any better. Anyways, Hazza, he's writhing around on the ground, and Voldemort, he's taunting Hazza from inside his head. He's like,
"Your life is pointless. None of your actions will matter in 100 years. And when you die, all of your friends and family will be sad for about 3 days. And then they'll just fucking forget about you."
Jesus Christ.
Right? But then Dumbo, he leans down and he strokes Hazza's head, and he whispers in his ear, which feels a little close to a move that Bill Cosby might do.
Yeah, that's true.
He's like,
"Harry, it's not how similar you are. It's how different you are to Voldemort that makes you strong."
Hang on. What?
Yeah, it's pretty lame. And then Hazza, he has this massive realization, and he goes, "You don't have any friends or family. No one to love you. That's my strength. I feel sorry for you."
Well, that's even more lame.
Yeah, I know, right? Would have been much cooler if Hazza had pulled out like an AK-47 and just blown Voldy's nuts off. Anyways, for some reason, Voldemort's back now, and he's standing over Hazza watching him die. And then all of the auras finally fucking arrive.
Where the fuck have they been?
I don't know, maybe they all used Apple Maps instead of Google Maps.
Oh yeah, that would explain it.
Anyways, Fudgepacker, he's there too, and he sees Voldemort, and he finally has to admit that he's bloody back. Even though with all of the investigators and auras he had at his disposal, he must have fucking known that already.
That's true. Kind of makes the whole battle with the Ministry feel a little pointless, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And to make it all even more pointless, we see more newspaper titles where Hazza and Dumbo have been vindicated. But apparently, everyone still talks about his weird alien butthole flashlight thing.
So the movie just resets the story back to where we finished the last one.
Yeah, pretty much, except that Sirius died in that weird curtain thing.
What was JK smoking when she wrote this one?
I think they just threw shit tons of money at her, so she just came up with this plot while she was taking a shit. Anyways, Hazza has one last convo with Luna. She's wandering the halls putting up posters because people are bullying her and they've stolen all of her stuff.
You'd think at a school with magic they'd be able to police bullying a bit better, right?
Yeah, true. But I think like most public school teachers, they just don't give a fuck anymore. Anyways, Luna tells Hazza not to worry because the things that you lose, they always have a habit of finding their way back to you. And then she looks up into the sky.
Oh, she's talking about Sirius. That's kind of sweet.
Yeah, sort of. But then it's kind of ruined when it's revealed that she's actually just looking at a pair of shoes she lost earlier on.
So she wasn't talking about Sirius?
No clue, mate.
So what happens next?
Well, Dumbo, he gives another bloody speech, doesn't he? And he's like,
"Listen up, you little cunts. 60% of you people that watch these videos haven't even bloody subscribed yet."
Do we really have to do this at the end of every episode?
Watch this bloody video, guys. Watched a ripper movie last night. All right, which franchise are we ruining this time? Hazza Potto and the Half-Limp Cock. That doesn't sound right. Yeah, I was a little confused when...
Wingardium Leviosa.
Come on, man, this bit's getting a little bit stale. Just let me share my bloody Netflix password with you. They're not on Netflix anymore, you dickhead. They're on Max now. I thought it was back to being called HBO Max again. Shut up. Also, Netflix don't let you do that anymore because they're bleeding money faster than an anemic woman on her period. Come on, man, that's just gross. So, the movie starts with the classic Warner Brothers logo, which I feel like is a little bit darker every film. I had to bloody check the brightness settings on my TV. There's nothing wrong with your TV, it was just a stylistic choice. Well, it's a shit one. Anyways, we jump right to where we left off the last one, don't we? Hazza and Dumbledore are talking to the press at the Ministry of Sound right after their big fight with the world's most evil leukemia patient, Lord Voldemort. Cool, right into the action. I like it. No, mate, there's no action. They're all just snapping photos of Hazza and Dumbledore for the paper, wondering why an old man is hanging out with a young boy in the Ministry after hours. Yeah, that does seem a bit sus. Kind of like how Marty McFly and Doc Brown are always hanging out alone in his lab late at night. Right? Like, where are his bloody parents? Anyways, Hazza looks fucking rough, doesn't he? His face is all smashed up from his fight with leukemia and his gang of evil dick eaters. You mean Death Eaters? Yeah, that's the one. Why didn't Dumbledore heal Harry before they went on this giant press tour? Well, because Dumbledore is a massive cunt and he's raising Hazza for slaughter, so he really doesn't care what his quality of life is like, does he? What a cunt. That's what I just said. Anyways, we cut from that high-octane intro at the Ministry to an even more exciting location. Wouldn't really call a press conference high-octane, but you're gonna go on. Well, we see people working in a bloody office, don't we? Like a magic office or just a regular office in the centre of London? Well, that's not very exciting at all. No, it isn't. But get this, everyone's only looking out the bloody window, aren't they? Oh, shit. Is a plane about to hit the building? Are the Death Eaters pulling like a 9/11 or something? Nah, mate, it's even more exciting than that. There are some dark clouds gathering in the sky. Oh, for fuck's sake, will you stop trying to dress this up? This is a pretty weak start. Yeah, I know, sorry. But get this, bloody black streams of magic erupt from the clouds, and we see that massive necrophiliac sign in the sky that the Dick Eaters like to make. Now we're bloody talking, so the wizards are finally attacking the bloody muggle world. That's right. Anyways, they're bloody tearing up the place like priests at a preschool, and then they smash through the walls into Diagon Alley, and they fucking blow up Ollivander's shop. And then they take him hostage. Shit. Not Ollivander. Wait, who was Ollivander again? Remember that old bloke all the way back in the first film who gave Hazard his wand? Not really. Yeah, me either. But they bloody kidnap him, don't they? At least I think it's him. You can barely see what's going on. It's bloody filmed so badly. Feels a little bit sloppy for what I imagine must be a pretty big plot point. Yeah, apparently it is in the book, but it's never addressed again in this movie. Great. So it's just lazy writing then. Oh, it's super lazy. Anyways, they go and bloody destroy the Millennium Bridge, and it collapses right into the bloody water. Whoa, they really are wreaking havoc, aren't they? So how many people died? They weirdly chose the time of day that no one was walking on it. So the Death Eaters really aren't that threatening, are they? It's almost like they're going out of their way not to harm anyone. Yeah, they're pretty weak. So what do the Muggles do now that the wizards are out in the open like this? Yeah, they don't do anything at all, mate, because the next day we cut to Hazard in a Muggle cafe, and literally no one mentions it at all. Really? Yeah, but get this. Hazard, he's only bloody chatting up some super cute chick, isn't he? Oh, Hazard, you dirty dog. Yeah, and he's super smooth. He straight up asks her what time she finishes her shift and everything. He even manages to hide his boner under that newspaper he's reading, you know, so she can't see his real intentions. Damn, so sounds like Hazard's gonna get laid then. Nah, mate, because old mate Dumbledore rocks up to the bloody train station, doesn't he? He does? Yeah, he does. And then they start talking about what Hazard's been up to all summer. Oh, I bet it's something exciting if Dumbledore is bringing it up like this. Nah, mate, apparently Hazard's just been riding trains around in the tube for months on end. What? Why? No idea. What happened to the Dursleys? I thought he stayed there over the school break. Yeah, I know, right? Every movie starts with the Dursleys and their specko kid Dudley, but not this one. Why not? Never explained. I think the audience felt the franchise outgrew the concept of the Dursleys after the first film, but for some reason Warner Brothers just kept clinging onto them. Good point. So what happens next? Well, Dumbo, he's like,
"Take my hand, you little wanker. We're going."
And then Hazard, he's like, "But Professor, I have a date. A girl is actually into me for once. This might be my only chance ever to get laid."
"Oh, piss off, Harry. We both know you're going to die a virgin covered in a mountain of crusty tissues, so quit your bitching and let's go."
It's a bit harsh. So where do they go after that? Well, that's just it, isn't it? They go to a small town called Budleigh Babberton. Budleigh Babberton, that can't be a real place. You're right, it's not. But England, they do have some pretty sus names for places. Places like Cockfoster and Bellend. So you're telling me there's actually a real place called Bellend? It sure is, look it up. Anyways, Dumbo was impressed that Hazard didn't throw up. Okay, why would he do that? Well, apparently the first time people apparate, they throw up worse than any chick who tries to deep throat Danny D's cock. You make way too many Danny D jokes, man. I reckon we can make a few more. Anyways, he goes to Hazard.
"I bet you're wondering why I brought you here, you specky little twat."
And then Hazard is like, "Not really, sir. After all these years, I just sort of go with it." You know, because Dumbo smokes too much chuff and he spends all night doom scrolling on Grindr, so his plans never really make any sense at all. Anyways, they rock up to a townhouse and the front door is smashed in worse than Riley Reid's asshole. Gross. So are Dumbledore and Hazard going to start solving magical crimes together? This movie sounds sick. Nah, mate, that would be pretty sick though, actually. They just sort of go inside and start whispering very loudly. Why the hell would they do that? Well, because Dumbledore is looking for a friend of his and he wants to call out to him, but he also doesn't want the intruder to hear him either. I mean, if his friend can hear him, then surely so can the intruder. Yeah, I know, but like I said, he's a massive chuffhead and he doom scrolls on Grindr every night, so his plans are more fucked up than Riley Reid's asshole. That is the second time you've mentioned her asshole. No, it isn't. And get this. Hazard sees blood dripping from the ceiling, doesn't he? Oh no, so there's been like a murder. Well, that's just it, we don't know. Okay, so what does Dumbledore do? Well, he just walks up to the dripping blood and has a taste of it, doesn't he? Oh, what the fuck? I know, right? That is a really good way to get AIDS. Yeah, it's some real Hannibal Lecter shit. Surely this is just like a play on the audience's expectations and it's just like spilled wine or something like that, yeah? No, mate, it is blood. They confirm it in the next scene. Jesus Christ. Next up, Hazard and Dumbo walk into the lounge room and an armchair transforms into a bloody person. So Dumbledore is looking for Optimus Prime? Yeah, I think so. I can't really remember. Anyways, Optimus Prime wants to know how Dumbo knew he was a transformer and not a bloody armchair. And what does he say? Well, Dumbo says it was because he tasted the blood and he knew it wasn't human. But it was still blood though, right? Yeah, it was definitely blood. So how does that explain that he was transformed into an armchair? No idea. They just leave that plot hole dangling, don't they? Anyways, it turns out this bloke isn't Optimus Prime at all. He isn't? No, mate. His name is actually Horace Slughorn, and he reckons that he was the one that smashed up the place because he was hiding from the Dick Eaters. So let me get this right. He's pretended to smash up the place to make it look like the Death Eaters had already been there, even though the Death Eaters themselves would remember having been to the place and having smashed it up in the first place. Yeah, that's right. Makes sense to me. Anyways, Dumbo, he says that he doesn't want to stand around in this mess because he can see empty condoms on the floor and some old school 70s porno mags. You know, the kind of porn when chicks still grew a bush? So he uses this super sick spell that completely fixes the place and reverses all the damage. Oh, snap, that's cool. Yeah, I know, right? It's probably one of the best special effects in the whole franchise, but the introduction of this spell kind of completely breaks the logic of the already shaky magic system. I see. So then Dumbo says that he needs to use the shitter. So he takes one of the old porno mags and he goes upstairs. Why does he need the magazine? Why doesn't he just check his phone on the toilet like a normal person? Chances are someone's probably watching this on the toilet right now. We can see what you're doing, you sick fuck. Anyways, Dumbledore walks off to have a wank and Slughorn shouts out,
"The answer is still no, you crazy old bastard."
And what does he mean by that? Well, it's a bloody J.J. Abrams mystery, isn't it? Not another one, right? Anyway, Slughorn and Hazza stare at each other awkwardly for about 5 minutes, and then he's like,
"You look a lot like your father, except you have your mother's..."
"My mother's eyes, yes, I know you cunt. Everyone says that." Jesus, Hazza seems a little bit tense. Yeah, well, Dumbledore kind of ruined his chances to get laid, and now he has blue balls bigger than pineapples. I guess that's fair. Anyway, Slughorn shows Hazza his Wall of Fame, where he has a collection of photos of his favourite Hogwarts students. A grown man has pictures of other people's kids on his wall. That's a little out of pocket, isn't it? Yeah, that's what I thought too. Turns out he's a Slughorny old bastard. Nice one. Thanks. Anyways, he's banging on about how all these kids were people he taught back in the day, and now some of them are famous Quidditch players, ministers, blah, blah, blah. And Hazza, he's trying to concentrate on what he's saying, but he's also trying to ignore the fact that Slughorn looks like he might have taken a shit in the corner of the room and wiped his ass with a newspaper. Gross. So then Hazza picks up a photo of another kid who's apparently SiriusBlacked.com's younger brother, Regulus Arcturus Blacked.com. And then Slughorn starts banging on about how he taught a lot of the Blacked.com family, but he regrets that he didn't get the whole set. The set. That kind of sounds like how a serial killer might describe his victims. Yeah, I know, and to make it worse, while Hazza's looking at the photo, Slughorn is just staring at the back of his head like he wants to make his skin into a lampshade. Jesus Christ. But don't worry, Dumbo comes back from taking a shit before he can get all Jeffrey Dahmer on him. Apparently Dumbledore's getting tested for IBS, and he reckons that he might have a gluten intolerance, which means that he has to be at least 10 meters away from a toilet at all times. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I'm the same, to be honest with you. Yeah, me too. Anyways, Dumbledore and Hazza say they're gonna piss off now. But old Slughorny, he starts to look bloody worried, doesn't he? He's worried that Dumbledore clogged the toilet and didn't tell him. No, mate. But yeah, I hate when people do that. Now, he's worried about that the Dick Eaters might come back to try and kill him, isn't he? And Dumbledore, he's like,
"I wish you'd reconsidered coming back to teach at Hoggies, my friend. But I guess the next time I see you, you'll be dead."
That's a bit harsh, right? Anyways, Hazza and Dumbo, they walk out of the house, and then Slughorny, he's like,
"All right, fine. I'll come back and teach at your shitty school, you old bastard. But I want a better office. The last one you gave me didn't have a window, and there was a dead schoolboy in the corner."
Jesus Christ, right? I mean, at least clean up the mess first. Then Dumbo, he's like,
"Slughorn is going to try and collect you, Harry, and I need you to let him."
Wait, so Dumbledore is deliberately putting Hazza in the sights of a potential predator? Yeah, exactly. But this whole scene kind of seems a little pointless. If they had have established at the start that Dumbledore's plan was to try and go to this house to convince Slughorn to return to Hogwarts, then at least the scene would have had stakes. Instead, he just sort of agrees right after the fact that we found out that that's what his plan was. Yeah, that's true. It kind of just feels like things are happening just to move the plot forward at this point. Exactly. It's bad writing. Super bad. Now, that was a good film. Anyways, this might be the worst Harry Potter adaptation of them all, so buckle up for fuck's sake. All right, keep going. So then Dumbledore apologizes for fucking up Hazza's date, and Hazza's like, "It's all right. I'll just go back and apologize." And then Dumbledore goes,
"You're not going back there ever, you fucking moron."
Jesus, well, where are they off to now? Well, that's the thing, right? We cut to the burrow, and Ginny sees that Hazza's owl and bags are there. So she gets super wet in her undies, and she starts running around the house asking where Hazza is. Gross. So they don't even know he's coming. No, mate. Apparently Dumbledore's just bringing him there to stay without any of the Weasleys' permission. That's a little bit rude, isn't it? Yeah, I know. It's massive contact. Anyways, Ginny gives him a big old hug, and then she eye fucks the shit out of him. And then Ronno's mum does too. Really? Yeah, mate. Then Hazza is thinking maybe he can wrangle himself a situation where he sleeps with both the mum and the daughter at the same time. You know, like that mum and daughter duo on OnlyFans. Gross, that's not a real thing, is it? Yeah, mate, that's a thing. How the hell are people openly profiting off incest? Well, because it's 2025 and the doomsday clock is at 89 seconds to midnight. Jesus, is that bad? I don't know. I've never really understood the doomsday clock. Like, who maintains it? Does it run on batteries? Does Rolex make it? Who fucking knows? Anyways, Hazza's not the only random kid at the burrow, is he? Bloody Hermo's there too. And let me tell you, it looks like she's been there a while. So her dad is okay with her sleeping over at a 16-year-old bloke's house for an unspecified amount of time? There's nothing to worry about, is there? Because Ronno's like, hey Hermione, you've got toothpaste on your lip. But then we see the toothpaste stains on Ronno's pants, so we definitely know it wasn't toothpaste. Jesus Christ. Anyways, then we cut to Hermo, Ronno and Hazza, who are having a yak upstairs. Apparently Ronno's mum was almost not going to let him go back to Hoggies this year. Why? Because the world's most notorious serial killer is after his best friend and has an entire army at his disposal and her son might get caught in the crossfire? Yeah, exactly. Well, that sounds fair enough to me. I know, right? But she only bloody lets him go, doesn't she? What? So next up we cut to Narcissa Malfoy and Bellatrix Lestrange sneaking through the streets of some backwater town. How do you know that they're sneaking around? Well, they have their hoods up because they don't want to be seen or identified. But you can still see their faces and they're speaking with a regular indoor talking voice. Yeah, that's right. Idiots. Anyways, they knock on some random door. You'll never guess who bloody answers. Is it Tim Allen? Who? You know, the home improvement guy. Buzz Lightyear. Oh, you mean Chris Evans. Chris Evans? Fuck off. We pretend that movie doesn't exist. Whatever. No, it's not Tim Allen, whoever the fuck that is. All right, settle down. Who is it then? It's bloody Wormtail, isn't it? And you'll never guess who he takes them to see. Are we seriously going to do that same bit twice in a row? Oh yeah, good point. It's bloody Snapo, isn't it? What the hell are they going to see him for? Well, that's just it. They're kind of talking around the real reason she's there. You know, so it's a mystery for the viewer. This is such an annoying trope. No one would ever talk like that. They would just be more explicit. Yeah, exactly. And Wormtail, he's hanging out in the doorway, hoping that Bellatrix and Narcissa will start making out. You know, just like those two sisters on OnlyFans. Why the hell do you know so many incestuous OnlyFans models? Piss off. That's why. Also, since when are they sisters? Well, since that super brief shot we saw of SiriusBlack.com's family tree in the previous movie. How the hell were we supposed to remember that? I know, right? Anyways, apparently Malfoy has promised to do something for Voldemort, hasn't he? And Narcissa, she's scared because she knows her son is just a whiny little bitch and he'll probably fuck it up like he always does. I mean, that's fair, right? Yeah, true. Anyways, Snapo tells Narcissa to whip out her wand. So Draco's mum's trans. What? Nah, mate, her wand, not her cock. Oh, yeah, okay, that makes much more sense. And get this, he only makes the unbreakable vow, doesn't he? He promises that he will do whatever it is that Draco Malfoy has been asked to do by Voldemort if Draco fails. What's the unbreakable vow? Yeah, no idea. I've never really heard of it before. But they play it super dramatically, and they hope that we'll just forget that J.K. Rowling's just kind of making this shit up as she goes along. Not a great plan. I know, right? What's even weirder is that Bellatrix Lestrange is making them recite vows. You know, like they're entering into a marriage or something. Really, that's weird. Yeah, it sort of feels like the movie is insinuating that marriage is a curse that will claim the lives of anyone who enters into one. I mean, they're not wrong, right? Yeah, good point. Anyways, next up we cut to Weasley's Wizard Wheezers. Cool. And what the hell is that? Apparently it's some sort of magical store that Fred and George run now. Let me guess, this was some sort of big plot point that makes no sense in the movie but was thoroughly explained in the books. You better believe it, mate. And get this, they sell all kinds of shady shit in there. Like love potions that make people fall in love with you against their will. So they're like magical roofies. Exactly. And all the bloody girls, they want some, don't they? That's a little bit out of pocket, isn't it? Yeah, mate, it's super dark. But let's not pull on that string too much. It's only going to slow us down. And next up we see some bloke who looks like the dictionary definition of some frat boy eyeing off Hermo hardcore. Who's he? No clue. And then some crazy chick with wild eyes, she starts eyeing Ronno off as well. And who's she? No clue. And why are they in the movie? No clue. For fuck's sake. Anyways, this store kind of feels like that old Silk Road site. You know, the one on the dark web that openly sold drugs and weapons to people, had them delivered to their homes through UPS, like it was fucking Amazon.com or something? It's nothing like that at all. Yeah, true. Anyways, Ronno asks for a discount because he's their brother, and Fred and George tell him to go sit on a greasy fat one. Gross. So then the three of them leave, and you'll never believe this. Diagon Alley's bloody trashed, isn't it? Didn't we see that happen at the start of the movie? Yeah, we did, but now we're supposed to be sad about it. Why? Well, because they're telling us to be sad about it. And get this, Ollivander's store's been all smashed up as well. Yes, I know, we already saw this fucking happen at the start of the movie. Look, could you just shut up and go with it for once, mate? Oh, that really sucks. How was that? Oh, it's much better. But get this, right? When they're in Ollivander's burnt down shop, Ronno spots bloody Malfoy and Narcissa, doesn't he? So Malfoy's up to something sus? You better believe it, mate. So Ronno, he's like, oi, Potter, you cunt. Is it just me, or does it look like Draco and Narcissa are acting like two people that don't want to be followed? A little bit harsh, but go on, what's next? Oh, they bloody follow him. And they only go into Borgin and bloody Burke's, don't they? Where? Remember that super sus shop that Hazza saw Lucius Malfoy go into in the Chamber of Secrets? Not really. Well, it's there. Whatever. I mean, you don't say. Thank you. So anyways, they sneak into the store, don't they? So Hazza, Rono and Hermo, they sneak up onto a bloody roof to see if they can sneak a peek at what's going on. How do they know they'll be able to see from all the way up there? Yeah, no idea. But they only bloody do, don't they? And Draco, he's stroking some big thick cabinet, isn't he? Was that a stretch at a masturbation joke? No, it's an actual cabinet. Jesus, mate, get your mind out of the gutter. Are you honestly telling me to get my head out of the gutter? Anyways, just when it looks like they're about to do some shady shit, some wolf-looking bloke closes the blinds so they can't see anything. And how did he know they were watching? Yeah, he doesn't. And it's nighttime, so there's really like low visibility, so I have no idea why he's even playing with the blinds at all. That's weird. I know, right? So next up, we cut to Hazza, Rono and Hermo, who are on the Hoggies Express on their way to Hoggies Castle. And you won't believe this. Ginny, she's flirting hard with Dean Thomas. She even shows him her fluffy little pink thing. Her what? Mate, it's just a little magical creature, not a sweaty beaver dam. Why does everything have to be so filthy with you? Because you phrase things so suspiciously. I don't even know when you're doing it on purpose anymore. Yeah, I guess we'll never know. Anyways, Hazza, he can't get Malfoy stroking his thick and sturdy cabinet out of his bloody mind, can he? You're doing it again. You're making it sound like the cabinet is a big cock. What? No, I'm not. Anyways, Hazza, he reckons that he saw some white goo fly out the top of the cabinet right after Malfoy stroked it. So fuck, I give up. And then Hazza reckons that they just witnessed Malfoy's initiation into the Dick Eaters. But Hermo and Rono, they reckon that Hazza's just been sniffing glue again, and they don't believe him. But didn't they see everything Hazza saw? Yeah, they did, but apparently now they're not fazed at all. Even though it was Rono who said that he was acting suspicious in the first place. And then they saw Malfoy and all those shady people go into a back alley store just to watch him stroke a big cabinet until it splooged. Gross. Anyways, we cut to Malfoy, and you'll never guess who he's talking to. Crabbe and Goyle? No, mate, it's bloody Blaise Zabini and Pansy Parkinson, of course. Okay, who the hell are they? Yeah, no idea. Apparently the actor that played Crabbe was busted for drugs that he had slithering up his asshole. So they replaced his character with Blaise. And they didn't really tell us that at all on screen, so you're just kind of left thinking that Crabbe is black now, which feels kind of racist in a way that I haven't quite put my finger on yet. I think the internet's decided that it's only racist if you recast a black actor with a white one though, right? That makes zero sense, mate. Why would it only work one way around? I mean, what's next? They make Snape black. Let's not touch that one. We don't do politics on this channel, remember? Yeah, good point. Anyways, Hazza, he uses a blackout bomb that he got from Fred and George's store to sneak into the carriage and listen to Malfoy under the invisibility cloak. So Hazza has been reprimanded twice for using basic spells outside of school, but Fred and George can sell magical weapons like they work at the Continental in John Wick. Well, I mean, Lockheed and Martin can legally sell weapons to both sides of an active conflict just to make a profit, so I guess no one really cares about small stuff like this, right? Yeah, true. Fuck those cunts. Anyways, Malfoy, he hears Hazza rip a massive fart up from his hiding place in the luggage rack, doesn't he? So he knows what's up straight away. And he's like, I'd know the smell of that asshole anywhere. Potter! Gross. He doesn't say that. Nah, he doesn't, but it's heavily implied. Anyways, the train has stopped, so he tells everyone to get off the train, and then he closes the blinds. Okay, that sounds sus. What's he gonna do? Well, once the blinds are closed, he turns around and he's like, didn't Mummy ever tell you that it's rude to eavesdrop, Potter? Petrificus totalis! And then Potter drops to the bloody ground as stiff as a board, and his invisibility cloak rips off, but it gets caught on his bloody cock. What? How? Well, that spell makes your whole body stiff, right? Only makes sense that your cock would be too. I guess you're right. Anyways, Malfoy, he kicks Hazza in the head and breaks his bloody nose, doesn't he? And then he throws the invisibility cloak back over him, and he's like, enjoy your ride back to London, you tosser. And by the way, your tiny cock makes mine look like a basilisk, and I'm below average at best. Gross. Anyways, just when it looks like Hazza's about to be stuck on a train all the way back to London, Luna walks in, doesn't she? And she's wearing these freaky glasses that can apparently see through invisibility cloaks. That's a bit convenient, don't you think? Yeah, I know, right? Anyway, she bloody saves him, doesn't she? And she even fixes his nose for him too. Nice. I like Luna. She's fun. Yeah, me too. And then she's like, here you go, Harry. All fixed. I'm sorry I can't do anything about your tiny cock though. And then Hazza's like, it's okay, Luna. I've just sort of grown to accept it now. Gross. She never says that, does she? Nah, mate. But she heavily implies it? You bloody know she does, mate. Anyways, Luna and Hazza have to walk to school now, don't they? Because they're late and those weird invisible horse things are all bloody gone. They don't come back to check for stray students. Apparently not. Anyways, we cut to the front gates and Professor Flitwick, he's pissed, right? Because he reckons that he's been looking all over the place for Potter and Luna. Well, why didn't he send the horses back then? Because he's a little cunt. Anyways, he asks them what their names are so he can mark them down off the list. Wait, he just said he was looking all over for them. I know, right? But remember how he loves to lick those toads they keep lying around the school grounds? So he's higher than Snoop Dogg on a Wednesday morning. That's pretty high. It sure is. Anyways, get this. They have extra security at Hoggies now, don't they? You know, because all the dick eaters are out on the loose. They even have this big shiny force field around the whole castle. And old mate Filch, he's searching everyone's bags as they come through. Seems like a bit of a violation of student rights, but I guess you can't be too careful with old mate Leukemia on the loose. That's right. Anyways, Filch, he's now sus on Malfoy, isn't he? And he's like, "What's this in your bag, you little wanker? A copy of How to Win Friends and Influence People?" What a loser. I know, right? But Snapo, he's like, "Shut it, Filch. Go away and bum your cat. I can vouch for Malfoy, so he's definitely not up to something suspicious at all." What an odd thing to say. Anyways, we cut inside and Hermo, she's shitting bricks because she's worried about what might have happened to Hazza. But old mate Rono, he doesn't care. So he's just smashing a late night bowl of crunchy nut cornflakes. Man, I love those. Yeah, me too. But get this, Hazza only bloody walks in and he's got blood all over his face. And then Ginny's like,
"Oh, he's covered in blood again. He looks like he's been going down on someone with their period."
"Oh, gross, Ginny. That's not period blood. It's his own blood." And then Hermo, she's like,
"Oh no, what's happened, Harry?"
What does he say? Not much. He's like, "Piss off, you two. I'll tell you later." That's a bit rude. Yeah, but remember his parents are dead and he's got a tiny cock, so that's why he's always angry. That's fair. Anyways, Dumbo gives his traditional speech to all the kiddos at Hoggies, where he introduces Professor Slughorny as the new potions teacher. Wait, potions teacher? I thought he was going to be the dark arts teacher. Nah, mate, the new defense against the dark arts teacher is none other than Severus Simp. Oh, shit. That was actually a pretty good fake out. I didn't see that coming. Yeah, it's not bad, hey? But get this. Dumbledore says that the kids have a right to know why everyone has been given a cavity search on their way into Hoggies. Gross. Why? Well, he's like,
"Once there was a student who wandered these halls and stepped under this roof just like any other. His name was Tom Diddler."
And then everyone gasped. I thought the name Tom Riddle was a secret that only Harry and his friends had figured out in the Chamber of Secrets. Yeah, I thought that too, but apparently everyone knows now. Anyways, he's like,
"Today, of course, he's known all over the world as another name, and I want you to know that right now, as we speak, dark forces are trying to penetrate you."
Hang on there, what? Yeah, I know, right? He was the one having them bloody cavity searched, but apparently he's worried about penetrating dark forces now. That sounds racist for some reason. Yeah, kind of. Anyways, we cut to McGonagall telling off some students.
"History of magic is upstairs, not down, ladies. Mr. Davis, Mr. Davis, that is the girls' lavatory. Don't let me catch you in there stealing used tampons from the dustbins again."
Gross. Yeah, I know, right? And then she spots Hazza and Rono laughing it up in the corner. So she's like,
"Potter, get your smelly ass over here. What are you doing just lounging about?"
"It's my free period, Professor."
"I've had just about enough of periods today. Just ask Mr. Davies. Now, go to potions and take Weasley with you before someone calls the police about a scary-looking ginger incel lurking around the halls of Hogwarts."
I thought he couldn't take potions this year, you know, because Snape is a cunt. Yeah, but remember, Slughorny is now the head of potions, and he wants to gobble Hazard's Philosopher's Stones, so it's all sweet now. I mean, I wouldn't say a pedo teacher is all sweet, but go on. Yeah, true. Anyways, Rono and Hazard get to potions late, but old Slughorny shoots some white potion out of the end of his wand when he sees that Hazard's rocked up. Gross. Oh yeah, and that chick who's been leaking between the gash every time she sees Rono, she's there too. Gross. Nah, wait, I've said that too many times in a row now. Yuck. Anyways, Hazza and Rono, they don't have the right books for class, do they? So Slughorny, he tells them to take whatever they need from the cupboard. That's a bit careless considering there are ingredients in there that could kill every kid at school. Yeah, I know, but remember, he's got pictures of other people's kids on his desk, so he's just a bit off in general. Classic Slytherin behaviour. Anyways, old mate Slughorny continues the sus behaviour by showing the class a big cauldron of that magical roofie stuff he calls Love Potion. And all the girls, they're super into it, especially Hermo. What the fuck is wrong with all the girls at this school? I don't know. I think they all grew up reading Twilight and 50 Shades of Grey, so they're all cooked now. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, actually. Anyway, Slughorny, he tells them about this even more dangerous potion called Felix Felicis. What does that do? Well, it makes the person who drinks it super lucky, doesn't it? Because anything they want to do will work out perfectly. Well, if it makes you that lucky, then why hasn't Voldemort bloody taken it? What do you mean? Well, if he took that potion even once, I thought he could bloody take over the world in one day. I thought he was supposed to be smart. I guess since he got leukemia. Maybe his brain's just not working as well as it used to. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Anyways, get this. Slughorn says he'll give the potion to any student who can successfully make a batch of liquid death. So he's going to give a hormonal, irrational teenage student godlike powers if they successfully make a potion that can kill anyone it touches. Yeah, that's right. Nothing suspicious about that at all. Anyways, bloody Malfoy bars up big time when he hears about that, doesn't he? And all the kids start furiously making their potions, trying to win that liquid luck. Rono, he's trying to get the luck to change the colour of his pubes. Hermo, she's trying to get it so she can roofie someone with that love potion. And bloody Hazza, he wants to go to the pokies. Smart move, right? And get this, everyone's struggling to make the potion except for Hazza. Because he's the title character of the series and everyone's lives seem to revolve around him somehow? Nah, mate, because there's some weird writing in his textbook, the one that he got from the Slughorn's cupboard, that tells him little cheats on how to make all these potions. And in the front of the book, it says it belonged to some bloke named the Half-Blood Simp. Who is that? Well, it's a bloody J.J. Abrams mystery, isn't it? Right, because those always work out so well, don't they? Exactly. Anyways, Hazza, he's bloody crushing this potion, isn't he? And Hermo, she's pissed because she's struggling more than that bloke who said he was just waiting for a mate when the coppers found him drunk in his car and he'd clearly just smashed his car on the side of the road. That's a bloody niche reference, mate. Those who get it will love it, trust me. Anyways, Hazza, he only bloody wins that liquid luck, doesn't he? You mean the guy who almost wins Quidditch every match he plays and somehow flukes his way into beating Voldemort every year has somehow won some liquid luck? Yeah, that's right. And everyone's bloody filthy at him, aren't they? Especially Rono, who finally has to come to terms with the fact that he'll probably just have ginger pubes forever. That poor guy. Anyways, next up we cut to Dumbledore's office and he's staring at Tom Diddler's old diary. You know, the one that has a stabbed with a snake tooth back in the Chamber of Secrets. And it's such an odd sentence, I don't even know where to start with that. Well, let's keep going then. So Hazza walks in and Dumbo slips away the old book and the two of them engage in some of the most awkward surface level chit chat I've ever heard.
Nice weather, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean it's cold, but we're in England, so I guess it's always cold.
What about Miss Granger? Are you two, how shall I say, placing your genitals in an interlocking position and then gyrating backwards and forwards?
Gross. Professor, she's just my friend.
Oh, come on, Harry. You're growing up around Emma Watson, and you're telling me you've never once thought about hitting that? My lord, you're gayer than I am.
Can we just talk about something else, Professor?
Right, well, on to business then. I want to show you my wet memory hole.
Your what?
My pensive. Come on, Harry, get your mind out of the gutter.
He does not call it a wet memory hole. Well, no, he doesn't, but the senile old bastard heavily implies it. Anyways, Hazza and Dumbo look into the pensive and they see a memory of when Dumbo first met Tom Diddle at an orphanage. Shit, now we're getting something cool. I know, right? And let me tell you this, Dumbo, he looks fucking old, even all those years ago. In fact, this is supposed to be only about 10 years after that last Fantastic Beasts film. You know, the one where he was played by Jude Law. So I really want to know what the hell has happened to him in those 10 years. Maybe he was on drugs. Oh, you mean like your mum does? Piss off, I told you that in confidence. Anyways, Tom Diddle, he's exactly the kind of psycho you'd expect. He kills small animals for fun and he uses his magic to torture the other children. So Dumbledore leaves and never comes back, right? No, mate, he only bloody offers to take Tom back to Hoggies and teach him how to make his magic even stronger. What a dickhead. This is like that baby Hitler moment, but instead of bloody strangling the baby in its crib, he raises him and helps him write bloody Mein Kampf. I know, right? Anyways, then Hazza, he's like, "Sir, no offense, but you're a complete fucking idiot. You unleashed Voldemort onto the whole world."
Why is it when people say no offense, they proceed to say something wildly offensive?
Sir?
Oh, piss off, Potter. Like you've never fucked up before. Anyways, I need you to do something for me.
Sir, I'm not going to play hide the weasel again.
Oh, no, not that. No, Tom got very close to one particular teacher at Hoggies while he was here.
Slughorny. So that's why Dumbledore invited him back to teach. He wants his bloody memories. You nailed it, mate. Anyways, so now he tells Hazza that he should let Slughorn groom him so that he gets comfortable enough to reveal the information that he needs. I mean, that's a pretty messed up plan. Why not just use the truth-telling potion and slip it into his drink? Yeah, I mean, that would have made much more sense. But then there wouldn't have been the rest of the movie, would there? Fair enough. So what happens next? Well, here's the thing. We cut to Malfoy, and he's only in the room of requirement, isn't he? Oh, that's not good. What's he doing there? Well, he's found a cabinet that's just like the one at Borgin and Burke's, and he starts stroking it big time. No, he doesn't. Yeah, he does. He strokes it so hard that one of its veins almost bursts. Gross. So next up, we cut to the Quidditch pitch, and Hazza, he's hosting tryouts for the Quidditch team for this year. So then hang on, since when did Hazza become captain of the Quidditch team? Well, Oliver Wood graduated last year, so now he's the captain. I don't remember any of this. Nah, because it all happens off screen. And how the hell were we supposed to know? No idea. Anyways, Hazza, he's like, listen, chances are you're all pretty shit, but I'm going to give you a go anyway. And then that bloke who was eye fucking Hermo at Fred and George's magic store, he rocks up and he's well confident, isn't he? And then he goes,
Yeah, no offence, Weasley, but you look like a kid who has mental issues with that helmet on.
why do people always say no offence and then say something bloody offensive?
By the way, I'm going for the keeper position, so you don't stand a chance, you wanker. Also, I want to bang your friend Granger in front of you, doggy style.
And then he just catches a bloody fly out of the air like Mr. Miyagi to show him how fast he is. This guy kind of sounds like a bit of a dick, huh? Oh yeah, mate. He's a Danny D-sized dick. Anyways, Ronno, he only bloody makes keeper, doesn't he? What? But how? He's useless. Well, Hermo, she jinxes the posh bloke, so he fucks up the game by giving him testicular cancer. Jesus Christ. I know, right? What a psycho. Anyways, we cut to the common room later on, and Ronno, he's gloating big time to Hazza and Hermo, talking about how now that he's keeper, his status at school is raised, and his penis has grown over 2 inches. So it's 2 inches now? Exactly. And then Ronno says that McLagan bloke, he's been telling everyone how he wants to bang Hermo doggy style. Who the hell is McLagan? That Mr. Miyagi posh bloke, apparently? Okay, fair enough, I don't care. Anyways, that curly-haired chick is watching Ronno from across the room, and she's eye-fucking the shit out of him. And then some random bloke slips over in the river of juice that's leaking from her gash and smashes all his front teeth in. Holy shit! So then Hazza, he's reading that book that he got from Slug Horny's class, and he asks Hermo if she's ever heard of a spell called Sectum Sempra before. Okay, well, what does she say? Well, she's like,
Harry, you specky twat. I've never heard of that spell before, and you're a piece of shit for using that book. It's cheating.
or you're just jealous, Hermione, you smelly vagina. Harry's even doing better than you in class.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Ronald. If I wanted to hear from a ginger-pewed virgin who will most likely die with his cock in his hand and a sad look on his face, then I would have asked.
Oh, got him. Yeah, but get this. Ginny rocks up and she snatches the book from Hazza's hands, and she's like,
This book is the property of the half-blood simp. Who's the half-blood simp?
But then Hazza, he doesn't like that at all, so he walks off sulking with his cock between his legs. Isn't that where it always is? Yeah, true. Anyways, we cut to months later, and the gang are walking through the snow on their way to Hogsmeade. And Hermo and Ronno, they're ripping into Hazza big time, aren't they? What are they saying? Well, apparently Hazza is so obsessed with the book that he's sleeping with it now. And Ronno says if he keeps going this way without a condom, he'll be paying that book bloody child support soon. Yeah, that's fair. Anyways, Hermo, she's still filthy at Hazza because she's jealous that he's doing so well in potions now. So she's been researching who the half-blood simp is, hasn't she? Interesting. What did she find out? Fuck all, apparently. Really? That seems like a pointless scene to put in the movie then. Yeah, I know, but then get this. Hazza overhears Slughorny tell Flitwick that he's going to get sloshed at the Three Broomsticks pub. He decides to follow him. Cheeky little bastard. So, how will they all get into the pub though? They're underage. It's bloody Harry Potter, mate. So underage kids, they're allowed to go into pubs unattended and allowed to drink butterbeer, which has a suspiciously vague amount of alcohol in it. Oh yeah, that's right, I forgot. Anyways, get this. When they get in there, Ronno catches his sister Ginny getting bloody finger banged by Dean Thomas in the corner of the pub. Jesus, and how does Ronno react to that? Well, he's bloody spewing, isn't he? And he starts doing a back of the envelope calculation as to how much this is going to cost him in therapy bills over the next 30 years. Yeah, that's a stain that's not coming out for sure. Anyways, Slughorny wanders over to their table and he invites Hazza and Hermo to a little party for select students he's having after hours, which sounds pretty sus. So they report him to the police and then they decline, right? Nah, mate, they only bloody say yes, don't they? Idiots. And Ronno, he's fuming because not only does he not get an invite, Slughorny totally forgets his name. What does he call him? He calls him fuckhead. I mean, that's not his name, but that is pretty accurate. Exactly. Anyways, they're walking back through the snow, and Hermo, she's staggering around like she's just lost a drinking competition with Russell Crowe. So butterbeer is alcoholic, apparently. Anyways, they stop laughing when they hear this chick start screaming louder than Riley Reid did when she did that 12-way orgy. Gross. Also, who's screaming? Well, that's the thing. It's bloody Katie Bell, isn't it? And she levitates into the air, and she starts going full exorcism of Emily Rose, and then she just falls to the ground like she's just jumped from the Two Towers or something. Jesus Christ, is she dead? Nah, mate, but she's pretty messed up. That's a relief. Also, who the hell's Katie Bell? No idea. I guess they just shoved her in because they needed some random student to get fucked up for this storyline. That's just lazy. Oh, it's super lazy. Anyways, then Hagrid rocks up and he takes Katie's unconscious body and he runs away with it. So Hagrid disappears into a blizzard with the unconscious body of a female student. That's not a good look at all. Yeah, I know, right? But apparently he took her straight to McGonagall and Snape'o, so there's no need to worry. Phew. But get this right, Katie's friend, another random character we don't know and certainly don't care about, she says she started going mental after she touched a necklace that somebody gave her. I'm surprised you didn't make some sort of pearl necklace joke there or something. Yeah, I was going to, but I couldn't really figure out how to make it work. Anyways, we cut to McGonagall and she's talking to Katie's friend, who reckons that Katie was supposed to give that necklace
to none other than Dumbledore.
Oh, snap, so it was like an assassination attempt.
You know it, mate, but the bloody pelican says that she doesn't even know who gave Katie the necklace in the first place. But then she says that Hagrid gave Katie a pearl necklace on the way back to school, so he probably shouldn't be working at Hogwarts anymore. There you go, you figured it out. Anyways, McGonagall turns to Hazza, Hermo and Ronno, and she's like,
Why is it whenever there's trouble or a big penis graffitied on the castle walls, it's always one of you three?
oh! So tell me, Professor Snape, what do you think about this pearl necklace?
I think Miss Katie is lucky to be alive. 40,000 points from Gryffindor.
What? That's bullshit. We didn't even do anything.
You were taking up valuable oxygen from this room, Potter.
And then Hazza, he claps back like, oh, piss off, you big-nosed wanker. Besides, it was Malfoy. He's the one that cursed Katie.
And how do you know that?
Look, I just know, okay?
You just know. Well, I happen to know that you'll be serving detention till your pubes are grey. Now get out of my sight immediately.
Got him. Anyways, we cut to the Gryffindor common room, and Hazza, he's up late watching the Marauders fap, waiting to see if Malfoy leaves his bloody dorm. And Ronno, he's up late too, because he's worried about Ginny getting finger-banged by Dean Thomas.
It's a bit weird staying up late thinking about his sister like that.
Yeah, it is a bit. But Hazza, he tries to calm him down by telling him how nice his sister's skin is.
What the fuck? That's some serial killer shit.
Yeah, it does kind of sound like he wants to turn her skin into a couch or something like that. Anyways, we cut to Slughorny's party, don't we? And it looks well shit. But to top it off, he's staring at all the kids across the table like he's on the latest episode of To Catch a Predator. That
It's just gross.
Yeah, but that isn't half as creepy as the look McCormick has given Hermo. He's sort of sucking on his little finger, implying that he wants her to suck on something of his.
Why his little finger though? Sort of seems like he's implying that he's got a small cock.
Yeah, kind of does a bit. Anyways, Ginny rocks up late and Hermo reckons her eyes are red because she's been fighting with Dean Thomas again. Either that or she's been deep-throating him.
Since when have they been fighting?
No idea. We don't see any of this on screen either. Feels completely superfluous to the plot. But JK, she really wants to ship Ginny and Hazza, doesn't she? So we have to keep hearing about her failing with all these other blokes, hinting that she'll eventually be single and ready to date Hazza.
Ugh, boring.
Anyways, Hazza, he stays back late at the party to try and have a crack at getting that memory from Sluggy.
Not a wise idea to be left alone with that guy, but good on him for giving it a crack. How does it go?
Well, Hazza cuts right to the bloody chase, doesn't he? And he's like, what was it like teaching Voldemort, sir?
What? I wasn't the only one who taught him, Harry. Many teachers taught him.
I'm sorry, sir. It's just, he killed my parents. I kind of want to know what he was like, before he got leukemia.
I see. Only natural you'd want to know, you weird little cunt. But I'm afraid I must disappoint you. He was just like any other student. Now off to bed, you wanker.
That's suspicious.
Big time. Anyways, we cut to the next day and everyone's having breakfast before the big Quidditch game, and Ronno, he's shitting himself, isn't he? Because he knows deep down inside that he's a massive loser and he's probably gonna fuck it up big time. Harsh, but true. Anyways, Hazza, he goes, good luck today, Ron, you ginger-pubed wanker. Then Luna, she chimes in from across the table and she's like,
what did you put in his drink, Harry? I don't think you need to roofie Ron. He's pretty desperate. I'm sure he'd jerk you off if you asked.
And then Hermo, she's like,
ew, gross, Luna. And Harry, I saw that. That was liquid luck. You could get expelled for that, you pencil-dicked wanker.
If you can get expelled for using liquid luck at school, then why can't a teacher be fired for giving it to the kid in the first place? Yeah, good point, no idea. Anyways, we cut to the big game and Gryffindor are playing those slimy Slytherin cunts. But Ronno, he's absolutely crushing being keeper, stopping almost every shot. Even Hermo's excited about it.
Wasn't she just pissed off with him though?
Yeah, but now she isn't apparently. I reckon it could probably be that time of the month. Anyways, we cut to the common room and everyone's frothing Ronno now, aren't they?
Why though? Surely it was Hazza catching the snitch as usual that won the game.
Yeah, true, it probably was. Anyways, Hermo, she's grilling Hazza about giving Ronno that liquid luck. But get this, Hazza pulls out the vial and it's still bloody full, isn't it?
So he used the old reverse psychology on Ronno.
He sure did. And that curly-haired chick who's been stalking Ronno finally makes her move. And she starts tonguing him so hard, you can see the tip of her tongue come out his urethra.
Ouch, that sounds a bit uncomfortable.
And then Hermo, she's gutted. So she runs off to have a massive whinge. So Hazza, he follows her to go and cheer her up.
Oh, does he finally tell her that they'd make a better couple and to tell Ron to go jog on and sit on a greasy fat one?
No, mate, he just tells her how sad he feels when he sees Ginny jerking off Dean Thomas.
I really wish they'd stop trying to force that relationship on us.
Anyways, Ronno and the curly-haired chick burst into the room, tongue-fucking each other, and Hermo, she's so pissed off that she fires some live birds right at Ronno's head, and they all explode on the wall behind him when he ducks.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I know, what a psycho, those poor fucking birds. Anyways, Hermo's like,
how does it feel, Harry, to see Ginny with Dean?
And then Hazza's like,
It feels exactly like this. And then he rips a massive fart and he puts his robe over her head to trap her with the smell. Ah, so he Dutch ovens her with his robe. That's pretty creative. Yeah, that has her. He's a wild cunt. Anyways, we cut to Ronno and he's walking around like he's got a Danny D-sized dick. You know, because he's made out with one girl now and he's read Neil Strauss's The Game, so now he thinks that he's God's gift to women. Isn't that the book that coined the term negging? Yeah, where you lower a woman's confidence with subtle insults so she'll sleep with you. Sounds psychopathic. Yeah, it's a book for losers about a bunch of losers. Anyways, Hazza has no luck with Ronno, so he tries to chat to Hermo because he just wants them to sort out their shit so things can get back to normal. But Hermo, she thinks Ronno's a selfish cunt whose dick looks like a shrunken can of Fanta. Fair enough if you ask me. Right? So anyway, she tells Hazza that Romilda has been trying to spike his drinks with love potion, you know, so she can finger the asshole of the chosen one. Gross. Yeah, I know, but Hazza, he's kind of into it. So Hermo, she calls him a little pervert. Got him. Anyways, she definitely isn't going to patch things up with the dud of the group soon, so Hazza suggests that maybe they go to Slughorny's Christmas party together because he can't be fucked asking anyone else. But get this, she's already bloody asked someone. Who is it? Hold your fucking horses, mate. You'll find out in a minute. Okay, settle down. Anyways, Hazza, he's gutted because now that means that he has to ask someone else to the dance. Otherwise, he'll just be dancing with his right hand tonight like he normally does. Gross. Well, then who does he ask? Shut your mouth. I'm getting to that. Hazza, he's like, fine, I guess I'll ask someone else. Someone super cool. She'll make me look really good. Ah, nice. So he asks that Fleur Delacour chick from the Boobyton school, right? Nah, mate, he only bloody asks Luna Loveballs, and let me tell you, she's dressed like the fucking rocket clock from Play School. That is such a deep cut. No one's gonna get that. Don't worry, I'll just get the editor to put an image up on screen so people will know what I mean. Oh, look, there we go. Mate, I'm the editor. Oh, well, thank you, cunt. You're welcome. So what happens next? Well, they go to the bloody party, don't they? And on the way, Luna is like, I've never been to this part of the castle, at least not awake. I sleepwalk, you see. One day, I woke up with blood all over me and a butcher's knife in my hand. What a pickle that was. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I know, right? You should probably stay away from Luna. Anyways, they pass Malfoy, who's lurking in the shadows like P. Diddy does on a Wednesday night. Okay, what's he up to then? Well, he's in jail now, covered in baby oil, isn't he? Not P. Diddy, Malfoy. Oh, well, we don't know yet. So they get to the party, and let me tell you, it looks shit out. Slughorn, he's made all the kids who weren't cool enough to get into the Slug Club dressed like sailors and made them wait and drink food for the other students. Slug Club, Jesus Christ. It's like this guy's trying to win Pedo of the Year or something. Yeah, I know. I reckon him and Hagrid might be tied for first place. That's got to be a pretty close race, I reckon. Anyways, Hazza, he kind of does what I do at parties, and he tries to get away from all the people talking pointless nonsense, and he finds a quiet corner where he can quietly wait out the end of the world. That's a little bit bleak, isn't it? Yeah, but I fucking hate parties, all right? Anyways, Hermo looks like she's doing the same, because apparently she's hiding too. From Slughorn? Nah, mate, from McCormick. Or was it McLagan? Anyway, she brought him to the party and he's gone full Harvey Weinstein on her. Why the hell would she even invite that guy? He looks like he wants to start the next fire festival or something. Yeah, he kind of does. But I think she did it to piss off Ronno, you know, to make him jealous, because Ronno is borderline mentally handicapped. He doesn't realise that Hermo is way better than that crazy bitch he's been tonguing. Yeah, that chick has a real I'll set your clothes on fire on the front lawn vibes, doesn't she? You're telling me, mate. Anyway, Snapo catches Hazza lurking in the shadows and he's like,
not so fast, Potter. I merely wish to convey a message, even if you are lurking in the darkness like P. Diddy on a Wednesday.
A message? Who from?
From Dumbledore. He asked me to give you his best, and he hopes you enjoy your holiday. You see, he's been traveling, and he won't return till your testicles have dropped, so I don't expect him back for quite some time.
Got him. So where's he travelling? Well, that's exactly what Hazza says. But old mate Snapo, he just bloody walks off, doesn't he? But not before saying,
40 Googleplexes worth of points from Gryffindor.
Oh, piss off, Adam Driver. Got him. But get this, halfway through the party, Filch drags Malfoy in the room by the scruff of his bloody neck, and he's pissed because he was trying to bum his cat in the empty hallway and Malfoy ruined the mood by lurking about. Gross. Yeah, but Snapo, he's pissed too, right? And he takes Malfoy out of the room in a hurry, and Hazza, he thinks, well, this is sus, so he bloody follows him. Interesting. So now we're going to find out why Snapo took that weird magical marriage vow thing. Nah, mate, but Malfoy is like, so what if I hex that Katie Bell girl? Who cares? She's an NPC. She probably doesn't even have a soul. But Snapo, he's pissed, and he's like,
I swore to protect you, you daft prick, so please Just let me help you.
The day that I need help from an old pervert who looks like John Wick's aborted brother, I'll let you know.
Oh!
Anyways, we cut to the Hoggies Express and Hazza tells Ronno that he overheard Snapo say that he made an unbreakable vow. What does Ronno say? Well, he says that you can't break an unbreakable vow. Well, that was fucking obvious. Yeah, that's what Hazza says. But then the crazy bitch with the wild eyes comes up and draws a love heart on the window for Ronno. Well, that's a bit much. Yeah, you can tell Ronno really hates her now, but he has no idea how to ditch her. Just say, I break up with you. Yeah, I know, but remember, he's got the IQ of a patient who's been vegetabilized by brain cancer. I don't think vegetabilized is a word, but I see your point. Anyways, Hermo rocks up and she sees the love heart on the window, so she cracks another hissy fit and she finds another carriage to sit in. And then Hazza, he asks Ronno what happens when you break an unbreakable vow. And Ronno, he goes, you bloody die, mate. And then you shit your pants, which is apparently a real thing. Yes, I know, you tell me every video. I just find it fascinating. Come on, keep going, you're wasting time. Anyways, we cut to the burrow and it's bloody Christmas, isn't it? And Hazza and Lupin, they're having an argument about whether or not Snapo is planning something with Malfoy. Oh, okay, well, what does Lupin think? Well, he doesn't believe Hazza either. He's like,
it comes down to whether you trust Dumbledore's judgment or not.
I mean, I don't think anyone should trust Dumbledore's judgment at this stage, right? Exactly, he's bloody cooked. Anyways, Arthur is sitting there with a pillow over his crotch and Tonks is there too, because they wanted to remind us that she was still in the movie, even though she's done all up to this point. Why does he have a pillow over his crotch? Yeah, it's never explained. Either he's got a massive chub on, or he's pissed himself and he's just too embarrassed to get up and go to the toilet. Okay, makes sense. But then get this, Ginny rocks up with some mince pies and she's like, come on, open up you. And then Hazza, he's thinking about opening her up, isn't he? Jesus, like a serial killer? Nah, like a vagina, you weirdo. Oh, yep, that makes much more sense. Anyways, Arthur finally gets up and walks away, still holding onto the pillow because now his piss has turned into a shit. He also doesn't want to watch his only daughter suck on Hazza's tiny knob. Fair enough. But then Ronno, he comes in and sits between them, doesn't he? You know, because he's clueless and he has the brain capacity of a bludgeoning victim. Ah, so he's cock-blocked Hazza without even knowing it. Exactly, mate. And now Hazza's balls, they're bluer than that Eiffel 65 song. That's a deep cut. Anyways, Hazza, he's talking to Arthur in the shed now for some reason. And Arthur says not to worry about Lupin. He's been cranky ever since everyone at Hoggies found out he was a furry and liked to dress his girlfriend Tonks like Lola Bunny. Since when were they dating? No idea. I'm pretty sure they are. My mind might be confusing the books with the movies at this point. Anyways, Arthur reckons that all the Death Eaters are having all the members of the Order of the Three Dicks watched. You know, just like all the celebrities who went on Epstein's Island. Gross. Anyways, Hazza asks him if he knows where old mate Dumbledore went. But he says he's got no bloody clue what the old dirty bastard is up to. But he says he did find out what Malfoy was looking at in Borgin and Burke's. Interesting. What is it? It's a vanishing cabinet. Apparently you go in one end and it can transport you anywhere. Just like that one in The Prestige. That was a good movie. Also, it totally transports into the Room of Requirement, doesn't it? You bloody know it, mate, but Hazza's blue balls are clouding his mind, so he hasn't figured that out yet. Anyways, Lupin, he's tweaking hard, and he's watching the cornfields like a crack addict watches the clock, waiting for his dealer to finish work. Okay, well, what does he think is out there? No idea, but we cut to Hazza and Ginny, who's now in her dressing gown, and then she kneels down right in front of him. Well, I guess his blue balls are gone now then? Nah, mate, they're only a slightly paler colour of blue, because just as she touches the tip, Bellatrix Lestrange bloody lights the cornfield on fire and starts taunting Hazza to come out and find her by screaming, I killed Sirius Black! I killed Sirius Black! So Hazza, he jumps through a small gap in the wall of fire and he legs it after her. Idiot! It's clearly a trap. You bloody know it is, mate. But Lupin and Tonks, they're too busy trying to put out the fire so they can't chase after him. But then Ginny, she legs it out of the house in her dressing gown after him. How does she get through that wall of fire? No idea. Anyways, Bellatrix, she's not alone, is she? She's brought that weird werewolf-looking bloke who was in Borgin and Burke's at the start of the film. Who is this guy? Why does he keep getting screen time? Yeah, well, in the books, he's a leader of a dangerous sect of werewolves that are big players in the Dick Eater's army. But in the movies, he just sort of stands there. Great, so he's fucking pointless then. Oh, you better believe it, mate. Anyways, because it was obviously a trap, Hazza and Ginny have to fight off both Bellatrix and the werewolf bloke, don't they? Do they win? Nah, mate, but Lupin, Arthur and Molly all manage to catch up to them and they help protect the kids so they don't get their bloody heads kicked in. That's a relief. Yeah, but while they're protecting those two wankers, Bellatrix and the werewolf bloke somehow manage to set the bloody burrow on fire. The place is completely ruined. But the weird thing is, everyone's just kind of standing around and watching it burn. Well, why don't they just use that cool fixing spell that Dumbledore used at the start? Well, that's just it, mate. The spell totally breaks the whole magic system. If you can just fix anything all the time, why the hell is anything ever broken at Hogwarts? Yeah, it just feels like one of those Deus Ex Machinas that they can pull out whenever they want, right? Yeah, that's right. It's Jesus' ex, Maria. the prostitute. That is not what I said at all. Anyways, we cut to Hazza and Hermo walking through the halls of Hoggies, and she's reading a newspaper about some disappearances at the Ministry of Sound. And then she's like, "Oh no, Harry, you're lucky you weren't killed." "I know, and Ginny was just about to polish my knob."
Wait, what was that?
Nothing. But then they walk past Rono and that crazy bitch. So Hermo says she needs to go vomit harder than that time you tried to reheat Barnacle Bill's fish tacos after they were sitting on the bench for 3 days. Oh, don't remind me. Anyways, we then cut to Dumbledore's office. He's back now, apparently. Since when? No idea, we never see it on screen. I guess the writers realise that the script is getting pretty bloated at this point, so the story starts to become shakier than Michael J. Fox's right leg. Come on, man, I love Michael J. Fox, leave him alone. So do I, who doesn't? But he is one shaky bastard. I guess that's true. Go on then. Well, Hazza plunges his head into Dumbledore's wet hole again, doesn't he? You mean the pensive? Yeah, that's the one. And get this, we cut back to Tom Diddler's time again, don't we? And it looks like Slughorn's had this whole pedo ring called the Slug Club going since all the way back in his time. How the hell does this guy still have a job when he's giving kids alcohol after school and requesting extended periods alone with them without any supervision? I know, right? Anyways, Diddle stays back after class and he bails up Slughorny to ask him a question. He wants to know about some dark magic, doesn't he? What kind of dark magic? Well, that's the thing. Tom's like, "Sir, I was in the library the other day in the restricted section and I stumbled across an interesting piece of dark magic."
That's a bit racist, Tom. Why does the bad magic have to be the dark one?
What I mean to say, sir, is would you tell me about? Well, that's just it. The memory glitches out and it cuts to Slughorny telling Tom Diddle to piss off and then go sit on a greasy fat one. Interesting. Yeah, and Dumbledore, he reckons the memory's been tampered with. Well, why would he tamper with a memory? Well, Dumbledore thinks that maybe Slughorn shared his Bazza's password with Tom, you know, to help a brother out. But now he's just too ashamed to admit it. I guess that's fair enough. Yeah, but Dumbledore now wants Hazza to get Slughorny to give him the real untampered memory, you know, so he can be certain. Interesting. So what clever way does Hazza come up with to get that memory? Well, he just bloody asks him for it, doesn't he? Well, that's not very clever at all. And he makes a real fucking dog's breakfast of it too. So Slughorny is now certain that Dumbledore's put him up to it. What an idiot, right? Anyways, Hazza tries again later by going to his office. But now Sluggy, he's not even going to answer the door, is he? Well, he fucked that up, didn't he? Yeah, more than George Bush fucked up his country's trust in their own government with the invasion of Iraq just to steal some bloody oil. Come on, mate, no politics here. Anyways, Hazza gets back to his room and Rono looks like he's been sniffing poppers and smoking chuff because he looks totally cooked. Okay, well, what's wrong with him? Well, he's eaten some bloody chocolates that were left for Hazza by that Romilda chick from earlier on, and she's roofied them Bill Cosby style. So now he's all jacked up on love potions. So now Hazza, he's going to take Rono to Slughorny to get him to whip up a cure for the love potion and use it as an excuse to talk to him, right? Exactly, mate. Have you seen this before? No, mate, it was just super obvious. Yeah, I guess it was a bit. Anyways, then he knocks on Sluggy's door again, and he's like,
What is it? You should never disturb a man while he's watching Bazza. I mean, what do you want, Potter? What's the matter with Wimby?
He still can't remember his name. Nah, mate, it's actually low-key funny. Yeah, I like it. Anyways, Hazza tells him that Rono's been roofied with a love potion, so Slughorn lets them both in. Although he's still a little bit sus on Hazza because he's supposed to be really good at potions now, so he asks him why he couldn't just make the cure himself. Okay, well, what does Hazza say? Yeah, nothing. He just pretends that he didn't hear the question. Jeez, Hazza's really phoning in this mystery, isn't he? He sure is. Anyways, Slughorny whips up the cure and Rono finally snaps out of it. But he realises that he's actually had a rock-hard boner for the past few hours, and now one of his veins has solidified, so now his cock's just kind of stuck like that. Gross. So Sluggy says they should all celebrate Rono being cured with a toast. So he starts rummaging through his old liquor cabinet and he pulls out a massive bottle of mead. He's giving mead to kids. Fucking hell, he's not even hiding his pedo behaviour anymore, is he? Nah, mate. Anyways, he reckons that he was going to re-gift this bottle, so he decides to crack it open anyways. And you'll never believe this. What? Rono takes one sip and falls over and starts frothing from the mouth. Shit, what a lightweight. Nah, mate, he's been bloody poisoned, hasn't he? I mean, lucky it was right in front of the potions master who can whip up a cure straight away, right? Yeah, you'd think so, but Slughorny just shits himself and totally freezes. So Rono finally dies. I guess his character was getting pretty useless at this point anyways. Nah, mate, he doesn't bloody die. Hazza snaps into action and pulls out a bezoar and shoves it balls deep into Rono's throat. Whoa, callback, because he learnt that in Snape's first potion class. Exactly, mate. Anyways, we cut to the hospital wing and Dumbo, McGonagall and Snapo, they're all there with Hermo, Hazza and Ginny. Why do we only really ever get to see 3 or 4 teachers at this school? Well, because they keep spending all of their budget changing the name of the HBO Max app, don't they? What's it called now? I think it's called HBO Ball Gobbler now. That's catchy. Anyways, Dumbledore's like,
how the hell did this ginger-pubed wanker end up poisoned in the first place?
And then Sluggy, he's like,
well, I'm afraid that's my fault, Professor. I sort of gave him this.
Ah, shit. Is Dumbledore enraged that he was drinking with kids after hours alone in his office? Nah, mate, he just takes the bottle and gives it a smell. He says it smells delicious. If it weren't for all the poison, that is. And Sluggy, he goes,
Yes, it's a fine bottle. I got it as a gift. In fact, I intended to re-gift it myself. Re-gift to who, Slughorn, you creepy old bastard? Well, sir, to you.
So it's another assassination attempt. Exactly, mate. But get this, that crazy chick with the curly hair comes in and she tries to jerk Ronno off in his sleep. And Hermo is pissed. I really hate how much screen time this love triangle's getting. Me too, mate. Anyways, Ronno starts mumbling Hermo's bloody name in his sleep. And that crazy bitch is gutted. So she lets go of his cock and just runs out the room crying. Wait, so she was just gonna wank him off right in front of the teachers and students? Nah, mate. But it was heavily implied. Of course it was. Anyways, Hermo, she's bloody loving this, isn't she? So everyone just leaves her alone in the room with Ronno so that she can just stare at him in his sleep the same way that James Franco stared at all the female students in his acting academy. Gross. Anyways, after that, Hazza, he's stalking Malfoy again, but he disappears into the room of bloody requirement, so Hazza can't even follow him. Why doesn't he just blow open the wall like Umbridge did in the last film? Because J.K. Rowling forgot she bloody wrote that, didn't she? Makes sense. No, it doesn't. Anyways, Malfoy, he puts a bird into the cabinet. You know, the one he's been stroking harder than an Olympic rower. And then the bloody bird disappears, doesn't it? Well, that's hardly a surprise. We already know what those cabinets do. Yeah, I know, but when he opens it, the birds come back. But it's bloody dead. So he's trying to transport something alive into Hogwarts and it's failing. Exactly, mate. Anyways, we cut to the next day and the crazy bitch is staring at Ronno from across the hall and she's looking like she wants to skin his balls with a rusty razor blade. Ouch, so they've finally broken up. Yeah, mate, because he mumbled Hermo's name in his sleep, remember? How does she even know what he was dreaming about though? Could have been something completely innocent, right? No idea. Anyways, who cares? Because fuck, I'm glad that storyline is over. But get this, bloody Katie Bell walked in the bloody hall, doesn't she? So now Hazza, he can ask her if she remembers anything. Oh, you bloody know it, mate. But he doesn't get the chance, does he? Because Malfoy's staring at Katie Bell from across the hall harder than an 18-year-old's cock who's accidentally taken some Viagra because his dad hid it in his dresser drawer and hid it inside a Mentos wrapper. That was way too specific. Did that happen to you? No comment. Anyways, Malfoy, he bloody legs it, doesn't he? So Hazza, he fangs it faster than 88 miles per hour right after him. So he goes back to the future. What? No, mate, he just finds him crying in the bathroom. Oh, I thought you were referencing Back to the Future. I don't even know what that is. You just lost all of my respect. You never had mine. Whatever, so why is he crying? Well, because he hasn't been eating enough fibre, has he? So now he's got a turd bigger than Godzilla's dick wedged up his tiny asshole, and he's tearing up his little balloon knot trying to push it out. Gross. Yeah, but then Hazza busts in, and he's like, oh, Jesus Christ, Malfoy, what fucking stinks in here? Nothing. Shut up, Potter. I think one of the sewage pipes is leaking. That's bullshit. You're a smelly bastard and a liar. And I know you cursed Katie Bell. So what does Malfoy say? He just starts shooting white stuff out of the end of his wand right at Hazza's face. He's jerking off. What? Nah, he's just firing spells. Come on, keep up. Anyways, he backs Hazza right into a corner. So Hazza has to improvise, and he uses that spell, Sectum Sempra from the potions book, and it nails Malfoy right in the bloody chest. So he's like paralyzed or something. Nah, mate, he starts bleeding worse than that bloody elevator in The Shining. Jesus Christ. Yeah, and just when it looks like he's about to kick the bucket, Snape'o comes in and bloody heals him. Well, how does he know what curse Hazza just used? Ah, you're a perceptive little cunt, aren't you? Don't worry, we'll get to that. So anyways, we cut to Hazza, who's freaking out that he's hurt Malfoy so badly. I thought he hated Malfoy and thought that he was a Death Eater. Yeah, he does. Then why is he sad? Not really sure. I think maybe one of Malfoy's spells winged his left nutsack. And you and I both know that that's the most sensitive one. Oh, it sure is. Anyways, then Ginny says to him,
we have to get rid of that book. No one even uses them anymore. Everyone just uses ChatGPT.
She's got a point though, right? Yeah, she sure does. So she hides it in the room of requirement, doesn't she? And then get this. While they're in there, Hazza finds that cabinet that Malfoy's been stroking till it's chapped and bloody. Gross. So he finally figures out what Malfoy's up to and he tells Dumbledore. Nah, mate, he just watches a bird fly out of it and then him and Ginny start making out. What the? Yeah, I know. And she starts sucking on Hazza's face harder than one of those crawler things from the Alien franchises. So now I'm pretty sure that he's got like Ginny's eggs in his belly or something. Ouch. Anyways, we cut to the next day and Ronno is like, did you and Ginny do it then? What? No, I didn't touch her anus, Ron. I swear. Then Ronno's like, I'm talking about the book, you bloody nonce. Wait, what was that about my sister's anus? But right before Hazza can make up an excuse, old mate Sluggy walks around the corner and he sees Hazza and shits his bloody pants. And then Ronno's like, still no luck with Slughorn then? Luck? That's it, Ron, you ginger-pubed twat. I just need some luck. So he's going to use the Felix Felicis finally. Yeah, you bloody know it, mate. Why didn't he just do that ages ago? No idea. That would have been the first thing I did. Also, if Slughorn made the potion, surely he could have made a counter potion to stop its effects from ever working on him. Yeah, that's true, but shut up, because it only bloody works, doesn't it? Of course it does. And Hazza, he looks like he's just drank a sample of Keith Richards' urine because he's higher than a motherfucker. So this was like liquid blood or hardcore narcotics? I think it was both, maybe. Anyways, Hazza's luck tells him to go down to bloody Hagrid's hut, doesn't it? Why? No idea. They never explain how it works, so just go with it. Anyways, he bumps into Slughorny on the way, doesn't he? And he's trying to steal some weed from the herbology shed. Nice. Slughorn's a stoner. Maybe I like him a little bit more now. Yeah, but he's also probably a pedo, so fuck him. Anyways, Hazza tells him that he can't stay and chat because he's off to Hagrid's. And Slughorny, he's like,
"You can't go to bloody Hagrid's, you muppet. It's after hours. You need a teacher to escort you."
And then Hazza's like, "Well then, you better come with me, you old bastard. I like this geared up Hazza. He's fun." Yeah, I know. Anyways, they get to Hagrid's, and he's got Aragog's dead body sitting in his front yard for some reason. Why? Because he's dead, and I think Hagrid wants to give him like a spider funeral or something? I see. Seems a bit random, but go on. Well, then old mate Sluggy's like,
"Hagrid, the last thing I wish to be is indecent, but I've never seen a spider's ball sack before. Do you mind if I take a peek?" "Yeah, knock yourself out, Professor. The left knot is the best one. Trust me."
Gross. Anyway, Slughorn offers to say a few words at the funeral, and Hagrid, he's so touched that anyone would care about that weird spider thing that he was friends with that he offers to have Sluggy and Hazza around for a few frothies. So Hazza is alone in the shack with both Hagrid and Slughorn, who are both intoxicated. Yeah, I know, mate. Pedo alert. Anyways, Hagrid and Slughorn get so smashed that they start asking Hazza to drive him to the Macca's drive-thru, but he keeps telling them that he's underage. I mean, he can drink alcohol, why can't he drive yet? Good point. Anyways, Hagrid gets way too sloshed, so he passes out on the kitchen table. And then Hazza, he's still geared up from the liquid luck, so he starts talking to Slughorny about his dead mother. Why the hell does he do that? Well, because Lily was one of his favourite students, wasn't she? Since when? Well, since that one time he mentioned it all the way back at the start of the movie, of course. Oh, yeah. Anyways, Hazza makes Sluggy cry, doesn't he? Because he tells Slughorn about his mother sacrificing herself to save him. And now that he's the chosen one, he's the only one who can beat old mate leukemia. Well, what does Slughorn say? Well, he finally gives Hazza the bloody memory, doesn't he? But he asks Hazza not to judge him or think differently of him after seeing it. And then Hazza's like, "Don't worry, sir. My opinion of you couldn't get any lower, trust me." Got him. So then Hazza takes the memory straight to Dumbo in his office, and the two of them bloody crack into it, don't they? Nice one. What do we see? Well, we see the same scene play out, don't we? The one where Tom stays back after class to ask him something. That seems a little bit lazy, reusing the exact same footage. Oh yeah, big time. But get this, the memory has a different ending this time. So this memory is like a director's cut. Exactly. And this time, Tom is like,
"Sir, I was wondering if you could tell me about Horcruxes." "I beg your pardon, Tom. How dare you? My wife is not a
No, sir. I said Horcruxes.
Oh, right. Well, why the hell do you want to know about that stuff, Tom, you little psycho?
What's a Horcrux? Well, that's the thing, right? Apparently, it's a way someone can split their soul in half and avoid dying. Okay, interesting. How does that work? Well, apparently, in order to split your soul, you have to kill someone to make it work. This stopped pretending it was a kid's series a long time ago, didn't it? Yeah, mate, but get this. Tom asks if it's possible to split one's soul 7 bloody times. And then Slughorny, he's like,
"Jesus Christ, Tom, that's mental. This is all purely for academic purposes, isn't it?"
"Of course, sir. Purely academic." How isn't this kid on a FBI watch list or something? Because they don't have jurisdiction in the UK, you wanker. That's MI4. And they're pretty shit, to be honest with you. I mean, just look at what they've done to the James Bond franchise. Pretty sure those are just movies, mate. Anyways, Tom reassures him that he's not going to do anything, but you can totally see in his eyes that he wants to murder some cunts. Then we cut back to Hazza, and he pulls his head out of Dumbledore's wet magic hole. Gross. And then Dumbledore's like,
"This is beyond anything I ever imagined."
"Do you mean he succeeded, sir, in making Horcruxes, you know, to try and cure his leukemia?"
"Yes. And I'd say not just once."
So then he shows him a ring and that diary from the second film. He said he knew that this was very dark magic even back then. So he's been tracking them down. Yeah, exactly, mate. Apparently that's how he fucked up his hand, trying to destroy the ring. But I thought he said this was beyond anything he's ever imagined. Yeah, but he's a lying old bastard, remember? Oh yeah, that's true. Anyways, then Hazza touches Dumbledore's tight little ring, and then he gets flashes of bloody Voldemort. Gross. Then Dumbledore is like,
"Magic, especially dark magic, leaves traces.
So don't touch my stuff again, you little shit.
And then Hazard's like, so this is where you've been going when you leave school, isn't it?
Yes, and this time I want you to come with me. It's going to be dangerous, and I might need to use you as a human shield.
Sounds like something Dumbledore would do. I know, right? Anyways, Dumbo goes,
once again, I must ask too much of you, Harry. You little wanker.
And then we cut to Snape'o and Dumbledore, and he's like,
have you ever considered you ask too much, that you take too much for granted? Has it ever crossed your senile old mind that I don't want to do this anymore?
Do what anymore? Well, that's another bloody J.J. Abrams mystery, isn't it? But I reckon he's just been asking Snape'o to clean his underwear, you know, because he's an old man and he probably just shits himself a lot. I'd probably just hire a nurse or a cleaner, but Dumbo reckons it's way funnier just to get Snape'o to do it instead. Anyways, then Hazard rocks up and Snape'o, he stares at Hazard like he just used a blue shell on him in Mario Kart right when he was about to cross the bloody finish line. Fuck, I hate when that happens. Yeah, you're telling me, mate. Blue shells should be bloody illegal. Anyways, Dumbo starts telling Hazard that he needs to shave, even though he has no hair on his face at all. And then he starts reminiscing, telling him about how much he's grown since that first little boy that he met who lived in a cupboard. So Dumbledore's gonna die. What makes you say that? Well, normally when two characters have like an intimate moment right before they go on a dangerous mission, that means one of them's probably gonna die. And Hazard's name, that's on the poster, so he's pretty safe, right? Fuck. Well, I'm not bloody telling you. You'll just have to wait and see. Okay, go on. I know I'm right. Anyways, Dumbo says to Hazard,
before we go, I need you to promise me something.
What's that, sir?
You must obey my every word, no matter what. If I ask you to run, you run. If I ask you to hide, you hide. If I ask you to delete my browser history, you do so, and you don't pay any attention to all of the large penises you see on my laptop. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand, but why are there so many penises on your laptop?
Because I'm gay, Harry. Duh.
Oh, right. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Anyways, Hazard and Dumbo apparate to a small rock in the middle of the ocean, and they stare towards a big cave on the cliffside. So they're going into that cave? Yeah, you got that right, mate. Why didn't he just apparate in there? Now they have to bloody swim across. Yeah, true. What a bloody pelican. Anyways, they get inside the cave, but the entrance has been sealed by a big rock door, and Dumbledore has to cut open his hand to make the blood sacrifice necessary to open it. How does he know that that's what he needs to do? What if it didn't work? He'd have a bloody fucked up hand. Yeah, that's true. He just sort of just Da Vinci codes it. You know, he just stares at the wall and then somehow knows what to do. And then he tells Hazard that his blood is way too precious, so he couldn't afford to waste it, which is a really weird compliment if you ask me. Yeah, that's a bit off, isn't it? Anyways, they get through the door and there's a giant lake inside the cave and a small island at the heart of it. Then Dumbo uses a magic hand gesture to summon a chain from the water, and he makes Hazard pull on it till a small boat comes out from the bottom of the lake. Surely he could have used that same hand gesture to summon the boat. Why would he make Hazard do all that unnecessary physical labour? Well, turns out he reckons Hazard's way too scrawny and that no chick's ever going to want to make out with him unless he stacks on a few kilos of muscle. So then he hands Hazard a protein shake and the two of them get in the boat and take it across to the centre of the cave. Oh, okay, this is getting exciting. Is there like a big dragon or a troll or something? No, mate, there's just like a bowl of water with a necklace in it. What? Yeah, and apparently Dumbledore needs to drink the water to drain the bowl so that they can get the necklace from the bottom of it. Why? Well, because the script told him he had to do that, didn't it? Personally, I would have just used like a fire spell to evaporate the water, or maybe just like freeze it and then smash it on the ground and then just take the necklace that way. Yeah, that seems like a terrible plan. Oh, you know it, mate, because the water, it's been laced with some super strong LSD, and Dumbo starts having this massively bad trip. So does Hazard give him a Powerade and a banana? Nah, mate, because remember, he promised Dumbo he'd do whatever he asked him to do. So he has to drink the whole lot of it, even when Dumbo's asking him to stop. Why? Because the script said so. Duh. Anyways, Dumbo manages to smash the whole fucking bowl by himself, which is a hero effort if you ask me. But get this. The drugs have left him thirsty. But he just drank all that water. Yeah, I know, mate, it makes no sense. Anyways, Hazard tries to get him to drink some more water, but when he goes back there, there's none in the bloody bowl. So he tries to use that Aguamenta spell to fill it back up again, but the bowl won't let him do it. Weird. So what does he do? Well, then he goes down to the water that surrounds the island, and he tries to take some of that. That's fucking seawater. Is he trying to kill Dumbledore? Yeah, it's a fucking pelican move, I'll tell you that much. I'd have just said like Accio Powerade. Stop saying Powerade, would ya? They don't need bloody free endorsements from us. Anyways, he doesn't get a chance, does he? Because when Hazard dips his hand into the water to fill the bowl, a bloody zombie hand reaches out and tries to fucking pull him in. Oh, freaky. I know, right? Then the water around them starts pulsating and bloody Eshays start crawling out of the water. And now they're fucking surrounded. And all the Eshays, they're like,
oh, give us a smoke, you dog. Buy us a Macca's milkshake.
Don't make me stab
you. Your dick for a second.
My sister thinks you're hot. Fuck, that sounds just like Dandenong train station. I know, right? Anyways, they bloody pull Hazard into the water. And just when it looks like he's about to kick the bucket, fucking flames start shooting through the water, killing all the Eshays. Shit. What's happening? Well, it's old mate bloody Dumbo, isn't it? He's whipped up a massive fire circle and he's killing all the bloody Eshays, which is super irresponsible because it's bushfire season and even one spark could set half the country on fire. What a cunt. Anyways, then Hazza, he has to carry Dumbo back to the boat because he's still coming down from those drugs and he's weak from making all those crazy ass flames. And then get this. We cut to bloody Malfoy, don't we? Damn, so Malfoy's finally going to make his move. You bloody know it, mate. So he sneaks out of his bed, and just as he does, we cut to Borgin and bloody Burks, and a bunch of the seedy-looking cunts are walking into the store. And get this, one of them starts stroking that cabinet hard and fast. Gross. Then Malfoy pulls a bloody blanket off the cabinet in the room of requirement, and you won't believe this, bloody Bellatrix and a bunch of dick-eaters walk out of it. Oh, shit. I mean, I saw this coming a mile off, but oh, shit. So Hazza and Dumbo, they arrive back at Hoggies in the astronomy tower, and Dumbo's like,
"Get me Severus."
"But sir, no, he's a cunt."
"I know, but you said you'd do whatever I ask, so go get him now."
"But he doesn't get a bloody chance, does he?" "Why not?" "Well, because someone's coming up the bloody stairs towards them." And Dumbo, he tells Hazza to go and hide. So Hazza stays and fights by his side, right? No, mate, he just hides like a little bitch. And then you'll never guess who emerges at the top of the tower. Malfoy? Yeah, I guess that was pretty obvious. And then he pulls out his bloody wand and he points it straight at Dumbo. Shit. So Malfoy is going to kill Dumbledore, healthcare CEO style. You bloody know it, mate, but the problem is, he's a chicken shit. And Dumbo, he goes,
"Draco, you're not fooling anyone. You pretend to be hard, but we all know you're just a whiny little bitch. So drop the act and just let me help you."
But then Malfoy, he's like, "No, you don't understand. I have to kill you, or he's going to kill me." I mean, I get that he's scared, but surely he could have spent less effort running away and getting his family to safety than coming up with this harebrained scheme. Yeah, true, but Malfoy's brain is almost as cooked as Ronno's. So Dumbo goes,
"I know that was you trying to poison me, you little shit. And you gave me that cursed necklace. But how did you get people into the castle past my security?"
"Well, I just turned off the CCTV cameras, and then I used that conveniently placed transporting cabinet that was in the room of requirement."
"Really? Well, that was really obvious. I should have seen that coming."
Anyways, then Draco, he totally bitches out from killing Dumbo, doesn't he? And then Bellatrix and the bloody weird werewolf guy and the Dick Eaters rock up, and they're stoked because Dumbledore is weak and he's bloody outnumbered. Shit. So then Hazza jumps out and helps him fight, right? No, mate, he just keeps hiding beneath the floorboards like he's fucking Anne Frank or something. Idiots. Then get this. The bloody Dick Eaters won't kill Dumbo either, will they? Old mate Voldemort Leukemia says that it has to be Draco who does it. That's a weird order. Why would he risk the fate of his greatest enemy to a fucking child? Yeah, but like I said, leukemia's kind of destroyed most of his brain now because it's progressed to stage 4. Anyways, Snape'o rocks up next and he tells Hazza he's got to be quiet and stay hidden. Damn, so Snape'o's going to save the day. I knew he wasn't a bad guy. No, mate, he just walks upstairs and then guns down Dumbledore like a rapper in a turf war, and then Dumbledore falls out the bloody tower window. Told ya. Knew he was going to die. I know, right? Anyways, then Bellatrix makes that massive necrophiliac skull symbol in the sky and then starts wrecking the joint. She's smashing windows, she stuffs toilet paper in the dunnies and then flushes them, you know, so they overflow. And then she graffitis a massive cock with veins on it on the front door. Kind of sounds like the last day of year 12 at our school. Yeah, I know, right? Except no one died. At least I think they didn't. Anyways, Snape'o and the Dick Eaters, they leave the castle in secret, and then Bellatrix lights Hagrid's bloody hut on fire and starts laughing like one of those homeless people that you see on Swanston Street. Shit, is Hagrid inside? Nah, mate, but get this. Hazza rocks up, and he starts shooting white stuff out the end of his wand right at Snape'o. Gross. And then he's like, "Snape, he trusted you, you cunt." And then he starts spraying Snape'o with white stuff like it's a fucking bukkake session. But Snape'o, he won't bloody fight back, will he? Really? Why not? Well, you'll bloody see, mate. That's a J.J. Abrams mystery for the next bloody movie. For fuck's sake. And then Bellatrix blasts Hazza right in the chest. And Snape'o's like,
"No, you dirty slag. He belongs to the Dark Lord. Now go. I shall deal with Potter Poopy Pants."
Then Hazza, he tries a bloody sneak attack on Snape'o, doesn't he? He uses that spell from the book, Rectum Sempra. But Snape'o, he blocks it easier than Danny D blocks a chick's anus with his huge fucking cock. You gotta stop with these Danny D jokes, man. Not gonna happen, mate. And then Snape'o goes,
"You dare use my own spells against me, Potter? Yes, that's right. I am the half-blood simp."
Oh shit, that makes a lot of sense actually, because Snape'o, he's really good at potions and he's a massive simp. Yeah, exactly. But honestly, in the movie it's kind of a shit reveal. In the book, it's sort of the core mystery of the whole story, you know, to find out who the Half-Blood Prince is. But in the movie, Harry just kind of makes a few potions and then the Half-Blood simp has nothing to do with the plot at all. Yeah, that's true. That is pretty lazy actually. Yeah, it's super lazy. And then Hazza, he passes out, you know, because he's weak like that. And then we cut to him and Hagrid walking back up to Hoggies, where everyone is gathered around Dumbo's dead body. Wait, so all the kids are just staring at the corpse of their headmaster and none of the teachers are trying to get them inside or get them to look away? No, mate, they make them bloody watch. And McGonagall, she's like,
"This is what will happen to you all if you don't do your homework, you little shit."
that's cold as ice. I know, right? And then Hazza, he just kind of like starts stroking Dumbledore's corpse in front of everyone, which is really weird if you ask me. I mean, he did just lose his friend. Actually, wait, they barely ever spoke and he left him with the Dursleys for 10 years. Yeah, I know, he was a massive cunt. So Ginny, she realises he's making a total fool out of himself, so she goes and pulls him away. But he just starts crying into her chest, which I think was just like a low-key move to feel her tits. Gross. Anyways, Hazza pockets the necklace him and Dumbo stole earlier, and then all the kids light up their wands and hold them in the air. You know, like they're at a Bring Me the Horizon concert or something. Oh, I love that band. Yeah, me too, they're sick. Anyways, the next day we cut to Hoggies, and it's a bloody ghost town. All the students have gone home, you know, because the headmaster was gunned down in cold blood. So Hazza, he's left to wander the halls alone. And then he wanders into Dumbledore's office, and McGonagall's there, and she's like,
"Potter, it's a bit weird that you're lurking about in a dead man's office. But I must tell you this, Dumbledore, he was very fond of you."
Oh, that's cute. I like McGonagall. Yeah, but like you said earlier, he barely even knew Dumbledore, and he ditched him at the Dursleys for like 10 years. So McGonagall's just full of shit. That lying old bitch. I know, right? Anyways, then Hazza and Hermo, they're having another weirdly intimate moment at the top of the observatory. And Ronno, he's watching them thinking,
"Shit, I fucked it up with that crazy chick, and now Hazza's moving in on Hermo. I missed my bloody opportunity. Fuck, I'm a loser."
Is he really thinking that? Well, no, but it's heavily implied. Of course it is. Anyways, Hazza, he says he wants to kill Snape'o for what he bloody did to Dumbledore. So then Hazza shows Hermo the locket on that weird necklace thing they took. Apparently the thing's a bloody fake. Wait, so does that mean that Dumbledore died for nothing? Yeah, it seems that way. And get this, there was a note inside. So Hermo reads it out.
"Dear Voldemort, I will be long dead when you read this, but I want you to know it was me. I hated working for you. The pay was terrible, and you didn't even give me private health insurance, so go suck a fat one. R.A.B.
Who's R.A.B.? Well, that's the thing. We don't find out till the last bloody movie. Well, the only character we know of with those initials is RegulusBlacked.com, but we've only really seen him referenced once in like Slughorn's photos. Couldn't be him though, right? They wouldn't hinge the core mystery of the last two movies on a character we've barely even heard from. No, they wouldn't do that. Mate, it's 9 a.m. So I watched a really weird movie last night. Really? Which one? Hazza Potto and the Big Dick Swallows. That doesn't sound right at all. Yeah, it was really gross. Hermione, she had like purple hair, and there were a bunch of tentacles trying to Wingardium Leviosa up her golden snatch. Are you sure you didn't download the wrong movie again? Yeah, I think I did. Oh, I don't even want to know what you Googled to find that movie. Yeah, my browser history is an absolute wasteland. Anyways, I did watch the actual movie too. Tell me about that one, and let's forget that this ever happened. Deal. So the movie starts with a close-up on somebody's eyes. Whose eyes are they? Will you shut up? I'm getting to that, you bloody pelican. Calm down, mate. So then we pan out, and it's none other than Rufus Scrimgeour. Am I supposed to know who that is? Well, he's the new tough and no-nonsense Minister for Magic, isn't he? But his name's Rufus. No one's going to be intimidated by that. Yeah, you're not wrong. He dies really quickly too, and I mean like so quickly that I don't even know why they have him in this movie at all. So we're already off to a fantastic start. What happens next? Well, he's gathered the press inside the Ministry of Sound, and he's talking about how he's not going to give in to those pesky Dick Eaters anymore. Death Eaters. Yeah, that's the one. Also, isn't this the second Harry Potter movie in a row to start with a press conference? They really need to find a more exciting way to start the bloody story. This is literally the exact same place as the last one, so the writers, they're just really taking the piss at this point. Okay, well then let's get past this scene already before I blow my brains out. Okay, psycho. Anyways, his whole speech is about how the Ministry remains strong, even though they fucked up big time for not agreeing with old mate Dumbo that leukemia and these Dick Eaters are finally back. Yeah, that was a rookie mistake. Also, everyone in the crowd is kind of laughing at him for his silly name. That's fair enough. So next we get a little montage to get us up to speed with where our main characters are after the events of the last film. 1 minute in and we're already getting a montage. That's a bold strategy. It sure is. So Hermione, she's reading newspapers about how the Dark Mark is being shown known all around town. And she's concerned because ever since David Yates took over directing this franchise, a shocking amount of exposition is told through newspaper clippings. Yeah, that's so true. Why does that guy like newspapers so much? I don't know, maybe Rupert Murdoch financed this film or something. Yeah, you could be right. Anyways, then she goes into the lounge room where she wipes her parents' memories like they're just a bunch of blank CDs from the early 2000s that I used to store all my LimeWire porn on. Gross. Also, why the hell is she wiping her parents' memories? I mean, in the books, it's to try and protect her parents in case they're captured and tortured by the Dick Eaters, but in the film, she just kind of does it for no reason, which makes her look like a full-on psycho if you ask me. Yeah, it sure does. Anyways, then we cut to Hazza, and he's standing in his old room in Privet Drive, watching the Dursleys pack up their shit and leave. Sounds like he's finally tired of putting up with their shit. It's super unclear. See, in the books, he's actually trying to protect them, even though they're massive sweaty c***s. And in the movie? Well, in the movie, we're given no context at all, and it kind of just looks like he's threatened them to leave, which also makes Hazza look like a full-blown psycho as well. Yeah, true. I guess they did kind of psychologically torture him for about 17 years, though. I guess so. And what about Ron? I bet he's up to something interesting too. Nah, mate, he's just standing in a field looking at some wheat. He's a useless character, isn't he? He sure is, mate. And then, like we've actually seen a really exciting cold open, we get the title screen. Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. Part 1. Hang on, part 1? Yeah, they split this movie into 2 parts. Not really for thematic or story reasons, just to make sure that the Warner Brothers executives could afford coke and meth for their spoiled kids' 18th birthday parties. Yeah, that makes sense. I always forget about the money. Oh, but don't you worry, this movie is way better than Twilight Breaking Dawn Part 1 and Mockingjay Part 1, because those movies suck sweaty balls. Well, that's a relief. But if I'm being honest, a lot of this movie is pretty boring. So anyways, next up we see one of the Dick Eaters apparating. He's flying as a black cloud across some treetops where he finally arrives and materializes out the front of Malfoy Bloody Manor. Why is it that when Death Eaters apparate, they turn into weird black cloud things? No clue, mate. Isn't apparating supposed to be like instantaneous? Looks like it'd be way faster just to walk sometimes. Yeah, you're not wrong. It was some sort of weird stylistic choice by the director of the Goblet of Fire, so now the other directors kind of just have to roll with it like it's canon. Kind of like how J.J. Abrams had to try and salvage the rise of Skywalker after Rian Johnson shat all over his plans and Colin Trevorrow backed out so he could make a couple of terrible Jurassic World films. Yeah, exactly, mate. Anyways, it turns out this Dick Eater, well, it's only bloody Severus Simp, isn't it? Oh, shit. What's he doing there? Well, it turns out that this is the new headquarters of the Dick Eaters, isn't it? And Voldemort, he's like,
"Greetings, everyone. I know a lot of organizations like to use Microsoft Teams to do their meetings. Let's just say I know I'm evil, but I'm not that evil to subject you all to that."
Well, that's nice of him. I know, right? Then he's like,
"Now, first order of business. If you have lost your Death Eater's lanyards, you can apply for a new one with Tanya down at reception. We only have limited parking spaces here at Malfoy Manor, and if you don't have a lanyard, then you don't get a parking spot."
"Oh, no fair."
"Oh, shut up, Yaxley. You don't even have a car. Don't think we all haven't seen you riding one of those lime scooters to work every day, you loser."
"I lost my license."
"Yes, well, you drive like you live in downtown Bangladesh, so I'm not surprised."
That's a bit racist. Yeah, that's true, but he's a wizard Nazi, so I guess it's kind of on brand for him. Good point. Oh yeah, and get this. He's got some woman bound and gagged floating above the table while they talk. Oh, okay, so this is like a Jeffrey Epstein style meeting. Yeah, it looks that way, mate, because then he asks Lucius Malfoy if he can stroke his hard wand, doesn't he? Really? Then he just bloody snaps it in half. Oh, Jesus Christ, that would really hurt. Nah, his wand, mate, not his cock. Oh, right. See, it turns out that he's got them all there to figure out what the Order of the Three Dicks plans to do with Potter. Apparently he's being hidden somewhere and they plan to move him to a secret location soon so Voldemort can't bloody find him. Why didn't they just check the Dursleys' house where he always is? Yeah, good point. I think because of DEI hiring policies, Voldemort had to hire a few people who were pretty far on the end of the spectrum. Ah, I see. Anyways, the Dick Eaters are spewing that Snape'o is late to the meeting, right? And they're all trying to gobble old Voldy's balls by telling him they know the real plan to move Potter. But Snape'o, he's like,
"Piss off, all of you. I know where Potter is going to be moved. I have done my own research."
Which, as you know, is something people say when they've done no research at all. Yeah, that's true. Anyways, then Voldemort kills the woman above the table and he feeds her to his pet snake. Holy shit. That meeting took a really sharp right turn, didn't it? Yeah, I know, right? But apparently her name is Charity Burbage. And besides from having a clearly made up name, she used to teach Muggle studies at Hoggies. And Tom Riddle, he was given an F in that class when he was a kid, so he's decided to bloody kill kill her. That's a bit harsh. She wouldn't have even been the same teacher that gave him that bloody grade. Yeah, true, but remember how Voldemort has leukemia? So it's slowly eating away at his brain and his cognitive functions. Ah, yeah, I forgot about that. Anyways, we cut to Hazza, who's still having a whinge and reminiscing about Dumbledore's death. Not sure you meant to use the word reminisce there, mate. I think you mean remember. Shut up. Anyways, what's even weirder is that he's still standing by his window at Privet Drive. Except now it's nighttime. Why is that weird? Well, apparently Hazza just goes full NPC when he's not on camera, so he just stood there for like 12 hours without moving. You're right. That is weird. Yeah, anyways, get this. He's packing his bloody bags too, isn't he? And he's looking at a jagged piece of glass, like he's about to raise the statistics of knife crime in the UK a few percentages higher than they already are. That's a pretty dark joke, mate. Also, what's with the glass? Well, in the books, it's supposed to be a shard of SiriusBlack.com's two-way magic mirror, which was a present from Sirius and a painful reminder to Harry what he bloody lost. I see. And in the movie? Well, in the movie, he's just holding a random piece of glass that they totally forgot to set up in the last film, even though it plays a major part in the climax later on. So the writers just went out for coffee that day thinking, hey, we'll just solve this problem later. Exactly, mate. Also, why the hell did they risk their lives to talk to Sirius in Umbridge's fireplace if they could have just used that? Because Hazza once had sex with a back alley prostitute without a condom, and now he has syphilis eating away at his brainstem. Gross. Anyways, then Hazza starts looking at the mysterious note with the initials RAB that he found in the fake Horcrux. Oh, you mean the initials that clearly spell Regulus Arcturus Black, who is literally the only Harry Potter character we know with those initials. Spoilers, mate. But you're right, it's totally him. Anyways, Hazza starts walking around the empty house, thinking about how much he's changed since the first film, and how only one of his testicles seems to have descended. Really? Which one? I think it's the right one. Anyways, he goes to the cupboard under the stairs where the Dursleys used to lock him up, and he fondly starts remembering all the times that he cranked off in there. Gross. Also, you could have actually used the word reminisce there instead of remember. Will you shut up, you bloody grammar Nazi? I never really got that term. Why grammar Nazi? Were the Nazis like really strict about language or something? Yeah, they were like,
let me see your papers. 9. This is supposed to be a semicolon. Off to the gas chambers.
That was a terrible German accent. Yeah, I got a little bit French there, I think. Anyways, Hazza, he's just about to whip out his cock and rub one out for old time's sake when he hears a bloody knock at the door, doesn't he? And you'll never guess who's bloody there. Rolf Harris? Americans aren't going to get that reference, mate. Sure they will. Everyone remembers that song. Tie me kangaroo down, sport. The only kangaroos he was tying down was little kids' cocks. That doesn't even make sense. I'm just saying he was a dirty old bastard and I'm glad he's dead. Anyways, fuck you, it's not Rolf Harris. So get this. As soon as he opens the door, Hermo launches on him and gives him a big old bloody hug. What's with Hermione just standing behind closed doors waiting to launch on Hazza? True, it's becoming a bit of a weird trope at this stage. Anyway, she's not alone, is she? She's only there with the entirety of the Order of the Three Dicks. Oh, interesting. What are they doing there? Well, remember how the Dick Eaters were trying to figure out what the plan was to move Hazza? You mean the meeting that could have literally just been an email saying, let's get that specky twat at Privet Drive, because that's where he always is. Yeah, exactly. Anyways, bloody everyone is there, aren't they? Mad Eye Moody, Lupin, Tonks, Rono, Freddo, Giorgio, and some bloody other bloke called Mundungus who looks dodgy and he'll surely betray them later on in the film. But then get this. General Hux comes in, doesn't he? He's only bloody Rono's older brother we haven't met yet. Why are they introducing him now? Is he important to the plot? Nah, not at all. But he makes the whole scene super awkward when he reveals that he's banging Fleur Delacour. Who's that? Remember that hot chick from Boobyton in the 4th movie? Ah, yeah, you mean that incredibly underage French chick? Nah, mate, she was played by a 22-year-old actress, so it's all totally fine, trust me. I don't know, mate, I'm still sus on you for making that comment. Anyways, no one believes that the ginger-pubed twat from the worst Star Wars film in the worst Star Wars trilogy has somehow managed to bang the hottest chick from Boobyton, so everyone just starts laughing at him, don't they? I'm so confused why this is even happening right now. Anyways, he gets so sick of everyone making fun of him that he just kind of fades into the background. And then Mad Eye Moody chimes in with his big plan to help Hazza evade capture from Voldemort and his sweaty Dick Eaters. Mad Eye is supposed to be one of the best auras to have ever lived. I bet you he's come up with an amazing and intricate plan. Yeah, you might want to lower those expectations, mate. All right, what's his plan then? Well, he just makes everyone take Polyjuice Potion to make them look like Hazza. Okay. Why? Well, so get this. Hazza, he's still got the trace on him. The trace? Well, all underage wizards have it, don't they? You see, the Ministry and Jeffrey Epstein put a spell on all underage wizards so that they would know where they are at all times. And then if they misbehave, Epstein can take them to this magical island for punishment where they'll meet various presidents from the United States of America. There's no way Jeffrey Epstein worked for the Ministry of Magic. Well, no, he didn't, but it's heavily implied that he did. Anyways, they all take Polyjuice Potion and turn into Hazza, don't they? Wouldn't this plan just put more people in danger though? Surely it would be easier just to protect and hide one person. Well, that's exactly what bloody Hazza says. Okay, I'm thinking there has to be more to this plan. Mad Eye is not that stupid, right? I got it. So they're all gonna go in different directions to confuse the Death Eaters so that they can't figure out where they're taking him. No, mate, they're going to the same place. Duh. Then what's the point in making them all look like Bazza? Yeah, no idea. I'm pretty sure Mad Eye was up all night drinking and he came up with this plan on the car ride here. So anyways, they all get on their brooms and they line up like they're about to start a bloody Mario Kart race or something. Brooms? So they're just gonna fly out in the open. Why can't they do something more covert like apparating or taking the flu network or a bloody port key? Yeah, it's never explained, mate. This plan is absolutely shithouse. It sure is. Well, at least Hazza has that sick firebolt broom, right, that Sirius got him? So he'll be able to escape pretty easily if they do get into trouble? Nah, mate, because Mad Eye Moody's put him in a flimsy sidecar on Hagrid's flying motorbike, hasn't he? Let me get this straight. Rather than giving one of the world's best Quidditch seekers and most experienced flyers in the whole world his signature broom, which, by the way, is one of the fastest brooms you can buy, Mad Eye's plan is to stick him in a sidecar of a much slower flying motorbike flown by one of the most irresponsible teachers at Hogwarts, who was expelled for reckless misuse of magic and harbouring illegal goods, who is also half giant and would be a much easier target to hit than a tiny boy on a much faster flying broom. Yeah, that's right. Mad Eye Moody made this plan with ChatGPT, didn't he? Oh, you bloody know it, mate, because as soon as they take off, the dick eaters start shooting more green jizz up their asses than Bonnie Blue sees on a Tuesday night. Gross. But they get away, right? Because Hazza has plot armor and he can't die. Yeah, you're right, he can't. So he totally gets away. But not before bloody Hedwig takes some thick green jizz to the face and bloody dies. Not Hedwig. I know, right? The whole plan is a complete shit show. Hedwig dies, Hazza loses his firebolt out of the side of Hagrid's shitty flying motorbike, and half of the people are lost and presumed dead. So Mad Eye Moody, he was working for the Death Eaters, yeah? Because this plan feels like it was custom made to give the Order of the Phoenix the biggest disadvantage possible. Nah, mate, but remember Mundungus? Who? You know, the dodgy looking bloke we've never heard of before and he looked like he was totally going to betray them? Oh yeah. Who even invited him? No idea. Anyways, he's betrayed him and he legged it as soon as Voldemort rocked up. So now Mad Eye's bloody dead too. That plan went worse than Joe Biden's withdrawal from Afghanistan. I thought you said we don't do politics on this channel. Oh yeah, sorry. Anyways, it sure did. And get this, when old mate Voldy rocks up, he starts flying after Hazza like he's James Gunn's Superman who's jacked up on bloody cocaine. Okay, since when can he fly? Since now, mate. And get this, when he tries to fire some green jizz all over Hazza's face... Oh, will you stop with the green jizz, mate? His bloody wand explodes and then he gets tangled in some low-hanging power lines and then he gets bloody electrocuted. Wait, what? Yeah, I know, mate, it makes no sense and it all happens so fast. The movie just kind of expects you to totally roll with it. I'm still trying to figure out how Voldemort can fly now. Shut up, we're way past that, mate. Anyways, after this absolute shit show of a plan, Hazza and Hagrid crash land right outside the burrow, where they plan to meet all the others. This plan just got even worse. Mad Eye's big plan was to take them to the burrow, a place Harry Potter is known to visit regularly, a place the Death Eaters know the location of, and literally attacked in the last film. Yeah, that's right, for fuck's sake. Okay, let's just move past this because I'm getting way too upset and the doctor says I have high blood pressure. Fair enough. Anyways, when they get there, Ginny and Molly Weasley run out and start asking where everyone is. And Hazza, he starts shitting himself because he knew this was a terrible plan and now all his friends might be dead. And Molly Weasley, she used to execute people for the state. And so he might be next. I mean, he probably should have put up more of a fight to change that plan though. Then he wouldn't have even been in this mess. I thought you weren't going to talk about the plan anymore. No, you're right. Let's move on. Anyways, Lupin rocks up and he's carrying George Weasley. And he looks rough. And let me tell you, his face has more blood on it than a 4-day-old tampon. Gross. What happened to him? Somebody cut his bloody ear off, didn't they? Ouch. Sounds like the Death Eaters have been watching Reservoir Dogs. Yeah, maybe. So then Lupin, he starts freaking out, doesn't he? And he slams Hazza up against the wall like he's in a Rocco Siffredi porno or something. And he's like,
"What creature sat in the corner the first time Harry Potter visited my office in Hogwarts?"
What are you on about, Lupin? Are you smoking gillyweed again?
Tell me, you specky twat!
What the hell's Lupin's problem? Well, he's figured out that they've been betrayed, so he wants Hazard to prove that he's actually who he says he is. Well, why does he only check Hazard's identity then? That seems like a bit of an oversight. He's definitely been puffing on the gilliwig to try and calm his anxiety like he's bloody Pedro Pascal or something. Anyways, then Kingsley Shacklebolt, Hermo and Freddo rock up. So Lupin, he starts grilling Kingsley too.
What were the last words that Albus Dumbledore said to both of us?
He said that Harry is a little but he's also our only hope.
So Lupin is suspicious of Hazard and the only black guy. Seems a little bit racist. Oh, it's massively racist. But Lupin, he realises he's in the wrong. So he tries to smooth things over by giving Kingsley one of those ghetto-style handshakes, and he totally fucks it up. He's just making it even worse. Yeah, you better believe it. Anyways, Billo and Fleuro, they arrive on a bloody Thestral. Not really sure why they thought that would be faster than a broom. And then Bill's like, sorry we're late. We stopped to have sex. Fleur, she can't get enough of me, can she? Why is he still trying to prove that to everyone? Yeah, mate, it's super sad at this point. You can tell that Fleur's really regretting her decision to be with him as well. She kind of has that same look in her eye that a middle-class housewife has when they wake up after 10 years of having kids and they realise that they don't like the guy that they're married to and that they actually peaked in high school. That is so specific. Anyways, now everyone is gathered around George, who's passed out on the casting couch. Why is he passed out? He just lost an ear. Yeah, he's been a little bitch about it for sure. And what's even weirder is everyone is super devastated about his ear, even though we literally learned that other characters might have died. Seems a little disrespectful, actually. I know, right? Anyways, Giorgio, he finally wakes up and he tells a joke so that it makes Bella from Twilight look like a stand-up bloody comedian.
How are you feeling, Georgie? Saint-like. Come again? I'm holy, Fred. You get it?
Are you serious?
Jesus Christ, that was terrible. Yeah, let's move on from that one real swiftly. Anyways, then we cut to Hazard in his bed and he's tossing and turning in his sleep. He's tossing off in his sleep. No, mate, he's tossing and turning, you know? Oh. Yeah, apparently they had to cut out the tossing scene. It went for over an hour and it didn't play well in test screenings. Doesn't really have anything to do with the plot either, does it? True. Anyways, he's having more of his weird nightmare visions, isn't he? He sees a bunch of Horcruxes, then Dumbledore falling from a tower, and then he sees Voldemort torturing Ollivander, the Wand Maker. Yeah, that's the one. Didn't they kidnap him all the way back at the start of the last film? Why is he only torturing him now? Yeah, I know. Anyways, Voldemort, he's pissed, right? Because this Wand story makes much more sense in the books. But in the movies, it barely gets any screen time at all. Yeah, I still don't have any idea why he's torturing him at all. Well, you see, in the books, it's because Hazard and his wands are linked. It's a clever tie back to the first book where both his and Voldemort's wands contain feathers from the same bloody phoenix. Ah, that's cool that it ties all the way back to the first book like that. And what about in the movies? How do they handle it? Well, in the movie, we get a series of disorienting dream sequences about wands that don't really make any sense if you haven't read the books. How much did these writers get paid to adapt this? Oh, they got shitloads, mate. More than people who ruin their bodies doing actual manual labour for a living. That's for sure. No wonder Hollywood is dying. You're telling me, mate. Anyways, Hazard wakes up clutching his scar, realising that he's had another bloody vision. You mean the same visions that Dumbledore tried to have Snape train him to stop having for the entirety of the last film? Yeah, exactly, those ones. Anyways, Hazard goes full emo. So he packs up his bags and he tries to leave in the middle of the night. And then he yells at Molly Weasley, saying that it's not just a phase, Mom. Why? No idea, but Ronno stops him and he's like, Oi, Harry, where you going, you specky little twat? I'm not going to let anyone else die for me, Ron. I have to find those Horcruxes. Listen, mate, it's not your fault. It was Mad Eye Moody's shitty plan. Lupin found crack rocks in his bloody bag. The guy was completely cooked. Yeah, I guess you're right. Just stay for the wedding, and then we can go and look for all those bloody Horcruxes, all right, mate? Hang on, what wedding? Well, apparently General Hux is so upset that no one believes he's banging Fleur Delacour, so he's having this big wedding and plans to show detailed drawings of what sexual positions they do at the ceremony. Surely a wedding is like the last thing they should be doing right now. Yeah, well, that's exactly what Hazard says, mate. Then Ronno, he tries to justify it, but you can tell that he doesn't even really believe it himself. Anyways, he convinces Hazard to stay. So Hazard throws his bag on the ground and then he makes Ronno pick it up like he's his bloody servant or something. It seems a bit out of pocket. Yeah, I think that Hazard just wanted to remind him that he's poor. Remember? Because J.K. Rowling hates poor people. It's a callback to one of the first videos. Anyways, we cut to the next day and it's the day of the big bloody wedding, isn't it? And old mate Arthur, He's got everyone outside helping him raise a tent with his wand. And no, I'm not talking about cracking a boner in his middle-aged pants. Yeah, gross. Why doesn't just one person raise the tent with magic? Why does he need all the other people? Yeah, good point. I guess Arthur is one of those old school boomer dads who likes to keep his kids busy with pointless manual jobs because he says it builds character or something like that. Sounds a bit like my dad. Yeah, I know, that's why I said it. Anyways, we cut inside and Hazard's reading a newspaper. Remember, because this director really loves bloody offloading exposition to newspapers, and he sees that none other than Rita Skeeter has written a hit piece about Dumbo, and she's threatening to air all of his dirty laundry in an upcoming book. Is this the same reporter that Hermione turned into a bug and then tortured for half of the school year by keeping her in a small jar with one air hole? Yeah, that's the one. Anyways, Ginny comes in a low-cut dress and she asks Hazza to zip her up. But because he's an inexperienced virgin and he's never really touched a woman, he kind of jizzes up her back and ruins her dress, so he tells her to just tell everyone that it's like Greek yogurt stains or something. Gross. Yeah, but what's even weirder is George is just watching them make out like this is his own personal version of stepsister stuck porn or something like that. That's really messed up. Oh, you're telling me, mate, but get this. Right before Ginny can put on exercise pants and get her head stuck in the dishwasher, you'll never guess who rocks up to the bloody burrow. How many times are we going to do this same bit, mate? Mate, have you seen our videos before? We milk jokes more than gooners milk their tiny limp cocks every day. Gross. So who is it then? Rufus bloody Scrimger. Snap, so does he want Hazza and the gang to work with the Ministry against the Death Eaters as spies or something like that? This movie's getting pretty sick. Nah, mate, that would have made way more sense though. Nah, it turns out that the old bastard has a copy of Dumbo's will. Not really sure why he just has a copy of it on hand like that. Like does he just carry it around with him at all times or what? Yeah, that raises way too many questions. Anyways, what's even weirder is that old mate Dumbo's actually left some stuff in his will to Hazza, Hermo and Ronno. So he left all his personal belongings to 3 kids he barely talks to. Yeah, it looks that way. Fair enough then. What did he leave them? Well, get this. Remember that weird thing Dumbo used to black out all the street lights in the first movie? Not really. Well, he leaves Ronno that, doesn't he? Why? No idea. I didn't even really think he liked Ronno, to be honest. Anyways, then he leaves Hermo a copy of an old children's book called The Tales of Beedle the Bard. So Ron gets a cool device that removes all light from the room and she gets a shitty old book. Yeah, maybe Dumbo didn't like her very much either. Anyways, then we get to Hazza and he gives him the golden snitch that he caught in his very first Quidditch game. Ah, I get it now. This is another one of Dumbledore's weird chuffhead plans, isn't it? Yeah, exactly, mate. A plan that if he just told Hazza what he actually needed to do directly, the movie would only be about 10 minutes long. Great. How long is this film again? 2.5 hours. Jesus Christ. All right then, hurry up. We're only 30 minutes into this thing. We better bloody pick up the pace. Yeah, good point. So before Scrimgeour leaves, he says that Dumbo left Hazza one other thing. The sword of Godric Gryffindor. Now we're talking. He could cut Voldemort's blue dick right off with that thing. Yeah, but don't get too excited because then Scrimgeour says,
well, you can't have that because some bellend went and bloody stole it, didn't they? And I wouldn't give it to you anyway, because it wasn't Dumbledore's to give away.
Then why would you even mention it?
Look, I'm just reading off the bloody script like you are, Daniel, I mean Harry. Oh, and one more thing, Potter.
What's that?
I don't know what you're up to, but you can't fight this war on your own. He's too strong. You'll lose, and when you die, you'll shit your pants. Did you know that's a thing?
Yes, I think we've brought it up in like every one of these episodes so far. That wasn't really much of a pep talk. Yeah, I know, right? You'd think that he'd want Hazza to succeed in whatever Dumbo's chuffhead plan was to defeat Voldemort, but I guess not. Anyways, then we cut to the big wedding, which again seems like a massively stupid idea because it's at a place the Death Eaters already know about and literally set on fire in the last movie. Yeah, true, they're kind of just asking to get attacked again, aren't they? Oh, but don't you worry, they have like 2 auras staring up at the sky looking out for Dick Eaters. What if they attack from the ground? Well, then they're completely fucked, aren't they? So does anything important actually happen at this wedding? I kind of get the feeling that it's only been included to pad the runtime so that they can split this book into 2 movies. Well, your feeling is bloody bang on, mate, because then we get these long shots of General Hux and Fleur dancing happily together. Till he makes it weird again, giving this public speech, reminding everyone how he's been up inside her tight French beaver dam. Gross. Then Hazza bumps into Luna Love You Long Time and her dad, Otto Hightower. Isn't that a character from House of the Dragon? Yeah, he is, but I can't actually remember his name in this movie. Fair enough. And the conversation itself is incredibly pointless, but the camera lingers on a strange necklace Luna's dad is wearing around his neck. Oh, I see. Sounds like this necklace is going to become important to the plot later on. Yeah, you better believe it, mate. So anyways, then Hazza doesn't doesn't want to join in the dancing because he hates crowds and parties more than I do, so he sits up back next to some old geezer who apparently wrote a niche article in the Daily Prophet to remember Dumbledore, and he decides to talk to him instead. How does he know who he is based off just an article in the paper? Yeah, no idea. He didn't have a picture next to the article or anything, so that's a plot hole. And then he actually reveals to Hazard that he's actually hiding up the back of the party because he's hiding from his kids, who are just waiting for him to die so that they can have his bloody inheritance. Wait, Dumbledore has a brother? Yeah, mate, because J.K. Rowling is already regretting that she killed him off in the last movie, so now she's retconning his entire backstory to include a long-lost brother, so that Dumbo can still be a part of the plot of the final book. Also, he's gay. Okay, well, I hope this is going somewhere good, because so far, this scene, really fucking boring. Well, it kinda does, but to be honest, it takes its sweet ass time getting to it. So get this, some drunk old lady starts butting into the conversation, saying how everything the old geezer wrote in the Prophet was a total bunch of camel shit, which is apparently really smelly because camels eat rocks in order to help them digest their food, and then they have to shit out those rocks as well. Gross. Why do you know so many factoids about feces? No idea. Anyways, this chick gives Hazard a spraying. Literally. She takes a massive piss all over his face. And she starts laughing at him, saying that he barely knew Dumbledore at all. Seems a little bit harsh. I mean, he did barely know him, but still, he's upset, right? Yeah, that old bag is well out of order. And I think her liver is failing as well because that piss looked like it had some blood in it. Come on, man. There is way too much toilet humour in our videos. Yeah, you're probably right. Anyways, then she starts going on about Rita Skeeter's new book and how she managed to get all the dirt from another one of Dumbledore's old friends named Bathilda Bagshot. So this is another person we haven't heard of till right now that's going to become important to the plot later on. Oh, you better believe it, mate. Okay, so what happens next? Well, then the old lady gets so wasted that she shits her pants and her carer has to come in and clean it up. Gross. And you can tell that they're super poor because they don't speak English and they can't even afford any gloves. I thought we were going to stop with the toilet humour. I never agreed to that. But get this. A big blue orb flies into the middle of the wedding and starts speaking in an ominous voice. That's a bit random. What does it say?
The Ministry of Sound has fallen. The Minister for Magic is dead. They are coming. They are coming. They're coming! Oh!
Jeez, you weren't wrong about that Rufus guy not lasting long. I know, right? And they kill him off screen to really rub salt in the wound. Anyways, everyone starts packing their dacks because the bloody dick eaters surround the tent and start setting shit on fire. Oh my god, who could have guessed that that would happen? Right? Maybe they should have had some auras actually watching the ground as well. Or maybe they should have had the wedding in an actually secure location. Or better yet, not at all. Yeah, exactly. Anyways, Hermo, being the VIP as usual, she grabs Hazard and Ronno before they get snatched up by the dick eaters and apparates them to some random street in London. Why is she taking them there? Well, she says it's a place she used to go with her parents back in the day. You mean the very parents that she needlessly tortured by erasing all of their memories? Yeah, those ones. Anyways, they decide to hide in a massively public cafe with big windows where people can easily see in when they walk past. That doesn't sound like a very safe place to hide at all. Nah, mate, it's not, because immediately two dick eaters dressed in blue overalls like they're fucking Michael Myers or something come in and start shooting up the place. Why are the Death Eaters dressed like Austin Powers? Nah, mate, bloody Michael Myers, the serial killer. And the movie Baby Driver already made that joke, so shut up. Oh yeah, true, that was a really good scene actually, so what happens? Well, Hazard and Hermo and Ronno go full Conor McGregor on him, don't they? And they knock him the f*** out. And then they get arrested for beating up 3 women and having their publicists cover it up. Hey, allegedly. Oh yeah, good call. Allegedly. Also, why do they only knock them out? Feels like they're only making things harder for themselves down the road when they wake up and surely just come after them again. Yeah, well, that's what Ronno says, doesn't he? He's like, you know, if it was the other way round, these guys would murder us and then make love to our decomposing bodies. Ooh, gross, Ron. I don't think that Death Eaters are into necrophilia, Ron. Well, not all of them anyway. Come on, Harry. You saw the way he was looking at my sweet, sweet ass. Ooh, Ronald, stop talking about your ass. Fine then. Wipe their memories like you did to your parents, you psycho. I mean, Ron's right though. That was a really crazy thing to do to her own parents. Oh, don't you and I both know it, mate? Anyways, Hermo wipes their minds and then she goes back to her parents' house and wipes them again just for fun. Really? Nah, but it's heavily implied that she does it in between every scene. Jesus, she needs help. Anyways, they bloody leg it out of there and they start trying to figure out how the dick eaters knew where they were hiding. Really? So they didn't think that maybe sitting in a cafe with giant windows while being the 3 most wanted people in London would be a problem? Nah, mate, because they're mental. Anyways, Hermo reckons it was because he still has the trace on him. The trace? What's that? Remember it's how the Ministry of Sound tracks down all underage wizards and how R. Kelly was able to track down and then have with and piss on underage girls? Allegedly. Nah, not allegedly, mate. He was bloody convicted. The guy's a Oh, what the f is wrong with rich people, man? Who bloody knows? Apparently after you get a few zeros on your paycheck, you become obsessed with baby oil, islands and piss parties. Either way, Ronno says that Hermo is full of shit because Hazza turned 17 today, which means that he no longer has the trace on him and he's safe from Jeffrey Epstein. So now they have to decide where they're going to head to next. Is it a cafe with even bigger windows? Nah, mate, even worse. Grim old place. Oh, you mean another place they're known to frequent and a place that both Snape and the Death Eaters already know the location of? Yeah, that's the one. Idiots. So get this, a bloody dust ghost version of Dumbledore jump scares them and flies towards them as they enter the bloody house. What the hell? I know, mate, it's super weird. Apparently Mad Eye Moody put it there to mess with Snape'o in case he came back to the house to try and use it as an Airbnb for backpackers. So a dust ghost was going to stop him how? No idea. I feel like a vacuum cleaner might have gotten rid of that. Mad Eye's plans are worse than Dumbledore's. You know what? I'm glad he's dead. Yeah, me too. Anyways, they go inside and decide to get some bloody shut-eye. But Hazza only has another one of his bloody visions, doesn't he? Okay, so what happens this time? More poorly fleshed out sea story? You bloody know it, mate. Voldemort is torturing Ollivander again, isn't he? And yeah, that's it. No new information is actually given. Now, there's so much torture in this film. Did Eli Roth direct this? Nah, mate, I don't think he's done a film since that weird film he did with Keanu Reeves and Ana de Armas, which sounds awesome on paper, but it was actually more painful to watch than those videos online where Shaolin monks get punched in the nuts over and over again. Yeah, those videos are wild, man. I mean, I'm impressed that they've trained themselves not to feel pain, but no wonder monks aren't having any bloody kids. Anyways, Hazza wakes up because Ronno is moaning in his sleep, dreaming about hentai and cosplay girls, so Hazza is so disgusted that he decides to go for a walk in the creepy old house all by himself. That's a terrible idea. Yeah, I know, right? Anyways, he decides to go and rummage around in SiriusBlack.com's old room, doesn't he? And right when he finds an old book written by none other than Batilda Bagshot, Ronno calls out from downstairs saying that he's found something too, but I thought he was asleep. Yeah, so did I. Either they cut a scene out in the edit or the writer had an aneurysm while they were writing. So we cut to Hazza and Hermo talking to Ronno, who's rummaging around in someone else's room, and you'll never guess whose bloody bedroom it is. Shaquille O'Neal? What? Nah, mate, bloody Regulus Arcturus Black. R-A-B. Oh, shit. I mean, we knew that as soon as we saw those initials, but oh, shit. Yeah, I know, mate, but guess what? They hear a bloody noise in the kitchen. Sounds like they're not alone. Okay, now things are getting interesting. Well, lower those expectations, mate, because it's not the bloody Dick Eaters, who should clearly know where they are. It's not? No, mate, it's bloody Creature, isn't it? Who's that? Remember SiriusBlack.com's house elf? He's kind of like Dobby, but way more racist and hates practically everyone. Oh yeah, that's right. He was a little He sure was. And he comes out of the gate hard this time. He calls Hermo the N-word and then the K-word. I mean, she's not black or Jewish, so I don't know what the hell's wrong with him. Yeah, he's racist, but he doesn't really have good eyesight, so I guess he just sees everyone as fair game. Ah, yeah, fair enough. Anyways, the racist little has only worked for SiriusBlack.com's family for generations, and now Hazza is his owner, isn't he? So now he can pretty much order him to do whatever he wants. Since when did Hazza become his master? Well, in the books, Sirius leaves Hazza all of his belongings after he dies, the house and elf included. I see. Not really sure that being a slave owner is a good look for Harry? Nah, not at all, mate. Okay, so how do we find out in the movie then? Well, in the movie, the writers just kind of expect us to know that, or they forgot that they didn't tell us. Idiots. Anyways, Hazza shows him Regulus's locket, and Creature, the little horny bastard, gets rock hard, saying that he knows exactly what that is. Gross. Then Hazza, he starts grilling him, doesn't he? Where's the locket now, you weird, penis-nosed, racist goblin? Stolen it was, wasn't it? Stolen by who? Bloody Mundungus, the guy who was clearly dodgy from the start. Ah, I was wondering if he'd become relevant again. Well, your wait is over, you impatient, weird-looking bastard. Hey, so Hazza, he orders Creature to go and find Mundungus, doesn't he? Sounds like Hazza's gotten comfy with being a slave owner real quick. He sure has, mate. Hermo even finds some blueprints for a railroad he plans to build in his back pocket once he's got a few more slaves. Anyways, speaking of railroads that were built by slaves, we cut to the Hoggies Express, don't we? And we see one of those dick-eaters try and stop the train like he's using the Force, and he's forgotten what franchise he's actually in. Well, that's weird. Why does he do that? Well, they're looking for bloody Hazza, aren't they? So him and his dick-eater mates, they get on board and start questioning the kids where he is. But old mate Neville chirps up, and he calls him a loser. And then he gives him an atomic wedgie in front of all the kids. Snap, Neville Longbottom has grown some balls. Yeah, mate, some really long ones that scrape the ground when he walks. So then all the kids on the train laugh at the dick-eater, So he totally buckles under peer pressure and bloody legs it. Nice. Then next up we see that the Ministry of Sound has a new Minister for Magic. Didn't we start the movie with a new minister though? How many more are they going to be? I don't know, like 1,000? Jesus. Anyways, apparently this one wasn't important enough to be given a name, but it's only one of bloody Voldemort's goons from that meeting at the start of the movie. Oh crap, so you're telling me no one is suspicious of this? Nah mate, because I read this psychological study where apparently 40% of people will just go along with whatever is popular, which kind of explains groupthink and how the Nazis were able to gain power so quickly. That sounds like a massive oversimplification to me. Anyways, get this, none other than Dolores bloody Cuntbridge is his right-hand man. Don't you mean right-hand woman? I meant what I said. Fair enough. Anyways, they're all printing out newspapers, aren't they? Because we haven't had enough of them already. And all the papers say that Hazapotto is now the most wanted criminal in all of the wizarding world. Surely this raises some eyebrows, right? The last movie started with Hazza and Dumbo talking at a press conference proving that Voldemort was back. Even old mate Fudgepacker had to admit it. Hazza would surely be a hero in the eyes of the public now, right? Yeah, mate, but like I said, 40% of the population are either lemmings or NPCs because everyone bloody laps it up, don't they? Yeah, maybe you're onto something. That might explain how the band Nickelback got so popular. Anyways, we cut back to Hazza and Hermo, who are listening to that old-fashioned radio to pass the time, even though much better entertainment exists like magic, phones, and televisions. Then get this, bloody Creature brings back Mundungus. Ah, nice. But he didn't nab him alone, did he? Bloody Dobby's helped him too. Oh yeah, that house elf that Hazza saved in the second film who kind of tried to kill Hazza, like, multiple times? Yeah, that's the one. Anyways, he's like,
Dobby saw Creature being a racist in Diagon Alley, and then he saw Creature talking with the thief Mundungus.
I'm not a thief, you dirty little...
Hey! Easy, Mundungus. I don't know which one of your parents gave you that name, but they need their heads bloody checked.
Hey, that's not nice.
Spell it. We know you're the one who took the bloody locket, and you're the one that betrayed us too.
I didn't betray you. When bloody Voldemort rocked up, I got so scared I shit me bloody pants, didn't I? So I went home to get a fresh pair.
Mad Eye is dead because of you.
Well, he bloody deserves to be, doesn't he? What kind of plan was that?
He's got a point there. Yeah, I know. It was a terrible, terrible plan. But remember, we said we'd move past that. Anyways, Hazza grills him some more about the locket. And Mundungus says that he sold it to some old lady in Diagon Alley. Interesting. Who was it? Well, you don't have to wait long to find that out because the director wanted some more newspapers in this movie, didn't he? So Mundungus picks one up and he says,
well, would you look at that? It's her. Pink outfit and smelly vagina and all.
How the hell does he know her vagina is smelly? You don't want to know, mate. So next up, we see Hazza and Ronno stalking a woman in the street. And then they knock her out and drag her into a back alley. What the have I missed something? Nah, mate, but don't worry, Hazza and Ronno haven't gone full James Franco on us. Nah, they have a plan. Turns out they've kidnapped 3 people from the ministry, haven't they? And they're going to sneak in and try and steal the locket from Cuntbridge's office. And how are they going to do that? Bloody polyjuice potion, mate. But I thought that took months to brew. Yeah, mate, it does. But the movie doesn't really give a f*** about lore anymore. So they just happen to have the perfect amount on them. Of course they do. Go on. So then, in their new disguises, they follow a bunch of other ministry officials to the secret entrance. I bet it's someplace cool like London Bridge or Buckingham Palace. No, mate. Turns out they all get into the ministry by flushing themselves down a bloody public toilet. What the f***? I know, right? And Ronno, he doesn't want to because whoever was in the stall right before him had just eaten a family bucket of extra spicy wings from KFC, so his toilet looks like a bloody Jackson Pollock painting. Why, with all of the powers in the world, have the ministry decided to make all of their employees enter through dirty toilets? Kind of feels like they want to demean them somehow. I know, but that's bureaucrats for you. Anyways, they get in there and the bloody place is turned into Auschwitz or something because the guards are checking Wizard's papers and the Wizard's being dragged away kicking and screaming. How did this happen so fast? The Death Eaters only took over the ministry like 2 days ago and there was only like 5 of them. No idea. This is kind of one of those times where the movie's like, just go with it and don't ask questions or I'll stab you. Holy shit. All right, let's move on. Yeah, but it was the movie that said it, not me, so what can you do? Anyways, Hermo, Hazza and Ronno, they must have swallowed some toilet water or something because they start talking about polyjuice potion and they're wondering how much longer it's going to last, but they're speaking in like regular indoor talking voices right out in the open. That's not very smart at all, is it? No, mate. So then they make their way to the elevators in their disguises, except they make themselves look even more suspicious and they all walk like they have 12-inch butt plugs stuffed up their asses. Ouch. I hope they stretched first. Nah, they didn't. I don't even think they used lube. And to make it worse, even though they look like different people, they still have their regular, normal, squeaky teenage voices. Ah, so people will know it's them immediately, right? Nah, mate, because apparently everyone at the Ministry has been sniffing petrol so long that no one bloody notices at all. Of course they don't. Anyways, then Yaxley, one of the goons from Voldemort's HR meeting at the start of the movie, he gets in and he starts grilling Ronno because he thinks that he's someone else and because he smells like second-hand KFC. So he wants him to go have a shower and then clean up his office. Not really sure why he couldn't have done that himself. Well, it's a bloody power flex, isn't it? Kind of like how Steve Jobs used to get into elevators and then fire people just to keep people on their toes. Anyways, he tells Ronno that his wife is on trial and that if he doesn't go into his office soon and clean it up, he's going to make sure that she gets massive jail time. And not in one of these pussy new prisons where they get a TV and a fridge. Nah, mate, in the prison from Prison Break Season 3. Didn't they break out of that one way easier than they did the first one? Yeah, they did, but there was no work in plumbing or toilets, so they were more motivated to get out, weren't they? Anyways, Ronno, he starts freaking out. Oh no! What am I going to do about me wife? Ron, you ginger-pubed twat, you don't have a wife, remember? And even if you did have one, she would have left you because you have a tiny cock and huge balls. It's really off-putting. Gross. So then Ronno, he gets out of the elevator to have a shower and go clean up at Yaxley's office, and then Hazza says to Hermo that if they can't find Cuntbridge within the hour, that they're probably going to have to regroup and come back another day. Well, that's probably a good idea, although it's pretty obvious because we already know that that potion only lasts an hour, so not really sure why they had to say it at all. Exactly, but you'll never guess who walks into the bloody elevator. Umbridge. Hey, you guessed right for once. Good on you, you smelly Hey! Anyways, of course it's Cuntbridge, because the writers, they were taking the piss at this point in the movie, and they were trying to type with their toes to see if the studio would still buy the script. Yeah, that tracks. Anyways, Cuntbridge thinks that Hermo is someone she's supposed to be going to Ronno's fake wife's trial with, even though she's heard all of their voices before and could totally tell it was them if she put half her brain to it. So she tells Hazza to piss off and get back to work, which leaves Hermo alone with Cuntbridge, while Hazza goes to find the locket in her office. Yeah, but the building is massive though, with like thousands of rooms. How does he even find it? Well, it's only the bloody first room he walks past, isn't it? I can't believe anyone actually got paid to write this film. Yeah, like I said, they got shitloads of money. And there are Indian kids curing cancer who barely have enough money to scrape food together while they sleep in a one-bedroom apartment with 5 generations of their family living under the same roof with one toilet. The world's fucked. It sure is, mate. Anyways, Hazza sets off some of Fred and George's totally illegal and probably lethal pranks to distract everyone in the foyer, and then he manages to sneak into Cuntbridge's office, which apparently wasn't locked or anything. I'm telling you, man, these writers, they're bloody using ChatGPT. Anyways, he finds some papers in Cuntbridge's desk, doesn't he? And they feature all of the members of the Order of the Three Dicks, and it has them all targeted for death. And then Hazza shits his bloody pants when he sees that even Hermo has a file for her, and she's marked for death too. So the stakes are even higher now if they fail. Yeah, you bloody know it, mate. Even though it was pretty clear that Voldemort's wanted them dead this whole time. But get this, Dumbo and Mad Eye, they're bloody crossed out, aren't they? Because they were already successfully eliminated. Why does she still keep the files then? No idea. Anyways, then he leaves her office and everyone in the bloody foyer looks at him confused as to why he was even there in the first place. So, to avoid suspicion, he walks away like he's upgraded from a 12-inch butt plug to a 72-inch one. Well, that's just gonna make him look even more suspicious. Yeah, but like I said, everyone in the Ministry's been sniffing petrol, haven't they? So, did he find the locket or not? Nah, mate, he's useless. So, Hazza gets back to the elevator at the exact same time Ronno does, and the two of them decide to go down to the courtrooms to rescue Hermo. So let me get this straight, he's bumped into both Ronno and Umbridge at the exact times he was looking for them, on the exact same elevator. Yeah, I know, they should call this place the Ministry for Convenient Plot Development. I see what you did there. Anyways, they go down into the basement and Ronno's fake wife is getting grilled by Cuntbridge for not having the right type of wand. What's wrong with her wand? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. It's implied that she's actually on trial because she's half muggle and half wizard. It's not heavily implied? Nah, just normally implied. But it's heavily implied that the Death Eaters all have orgies in this room after hours because there are all these weird white stains on all the tables. Gross. Anyways, as soon as they get there, Hazza's like, it's here. What does he mean, it's here? The bloody locket, you wanker. How does he know that it's there? He hasn't even seen it yet. Mate, you know that's never going to be explained. But get this, it's only wrapped around Dolores Cuntbridge's bloody fat neck, isn't it? But why hasn't she given it to Voldemort already if she's working for him? Because there's no way the studio could have made 2 movies out of this if she did that. Ah, right, that makes sense. Anyways, then Ronno's fake wife is about to be sent to Alcatraz by Cuntbridge and Donald Trump when Hazza whips out his bloody wand. Gross. Nah, mate, not his cock, his bloody wand. Ah, right. I always assume you mean cock because everything you say is pretty fucked up. Yeah, usually, but not this time. Anyways, Hazza starts staring daggers at Cuntbridge with his wand in his hand, and then she's like, what on earth are you doing? You're lying, Dolores, you crazy bitch. And one mustn't tell lies.
Oh, I get it. That's a callback to 2 films ago.
Yeah, exactly, mate. So then Hazza shoots her in the chest with blue jizz so hard that she bloody passes out, and Ronno whips out his 1-2, no, not his cock, and then him and Hazza start splooging everywhere, knocking out the dick eaters left, right, and centre.
But I thought you said it wasn't his cock.
Yeah, I got my metaphors mixed up. Anyways, Hermo snatches the locket from around Cuntbridge's fat neck, and Ronno grabs his fake wife, and the 3 of them leg it out of there. But get this, the protective barrier on the ceiling breaks, and a stream of bloody Dementards surge into the room.
Dementors.
Yeah, that's the one. So Hazza and Ronno and Hermo manage to get to the elevator just in time to shut the door, and the Dementards, they start reaching through the doors like they're bloody zombies or something in a George Romero film.
I thought that they could, like, float through walls.
Yeah, it's super unclear. It seems like sometimes they can when it's convenient to the plot, and other times they can't, like now. Anyways, Hazza shakes his little wand and he does one last massive blue jizz bomb, emptying his little sack.
Gross.
And the Dementards, they go flying off, don't they? And then Hazza, Ronno and Hermo manage to ride the elevators back up to the top floor. But get this, their polyjuice potion is only bloody running out, isn't it?
Oh, they're surrounded. There's no way they're going to get out.
No, mate, they get there faster than Trump tried to blame the Democrats for the Epstein files once he found out his name was in them.
Come on, mate, no politics here.
How the hell is hating a pedo political? Allegedly. Anyways, Ronno's fake wife thanks him for saving her, and she gives him a big old bloody kiss, doesn't she? But right as she does, Ronno turns back into a lanky 17-year-old kid, and then the woman realises that now her name's on the Epstein files too.
Can we just move past the Epstein files?
Never. Release them. Anyways, bloody Yaxley has spotted them, hasn't he? And he's chasing after them like he's the T-1000 from Terminator 2 or something. And just as the 3 of them jump into the fireplace to enter the flu network, Yaxley grabs Ronno's leg.
Ah, so what happens?
Well, we get some really confusing CGI, and then Hazza wakes up staring at the sky like he's Jack from the pilot of Lost or something, and he looks over to see the bloody locket.
Okay, so what happened to Ronno and Yaxley?
Well, here's the thing, mate. Ronno, he's been splinched.
Oh, not splinched. Hang on, what's splinched?
Well, if you up apparating, then sometimes you can leave part of your body behind at the previous destination. So Ronno's arm's been bloody chopped off.
I thought they went into the flu network, not apparated.
Yeah, they did, but Hermo tells this really confusing story about how they caught the flu network to Grimmauld Place, but then she knew that they wouldn't be safe anymore because of Yaxley, even though they already knew where that place was, and then she apparated Hazza, Ronno and herself to this weird forest.
That is needlessly confusing.
Yeah, I know, it's kind of one of those scenes where you can tell they had no idea how to write themselves out of a corner, so they just hope that you don't care about law, logic, or using more than 10% of your brain at any given time.
These writers are smoking crack and using ChatGPT.
Oh, it's super lazy. Although this one's probably more on J.K. Rowling than the writers, because this is actually what happens in the books too. Anyways, this event marks a big turning point for the rest of the movie. From stuff that actually happens to Hazza, Hermo and Ronno just sort of wandering around and sleeping in tents for the next half of the movie.
Really?
Yeah, this is what happens when you prioritise money over story, mate. But don't worry, I'm going to skip most of the boring stuff and just focus on the things that actually happen to spare you the boredom of actually watching this film for yourself.
Phew, thanks.
Anyway, so now they've set up a camp and Ronno's totally fine now because apparently we've moved right past that plot point.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, they have his arm in a sling, which honestly makes no sense at all, because if you were able to kind of magic his arm back, why wouldn't he be able to use it now?
Yeah, true. The magic system in this series, it's really broken, isn't it?
Anyways, they try to bloody destroy the locket by shooting it with their wands, don't they? But they f it up worse than China did when they accidentally leaked COVID from a Wuhan lab that was doing gain-of-function research for that Fauci.
I thought that some dude ate a bat or something.
Yeah, of course you did, wanker. Anyways, you can tell that Ronno's never been camping before because he starts to lose his shit after the first day. He doesn't even know that you're supposed to dig a hole when you take a shit, so he just does one right next to the tent. You know, like your old mate Jeremy did when we were teenagers.
Jeremy, I woke up with flies in my mouth. It was gross.
Oh yeah, I remember. And those flies have definitely been climbing all over Jeremy's salty turd right beforehand.
Oh, you're making me sick just thinking about it.
Anyways, Hazza puts the locket around his neck for safekeeping, and he says that they're going to need to take turns carrying it. But get this, when he touches it, he has another bloody Apple Vision Pro, doesn't he?
What does he see this time?
Well, Hazza sees Voldemort torturing Gorgovich, doesn't he?
Okay. Who the hell is that?
No idea, mate. Anyways, he tells Voldemort that a boy stole a wand from him, and then Voldemort kills Buddy Gorgovich.
I mean, I'd like to feel bad for the guy, but I have no idea who he is or what he's even doing in the movie.
I know, right? Anyways, Hermo seems to somehow know that he's had another WandaVision, so Hazza tells her about how Gorgovich was actually another wand maker, like Ollivander, and that this subplot is really hanging on by a thread.
Okay, so Voldemort is killing wand makers now? Well, why is he doing that?
Well, it's a J.J. Abrams mystery, isn't it?
Those are always
always fantastic, aren't they? But then get this, Hazza hears Ronno listening to that old-fashioned radio again, doesn't he? And he starts to get so pissed off because he doesn't understand why that radio worked at Hogwarts back in the 5th film when no technology is supposed to work from within Hogwarts, and now he's bloody brought it here with him too for some reason. Anyways, they're just reading out names on repeat, which is the weirdest podcast ever in my opinion. Yeah, true, that's really weird. Weirder even than those ASMR podcasts where chicks just like fart into microphones for 3 hours. You know, I've often thought I should start my own podcast. Yeah, you and every other wanker on the internet, mate. Hey, that was uncalled for. Anyways, Hazza's now fuming at Ronno, so he starts having a whinge to Hermo like, I wish he'd turn that thing off. Hasn't he ever heard of Spotify before? Unlimited music, and you don't even need to pay for it.
What are we doing, a Spotify ad read, Harry?
No, but honestly, I'd be fine with that. I actually really like Spotify.
Take that locket off your neck, Harry, you tosser.
Why has he got to take it off? Well, because J.K. Rowling decided to rip off Lord of the Rings again, just like she did with the Ring Wraiths and Gandalf. So now she's ripping off how the One Ring warps and corrupts people's minds. That's exactly the same thing, isn't it? Anyways, Hermo tells him to take off the bloody locket because it's making him crazier than Kanye West when he released that Nazi song and went on Alex Jones. So next up, we get a bunch of boring scenes where Hazza is listening to that old radio now, even though he was literally just pissed off at Ronno for doing that same thing. So Hermo, she decides to go for a walk. Hang on, she actually just goes for a walk in the movie. Yeah, mate, it's like a 10-kilometer hike and they show the whole bloody thing just to pad that runtime. Jesus Christ. But get this, while she's on her walk, she sees 3 blokes carrying an unconscious kid through the woods at night. Holy shit. Does she help the kid? No, mate, she just hides behind an enchantment spell. Even though it's pretty clear that those guys are like Harvey Weinsteins in the making. Sounds like she's going through a bit of an emo phase too then. Yeah, because she read some Nietzsche in philosophy class and now she doesn't believe in anything anymore. Isn't that the same philosopher that Hitler loved? Why have you always got to bring up Hitler, mate? No, I don't. You were the one that brought up Kanye before, mate. I don't remember that at all. Anyways, bloody Hazza comes to find her. You know, because she walked off alone in the middle of the night like a complete moron. And he says that the blokes who worked at Weinstein Productions were actually called Snatchers. And Hermo said that they almost found her because she was wearing perfume. Why is she wearing perfume while they're all alone in the woods? Well, that's exactly what Hazza says. He says that camping is about smelling like shit together for a few days. Like your mate Jeremy. Will you shut up about that? Anyways, apparently Ronno's become an even shitter character because Hermo says they can't apparate anymore because he's too weak from the flinching, so now they have to search for the Horcruxes on foot. So now they have to search the entire planet on foot. Yeah, mate, and let me tell you, this part of the film makes it feel like you're watching them walk around the world twice because it's that bloody slow. Damn it, I think I better take a beer for this one too then. Sure thing, here you go. Thanks. So anyways, Ronno's mood gets darker than Justin Trudeau was when he did blackface at that party. Oh snap, what's wrong with him? Well, it's the bloody locket, isn't it? Because J.K. Rowling stole the idea from Lord of the Rings. Oh, so Ronno's going like full Gollum now. That's right, mate. He's just listening to that old-fashioned radio again, which is still just listing off names of people who the Death Eaters have killed each day. That's such a weird podcast. I bet they still managed to snag an AG1 sponsorship though. Oh mate, they sponsor every big podcast. They don't even care who. Well, except us. They didn't want to sponsor us. Anyway, something finally bloody happens, doesn't it? Hermo comes racing into the tent one day and she's like, Harry, I've got it! Godric Gryffindor's sword! Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Well, smartass, you already destroyed one of the Horcruxes, right? Yeah, with the bloody basilisk fang, duh. Well, the sword takes on whatever makes it stronger, doesn't it? And it took in the basilisk venom too. Hermione, you're a genius. I don't care what anyone says about you. Who says stuff about me? No one, never mind. Awkward. I know, right? But get this, bloody Ronno rocks up, doesn't he? And he's transformed from an emo into a full-on goth. So he removes all the lights from the room with that weird thing Dumbo gave him. That's creepy. Yeah, and he starts giving Hazza and Hermo a massive spraying because they're talking to each other and it's making him jealous. I mean, if I were him, I'd be jealous too. She's way too good for him. Yeah, I know, mate. He's a loser. We've been over this like a million times. But it's the bloody locket, isn't it? Remember, since Hazza's little freak out, they've been taking it in turns to wear it. So then Ronno, he goes bloody full Godzilla -1 on Hazza and Hermo, and then Hazza tells him to go piss off and sit on a greasy fat one. Oh, shit. So what happens? Well, Ronno only goes and does it, doesn't he? So then he just pisses off. Yeah, mate, and he gets more piss on him than Lana Rhodes does on a Wednesday night. Gross. I don't even want to know how you know that, mate. So what happens next? Well, Hazza and Hermo have to go on without the ginger don't they? Not that big of a loss, really. All he's done in this film so far is lose his bloody arm. Yeah, exactly, mate. He should have died ages ago. Well, at least they should be able to find those Horcruxes much faster now without the dead weight slowing them down. You'd think that, wouldn't you? But for some reason, even with Ronno gone now, they still just keep camping and wandering around aimlessly. They even have enough time to do a bloody dance one night. Really? Why? Mate, no idea. And let me tell you, for two people who are supposed to be just friends, Hazza looks like he's barred up big time in his little pants during this dance. He does look a little too excited there. Anyways, Hermo's still heartbroken from Ronno leaving, isn't she? So then she pulls away from Hazza in the dance and she goes off to have a little cry. Either that or she's still got one of his ginger pubes in her eyes. Gross. And then Hazza, he gets a bit frustrated, so he goes back to his bed to have a little wank. Gross. But instead, he decides to kiss his golden snitch, pretending that it's Hermo's golden snatch. Gross. Yeah, but get this. When he kisses it, it only has a secret message on it. Oh, what the hell? I know, mate. This is another one of Dumbo's cokehead plans, isn't it? The message reads, "It opens at the close." Why doesn't he ever just tell them in plain English what to do? Well, because Dumbledore fried his dopamine receptors by doom scrolling on Grindr every night. So I guess that with these kids' heads was the only joy he had left in his long life. Jesus Christ, that's dark. Yeah, well, he's dead now, so he can go himself. Anyways, Hermo loves convenient plot twists. So then she tells Hazza, right at the same time, that she found something in that old children's book that Dumbo gave her. You mean the same book she's had for months now and has presumably read multiple times? Yeah, that's the one. Anyway, she says she found a weird symbol someone has scribbled into her book with a pen, like a serial killer. Then Hazza's like, "That's the same symbol Luna's junkie father was wearing at General Hux's wedding, remember? Before Bill made it weird by telling us how much him and Fleur bang." Oh, Well, so what does it mean? Well, you're going to have to wait to find that one out, you bloody pelican. Look, to be honest, I'm just glad something's finally happening. Well, don't get too excited, mate, because Hermo and Hazza decide to sit around and do fuck all again for a while before they actually come up with a plan of what to do. Jesus Christ. Is part 2 better than this? Oh, yeah, mate. Part 2 is much better than this one. Don't worry. That's a relief. Anyways, they eventually come up with a plan now that they know that Gryffindor's sword can destroy Horcruxes. So they try and find it. Hazza thinks that they should go to Godric's Hollow where he was born because he thinks that Dumbledore may have actually stashed the sword there, which honestly feels like a massive leap. Yeah, where's he pulling that from? No idea, but apparently Hermione has been smoking that same kind of crack because she agrees with him, and she says that Dumbledore actually used to live there too, and it was the birthplace of Godric bloody Gryffindor. So, wouldn't there be a trap waiting for him there? Would you just shut up and let me tell the bloody story, alright? Alright, sorry. But you're right, there totally is. Anyways, they finally apparate to Godric's Hollow, and finally the movie's actually using up some of its production budget on a proper location. And let me tell you, for two people who are just friends, they spend a lot of their time in Godric's Hollow holding hands and cuddling. Really? Maybe Ronno wasn't just being a moody goth after all. Nah, mate, turns out he feels the same way Vanessa Kirby's husband did after he saw all of the Fantastic Four press circuit videos. Nah, but he has anxiety though, mate. Well, do you caress engaged women when you're anxious, mate? Can't say that I do, to be honest. Exactly. You go and have a sweaty palmed wank in your room like the rest of us normal blokes. Why are your palms so sweaty? Never you mind. Anyways, while they're in Godric's Hollow, they decide to go and see the local cemetery, don't they? What the hell? Nah, mate, it's all above board because Hazza's parents are buried there, aren't they? Oh, yeah, true. Anyways, while they're looking at the graves, Hermo notices that same bloody symbol again, doesn't she? And it's on some old codger's grave called Ignotus Pavril. But before they can figure out what the hell that means, they see some old spooky lady is watching them like she knows what they did last summer. Well, what did they do last summer? Nothing. It's a movie reference, you idiots. All right. Anyways, she asks them to follow her somehow without speaking, and let me tell you, this woman must reek more than P. Diddy's basement because there are flies buzzing all around her head. So none of this is like setting off alarm bells for Hazza or Hermo? Apparently not, mate, so they bloody follow her right back to her creepy ass house, don't they? Idiots. I know, right? But get this, Hazza bloody figures out who she is. Who? Batilda bloody Bagshot, mate. Who? Remember that lady who was mentioned super briefly at the start of the movie by that drunken old lady at the party who pissed on Hazza's face? Not really, I've been tuning out a bit for this one. Well, neither did I actually. I actually had to go back and rewatch that part. But yeah, it turns out she knew bloody old mate Dumbledore, didn't she? And she was the one who dished out all the dirt on him for Rita Skeet Skeet Skeeter's book. Ah, right, I gotcha. I'm all caught up now. So anyways, while they're in her creepy old house, which has no bloody lights on, by the way, Hazza sees a photo of the young bloke from his vision, and it's the bloke who stole the wand from bloody Grgorovich. Interesting. So who's he? Well, the old woman is still being massively creepy and not speaking, so we don't find out yet. But it's the same actor who plays Vecna in Stranger Things and is in the Voltaire Council in that pedo franchise Twilight. Ah, okay. Anyways, the old lady beckons Hazza to come upstairs and follow him, doesn't she? And at this point, everyone's thinking, what are you doing, Hazza, you stupid wanker? You're like the guy in the horror movies who goes goes off for a piss and never comes back. Yeah, man, he's acting like a full-on NPC right now. Anyways, Hermo, being a non-NPC, but in fact a VIP, she starts investigating the house, doesn't she? I see what you did there. So what does she find? Well, it's unclear. First, she finds a signed copy of Rita Skeeter's book, and then she finds a messy room with lots of buzzing flies in it. So either Batilda Bagshot has killed someone in there, or she's taken a super messy shit on the floor. Either way, it's really gross. Gross. Well, that's what I just said. Anyways, upstairs the creepy old lady goes full on Jeffrey Epstein and she starts talking in parcel tongue. And then she turns into a big old bloody snake. What the f***? Well, it's bloody Nagini, isn't it? Ah, right, so it was a trap. Yeah, it was obviously a trap, mate. I don't know how they didn't see that. Anyways, the snake is going full on psycho, like a junkie shadow boxing their childhood trauma on the corner of Swanston Street. What happened to Swanston Street? When I was growing up, there was like one homeless guy and we all knew his name. Now there's like a full on shanty town down there. I don't know, mate. All I know is I have to scrape shit off my feet after I go to the cities nowadays. And it's never dog shit anymore, let me tell you that. Oh, Jesus Christ. Anyways, then Hazza has to go Super Saiyan to fight Frieza in his final form. Don't you mean Nagini? Yeah, sure, whatever. But the bloody pelican keeps dropping his wand, doesn't he? So Hermo has to pull out her Macca's VIP sticker again, and she saves the bloody day as usual. I guarantee if Hermo hadn't chose to sit next to them in the first book, Rono and Hazza wouldn't have made it past their first year at bloody Hogwarts. Don't you know it, mate? Anyways, Hermo manages to f*** up the snake with fire, and she snatches up Hazza's wand and apparates them the f*** out of there. Nice. Yeah, but get this, Hazza wakes up and they're in some random forest again. And then Hermo tells him that she came to this forest a while ago with her mum and dad. But then she gets all emo and sad about it, saying that if she brought her parents back now, they wouldn't remember any of it. Yeah, obviously, because she wiped their bloody memories, the pelican. Yeah, exactly. It's kind of weird that she's only sad about that now. Anyways, Hermo tells him that she has figured out who that Vecna guy is. Interesting. Who's he? Garrett Grindelwald. Who the f*** is that? I have no idea, mate. The movie says it like it's supposed to be common knowledge, but this was clearly explained in the book and was never actually fleshed out here. Fantastic. Anyways, Hazza asks her for his wand because he says that he doesn't trust a woman to do security, which is well out of pocket if you ask me and a bit misogynist. Then she tells him that he's a massive twat and that his wand got snapped during their escape from Nagini. How did that happen? It's never really explained, so just shut the hell up about that. Okie dokie. Anyways, Hazza snatches her wand off her angrily and he says he isn't pissed at her about his wand getting snapped, but you can totally tell that he is. Ah, like when you ask your partner if she's okay and she says she's fine. Yeah, exactly, mate. Fine means that they're pissed at you and they're actually planning on how to dispose of your body right now. Anyways, Hazza stays up late to guard the tent. I'm not really sure why Hermione's not putting up those protection charms anymore. Probably could have saved them both some sleep, but I guess they couldn't be fucked explaining that either. Yeah, it's like they didn't even proofread the script they wrote. They just went straight to shooting it, right? Anyways, Hazza's playing with that jagged little piece of glass again, isn't he? You mean the glass that they never properly explained in this movie and is probably going to become vitally important later on? Yeah, that's the one. Anyways, Hazza thinks that Hermo has slipped some peyote into his drink or something because he starts seeing a blue glowing deer walking through the forest. Okay, that's weird. Kind of looks like a Patronus though, doesn't it? Yeah, it looks exactly like a Patronus, but they don't want you to know that yet, so just forget about it. So what happens next? Well, the blue glowing deer that's totally a Patronus walks into the middle of a frozen pond, and when Hazza uses his Lumos spell to light up the joint, you'll never guess what he spots at the bottom of the frozen lake. Is it someone's iPhone? What? Nah, mate. Statistically, more people drop their phones in toilets, not lakes. I know, mate. I used to work at the Apple store and half the people who came in with broken phones had dropped them in the bloody shitter. Gross. Hey, I'm supposed to say that. Oh, yeah. Anyways, Hazza starts hacking away at the bloody ice, doesn't he? And then he takes off his clothes and his small dick shrinks even more because of the cold weather and he just dives right into the frozen water. He dives beneath the surface of a frozen lake in the middle of the night. Yep. He's a bloody pelican, isn't he? Why didn't he just go and get Hermione to help him, or at the very least use some sort of flame spell to warm up the water first? Because he's a idiot, that's why. Anyways, he dives to the bottom of the lake and grabs the bloody sword, doesn't he? But you'll never guess what happens next. Well, he probably just gets trapped below the ice in the freezing water, is that right? Yeah, I guess it was actually pretty obvious that that would happen. But get this, it's only the bloody Horcrux. Somehow it's trying to pull him under the water now. What? How? It's an inanimate object. Yeah, no idea, they never explained that. Anyways, he's bloody gasping for air when he sees someone walk onto the ice above the water. And before you bloody know it, someone dives in after him and grabs him out. Ah, shit. I mean, it's obviously not Hermione, otherwise they'd just kind of show us her face. So I wonder who it is. Well, it's only bloody Ginger Pubes 5000, isn't it? Rono? What the hell? Where did he come from? No idea, mate, but apparently the absolute bellend dove in to save him without taking any of his bloody clothes off. So the likelihood that he would have drowned as well was pretty high. Mate, if Hermione wasn't around, I'd be surprised if these two could chew their own food at this point. Oh, I know, right? Anyways, Hazza and Rono, they don't seem concerned about hypothermia at all, do they? So they start trying to destroy the bloody Horcrux straight away. Wait, so we don't find out who's Patronus that was, or who put the sword at the bottom of the bloody lake, or how Ron even managed to find them again. No, of course not, mate. For fuck's sake. Anyways, Hazza reckons Ronno's the one that's got to destroy it. You know, because he's been such a whiny little bitch for this whole movie. Yeah, that's true. So Hazza says that when he opens the locket, it's going to try and talk Ronno out of destroying it. How does he know that? Dude, he's just going off pure vibes at this moment. I reckon Hermo actually did spike his drink with peyote. Anyways, when he opens it, the locket starts preying on Ronno's mind, doesn't it? Showing him his worst fears. Oh, so it's like a big spider? Nah, mate, not a big spider. Yeah, but we established in the second film when they fought Aragog that he has a fear of spiders. And then they confirmed it again in the third film with the boggarts. Yeah, mate, but forget about logic and lore for a second. Ronno's new worst fear is a naked CGI version of Hermo and Hazza floating in a black cloud making out. Yeah, I know, this scene is really weird. I got so confused that I almost felt like I was watching a Twilight film again for a second. Yeah, I can see that comparison. Anyways, Ronno gets so pissed off when he sees Hazza's CGI penis that he bloody swings the sword and smashes the bloody locket. I can't believe that Ron actually did something for a change. Yeah, mate, he helped with the chess game in the first film, and now he's done this. So that's literally only 2 things he's done in 7 movies. Yeah, right, then that's not really that impressive, really, is it? Nah, not really. No, it's not really that impressive at all, is it, mate? Anyways, Hazza and Ronno go back to camp the next morning. Not sure why it took them so long to walk back, but Hermo wakes up, doesn't she? And she sees Ronno standing with Hazza. Yeah, I bet she's glad he's back. Nah, mate, she's pissed, isn't she? She starts beating up Ronno and telling him that beating up a ginger isn't classified as a hate crime. I'm pretty sure that beating someone up based on how they look is the very definition of a hate crime. Anyway, she chops off his left nut and tells him never to leave them again, or she'll take the other one too. Jesus Christ. Anyways, Ronno starts telling them about how he found his way back to them. Well, it was Christmas morning and I was sitting in the pub, because remember, school kids are allowed to drink alcohol in pubs in this universe, and I was playing with me Deluminator. Your what? My Deluminator, Harry, not me bloody knob. Oh, go on then. Well, then I heard Hermione's voice come out of it, didn't I? Then I flicked it open and a ball of light rose up and it went into me bloody chest. Then I knew it was going to take me where I wanted to go. Where did it take you? Well, first it took me to the bloody toilet, didn't it? I drank way too much at the pub and I needed to piss. Anyways, then I said I wanted it to take me somewhere else, so I did it again and it took me to bloody Harry. That sounds like a really convoluted way to say it happened because J.K. Rowling ran out of ideas. Yeah, I know, mate. Anyways, later that night, Ronno says to Hazza that aside from J.K. Rowling running out of ideas, he thinks Dumbledore must have known that he needed to find his way back to them somehow, which is why he gave him the Deluminator. Kinda sounds like Dumbledore knew he'd bitch out and leave them. So if he knew that, why would he think that they'd be better off having him back? Yeah, no idea, mate. Dumbo had smoked so much chuff by this point that all he could do was think about In-N-Out Burger. Oh yeah, that's fair. They are delicious though. Anyways, you'll never believe this. Ronno's found another wand. So now Hazza, he's got a wand again. J.K. Rowling isn't even trying anymore, is she? No, not at all, mate. And to really drive that point home, Hermione comes in and she says that she found that mark again in a letter Dumbledore wrote to Grindelwald. Vecna. Do we know who the hell Grindelwald is yet? Well, if you pause the video, you can see that in Rita Skeeter's book, Grindelwald is listed as Dumbledore's friend. So this movie expects you to pause it and read tiny writing to understand crucial plot details. Yeah, mate, apparently. What if you saw it in the cinema? Well, then you're bloody fucked, aren't you? Anyways, Hermo reckons that they need to go see Luna Love You Long Time's dad, because he was wearing that same symbol around his neck and seemed to know what it was. Yeah, that's true. I'd have gone to see him much earlier, to be honest. Yeah, same here. But remember, they really wanted to make this 2 movies, didn't they? Ah, right, I forgot about that. Anyways, they all decide they're going to go to Luna's house, which is a really oddly constructed tower in the middle of nowhere with kites hanging off it. I'd say that kind of sounds like a really strange place to live, but Luna's a bit of a meth head, so I reckon it kind of suits her perfectly. Yeah, me too. Anyways, they knock on the door, and Luna's dad, Xenophilius Lovegood, answers, doesn't he? And he looks bloody rough. And not just because he grew up with the name Xenophilius. Yeah, I feel like the kids at my school would not have left that name alone. Apparently kids at school used to call him Copperphilius Lovechild and Xenomorpheus. Well, those aren't very good, are they? Yeah, well, they're just kids, so what do you expect? Anyways, he seems confused to see them, like he's stayed awake all night eating cheese and watching a bloody Love Island marathon. That's a very good way to go insane. Yeah, it sure is, but what's even weirder is he doesn't even seem to recognise Hazza at all, even though he owns a magazine called The Quibbler that has written dozens of articles about Hazza up to this point. And in the first film, they kind of established that everyone in the wizarding world knows who Hazza is. Sounds like he had way too much cheese. He sure did. Anyways, he invites him in for a cup of tea, and he seems super worried, doesn't he? And not just because House of the Dragon Season 2 was a steaming pile of shit and his job might be at risk. Seems like he's anxious about something else.
That's suspicious.
You better believe it, mate. Anyways, apparently the tea he gives them tastes like sweaty ass, because they're all gagging on it worse than Riley Reid gagged on Danny D's cock.
Gross. I was wondering how long it would take for you to bring them up again.
Shut up. Anyways, they ask him where Luna is. He's acting really sus about it. So instead, they just decide to ask him straight up about what the symbol around his neck means. And he says,
"Oh, you mean this?"
"Yes, exactly that. That's what I just asked you about. Are you stupid?"
"Well, it's the Deathly Hallows, isn't it?"
That's the name of the movie.
Hey, you haven't made that joke for a while.
Yeah, I thought I'd dust that one off.
Nice. Anyways, then he's like,
"I presume you've heard the tale of the three brothers."
"No, but I've heard the tale of the stepsister stuck in a washing machine." "Oh, gross, Ron." "Go on, sorry."
"Well, it's an old children's tale, isn't it, you daft prick? It's in the book Dumbledore gave Hermione, the book she's read multiple times and not been able to figure that out, even though it's a book for children."
Hey, I was really busy, okay?
"What? Sucking on this little brat's ginger pecker?"
Jeez, Luna's dad is unchained.
Yeah, mate, he's a loose unit. Anyways, Hermione reads out the story. So we get this really cool animated sequence.
Oh, yeah, that is cool. Kind of looks like those old school silhouette puppets.
Anyways, I won't bore you with the whole story because honestly it's actually pretty shit. But the summary is, Death gives these three travellers three unique gifts: an immortality stone, an invisibility cloak, and an elder wand, which is apparently an unbeatable wand.
Oh, shit. So what does he want in return?
Well, what Death always wants. Their bloody souls, mate. Anyways, the bellend who has the wand, he gets murdered. And then the guy who has the immortality stone, he ends up hanging himself.
How the hell was this story in a kid's book?
Yeah, I have no clue, mate. But get this. The bloke who has the invisibility cloak manages to escape death. But the important thing is, all of these items together are called the Deathly Hallows.
Oh, that's the name of the movie.
Okay, that's enough now. Shut the up. Anyways, just in case they didn't get the point of the story, Luna's dad literally draws it out for them, you know, because he suspects that they might have learning disabilities, especially Ronno.
Well, he's not wrong there.
But get this. When they try to leave, he won't bloody let them.
Why not?
Because he's bloody set them up, hasn't he? The dick eaters have kidnapped Luna, and he's offered to trade Hazza, Hermo and Ronno in exchange for her freedom.
What a
Yeah, I know, right? Anyways, the Death Eaters surround the house and they start bloody wrecking the joint.
There's no way they'll escape. They're bloody surrounded.
Nah, mate, they get out of there easier than chicks in stuck porn could get out of the washing machine if they weren't just there to cop some random dick.
Why are you so obsessed with stuck porn recently? What's going on with that?
I don't know. It's just a really weird trend for a while. Anyways, they just bloody apparate out of there, don't they? Because apparating and polyjuice potion seem to be literally their only two solutions for all of their problems.
Yeah, true. The gang are really phoning in this mystery.
Yeah, but it doesn't bloody work. They apparate into a nearby forest, and those Jeffrey Epstein looking blokes from earlier on, they're waiting in the forest for Hazza, Hermo and Ronno.
Okay, I'm leaning back in again. Stuff is finally happening.
So they start legging it into the forest to get away from them.
Why don't they just apparate again? Surely that would be faster.
Yeah, that would have been the smart thing to do, but I think Luna's dad was bang on about them all having learning disabilities, so they just do this instead.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, but they can't outrun them forever, so Hermo, she turns around and shoots Hazza right in the face.
Jesus Christ, first she lobotomizes her parents and now this.
I know, mate, she's worse than bloody Ted Bundy at this point. But get this, Hazza's face is so swollen that when the weird pedo blokes catch up to him, they don't actually know it's Harry Potter.
Ah, so this was Hermo's plan.
Yeah, exactly, mate. Even though she could have apparated them all away in the same amount of time it took for her to shoot Hazza in the face. But get this, while Hazza's unconscious on the ground, he has another bloody WandaVision, doesn't he? And this time, Voldemort is talking to Grindelwald.
Oh, you mean the guy that we had to pause the movie and then squint to read his name to find out who he was?
Yeah, that's him. And he tells Voldemort that his leukemia is getting worse. So now, he doesn't just have no hair and no nose, but he also has no balls either.
Jesus.
But Voldemort's like, I already knew that, dude. So, what he really wants to know is where is the Elder Wand?
And what does he say?
Well, he bloody tells him, doesn't he? Says Dumbledore had it buried with him. You know, like how Mr. Burns wanted to bury Smithers alive with him if he died.
That's a pretty old reference, but I'll allow it.
Anyways, when Hazza wakes up, he tells Hermo that Voldemort knows where the bloody Elder Wand is, and that he's going to have it by midnight.
I thought those weird pedo guys had already caught them though.
Well, apparently once Hazza was on the ground, they just kind of walked real slowly to catch up with them.
Well, that seems like a terrible plan, but go on.
So the pedo blokes aren't convinced by Hazza's swollen face, are they? They can still see the scar on his head. So they ask him what his name is.
What does he say?
Well, he bloody lies, doesn't he? And he says his name is Vernon Dudley.
So he just says the name of two people he grew up in the same house with.
Yeah, mate, so a quick Google search would probably just lead him straight back to him anyways.
What an idiot.
Exactly, mate. Anyways, they don't buy it for a second because Hazza can't lie for shit. So instead of taking them to the Ministry of Sound, they decide to take him to Malfoy Bloody Manor. Ah, snap, that's where all the Death Eaters work. You mean Dick Eaters? No, I don't. Anyways, they show Hazard's scar at the door, rather than ringing the doorbell, which is a really weird way to enter a house, if you ask me. Well, how does anyone get in if they don't have a scar? No idea. Maybe they just flash their tits. And what if they're a dude? Then they're scrotum. I don't know. What do you want from me? Gross. Anyways, bloody Bellatrix is there, and she takes Hazard to Draco Malfoy to see if he recognises Hazard. And Draco, he's pissed, right? Because he's done all in this movie, and he knows that he isn't going to get much more to do after this one scene. Well, does he recognise him? Well, he's like, I can't tell if it's him or not. Why is his face swollen like that? He looks like a gorilla's shaved balls.
Draco, I don't need to know how you know what those look like. Come on now. If we are the ones to identify Harry Potter and turn him in, we'll be millionaires.
Aren't they already millionaires? Yeah, but you know how rich are, mate. A few million's never enough for him. Yeah, true. Anyways, apparently the Death Eaters don't want to call Voldemort back here unless they're really sure it's Hazard. Otherwise, apparently he's going to kill them all. That makes no sense. He'd have no Death Eaters left at all if he did that. Yeah, it's really vague how many Death Eaters he actually has. We only see about 5 of them, but apparently there's millions of them. Sounds like the studio wanted to keep the budget of this movie down. Yeah, well, apparently Tom Felton got $18 million for playing Draco. And he's only in these films for a combined 20 minutes. Really? No wonder he's desperate to get back into this franchise. Yeah, I know, right? Anyways, one of those pedo guys shows Bellatrix the sword, and Bellatrix, she bloody loses it, doesn't she? She has Hazard and Ronno thrown into the dungeons, and she's gonna torture bloody Hermo. Holy sh**. Also, why do the Malfoys have like a weird dungeon underneath their house? Well, Lucius is a bit of a bondage freak, isn't he? He likes to get pegged and he has one of those weird mechanical chairs. Gross. Anyways, Ronno's like, what are we gonna do? We can't leave Hermione with that crazy bitch.
Ron?
Luna, is that you?
I thought it was you. You have a very distinct smell of crusty gym socks and body odour.
I do not.
She's right, Ron. You smell like sh**.
Oh!
Got him. Anyway, she's not alone down there, is she? Bloody Ollivander's down there too. And some weird goblin from Gringotts. Who's he? Well, we don't know yet. And to be honest, he doesn't really do anything till the next movie. For fuck's sake. Anyways, we hear Hermo being tortured upstairs and she's screaming. What is she doing to her? Well, apparently Bellatrix is making her watch every episode of Big Bang Theory. Dear God, that's just barbaric. Oh yeah, she's a bloody maniac, mate. Anyways, turns out Bellatrix thinks that Hermo stole Godric Gryffindor's sword from her vault in Gringotts Bank. Interesting. So the Death Eaters stole it and now someone else has stolen it and given it back to Hazard. That's right, mate. But Hermo, she doesn't know anything about that, does she? So Bellatrix, she's torturing her for no reason at all. And at this point, she's already made her watch 2 seasons of Big Bang Theory and the Young Sheldon spin-off. So Hermo, she's completely losing her mind. Poor Hermione, that's just horrible. I'd prefer water torture. It should be considered a war crime. So Wormtail goes downstairs again and he gets the bloody goblin from the dungeon. And then Ronno and Hazard are like, let go of her, you wanker. Get back, Ginger Pubes, or you're next. And you won't be watching Big Bang Theory. No, no, no. You'll be watching all 11 seasons of Seventh Heaven. Oh! No, not Seventh Heaven. Yeah, that show was terrible. Jessica Biel was pretty hot though. Yeah, she was, but still watching that show was more painful than getting a colonoscopy with no anesthesia. Ouch. Anyways, Hazard can't think of anything productive to do, so he pulls out that random piece of glass, doesn't he? And he starts yelling into it for help. Well, why would a shattered piece of glass help? Well, because in the books, Hazard sees a face in the piece of glass at the start of the movie, and he thinks it's Dumbledore, so he's wondering if maybe he's still alive in some way. Oh, I see. That kind of makes sense. So what about in the movie? Yeah, well, in the movie, it's just like a random piece of glass, and it makes Hazard look like he hasn't been taking his medication. For fuck's sake. I know, right? But it only bloody works. What? Bloody Dobby apparates into the dungeon, doesn't he? Why didn't they try doing that? Oh, because they're morons, that's why. Anyways, then Dobby's like,
Dobby has come to rescue Harry Potter, of course.
And what about me?
Oh, off, Ron.
Oh!
Dobby, please get Luna and Ollivander out of here first. Of course. Whatever Harry Potter wants, Harry Potter gets. Oh, this room brings back memories. I used to live down here when I worked for Master Malfoy. It wasn't always a dungeon, you know. They used to have me and some Chinese kids making iPhones down here.
Dobby!
Oh, right. Sorry.
So anyways, then Dobby apparates Luna and Ollivander to some random beach that Ronno suggests they go to. Then he says to Hazard and Ronno to meet him at the top of the stairs in 10 seconds. Aren't they locked in though? Yeah, that's what I thought. But luckily for them, the screenwriter knew that made no sense at all. So they wrote that Wormtail comes down to check on them to see what that sound was. Oh, that's smart. So they fixed bad writing with some slightly less bad writing. No, they were both equally bad. But get this, Dobby does a Hadouken in the back of Wormtail's head and knocks him down the stairs unconscious. Nice, Dobby's a little legend. Yeah, Dobby's pretty sick. I mean, you kind of have to ignore the fact that his plan in the second movie made no sense at all, and he almost got Hazza killed about 5 times. Oh yeah, that's right. Dobby. Yeah, exactly. Anyways, Dobby steals Wormtail's wand, so they sneak upstairs where Bellatrix is grilling the goblin, wanting to know who went into her vault and stole the bloody sword. And then Ronno sees Hermo, and she's in rough shape, isn't she? Oh no, what's happened? Well, apparently she couldn't make it through the entirety of the Big Bang series, so her brain just kind of hemorrhaged and she passed out and shit herself. Gross. Oh yeah, and then she engraved the word mudblood into Hermo's arms, which is definitely not going to play well in the new reboot. That's going to be problematic. So then Ronno gets so pissed off when he sees Hermo's arm that he goes Super Saiyan Ultra, and then him and Hazza start dueling Malfoy and his mum. And then Malfoy, he's pathetic, isn't he? Because he's just been sitting in the green room waiting this whole movie for like 2 scenes, so he barely knows where he is. Yet somehow he still earned $18 million for this series. Not a bad gig. Yeah, I know, right? Anyways, Bellatrix screams and then tells everyone to drop their wands because she's got a bloody knife to Hermo's neck, doesn't she? So she's stepping up from torture to murder. Yeah, mate, and honestly, it's about time we saw a Death Eater actually do something dangerous, because up until this point, they've honestly done all. Yeah, that's true. So, Hermo and Ronno have to drop their bloody wands, don't they? And then Bellatrix is like, well, go on, Lucius, you posh twat. Call him. Call bloody Voldemort. So Lucius pulls up his sleeve and touches that weird necrophiliac tattoo on his arm. Okay, well, what does that do? Well, I think it like turns on Voldemort's notifications in the Death Eater WhatsApp group, so I guess now he knows that Hazza is at Malfoy Manor. Oh, they're fucked if he rocks up. They haven't even collected all of the bloody Horcruxes yet. Nah, mate, because they've been on a bloody camping trip for half the movie and walking around rather than using their bloody brooms. Idiots. Anyways, you won't believe this. Bloody Dobby, the sneaky little has snuck up onto the chandelier and he's singing that catchy song by Sia. What? Oh yeah, I got it. You mean the song Chandelier. Yeah, that's a really niche reference. Yeah, I think the ones who know will know. Anyways, you. So Dobby drops the bloody chandelier onto Bellatrix's head, doesn't he? But wouldn't that just get Hermione too? Yeah, I don't really know what he was thinking actually. Anyways, luckily Hermo manages to jump out of the bloody way, but the distraction gives Ronno enough time to grab Hermo, and then Hazza snatches Malfoy's wand and tells him to go piss off and sit on a greasy fat one. Got him. So then Bellatrix, she's pissed, right? Because she read her horoscope in the newspaper this morning and it said that everything was going to go her way. So now she's realizing that horoscopes are probably just full of shit. I mean, I knew that at like 8 years old, but I'm glad she's finally catching on. So then she starts foaming at the mouth, doesn't she? And she's like, how dare you, you weird little Yoda-looking bastard! You could have killed me! Dobby didn't mean to kill, no. Dobby just meant to wound so badly that you would require constant care and assistance for the rest of your life. How the hell is that any better? Well, I guess it isn't. You dare turn against your masters? Dobby has no master. Dobby is a free elf. Slavery was so last century, you Andrew Tate watching bitch. Got her. Right, so then Dobby apparates them away. But Bellatrix, she's so pissed off about that Andrew Tate comment that she throws a bloody knife at them. So what? That's gonna do f all. Well, the knife only goes into that weird apparition CGI effect, doesn't it? Okay. So then Hazza, he wakes up on a beach and he runs up to Hermione and Ronno and he's like, Hermione, Ron, we're safe. Everyone important is safe. Thank God. F you, Harry Potter. Dobby isn't safe. I've got a bloody knife in my stomach. Well, he did say that everyone important was safe. What do you want from him? I'm dying, you ginger twat. Oh, not Dobby. I was just starting to like him. Yeah, no, it's a bit sad. Even though Dobby was pretty useless in the second film, that escape was pretty badass. But on the plus side, at least Dobby gets a proper death, unlike Hedwig. Ooh. Too soon, mate. It's been 15 years, you dickhead. Anyways, Hazza, he's bloody gutted, isn't he? He didn't want anyone else to die for him, so he starts begging Hermo and Ronno for help. Why don't they just apparate him to a doctor? Look, to be honest, I don't really think they like Dobby very much, because obviously that would be like the first thing you'd think to do, right? Those Anyways, then Luna says to Hazza that they should do that cliche thing people do in movies where they close someone's eyes after they die. I really want to know who started that trend. It's in like every movie. Yeah, me too. It's such a weird meme in films. Anyways, we cut to the next day and Hazza is digging a hole for Dobby's grave, which is really weird because it's such a tiny hole and he's digging in sand, so I have no idea why it's taken him all night to dig that. Does he have a shovel? Yeah. He had a shovel. Yeah, that's just a piss poor effort. So, what happens next? Nothing, mate. Hazza just has a cry on the beach and that's the last time we see him. You're kidding me. That's not the end of the movie, is it? Nah, mate, because then we get a mid-credits scene right before the end credits roll. And that's not really a mid-credits scene, is it? That's just the end of the movie. Oh, look at me. I'm so smart. I finished high school and I didn't get expelled for reckless endangerment. Wait, hang on. What did you do to get expelled? That's between me and my lawyer. Okay, just tell me the last scene, you pelican. All right, well, get ready for this one because this scene is super dark. Literally, you can barely see what's going on. Voldemort smashes into Dumbledore's tomb and then he rips that wand from his cold dead fingers. Oh, shit. So this is the Elder Wand from that story. Yeah, I mean, this movie's done a really shitty job of explaining that, but yes, it's the Elder Wand. Kaz is in trouble now. Old mate Leukemia has an unbeatable wand, and they haven't even found all the Horcruxes yet. I know, right? They're more fucked than Riley Reid's asshole. You just had to get one more of those in there, didn't you? That's right, just like Riley Reid. Nice one. Anyways, that's it. Hey, Jesus Christ! Want a cold one? I don't know, will I need one this time? Nah, this one's all right, actually. Well, that's a relief. So let me ask you this. If you were the most wanted wizard in the world and you'd been forced to hide in the woods for a year and had to dig a hole just to take a shit, what would you do? I don't know if they were forced, but I can see you building to something here, so go on. Well, if you're Hazza, you just thirst after Voldemort's junk for 2 hours and you go on a quest to find it. His junk. You mean Horcruxes, right? Yeah, of course. What did you think I meant? You somehow always make it sound like you're talking about cocks or something else disgusting, you know? I don't know what you're talking about. So anyways, prepare yourself for the finale. Hazza Potto and the lady who likes to swallow. Part 2. That is not the name of the movie. Oh, yeah, sorry, that was actually the name of another movie I watched last night. Can we just get on with the real movie recap, please? So the movie starts with Voldemort Leukemia standing in the dark, stroking his little wand. Hey, you're doing it again. Sorry, couldn't resist. Anyways, he's stoked, isn't he? Because this isn't just any wand. It's the bloody Elder Wand. An unbeatable wand that's kind of like the Chuck Norris of wands. Sounds pretty powerful. Exactly. And you know, if you've got Walker Texas Ranger on your side, you're always going to be safe. Well, unless you're that one kid.
Walker told me I had AIDS.
Yeah, that was a really weird episode. Anyways, then Voldemort raises his tiny wand into the sky and shoots out a big stream of electric jizz. So they're basically using the exact same footage that we ended the last film on. Oh yeah, it's super lazy. Anyways, after that, we get a shot of what Hoggies looks like now after the fallout of Dumbledore's death. Because get this, bloody Snape's only the headmaster now, isn't he? I bet things really have taken a turn for the worse then. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what they want you to think, but the way they visually portray it is to have the school surrounded by those Dementard things, which is something that Dumbledore himself allowed in the third film, so things really aren't that different, are they? Yeah, that's true. And it's Dementors, not Dementards. Oh yeah, that's right. I guess the only Dementard here is you. Hey! Anyways, the school is a little bit different because old mate Snape, he's standing at a window watching all the kids goose step into school like it's bloody 1940s Germany or something. J.K. Rowling is really leaning into the whole Voldemort being Hitler thing now, isn't she? Yeah, she sure is, mate. But what's even weirder is that Snape's standing at a window that has no handrail at all, despite being about 40 stories high. Well, that just feels like an OH&S nightmare. Oh, I know, mate, but I think that's the least of their worries at Hoggies, if I'm honest. The whole school would get bloody closed down if a safety worker even took a glance at that place. Yeah, you're not wrong, mate. Anyways, we finally get the title of the film, Hazza Potto and the Deathly Hallows Part 2, which honestly feels like a bit of wasted screen time. We already know what movie we paid to see, right? Yeah, that's true. Why do movies always have the titles of the film so early? Is it in case you walked into the wrong cinema or something? But my grandma got 2/3 of the way into American Pie before she realised that it wasn't Schindler's List. Really? Anyways, then we cut to Dobby's grave, which reads, "Here lies Dobby. Bury me with my fleshlight and some rubber gloves, so I can die the way I lived." Gross. It doesn't say that. Nah, but it's heavily implied. Because Hazza's holding a fleshlight the whole scene, so I think the dirty bastard has decided to just keep it for himself. Anyways, then we cut to inside, where Hermo, Rono, Lunaro are talking to General Hux and his hot wife Fleur Delacour. Why does it even matter that she's hot? Well, it doesn't, but Bill is kind of grasping onto her really tightly the whole scene. You know, like one of those muscly guys who can barely move their neck because they've taken way too many steroids, and they hold on to their girlfriend like someone's going to jump out of a bush and take them away. You know, because they're paranoid because they've taken steroids for so long and their penis looks like an M&M mini. That is so specific. Anyways, then old mate General Hux is like, "It's beautiful here. It was our aunt's place. We used to come here as kids."
Oh, he said come.
Oh, shut up, Ron.
Yes. Anyways, the Order uses it now as a safe house. What's left of us, at least. Did I mention that Fleur and I have banged on that bed right over there?
Oh, will you stop it with this, Bill? No one bloody believes you.
Let me get this straight. The Weasleys are using another one of their family homes as a safe house. Yeah, mate. I mean, at this rate, the Death Eaters could dismantle the whole Order of the Phoenix with a phone book or a quick Google search. Was this another one of Mad Eye Moody's plans? Because I'm about to lose it. Mate, calm down. Remember your blood pressure. No, you're right. Thanks. So then Luna starts banging on with one of her QAnon theories, doesn't she? She says that Muggles used to hang these things up in their houses to keep evil away, but she reckons they're wrong. She reckons that they were actually hung up in the cockpits of the planes that they used to smash into the two towers by those Al-Qaeda members. Okay, well, why the hell would they hang those up? No idea, but makes about as much sense as smashing a plane into a building filled with civilians to get yourself a 12-pack of virgins in the afterlife or something. Yeah, true, there's much easier ways to find a virgin. Just look on Reddit. Anyways, Hazza comes in and he says Luna is full of shit. And then he's like, I need to talk to the goblin, which honestly feels a bit off because he hasn't even bothered to learn his name and he's only identifying him by his race. Yeah, it kind of sounds like someone saying, I need to talk to that Asian guy who keeps spitting everywhere. Exactly, except now you've played into the whole spitting stereotype, so now you're the racist. You're right. Anyways, then Hazza, Hermo and Ronno go in to see old mate Goblin. And then Hazza engages in some terrible small talk with him. You know, the kind you're forced to engage in when you go to parties and you see those people that you casually know. And both of you are kind of reaching for the most surface level cliche conversation starters, even though you both know that it's actually torturing you both, but you still just kind of do it anyways for some reason. Mate, we already know you hate parties, all right? Can you just tell us what they say? All right, mate. So Hazza, he's like, hello, how's things at work? How's the family? And then Goblin's like, F***, is that really the best you could come up with? I'd prefer to stare at this wall in silence. He's right, Harry, that was bloody awful, mate. Oh, f*** off, Ron. Go masturbate into an ice cream tub again. We all saw you last night. Oh! So, anyways, Grip Hook, you might not remember me, but I was the one that served you the first time you came into Gringotts Bank. Even in the goblin world, you're famous, Harry Potter. Which honestly makes no sense at all, because sometimes Hazza can walk through crowds completely unnoticed, and other times everyone stops to shake his bloody hand. They really kind of bailed on that idea after the first film, didn't they? So get this right, Grip Hook, that's the name of the goblin apparently, he wants to know how they came to be in the possession of Godric Gryffindor's sword. And then Hazza says that they want it and that they totally didn't steal it, which is exactly what someone who stole something would say. Yeah, that's true, that is exactly what they'd say. Anyways, then Grip Hook tells them about the sword that Bellatrix Lestrange was banging on about in the last film. He says that the one in her vault, it's a bloody fake. Really? How can he tell? Well, the sword's goblin made, isn't it? And Grip Hook, he used to work at cash converters in Sunshine for 5 years, so he can spot a fake from a mile away. Interesting. Also, what kind of name is Grip Hook? Well, apparently he got his name because he grabbed onto some guy's cock so hard that the only way they could get him to let go of it was to pry his fingers loose with a hook. That's not true at all, is it? Nah, but it's heavily implied. Anyways, this is where things get very interesting. He says that the fake was put in Bellatrix's vault by a teacher from Hoggies. That is interesting. Why would a teacher from Hogwarts want to pull a fast one on Bellatrix? Especially now that it's under control of the Death Eaters. Well, you'll never believe who it was. We only ever see like 2 teachers at Hogwarts. I'm assuming it was either Snape or McGonagall. Yeah, no, you're right, it was Snape. But why would Snape-o do that? Well, that's a bloody mystery to keep the viewers hooked for retention, isn't it? Apparently the scriptwriters consulted Mr. Beast on how not to bore the f*** out of people because people were so upset that they literally did nothing in the last film. Yeah, but Mr. Beast only has like 2 tricks. He yells every line he says, and he cuts so fast that he gives his audience a seizure, so they're forced to sit there at the computer while they're trying not to swallow their tongues, which I only assume increases his watch time. Yep, that's 100% true. Anyways, get this. Hazza thinks that Bellatrix was worried about her vault being broken into because old mate Voldy has actually hidden a Horcrux in there. Okay, well this film is already way more interesting than the last one. You got that right, mate. So Hazza asks Grip Hook if he'll help them get into her vault. But he isn't having it, is he, mate? He wants something in return. It's not Hermione's virginity, is it? What the fuck? No, I don't know, the whole Epstein fiasco has me seeing bloody pedos everywhere. You need to get off bloody YouTube and go touch grass, mate. Yeah, I think you're right. Anyways, Grip Hook, he only wants the bloody sword, doesn't he? Otherwise, he says that Hazza can go piss off and sit on a greasy fat one. Gross. So then Hazza, Hermo and Ronno go to discuss whether or not they should give up the sword, because currently this is the only weapon that they have that can destroy Horcruxes. Yeah, that's true. So what do? Well, they only bloody give it to him, don't they? Idiots. So next they walk into Ollivander's room, and let me tell you, he has the expression on his face of a guy who's just been busted watching Brazzers on his phone. Yeah, he does look a little bit surprised and guilty. Anyways, Hazza shows him the 2 wands they stole at Malfoy Manor, and they try to get him to identify them, because apparently this guy can remember every wand he's ever bloody sold. That sounds unlikely, so he holds them up and he identifies the first one as the wand of Bellatrix Lestrange. Oh snap, maybe he actually can remember. Nah, he can't, because you can see he's actually holding his phone in his other hand, and if you look really closely, you can see in his browser history he was just on the website MILFs Like It Big by the Brazzers Network. That dirty old bastard. I know, right? Anyways, he says that the other wand is none other than Draco Malfoy's, but he says that the allegiance of the wand has only bloody changed to Hazza Bazza because he won it from him in a fight. Interesting. Feels like an unnecessary thing to say unless they're, of course, setting it up for some plot point later on. Oh, you better believe they are, mate. But get this. Then Hazard's like, what do you know about the Deathly Hallows?
What? I don't know about the Deathly Hallows, and if I did, I definitely didn't tell Voldemort that Gregorovich was the last owner of the Elder Wand. I think he's lying, Harry. That was way too specific.
Of course he's lying, Ron, you ginger twat.
Oh!
Spill it, Ollivander. I had a vision, and I know about Gregorovich, and about that website MILFs Like It Big.
Damn it. Oh, okay. He did torture me, you know. Oh, boo-hoo, mate. Cry me a river. We'll torture you if you don't bloody tell us.
Ronald! Simmer down, Ron. We're the good guys. We don't torture people.
If it's true, and he has what you say, you're totally like Riley Reid's asshole levels of
He doesn't say that, does he? Well, no, he doesn't, but it's heavily implied because you can still see he's streaming porno on his phone when he thinks they aren't looking. Gross. Anyways, the three of them decide that the scene was a total waste of the viewer's time because we learnt no real new information, so they decide to continue with their plan to break into Gringotts Bank and steal the Horcrux from Beledix's vault. Alright, so what sort of complicated and elaborate plan do they come up with to do that? Complicated? Mate, you're joking. You know they're just going to use Polyjuice Potion like they always do. Idiots. Yeah, except this time they actually only have one of Beledix's hair, so only Hermo gets to use it. I think Ronno has taken some sort of aging potion to make him look older, but they never really explain it. Really? What does he look like? Well, he kind of looks exactly like the actor Rupert Grint, but with a fake beard and longer hair. Idiots. Yeah, I know, right? And Hazard and Griphook, they don't really have any disguise at all, so they're kind of like those people that rock up to Halloween parties and say that dressing up is lame and that they're totally above it. So anyways, they apparate to Diagon Alley, don't they? And a dick eater walks past them and he says hello to Beledix. But then Hermo, who's usually supposed to be the smart one, she must have been sniffing petrol or something because she answers in a polite and cheerful manner, which everyone can tell is total bull. Because Beledix usually talks to someone in a way that makes it seem like she's wearing a G-string made from barbed wire. Gross, so are they discovered straight away? Nah, mate, because apparently Voldemort's been recruiting Death Eaters from the Centrelink waiting line. So the dude's stupid and has no idea what's going on. That's a little bit harsh considering the fact that I know for a fact that you've used Centrelink before. They still think I'm in a wheelchair, so I get massive paychecks every month. Cheeky bastard. Anyways, then they walk into Gringotts, don't they? And Hazard puts Griphook on his shoulders like he's a toddler or something, and then puts the invisibility cloak over them both. On his shoulders? That's a bit demeaning, isn't it? Yeah, that was till Peter Dinklage came along and changed the game for midgets. Till then, they could only play Lollipop Guild members or goblins from the Gringotts Bank. Don't really think that anyone uses the word midgets anymore. Yeah, true. Anyways, then Hazard whispers to Griphook, why do you look exactly like Professor Flitwick? Because I'm Warwick Davis. I'm the OG Dinklage mother. That was a weird exchange. Yeah, I know, right? Then Hermo walks into the bank in her Beledix disguise. And for some reason, whenever they take Polyjuice Potion, they decide to walk like they have a bag of dicks stuffed up their ass. Gross. So what happens next? Well, she totally f***ed it up, doesn't she? The goblin knows that she isn't Beledix right from the start. And Hazard reckons that the real Beledix must have told them to be on the lookout for an imposter. That's not good, so they get caught. Nah, mate, because Hazard tries to whisper a spell into the guy's ear from under the invisibility cloak, and he forgot he hadn't brushed his teeth in like 4 months because they didn't pack a toothbrush when they went camping, so the goblin starts vomiting everywhere because his breath smells like a dead kangaroo that crawled up the vagina of another dead kangaroo and was left to rot in the sun on a 40-degree day. Hell, man, why do you always have to be so gross? Yeah, I had a troubled childhood. Anyways, they slip one of the little goblin bastards some pure MDMA, so the dude starts tripping harder than Charlie Sheen was when he said that he had tiger blood.
And I was banging 7-gram rocks and finishing them. You know, I got tiger blood, man. Winning.
So he offers to guide him down into the vault by himself. That's handy. So then they get onto one of those dodgy looking mine carts that people take down into the vaults, right? Well, let me tell you, this thing looks more unsafe than the roller coaster at Luna Park because they have no seatbelts or anything. Yeah, one of my mates broke his shin bone on that thing. Yeah, that was Jeremy. But to be fair, he broke his foot on a garden gnome, so I reckon he just might be a full-on specco. You're probably right about that. Anyways, they mustn't have paid properly for this roller coaster or something because the dude driving it drops them off a cliff, doesn't he? Jesus Christ, they probably break every bone in their body, right? No, mate, they're totally fine. And then the goblin who's on MDMA, he starts freaking out because it's wearing off and threatens to call the guards. Oh, shit. So how are they going to get out of this one? Well, they just slip him some more MDMA, don't they? And he gets so chill that he starts to see the whole world as just a collection of molecules flying around in space, and that the difference between humans and goblins and animals is so infinitesimal that we'd be better off spending our time exploring the stars than fighting each other in pointless wars and grabs for power. Jesus Christ. I mean, he's kind of right, but that guy needs a Powerade and a banana stat. Yeah, I know, right? He kind of has a point. But then I think he must have remembered some old childhood trauma because he starts taking a real dark turn in his trip. And he reckons that if the universe is infinitely expanding and we are just a collection of atoms, then nothing really means anything and our lives have no purpose at all. Holy shit. Yeah, he's So he gets so freaked out that he calls the guards for help again, doesn't he? Not good. And to make things worse, they run into a bloody dragon. And not just any dragon, a Ukrainian iron belly dragon, who's super pissed off that people have stopped putting Ukrainian flags in their Instagram bios when they moved on to the next trendy cause. That's fair. Anyways, then the goblin chills out after Ronno gives him a tab of Valium, and then Hermo gets all preachy and she starts going on about how it's cruel to keep a dragon locked up like this, which is kind of true, but she doesn't have to bang on about it in such a whiny voice, you know? I like her voice. Yeah, of course you do, Peter. Hey! Anyways, they get to the bloody vault, don't they? And the goblin, who's all drugged up, he starts to get paranoid again, doesn't he? So right after he lets him into the vault, he just bloody locks him in there. That cheeky little bastard. And the vault, it only looks like the bloody Cave of Wonders from Aladdin, doesn't it? It's filled to the brim with golden trinkets and treasures, so they could be looking for this Horcrux for bloody days. Damn, so how do they find it? Well, Hazza just points to the first one he sees, and he's like, there it is. What the? Yeah, well, apparently the screenwriters were getting anxious about how much more plot they had to get through, so they just thought, f it, that'll do. Yeah, I can tell. But then get this. Ronno accidentally knocks over some gold and it starts multiplying like it was the rats in your parents' basement. They weren't rats, they were mice. Whatever, all I know is I found shit in a cup when I was trying to get a drink one day. Anyways, Griphook's like,
it's the bloody Gemino curse, you wankers. Anything you touch will keep multiplying.
So the room starts filling up faster than Riley Reid's asshole. Gross. But then Hazza, he gets Hermo to throw him the bloody sword, doesn't he? So Hazza manages to reach the Horcrux and battles his way back down, doesn't he? But right as he gets there, he stumbles over and drops the bloody Horcrux, doesn't he? So Griphook picks it up and he's like,
throw me the sword and I'll give you the Horcrux.
What are you doing, you sneaky little c***? So then Hazza throws Griphook the sword and then he throws him the Horcrux. But then he's like,
I said I'd get you in, but I didn't say anything about getting you out, you specky twat.
That double-crossing little bastard. I know, right? He pulled a bloody Indiana Jones on him. You know, where Dr. Otto Octavius was like,
throw me the idol and I'll throw you the whip.
And then he just pieced out and he was like,
adios, senor.
That was a terrible Spanish accent. You sounded like Speedy Gonzales. Yeah, f you. Anyways, Griphook runs off screaming to the guards like the little bitch he is, and then the guards come in and they look like they live in America or something, and they start shooting up the bloody place. Jesus Christ, how are they gonna get out of this one? Well, Hermo says she's got a crazy idea, right? So then she shows the dragon that she still has a Ukrainian flag in her Instagram bio, and the dragon's so bloody happy that someone still gives a fuck about it, that the dragon agrees to let them climb on its back and fly out of the bloody dungeon. That's convenient. It sure is, mate. Oh yeah, and that little goblin who was on MDMA, he gets incinerated for no reason at all. Holy shit. Oh, I know, right? So the guards open fire like they're a disgruntled white teenage boy in a school cafeteria, and then the dragon smashes through the roof into bloody Gringotts Bank. Why the hell would they place a dragon under the weakest part of the bank's vault? Never explained. Anyways, the dragon is so pissed off at the goblins because it's been chained up for so long that it starts trying to chomp them all bloody up. And then the three of them manage to calm it down by doing that thing that Scarlett Johansson does to the Hulk.
Hey, big guy. Sun's getting real low.
So they smash through the roof and they bloody escape. That was a close call. I know, right? But get this, the dragon's not bloody stopping, is it? Why not? Well, apparently it wants to go help Zelensky fight on the front lines. So it's flying to Kiev to learn how to pilot drones. So Hazza, Ronno and Hermo have no choice but to bloody jump off mid-flight. They jump off a flying dragon hundreds of meters in the air. Well, they jump into the bloody ocean, don't they? Yeah, but the surface tension alone would break their bloody legs. Well, forget about logic for a second, because they're only bloody fine, aren't they? Of course they are. Anyways, apparently while Hazza was underwater, he had another bloody Apple Vision Pro. Oh, so you mean he released a ridiculously overpriced piece of tech that everyone talked about for about a day and then never used a year later? Nah, mate, I mean he had a vision of Voldemort finding out that they'd stolen another one of his Horcruxes, and now he's slaughtering everyone from Gringotts Bank like it's bloody Hotel Rwanda or something. Jesus Christ. Anyways, the three of them start planning what to do next while they're taking off their wet clothes, and Ronno looks like he's really struggling with it.
Well, we'll go to Hogsmeade, to Honeydew, take the secret passage in the cellar. There's something wrong with him. It's like, you know, in the past.
What a weird shot to include in the movie. I know, right? That must have been like the best take they had, because why else would you put it in the movie? Anyways, Hazza's like, he knows we've got a Horcrux.
Harry, you're not supposed to let him in.
Yeah, Harry, at least use some bloody lube first.
Ew, gross, Ron.
I can't help it, can I, Hermione? Anyways, we have to go to Hogwarts now.
Why the hell would we go there, Harry?
I mean, she's got a point, right? Snape and the Death Eaters are in control of Hogwarts now. They've probably got like CCTV all over the place. Nah, mate, apparently they only have that real low quality CCTV. You know, the kind that when you see a crime take place on it, it's inadmissible as evidence because you can see f all, and it only really serves as a deterrent. Ah, well, they're going to be fine then. Yeah, anyways, Hazza reckons that he saw a Horcrux in Voldemort's vision because apparently the plot really doesn't want to f around this time. That's super convenient, but let's move on. Well, he reckons that he saw something about Rowena Ravenclaw, and he's certain that she's connected to a Horcrux somehow. Seems like a bit of a flimsy reason to go through with the most reckless plan he's come up with yet. I know, right? So then we cut to Malfoy Manor, and Voldemort is casually walking through pools of blood from all the people he's killed from Gringotts Bank. Why would there be blood though? Doesn't the killing curse usually just leave them stiff and with a surprised look on their face? Yeah, usually. You know, the same kind of look that Elvis had when he went to take a shit and died on the toilet? But nah, not this time. Apparently he really wanted to mess those people up, so he used that spell, Rectum Sempra. You mean Sectum Sempra? Yeah, that's the one. Anyways, Voldemort's talking to Nagini in Parseltongue, saying that he knows that Hazza has discovered his Horcruxes and how it's going to make him vulnerable. Yeah, why would the snake be vulnerable though, unless the snake is a Horcrux as well? You're right. Could you at least pretend to act surprised when it's finally revealed? Got it. I know the drill by now. Anyways, on the ground, covered in blood, is none other than Griphook. And you can tell that he's really dead because he's finally let go of that guy's cock. They don't actually show his hand letting go of a random cock, do they? Nah, they don't. But there's a close-up of his hand and there are white stains all over his sleeves, so it's heavily implied. Gross. So next up, Hazza, Hermo and Ronno apparate into Hogsmeade in the middle of the night. And there are more wanted posters of Hazza and the gang plastered around town than those annoying political posters that Clive Palmer puts up around election time. And get this, a bloody pussy starts screaming. How does a pussy scream? I don't know, it just kind of pulsates and sprays water everywhere? Gross, I thought you were talking about a cat. Yeah, I was. Okay, now I'm really confused. But get this, the Dick Eaters hear the dripping wet pussy and they decide to bloody investigate. And just when it looks like they're about to be captured, a bloke who looks suspiciously like Dumbledore jumps out from the shadows and tells them to follow him. What the hell? Ah, don't worry, mate, it's not a ghost. Whew, it's only bloody Dumbledore's brother. Remember that one that the old lady who pissed on Hazza's face at the wedding mentioned? Oh yeah, that's right. So Hazza goes, "You're Aberforth Dumbledore, aren't you? You're the one who I've been seeing in this weird shard of glass that was never properly explained."
You stupid wanker. What were you thinking coming here? Are you smoking gillyweed? Come on, hand it over. Where is it?
I'm not smoking gillyweed, all right? I'm pretty sure he is. This plan is more cooked than if Dumbledore himself had have come up with it. Yeah, I know, mate. Hazza was trying to channel Dumbledore, so he stayed up late doom scrolling on Grindr just to try and come up with a plan himself. Ah, that makes sense. Yeah, so now they've gotten Aberforth into shit as well, haven't they? And Hazza, he's walking a little bit funny, so I reckon he got a few hits on Grindr as well. Gross. Anyways, then Aberforth tells Hazza that SiriusBlack.com was the one that gave him the mirror, and then he says that if he hadn't sent Dobby to come and bloody rescue them, that they'd be up creek without a paddle and without a snorkel. Isn't the saying just without a paddle? Yeah, but if you don't have a snorkel either, then you'd get shit in your mouth if you actually had to swim across the creek, wouldn't you? Gross. I'm sorry I asked. Anyways, then there's this awkward pause when Aberforth asks where Dobby is. You know, because Hazza and the gang didn't apparate him to a hospital when they clearly could have. Ouch, too soon. Anyways, they finally get over that awkward little silence and Hazza tells Aberforth about his plan. "We need to get into Hogwarts tonight. Dumbledore gave us a job to do."
Did he know? Nice job, is it? Easy, is it? Come on, Harry. We both know Dumbledore fried his dopamine receptors years ago.
We've been hunting Horcruxes, and we think the last one could be in the castle, you old coot.
Coot? I haven't heard that one in a while.
Yeah, Harry, that was pretty bloody weak. Oh, piss off, Ron.
Oh!
So does he help them get into the castle or what? Well, that's the thing. Aberforth starts talking to a painting of his dead sister, doesn't he? Hang on, why the f would he do that? Yeah, I know, for a minute I thought maybe he'd smoked more meth than his brother. But get this, the girl disappears, and when she returns, the portrait opens, and you'll never believe who jumps out. I don't know, Jesus? No, mate, we all know he's not coming back anytime soon. Wasn't he resurrected though? Yeah, mate, sure. And Santa rides a sleigh pulled with flying reindeer. Anyways, no, it's not Jesus. Jesus, calm down. He can't calm down, he's dead. No, I meant, you know what, never mind. Just tell me who it is. Neville. And let me tell you, his face is more banged up than Paul Walker's car was after he drove too fast and too furiously. You know, because he died. Come on, dude, let him rest in peace. Anyways, Neville and Aberforth chat like they're old mates or something, don't they? Looks like he's the one who's been helping kids in and out of Hoggies ever since the Dick Eaters have put up the school on lockdown. Wait, since when was Neville such a badass? Well, remember how Neville grew some really long balls in the last film? Gross.
Yes?
Well, they're even longer now, aren't they? So you can see them hanging out of his pant legs every scene.
Gross.
You just said that. Come on, shake it up, mate. Anyways, Neville, he's been leading a bit of a rebellion from within Hoggies, hasn't he?
Really? Neville?
Yeah, mate. Apparently those long balls are filled with testosterone and caffeine because he's jacked up and ready to fight.
I'm not going to say it, but you know what I'm thinking.
So then he leads them through the secret tunnel into Hoggies, and the whole rebellion is waiting for him in the Room of Requirement, which is once again conveniently changed to suit the needs of the film's plot.
Naturally.
Anyways, then the room bursts with bloody applause, doesn't it? Because everyone's stoked to see Hazza.
Aren't they supposed to be hiding though? Wouldn't yelling and applauding be like the last thing you'd want to do?
Yeah, they're idiots, that's for sure. But the Room of Requirement already knew that, so it included some of those black foam walls that you see in recording booths, just to block out the sound.
Ah, that's smart.
I know, right? Anyways, they're all gagging to help Hazza fight against the Dick Eaters. So Hazza gives an epic speech. Okay, there's something we need to find. Something hidden here in the castle. And it may help us defeat you-know-who.
All right. Where is it?
We don't know.
Oh, potatoes. Then where is it?
We don't know that either.
So even the writers are admitting that he doesn't know what he's doing anymore.
Yeah, mate. And then Hazza realises quickly why public speaking is even higher on most people's fears than death. And he starts to get so sweaty that his asshole starts to stink. And then Luna steps up and she's like,
You might want to go wipe that swamp butt, Harry. We can all smell it from here.
What? I don't know what you're talking about, Luna.
You don't. Anyway, I think what you're looking for might be Rowena Ravenclaw's lost diadem.
How the hell does she know that? Also, how did she even get to the school? Wasn't she at Bill and Fleur's auntie's house before?
Oh, you better believe that's never explained, mate. Anyways, Cho Chang says something too, but you can tell that she's only there to prove to the audience that the school isn't just filled with whiteys like us.
Whiteys like us? I'm not really sure I'm comfortable with that phrasing.
You know what, this is the problem with you progressives. I was trying to say the school is dodgy for not having enough Asians, and you still took issue with the way I said it.
Yeah, but whiteys? Feels like a little bit of a dog whistle, you know?
So's your cock, mate.
What?
Don't you think that I haven't seen all that peanut butter you've got in your room, mate?
Dude, what the hell? That is a blatant lie.
Anyways, the gang all decide to split up and help Hazza find the lost diadem, don't they? But right as they agree, Ginny busts in and she tells everyone that Snapo knows that Hazza was spotted in Hogsmeade and that the wet smelly pussy told him.
Gross.
So then we cut to the students goose-stepping through the halls because they really want to drive home that Nazi theme, and it's revealed that they've all been summoned to a late night assembly with Snapo. And he's like,
I know that specky little twat was in Hogsmeade. We saw him on the CCTV, which, you know, honestly was worse than 480p in quality. But I could tell it was him. Kind of. So, tell me, do any of you know where he is?
Uh-oh, does anyone rat him out? Well, they don't have time, do they? Because Hazza steps out from the crowd, and then he says, It seems, despite your exhaustive defensive strategies, you still have a security problem, Headmaster. And then all the Order of the Three Dicks step into the room. And I'm afraid it's quite extensive. You big-nosed c***. Got him. Then Hazza is like, How dare you stand where he stood after you murdered him in cold blood, you greasy-haired simp?
Who?
Dumbledore, mate. Remember? Snapo murdered him.
Oh, yeah, right. Sorry, I was playing with my phone.
Put it away, mate. If you're not even listening, how can we expect the bloody audience to?
Good point. Sorry, everyone. That's my bad.
Idiots. Anyways, get this. Snapo pulls out his wand and he's about to jizz all over Hazza's face. But then bloody McGonagall steps in front of Hazza and starts blasting jizz at Snapo.
I always knew McGonagall was a bit of a badass.
Oh, I know, right? And Snapo, it's almost like he's not fighting back, yeah? He sort of deflects the spells into the two dick eaters behind him, and then he turns into a bat and flies out the window.
He what? Since when could he do that?
Since now, apparently. Maybe he's a vampire and a pedo like that Edward Cullen guy.
And why was McGonagall the one who had to step up and help him? What was the point in the Order of the Phoenix rocking up if they weren't going to do anything?
That's right. What the bloody hell were they thinking? Anyways, everyone starts cheering, don't they? Because apparently that's all that NPCs are programmed to do at this school. But it doesn't last long, does it? Some chick starts screaming, and then another chick does too. And then suddenly, a bunch of women are screaming. And no, I know what you're thinking. It's not because they're all on their periods.
I wasn't thinking that.
Ah, well, I was. Anyways, it's bloody Voldemort, isn't it? And he starts talking inside everyone's heads, because apparently he can do that now. Not sure why he hasn't been using that power all along, but you know, whatever.
Yeah, true. What does he say?
And then he goes,
I know some of you are itching for a fight. You're all upset about the football scores and you've had too much booze, so I can't blame you. But listen to me now.
There doesn't have to be any bloodshed. Just hand over that specky twat Potter to me, and I'll even throw in a $50 gift card to Marks and Spencer's.
That's a pretty crummy gift. I know, right? And British people use pounds, so not even sure that would work, the daft prick. Anyways, Pansy Parkinson's like, what are you waiting for? Somebody grab him! But the students, they're not bloody having it, are they? They all step in front of Hazza, daring anyone to try. Which again, I'm not really sure where the order of the three dicks are for all this. So then McGonagall's like, Mr. Filch, stop bumming your cat and come here.
All right, what did you want? I mean, no, I wasn't. You can't prove anything.
Oh, shut up, you perverted old bastard. Have the Slytherins escorted to the dungeons, please. Wait, so she just locks up the Slytherin students in a bloody dungeon because one of them misbehaved? Yeah, mate, it's well out of pocket. Kind of racist, really. Well, I'm not sure being Slytherin is a race, mate. Shut up. Anyways, then she's like, Potter, I assume you must have a bloody good reason to come marching into an obvious trap like this. I do, Professor, but I need some time. Can you spare it? What do I look like? A bloody stopwatch, Potter? Fine. This better be good, because if Voldemort doesn't kill you first, I just might do it myself for wasting me bloody time. Damn, she's cold as ice. I know, right? But she's kind of right. Anyways, Potter runs out of the hall and bangs into Ronno and Hermo. And get this, Ronno's actually done something useful again. No f***ing way. Yes, f***ing way. Hermo is practically leaking from the gash, explaining how Ronno said they can't even destroy the Horcrux even if they do find it. But he said him and her can go down into the basement and get another fang from the basilisk's dead body. I mean, first of all, Hermione has some pretty low standards if this is turning her on. And secondly, why would Dumbledore have left a rotting giant snake carcass in the basement all these years? It'd be stinking up the joint. Oh, I know, mate, but never you mind, because they don't even bother giving us a satisfying answer to that, do they? So Hazza agrees to have them go and find it while he goes to find the Horcrux. And he gives them the Marauder's Fap so that they can find him when they get back. And what are the Order of the Phoenix doing? No idea, mate. Other than stand slightly menacing in a doorway, they've really done sweet so far. Anyways, McGonagall has been up drinking Red Bulls and snorting lines of coke all night because she's keen as mustard for a dust-up, isn't she? So she leads all the teachers outside and then she shouts, Pure Totem Locomotor! Okay, what does that spell do? Yeah, no clue, mate. But then all the stone gargoyles in the bloody school start marching out to protect Hogwarts, like they were poor people sent to Iraq on the false claim that they were holding weapons of mass destruction. Since when could the gargoyles and statues do that? Since J.K. Rowling realised that only a handful of kids actually trained in Dumbledore's army, and if they were to actually go in a one-on-one fight with Dick Eaters, they'd all get bloody minced. So she goes and pulls some random shit like this out of her ass, doesn't she? Ah, right, that makes sense. Then get this, McGonagall looks at Neville's long balls hanging out the bottom of his pants, and she tells him to tuck them into his socks, or someone might step on them. Gross. Yeah, but then she also tells him and Seamus that they can go and blow something up. What? Yeah, no idea. Kind of just sounds like she's enabling that little pyro Seamus, but I suppose we're supposed to wonder what she's actually talking about until they show us later on. Ah, right. That feels unnecessarily vague. Not sure how they knew what they were supposed to blow up, but go on. Well, get this. All of the other teachers at Hoggies get sick of standing around with no lines, so they cast a massive protective dome over Hogwarts. Nice. Kind of like the Simpsons movie. Yeah, mate, it's exactly like the Simpsons movie. It's a massive rip-off now that I come to think about it. Anyways, Hazza, he's running up the stairs towards the Ravenclaw common room, isn't he? And bloody Luna is chasing after him, like an ICE operative chasing down anyone who looks slightly brown. Papers or no papers. No more politics. Sharpen up, mate. Sorry. Anyways, she's like, Harry, wait. I can't, Luna. I have to find the Horcrux, and I really need to take a Harry Potter, you listen to me this instant! Oh, snap. I've never heard Luna yell before. I know, right? Anyway, she tells Hazza he's heading in the wrong bloody direction. She reckons that no one alive has seen Ravenclaw's diadem, so they have to speak to a bloody ghost, don't they? It's gotta be Moaning Myrtle, right? Nah, mate. Nearly Headless Nick? Nah, mate. The bloody Baron then? Will you shut the f*** up? It's none of them. Although one of them probably would have made more sense narratively. It's the ghost of Rowena Ravenclaw's daughter. Okay, have we met that ghost before? Nope, never. You can tell this was fleshed out way more in the books. And let me guess, they barely explain it here, and it just kind of feels like a laundry list of plot points are being ticked off with no cohesive thread between them. Bingo. For f***'s sake. Anyways, they climb the tower to speak to the ghost of Rowena Ravenclaw's daughter, and she's upset because her episode of Black Mirror, you know, the one about the robotic bees, was mid-tier at best. Yeah, that was an average episode, hey. Had potential, but just didn't quite nail the concept, you know? Exactly, mate. Anyways, Hazza is like, you're the Grey Lady, aren't you? The ghost of Ravenclaw Tower.
I hate that stupid name. I have like one grey hair and suddenly I'm the grey lady. Should I call you Grey Boy because you've got that one grey pubic hair on your left testicle?
How can you see that? I mean, I'm sorry. You're Helena Ravenclaw's daughter, right? I need the diadem. I want to destroy it.
No, a boy asked me for it a long time ago, and he tricked me. I think his name was like Kitty Fiddler or something like that.
You mean Tom Riddle?
Yes, that's the one.
Interesting. So are we about to get some more backstory about how Tom Riddle became Voldemort? Nah, not at all, mate, because this movie has a checklist of plot points to get through, just like you said. For f***'s sake. And it's burning through them faster than that STI you got from an Airbnb toilet seat in Thailand. That was a bad week. All right then, so what's next? Well, we cut to outside Hoggies, and bloody Voldemort has gathered an army of dick-eaters, like he's about to storm Helm's Deep or something. Oh, shit. Yeah, and they're all white guys too, so you know the movie really wants you to think they're evil. Yeah, that's true. Hollywood did just kind of only have straight white businessmen as the villains for a while there, didn't they? Yeah, but before that it was the Muslims, and before that it was anyone who was even remotely Asian, so I guess it was our turn. Fair enough. I mean, I'd prefer them just to write good villains and not worry about race, but whatever. Yeah, mate, that's what we all want. So anyways, all the dick-eaters start shooting loads of thick white jizz at the Simpsons movie dome. And everyone inside is looking at it with disgust because it's just started raining. And you know how jizz becomes all claggy and glue-like when it gets wet? That's so true. Anyways, let's lay off the jizz jokes, shall we? Never. Jizz is just too funny a word. Yeah, I guess you're right. Anyways, come on, this thing's gonna be bloody 2 hours long at this rate. All right then, so, Hazza is grilling Ravenclaw's daughter, and she isn't having a bar of it, is she? Because she doesn't want to give him the diadem, because she says Hazza looks like just another incel, just like Tom Riddle. I mean, that's kind of fair, right? Yeah, exactly. But then Hazza manages to pull some full-on judo logic on her and convinces her that he means to actually destroy it this time. So then she's like,
it's here in the castle, in the place where everything is hidden. If you have to ask, you'll never know. If you know, you only need ask.
What the hell does that mean? Yeah, well, you know, mate, no one in this franchise ever just says things directly, do they? Otherwise, the scripts would only be about 2 pages long. So how does he figure it out? No idea. But somehow he knows exactly what she's on about, and he starts running there straight away. Oh, for f***'s sake. The last film took way too long with their plot points, and this film isn't taking long enough. Oh no, mate, the movie's peaked at Azkaban. You don't really need to tell me that. Yeah, true, that was the best one. Anyways, Hermo and Ronno have made their way to the entrance of the Chamber of Secrets, haven't they? That was quick. It took them a whole movie last time. Yeah, it sure did. Anyways, Ronno opens up the door by speaking in parcel tongue, and Hermo starts leaking from the gash so hard that Ronno has to put on bloody gumboots. Gross. And when she looks at him with surprise, he tells her that Hazza talks a lot in his sleep, which either means that Ronno spends a lot of time watching Hazza sleep, or he's just recording him somehow. So I'm not really sure which is worse. True, that's pretty creepy now that I think about it. Yeah, but Hermo, she only bloody loves it, doesn't she? So the two of them run into the Chamber of Secrets, and Ronno says to Hermo she needs to take a look at his big snake. He does what? No, mate, the bloody basilisk, not his woody woodpecker. Oh yeah. Anyways, then they yank out a tooth and Ronno gives her the fang, and then he takes out the Horcrux, you know, the one they stole from Benedict's vault. Oh yeah, I almost forgot they had that. Yeah, they've barely mentioned it since, so I don't blame you. Anyways, then Hermo stabs the Horcrux, and she's so turned on by this new alpha male Ronno that she floods the room with her pussy juice, and then the two of them bloody kiss, don't they? Gross. Anyways, then we cut to old mate Voldemort, who's still just standing on a hilltop apparently, and he senses that another one of his whores has been killed. You mean Horcrux? Yeah, that's the one. So he starts screaming like he's Riley Reid in a Black.com video, and then he unleashes a massive blast on the Simpsons dome and completely bloody shatters it, doesn't he? Oh, shit. Sounds like we're about to see an epic battle. Yeah, I mean, sort of. We see small flashes of it, but they mostly keep the budget contained by sticking to what Hazza, Hermo, and Ronno are doing. Lame. Oh, you better believe it, mate. Anyways, Neville Longballs, he's at that weird twisty bridge thing, isn't he? And he's gassed up making fun of all the dick-eaters who are trapped behind the dome trying to get in. So then he turns around and flashes his ass at them, doesn't he? Classic move, that one. Yeah, but it only bloody backfires, doesn't it? The dome breaks and all the werewolves start to transform and chase after him. Wait, so why do they transform? Ah, I got it. They all saw his full moon. I see what you did there. Yeah, it took you long enough, c***. Anyways, he has to leg it across the bridge to retreat back into school. But get this, Seamus Finnegan's gone full bloody Unabomber, and he's rigged up the bridge with explosives. So Neville lights the whole thing up, and it bloody explodes. And I think he kills about 1,000 people. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I know, Neville's technically a serial killer now. Anyways, he's legging it across the bridge as it's collapsing, and he bloody falls off the bridge with everyone else. Oh, shit. so Neville dies? Ah, mate. Because he only does that Indiana Jones thing where everyone thinks he's fallen to his death, and then when they're all crying, he shows them he hasn't fallen at all, doesn't he? That is your second Indiana Jones reference this episode. Have you watched them recently or something? Yeah, mate, it's the best trilogy ever made. Aren't there like 5 of them now? I said it's the best trilogy ever made. Okay, settle down. Either way, I think you're forgetting about Back to the Future and Lord of the Rings. True. Anyways, now it's on like Donkey Kong's hairy balls, isn't it? The Dick Eaters are tearing up the castle, and the stone golems are facing up against bloody Voldemort's giants. Apparently he has giants now. And the Order of the Three Dicks, they're finally bloody doing something, aren't they? Especially Kingsley, who's going full ghetto on those Death Eaters' asses. Holy crap, they're really committed to ticking off these plot points, aren't they? They sure are, mate. Anyways, Hazza is running through the castle and he bumps into Ginny and Neville. And Neville, he's become an action junkie now, hasn't he? So he's barred up under his school pants and apparently he's on the hunt for Luna. Really? That seems like a bit of a weird thing to do during battle. Yeah, apparently he's got a chubby fat one for Luna and he wants to tell her right now while most of the blood has been drained from his brain and he's thinking with his, yes, I get it, mate, gross. Anyways, Hazza gives Ginny a big old sloppy kiss and then he says he has to go. Where? No idea. So then we cut to Malfoy, don't we? And he apparates into the castle and grabs Crabbe and Goyle, Blaze, Zabini and Goyle, and now they're hunting for something too. What are they hunting for? Yeah, no idea. So Hazza, he's legging it through some CGI debris and he goes to the Room of Bloody Requirement. Ah, so that's where the Horcrux is. Yeah, mate, because remember that weird ghost lady said, in the place where everything is hidden. If you have to ask, you'll never know. If you know, you need only ask. I guess that kind of makes sense. Yeah, well, there was another scene where we see her just totally lose patience with him trying to figure it out, and then she's like, oh, for f***'s sake, it's in the Room of Requirement, you specky twat. Oh, got him. Right, and Ronno, he sees Hazza disappear on the map, so he says to Hermo, he's gone into the bloody Room of Requirement, hasn't he, the daft git? How do you know that? Remember you told me last year that the people in the Room of Requirement don't show up on the map, do they? Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, I'm just surprised you listened. Well, normally I tune out your voice because all you do is bloody nag us lads. Am I right, everyone? Who are you even talking to? So Ron's just become a full-blown misogynist now. But Hermo only bloody loves it, doesn't she? And get this, Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle, Blaze and Goyle. You can just say Crabbe, mate. No one really knows who Blaze is or cares. Oh, thank God. So anyways, Crabbe 2.0 and Goyle and Malfoy, they see Hazza walk into the Room of Requirement, don't they? So I guess now we know what they're looking for. The door's closed though, how will they get in? No idea. Anyways, Hazza gets in there and the place is a bloody labyrinth now, isn't it? Filled with towers of junk that's stacked all the way up to the ceiling and seemingly stretches on forever. I thought the room turned into whatever a person needed. Why wouldn't it just be a small room with a box on the table and a sign pointing at it saying, here's your bloody Horcrux, mate? Yeah, good point. They breeze right past that one, don't they? So how's he going to find it amongst all this junk? Does he use some sort of clever logic or spell to locate it? Nah, mate, because it's only in the first place he bloody looks in, isn't it? Of course it is. Yeah, but right as Hazza grabs the Horcrux, he's cornered by Malfoy, and for all intents and purposes, Crabbe and Goyle. I mean, I'd love to know how they got in there so fast, but let's just move past that. Yeah, but this movie doesn't really give a fuck about nagging things like logic, so neither should you. Anyways, Hazza starts grilling Malfoy, doesn't he? And he's like, why didn't you tell her? Bellatrix, you knew it was me, and you didn't say. Why? Oh, snap. So is this the start of Malfoy's redemption arc? No, mate, he just goes straight back to his old self and is about to hex Hazza when Ronno and Hermo show up and save him. That's convenient. Oh yeah, it's super convenient. Anyways, Ronno does the whole Indiana Jones thing where he runs around the corner confidently screaming, but then he runs back moments later screaming for help. Come on, man, you gotta stop with these Indiana Jones references now. The 3 is too much. Fine. Anyways, apparently Malfoy and his 2 ball fondler mates have accidentally lit the whole room on fire, haven't they? How did they do that? No idea. Anyways, because this movie is more interested in action than plot, Hazza and Hermo get attacked by some pixies trying to get the Horcrux, and then the 3 of them have to climb to the top of the junk towers just to avoid the raging fires. Okay, that escalated quickly. It sure did, mate. Quicker than John Cena backpedaled after he called Taiwan a country and was forced to apologise by the CCP.
很抱歉。 我的错误，对不起，我很抱歉。
Damn, that's pretty quick. Anyways, because it's the room of convenience, the room provides Hazza, Hermo and Ronno with some bloody brooms to escape the fire, doesn't it? That is convenient. And then we cut to Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle, and they're trying to escape the fire too by climbing up all the junk as well. And Goyle, he must have been smoking some cones beforehand because he slips and falls into the flames like an absolute pelican. So he's dead. He's definitely dead. So now Malfoy and Crabbe 2.0 are waiting at the top of the pile for the flames to engulf them. When you won't believe this, Bloody Hazza, Hermo and Ronno save him. What? But they just tried to kill him. That's what Ronno says. He's like, if we die trying to save him, Harry, I'll kill you. Which makes about as much sense as Joe Biden did on the presidential debate night.
Everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Yeah, I think that was the day that everyone realised that the Democrats had just been playing Weekend at Bernie's for the past 4 years. Yeah, you're not wrong, mate. And now the world is stuck with Epstein's best mate. Anyways, we don't do politics on this channel, remember? I mean, at this point, we clearly do, but let's keep telling ourselves that. Agreed. So Hazza, Ronno and Hermo fly out of the room of requirement and they drop Malfoy and Crab 2.0 like a sack of shit. And they waste no bloody time at all, and Hazza stabs the next Horcrux like he's been getting personal tips from OJ bloody Simpson, and he destroys it. So is that it? No more Horcruxes? Nah, mate, there's still one left. What are the chances that this one's going to be at Hogwarts too? The chances are pretty bloody good, mate, because we see Voldemort, who looks like he's having a heart attack, and Bellatrix tells him to lay off the burger rings because apparently he eats like 3 packs of them a day, and those things have like crazy high sodium levels. True, they are delicious though. Oh, mate, I'm getting hard just thinking about them right now. Anyways, then old mate Voldy runs off to hide with his pet snake and apparates away. So Hazza is like, the snake is the last Horcrux. They're not even pretending to write a plot anymore, are they? No, they aren't, mate. That wasn't even 20 seconds to figure out where that Horcrux was. Yeah, I know. Anyways, Ronno is like, look inside him, Harry. Get deep inside him. Get up all in those tight, wet places and... Ronald! What? I'm just trying to tell him to read Voldemort's mind. Ah, smart. I know, right? Anyways, Hazza must have already gotten balls deep inside Voldemort because he looks like he's about to spill some Greek yogurt in his bloody pants. Gross. And then we see old mate Leukemia grilling Lucius Malfoy in the boathouse, telling him to go and unalive himself. There's no way that that happens. It's not even heavily implied, it's just heavily supplied. That didn't really work, mate. Nah, you're right. Let's just stick to the standard catchphrase next time. Anyway, so now they know where Voldemort is and where to find him. So Hazza, Ronno and Hermo run through a giant battlefield. Literally, there are giants everywhere. And one of them is even swinging a bloody Quidditch goalpost as a weapon. Jesus Christ, why didn't they just apparate to the boathouse? Because you can't apparate within Hogwarts. Duh. Yeah, but we just saw Malfoy do it. And Voldemort. Oh yeah. Well, I guess they're just a pack of Dementards then, aren't they? Anyways, this battle scene is off the chain. There's a giant spider, a werewolf is eating some kid's face. What the really? Yeah, mate, and they just totally breezed past it like it wasn't the most up thing in the whole series. Oh my god. And then, speaking of Dementards, about 1 billion of them surge towards the front gate. So then Dumbledore's brother does a KO Ken ×5 Kamehameha in their faces, and they all explode. That family's just filled with powerful wizards, isn't it? Yeah, I guess they have good genes, just like Sydney Sweeney. Oh man, don't quote that ad. It's already old news anyways. Yeah, whatever, she's hot. Anyways, they finally get to the bloody boathouse, and you'll never guess who's there with Voldemort. Yeah, sure. I guess we can do this bit one more time before the end of the series. Is it John Travolta's old face? What? You know, before he got all that facial surgery and dyed his hair shoe polish black? Nah, mate. It's bloody Snape'o. Oh, Snape'o. I was wondering when we'd see him again. Well, this is his big scene, mate, because Voldemort is finally sus on him for playing both sides, isn't he?
Where did we get this wand from? Alibaba.com or something, Snape? It's terrible.
My lord, you have performed miracles with this wand already. I assure you, when the time comes to face the boy, it will not fail you.
Oh, cut this shit, Snape. I see what you're up to. You won the wand from Dumbledore, so its allegiance is to you. I can't unlock its full power till you're 6 feet under.
Why does it always have to be 6 feet under? When did that start? Well, apparently when the Black Plague pillaged London harder than Riley Reid's ass, the Mayor of London ordered all the bodies to be buried at least 6 feet under to minimise the risk of contamination. Really? Is that actually true, or are you just full of shit? Nah, mate, that's true. You got bloody Google, you can look it up too, dickhead. Well, I'll be damned. Anyways, Voldemort bloody kills Snape'o. Really? Yeah, mate, and it's brutal. He slashes his throat and then he has Nagini bite him like 42 times. Jesus Christ. Anyways, Hazza, Hermo and Ronno are right outside and they hear it all, don't they? So, once Voldemort pisses off, Hazza runs in to bloody help him. Why? He's been a to him for like 7 years. Yeah, but now we're supposed to sympathise with him because there's sad music. Aw, poor Snape'o. That's the spirit. Anyways, he talks to Hazza like a real person for the first time ever. And he's like,
you have your mother's eyes and your father's penis.
Gross. I know, right? Then Snape'o starts bloody crying and being a total wuss. I mean, he had his throat slashed and was attacked by a giant snake. If you can't cry then, when can you cry? Mate, you just bottle it down until it comes out in an angry, inappropriate rage like men have done for bloody generations. That doesn't really sound healthy at all. Anyways, he tells Hazza to take his tears to the pensive, doesn't he? So Hazza somehow manages to bottle his tears, which honestly is the most thing this series has ever done. Yeah, there's no way you could catch a single tear in a bottle. Impossible, right? Anyway, sadly, that's the last time we get Alan Rickman as Snape. But before we have time to process his death, Voldemort's voice projects through the air like he's tapped into the old school speaker system or something. And he's like,
"You have fought well. Well, actually not that well. Pretty embarrassing effort, really. But I shall grant you this moment of peace. Bury your dead. Go get some McDonald's or something. Take a break. I don't want any more bloodshed. I command my forces to retreat. Harry Potter, I speak directly to you now. Meet me out the back of school after class. I heard what you said about my mum, and it wasn't cool. So let's settle this like men.
Hang on a second, what was the point in attacking the school if his plan all along was just to have Harry face him in the woods alone? Yeah, no idea. Voldemort might have found Dumbledore's weed stash or something. I reckon he must have. Anyways, Hazza, Ronno and Hermo walk through the halls of a now completely destroyed Hogwarts in silence. The place is an absolute mess, and there are dead bodies everywhere. Really? Yeah, mate, and it's not just the bloody NPCs and red shirts. Fred Weasley, Lupin, and that Tonks girl we barely got to know in the movies, but I'm sure she was really important in the books. I can't believe they killed Lupin off screen. I know, mate, criminally underutilized character. Anyways, Hazza makes his way up to Dumbledore's office and he pulls out a vial of Snape's memories. Interesting, this better be good after all those years of building mystery around his character. Well, mate, I think this is one of the few characters they actually do justice to their death in this film. All right then, hit me. So, Hazza walks into Dumbledore's office and the pensive opens for him, like it's Riley Reid's asshole, waiting for him to film a Brazzers video. Man, you need to talk to a psych or something about your obsession with Riley Reid's anus. Yeah, I did. She said it was above her pay grade. Anyways, Hazza tips the tears in and then plunges his head into Dumbledore's old wet memory hole for the last time. Gross. And get this, we only get Snape's entire life story, don't we? Jesus, his whole life story? No, mate, it's just a montage of the highlights. Phew, all right, thank God. So we see his relationship with Hazza's mum Lily, don't we? How Hazza's Aunt Petunia has been a sweaty ever since she was little, and how Snape became her best friend and refuge because they both shared magical abilities. Oh, that's kind of cute. Yeah, it is. Although young Snape is super pale. Almost looks like he's had blood cancer since he was a baby or something. Weird. Anyways, as they grow, their friendship only gets stronger. But soon, we see the first big crack, like when that old man showed us his ass down the road. I still have unresolved trauma from that, so get this. Lily is put in Gryffindor, and Snape-o, he's put in Slytherin. Interesting. Yeah, mate, and Snape-o, he's being a moody little bitch that he's not Lily's only friend now, isn't he? That seems a little bit possessive. I thought this was supposed to redeem his character. We're getting to that, so shut the up, all right, fine. Anyways, as they grow older, their friendship drifts apart, and we see the next big crack, even bigger than that one in that old man's ass. Come on, dude, would you just let me bury that memory deep in my subconscious? Well, get this. Seems like Snape-o was right about Hazza's dad. He's a asshole. We see James Potter and the other Marauders bloody picking on Snape-o, almost like they're begging him to become Hogwarts' next school shooter. That's a dark plot point. I know, right? Then we see bloody Professor Trelawney's prophecy. You know, the one Hazza found in the Ministry of Sound in the 5th movie. Oh, cool. This is good. I'm liking this. And then we cut to Snape-o begging Dumbledore to help him. And he tells Dumbo about how old mate Leukemia thinks the prophecy refers to Lily and her son. So he's begging Dumbledore to protect them and hide them. Well, then what happens? Well, you know what happens next, mate. Lily and James get gunned down like they're Tupac Shakur. And then Snape-o, he's gutted, isn't he? Because Dumbledore failed to protect them, the one thing he said he would do. No, mate, he feels guilty, doesn't he? Why? Well, in the books, it's because Snape-o used to be a Death Eater, and he was the one who told Leukemia about the prophecy, not realizing what would happen to Lily. So, he makes a pledge to Dumbledore to be his servant for life and to try and help take Voldemort down to revenge his one true love. I see, and in the movies? Well, in the movies, we get a series of vague flashbacks that don't really go into any depth and only really make sense if you've read the books. For sake. Anyways, the memories start coming thick and fast now, like Danny D's cock. And we see Dumbledore saying to Snape-o that he needs to watch over Harry and keep him safe. I knew Snape-o was good ever since we saw him protect Hazza in that Quidditch game in the first movie. I know, right? Even though he still kind of mentally abuses him for years, he at least keeps him alive. Yeah, actually, that is a pretty thing to do now that you say it like that. I know, right? But then Dumbo pulls a bloody draw 4 and does something much worse to Hazza. Jesus Christ. But we'll get to that soon. Anyways, we see Snapeo and Dumbo working together. And remember how in the Half-Blood Prince, Dumbledore f***ed up his hand trying to strangle one of Voldemort's whores? You mean destroy his Horcrux? Yeah, that's the one. Well, turns out Snapeo stopped Dumbledore from dying from the curse. But the curse is apparently going to kill him within the year. Ah, so you mean Dumbledore knew he was going to die already? Exactly. So then he tells Snapeo that he already knows about Voldy's plan to get Malfoy, the one with blonde pubes, to try and bloody kill him. But he says he wants Snapeo to be the one to do it instead. What? Why? Well, because he's going to die anyways, right? So if Snapeo kills Dumbledore, then Voldemort will trust him completely and let his guard down, and then Snapeo can finally help destroy him. That's actually a pretty smart plan from Dumbledore. Usually his ideas are cooked. I know, right? So then we see Snapeo killing Dumbledore again, because they really want to get their mileage out of that footage. Kind of like how we always see the same footage of Batman's parents dying and the pearls just hitting the ground. Exactly, mate. Then get this. Snapeo was the one that sent Hazza the bloody Patronus. You know, the one we all knew was a Patronus and the movie wanted us to pretend that we didn't? Ah, the one that led Hazza to the sword in the lake. That's right, wanker. Which is why he f***ed over Bellatrix by replacing it with a replica. He wanted to help Hazza destroy the Horcruxes. This is fire. I like this. Yeah, damn right it is. But here's where Dumbledore fumbles the plan completely, like he always does. Oh, what's he done now? Well, get this. Turns out when Voldemort tried to kill Hazza as a baby, he left part of his soul inside Hazza. Really? So Hazza is like a weird human Horcrux. Yeah, kind of like a human centipede. It's nothing like that at all, but go on. And this is when Snapeo loses it. He's like,
"You mean after all this time, you're raising the boy like a pig for slaughter? You give him a name, burn a barcode into his flesh, then place a sticker on him that says organically farmed meat while you pump toxic chemicals into him, and then you send him to the gas chambers."
I think you took that pig for slaughter metaphor a bit too far. Oh yeah, he f***ed it up big time. But he's kind of right, that's a pretty f***ed up thing to do to sentient creatures. Anyways, Hazza pulls his head out of the soaking moist memory hole. Gross. And he's in shock, isn't he? Because he knows now that in order to beat old mate leukemia, he's got to bloody die. Okay, I've got to admit, I did not see that coming. It's pretty bloody good. J.K. Rowling will surprise you sometimes, just like she surprised the world with those tweets. Let's just focus on the books for now, huh? Anyways, there's a few plot holes in here, like if Dumbledore already knew about the Horcruxes, why was he so surprised by the diary in the Chamber of Secrets? Yeah, that's true. And I also just breezed past a bunch of other scenes where Snapeo was just crying and wanking over Lily every night. Gross. So what does Hazza do now that he knows he's going to die? Well, Hazza only takes Voldemort up on his offer of a fight, doesn't he? So he walks to meet him alone in the Forbidden Bloody Forest. I mean, that's incredibly stupid, but also kind of badass. It sure is, mate. Anyways, on his way there, he bumps into Hermo and Ronno, and they're like, "Where have you been, Harry? We thought you'd gone to the forest alone like an absolute bellend." "I'm going there now." "You bloody bellend. Don't do that." "I have to, Ron, you ginger-pubed wanker. Don't you get it? The reason I can hear Horcruxes is because I am bloody one. I'm the last Horcrux." "Harry, have you been smoking gillyweed?" "No, I have not been smoking gillyweed. It's the truth, all right?" "Okay, sure you are, Harry. Hey, we're all Horcruxes, aren't we, Hermione?" "I'm not f***ing crazy, I'm being serious." When you say it out loud like that, it does sound kind of crazy, huh? You better believe it does, mate. But they only let him go, don't they? Idiots. I know, right? And Ronno doesn't even hug him or anything. He just kind of stares at him with no goodbye at all. What a massive Anyways, while he's walking through the forest, Hazza decides to kiss his little snitch one last time, pretending it's Hermione's golden snatch, and you'll never believe this. It only bloody opens up and reveals the resurrection stone, doesn't it? Ah, right, it opens at the close. I get it now. Mate, that's right. You're not as dumb as you look. Hey, anyways, get this. When Hazza holds up the resurrection stone, all of his dead, lost family and friends appear. And Hazza, he's like, "Why are you here? All of you. We never left. Does that mean you've seen me at night when I... you know?"
"Oh, every time. You really ought to settle down, son. He's right. You'll pull the damn thing off if you're not careful."
"Gross, Sirius?"
"It's all right, son. Don't worry. I used to do it all the time. Why, Sirius did it 10 times in one day. Guilty."
"Can we just get back to the Voldemort situation?"
Fine, fine. We'll be with you till the end, Harry. Now hurry up. This video's getting way too long already, and the audience will drop out and kill our retention."
"Okay, settle down, Mr. Beast." What a really weird conversation. Yeah, I know, right? But Hazza, he's basically losing his shit at this stage because he knows he's about to die. That makes sense. So get this right. Hazza walks into the clearing where Leukemia and his dick-eaters are waiting. And old mate Voldy, he's getting so impatient because apparently he thought Hazza wouldn't even rock up at all. And then, when he finally sees Hazza, he's like,
"The boy who lived, come to die." But before we have our little duel, can I offer you some snacks? Are you partial to Maltesers?
yeah, they're pretty good, but no thank you. I can't eat when I'm anxious.
Boy, you're telling me. This whole raiding Hogwarts business has my stress levels through the roof. I even tried that app Headspace, but it didn't do anything at all. I think it's just full of shit.
Yeah, I think you might be right there.
Anyways, I guess it's time to kill you now. Bye. Avada Kedavra.
And then Voldemort shoots Hazza right in the face like he's John Wick or something. And we cut to white. You mean cut to black, right? Don't be a racist. I mean cut to white, mate. Because Hazza, he's only in bloody heaven now, isn't he? What the f***? Or purgatory. It's pretty unclear. I think J.K. Rowling consulted the writers of Lost on this chapter. Oh man, don't get me started on that. So get this, Hazza is apparently at King's Cross Station, except it's all glowing and empty and white and shit. And to make things even weirder, there's this homunculi fetus thing that looks exactly like Voldemort writhing around on the ground. Okay, what's that about? It's never explained, is it? Anyways, you'll never guess who's waiting for Hazza. I thought we agreed before that we'd done that bit for the last time. Oh yeah, true. You. It's only bloody Dumbledore, isn't it? What? That's right, mate. And he's just as rambling and nonsensical as ever, isn't he? He tells Hazza that he can go back to his body if he wants to, or he can take a train and go elsewhere. So there are trains in heaven. Kind of sounds like hell to me. Yeah, true. Anyways, then Dumbledore pisses off, but right before he does, Hazza's like, "Stop right there, you impotent old bastard."
Impotent? How dare you? Oh, yeah, I guess that's fair enough.
How am I supposed to beat Voldemort now? He has the bloody Elder Wand, and he has a Horcrux. I'm completely outmatched, just like those women that Conor McGregor beat up and got away with.
Allegedly, Harry. Don't want to get us sued now, do you?
Fine, allegedly. So what do I do?
Well, I used to say that help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it.
Yes, I remember.
Well, what I mean to say is help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who deserve it.
That makes just as little sense. Yeah, I know, mate. I think he's still somehow smoking chuff, even in the afterlife. Anyways, Hazza, he goes back to his body, doesn't he? But when he does, he's right there surrounded by all the Dick Eaters still. So old mate Leukemia has someone go over and check Hazza's body to see if he's actually dead. Oh no, he's now then, isn't he? Yeah, that's what I thought. But bloody Malfoy's mum is the one to do it. And she asks Hazza with a whisper if her son is still alive. And Hazza, he like subtly nods to her, so she lies straight to Leukemia's face and tells him that Hazza's more dead than Mel Gibson's career. Yeah, he never really made it back into the public's favour after that whole Jew rant, did he? He sure didn't, mate. I think he's making like Passion of the Christ 5 now or something like that. Anyways, everyone just bloody believes her, don't they? So Voldy and the Dick Eaters march into Hoggies and they make Hagrid carry Hazza's dead body. I mean, I didn't even know they'd captured Hagrid, but sure, why not? Yeah, true, they really brushed past that one. Also, how did Hazza survive the killing curse twice? No idea. I thought it was because he had the resurrection stone, but if you look closely, the pelican drops it right on the ground before he even fights Voldemort. Idiot. So we never get a clear answer. Of course not. Anyways, the Dick Eaters and Voldy parade into Hoggies like it's bloody Pride Week or something. And everyone in the school comes out gutted when they see that old mate Hazza is dead. Especially Ginny, whose romance I never really bought into, to be honest with you. Yeah, me either. Anyways, Voldemort, he says that he will let anybody live who agrees to join the Dick Eaters army and worship him like he's Kim Jong-un. Shit, that's not good. Does anyone agree? Well, bloody Malfoy bitches out straight away like normal, doesn't he? Of course he does. Why even bother to give him a redemption arc? Now his plot just meant f*** all. But get this, bloody Neville steps up. And then all the Dick Eaters laugh at him because his balls are tucked into his socks. Really? So Neville's gonna switch sides? Nah, mate. He gives a big old bloody speech, doesn't he?
Sure. We lost Harry and that Tonks girl, whoever she was, and a bunch of other characters that you've never really seen me interact with. But that doesn't mean we should give up, should we?
Not a great speech, was it? Nah, it's pretty rough. Anyways, get this. Neville's holding the sorting hat, isn't he? And he pulls out the sword of Godric Gryffindor. And then he says that he's going to cut off Voldemort's bloody nose with it. But he doesn't have a nose. Yeah, he really f***ed up there. Anyways, right as he does that, Hazza jump scares Voldemort and shows everyone that he's not dead. Oh, nice one. Yeah, and then he takes a shot at the bloody snake, doesn't he? But it bloody bounces off. Idiot. He should have known that wouldn't have worked. Yeah, I know. What a total pelican. Anyways, the Dick Eaters start freaking the f*** out, thinking Hazza might be Jesus or something, so the Malfoys and a bunch of others piss right off. So Voldemort's power is finally crumbling. You bloody know it is, mate. More than your mate Jeremy did when it was left out in the sun on that camping trip we had. Stop bringing that up, man. Anyways, this is it. The final showdown. Again. So Voldemort, he's livid, isn't he? Because Hazza has made him look like an absolute turkey in front of everyone. So him and Hazza start dueling through the school. They're bloody flying through the air, smashing through walls, and at one stage, Voldemort even grows bloody tentacles like he's in a hentai film or something. Do they ever explain how he does that? Oh, of course not. But get this, Ronno and Hermo are trying to kill the bloody snake, aren't they? Because they know Hazza can't take out leukemia till the slimy little bastard is dead. Nice. Do they do it? Nah, they f it up worse than Elon Musk did when he tanked his public image after he did that Nazi salute and went crazy with a chainsaw. Yeah, that one was not on my bingo card. How's that Tesla driving now, mate? It's still pretty good if I'm honest. Yeah, they are pretty sweet actually, but I'll never buy one because he'll probably just hack the car's computers, so I'm forced to read his tweets just like he did to the algorithm on X. Can we stop talking about Elon Musk, mate, and get back to the bloody story? Oh yeah, true. Anyways, the Dick Eaters are tearing up the castle, aren't they? And bloody Bellatrix has Ginny cornered. And just when it looks like she's about to kill her, like she did to SiriusBlack.com, bloody Molly Weasley jumps in, doesn't she? And you can tell she used to execute people for the state because she guts Bellatrix like a fish. And then the look on her face is absolutely terrifying. Jesus Christ, she's got some trauma to work through, doesn't she? She sure does. Anyways, just when it looks like the snake is about to kill Ronno and Hermo and eat them up like a quarter-pounder meal at Macca's, bloody Neville swoops in and chops the thing's head off with Gryffindor's sword. You know, like he's been training with the Taliban or something. Neville is fire in this movie, eh? He sure is, mate. Except for all the Taliban stuff. Anyways, Voldemort is bloody gutted, isn't he? And he gives Hazza his chance to finally strike. He raises up his wand and he produces the biggest Kamehameha you've ever seen. But Voldemort bloody claps back, doesn't he? So, now the two of them have locked energy beams again, just like they did at the end of the fourth movie. True, but Voldemort has the Elder Wand though, right? So Hazza would be Nah, mate, Hazza only bloody kills Voldemort. And then he turns into like weird floating bits of paper? Floating bits of paper. No idea. I think the director thought it would be cool, but it's super anticlimactic. So the Elder Wand was just a big piece of shit then. Well, that's the thing. Leukemia thought that killing Snape'o would transfer the wand's allegiance to him, like it was a bloody Bitcoin or something. But get this, Snape'o didn't win the wand from Dumbo, did he? He didn't. Who did? Bloody blonde pubes Malfoy when he disarmed him in the tower. No way, that's sick. Yeah, mate, not a bad twist at all. So now Hazza, he has the Elder Wand, doesn't he? Because he won it from Voldemort. Oh, I bet you he uses the epic power of the Elder Wand and the Deathly Hallows to repair Hogwarts and bring everyone back to life. No, mate, he just snaps it in half and then throws it off a bridge. Idiot. Then we get the final scene and a title card reads, 19 years later. What? Why do we need to cut to 19 years later? Is this a Marvel movie or something? Well, because J.K. Rowling thought it would be a good idea to put the young actors in really poor aging makeup that only really succeeds in making them look a couple of years older at best. Really, that's a weird decision. Why would they not just cast older actors? I know, right? And Ronno, he cops it the worst because they give him a full-on beer gut. How is that supposed to make him look any older? Your guess is as good as mine, mate. Anyways, the point of this scene is to show that Hazza and Ginny's son is about to have his first day at Hoggies, isn't he? And apparently he's his little pants because he doesn't want to be put in Slytherin, does he? I mean, that's fair enough, right? McGonagall had them all bloody locked up in the dungeons. Did she even let them out, by the way? Nah, apparently they all starved to death. Anyways, Hazza's like, okay, I hear you, but just shut up and listen for a second, Albus Severus Potter. That's a terrible name. It sure is, mate. Anyways, Hazza reassures him, and then he's like, don't worry, okay? McGonagall went all Order 66 on the Slytherins a while back, so it's not a bad house at all anymore.
Well, that's a relief.
Besides, the sorting hat takes your choice into account. So if you really want to be a Gryffindor, you can just ask it to put you in there. What a system. What if everyone just picked Gryffindor? I know, right? Anyways, Hazza, he's full of shit because Albus, he gets put in Slytherin in the sequel, The Cursed Child. Really? Yeah, mate, so I guess the viewers will have to leave a comment for the algorithm if they want to see us talk about that one. And they better bloody buy all our merch as well, or I'll sleep with all your mums. You can't just blackmail the viewers into buying our merch, mate. Like hell I can't. Piss off. Video's over.